Bringing the farm to live in another world. Chapter 1589 to chapter 1641. Upon hearing Kai Zhao Hai wasn't surprised at all. The Sky Tower was a mysterious place. The 100 Treasures realm had been investigating it for many years, but they still couldn't find anything. It would be strange if Zhao Hai could find it so quickly. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, just keep an eye on them. It's impossible for us to find out about the Sky Tower. The most important thing is to not let them discover us. Kai nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the monitor and said, what's the situation in the Cloud Sea territory? Did anyone discover that the hidden cloud village has disappeared? Kai shook her head and said, no. In the past 2 years, the Cloud Sea territory has been guarding the Sea of Beasts. However, they didn't check the surroundings like last time. It can be said that people have forgotten about the hidden cloud village. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, what about the Mi clan? How did the Mi clan react? Did Mi Si discover that Li Jiang hasn't traded with them for a long time? Kai smiled bitterly and said, Big Brother Hai, Mi Si died in the last battle against the other high-grade realms. Now, the Mi family has changed their manager. Not to mention that they didn't notice that Li Jiang didn't go. Even if Li Jiang went, I'm afraid nobody would want to trade with him. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's good. What's the situation in the Sea of Beasts? In 2 days, I'll be leading people to the hidden cloud village through the Sea of Beasts. Mister, can you show me the route? Kai replied, the situation in the Sea of Beasts has changed. There seems to be a sudden increase in cloud beasts. Moreover, the cloud beasts' ranks have also increased. Now, it's not only the hidden cloud village that are in danger when they go to the Sea of Beasts to catch cloud beasts. Even the Cloud Beast Fortress has suffered a lot of casualties. They have already sent people to the Sea of Beasts to investigate. At first, they thought that it was the work of the 10,000 Realm battlefield. But in the end, they discovered that it wasn't. Zhao Hai stared, then he knit his brows and said, why are there suddenly so many cloud beasts? Kai shook her head and said, we don't know the situation yet. Maybe it's because the Cloud Sea territory's White Cloud Islands are catching a lot of cloud beasts. In order to increase their strength, the people of the Cloud Sea territory captured a lot of cloud beasts. It might be because of this that the cloud beasts escaped to the Sea of Beasts. We don't know if there's another reason, but this is good news for the hidden cloud village. Zhao Hai nodded and said, actually, we don't know. Oh? Zhao Hai looked at Kai in confusion. Kai smiled faintly and said, geographically speaking, the hidden cloud village is closer to the Sea of Beasts than the Cloud Beast Fortress. The hidden cloud beasts are already in the Sea of Beasts. Originally, the cloud beasts near the Sea of Beasts weren't very strong. Therefore, the hidden cloud village was able to survive. However, it was still attacked by cloud beasts from time to time. This is also the main reason why the hidden cloud village hasn't been completely controlled. Now that the cloud beasts in the Sea of Beasts have increased, the great clans wouldn't go to the hidden cloud village. It's too dangerous. Moreover, even if they discover that the hidden cloud village disappeared, they would think that it was because of the cloud beasts. They wouldn't think that it's because of the formation. Upon hearing Kai Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, that's good. But it would be more difficult for us to catch cloud beasts in the future. Moreover, it would bring some trouble to our trip this time. Kai nodded and said, it's true. The cloud beasts in the Sea of Beasts are increasing too fast. Moreover, even the ordinary cloud beasts seem to have become stronger. This is really strange. Zhao Hai knit his brows, then he said, no matter. What, we can just shrink the Hell King's ship and sneak in. We can't clash with the cloud beasts this time. Otherwise, we might attract the attention of the Cloud Sea territory. That wouldn't be good for us. Kai nodded, then she said, if we can make the Hell King's ship smaller, then we can sneak in. Brother Hai, how about we install a few transmission formations on the Hell King's ship? We can directly send people to the hidden cloud village. Zhao Hai stared, he hadn't installed a transmission formation on the Hell King's ship before. Kai's words reminded him, so he thought for a moment and said, all right. In any case, the Hell King's ship is already attracting a lot of attention. We can bypass the Beast Sea and go straight to the hidden cloud village. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, the Hell King's ship has already attracted a lot of attention. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't think of installing transmission formations on the Hell King's ship was because it would cause serious damage to large artifacts. If a transmission formation was installed on a large artifact, then as long as the formation was used more than 10 times, the artifact would basically be scrapped. This was something that realms couldn't afford to lose. Not to mention the giant spirit treasure ship, even a medium-grade artifact like the sword shuttle would be ruined after 10 uses. This was enough to make high-grade realms go bankrupt. Even realms like the 100 Treasures realm that could turn scrap into materials didn't dare to use it. After all, refining artifacts took time. However, Zhao Hai's liquid silver didn't have such scruples. He can add any artifact he wants to liquid silver. Adding transmission formations wasn't a problem. The reason why he didn't install transmission formations before was because he didn't want to attract too much attention. But now that he was already attracting enough attention, adding another wouldn't be a big deal. While resting inside the space for 2 days, the 100 Treasures realm began to gather people. However, they didn't only gather people from the 100 Treasures realm, they also gathered people from subordinate realms. Naturally, these people were trustworthy people from subordinate realms like the world of Cultivation. The 100 Treasures realm wouldn't hide the matter of the Cloud Sea territory for too long. At the same time, they were also forcing the high-grade realms to respond. These high-grade realms lost their own experts last time. Sooner or later, news of the 100 Treasures realm's actions would spread to the subordinate realms. These subordinate realms would certainly be dissatisfied with the high-grade realms. In order to quell this dissatisfaction, the high-grade realms could only unite their subordinate realms and send troops to the Cloud Sea territory. This was equivalent to weakening the strength of the high-grade realms. This would be more advantageous for the 100 Treasures realm in the future. At the same time, the 100 Treasures realm didn't plan on completely concealing this matter. Therefore, they were just putting up a front and gathering people. This time, the number of people that would go with Zhao Hai was about 20,000. In 2 days, these 20,000 people were enough to gather all of them. Zhao Hai and the others were ready to set off. Zhao Hai and the others didn't set off from Hornview Mountain. Instead, they set off from the Octopus Islands. This was beyond the expectations of the other high-grade realms. After Zhao Hai set off, the 100 Treasures realm immediately strengthened their control over one of their subordinate realms. This place was the Octopus Islands. In the last war, the Octopus Islands were severely damaged. But after the 100 Treasures realm won, the Sioux race managed to rebuild the islands with the support of the 100 Treasures realm. And with the 100 Treasures realm's battles, the Sioux race managed to gain a lot of territory. At this point, the Octopus Islands were already part of the 100 Treasures realm's territory. After discovering the Cloud Sea territory, the Octopus Islands location became more important. This was because the Octopus Islands were directly connected to the sea. Most importantly, it wouldn't take long before dark clouds could be seen from the Octopus Islands. Mu Yao's plan was to raise dark clouds in the Octopus Islands. Mu Yao's idea was to get a large piece of white cloud from the Cloud Sea territory and then raise it in the Octopus Islands. Even if the white cloud continues to shrink, it would still shrink at a much slower rate compared to the 10,000 realm battlefield. As long as the white cloud is raised near the Octopus Islands, nobody would question its origin. Mu Yao's plan was to raise a large piece of white cloud in the Octopus Islands. When Zhao Hai heard about this plan, he couldn't help but sigh. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. As long as they bring back enough white clouds, the white clouds wouldn't shrink. This way, the 100 Treasures realm would be able to explain their origin. The cloud beasts would also have food to eat. Moreover, the hidden cloud village would be protected. Nobody would think that the 100 Treasures realm had the hidden cloud village as their base in the Cloud Sea territory. Yes, it's impossible to store white clouds with spatial equipment. However, Zhao Hai can use the Hell King's ship as a spatial equipment. At the same time, he can also release the pagoda, the giant spirit treasure ship, the sword shuttles, and the 8 cyan imperial chariots. With all of these things, he can store a lot of white clouds. This way, he would be able to transport about 10 mu of white clouds. When the time comes, the white clouds would naturally grow. The 100 Treasures realm wouldn't lack white clouds in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Naturally, the people from the other realms didn't know about this yet. They knew too little about white clouds. They weren't like Zhao Hai, who did a lot of experiments with white clouds. When Zhao Hai brings back white clouds, the 100 Treasures realm would be able to publicize the white clouds. When the time comes, the other realms would be envious. When they appeared, Zhao Hai told Mu Yao and the others that he would install a transmission formation on the Hell King's ship. Mu Yao and the others were worried, but with Zhao Hai's assurance, they stopped worrying. This time, it was Mu Yu who went with Zhao Hai to the Hidden Cloud Village. Although the 100 Treasures realm also sent an elder to the Hidden Cloud Village, the person in charge was still Tang Jia. Tang Jia was put in charge of the village in order to train him. This time, Zhao Hai and Mu Yu were going to see him. Zhao Hai's departure attracted the attention of the other realms. They didn't expect the 100 Treasures realm to attack the Cloud Sea territory at this time. In their minds, the war with the Cloud Sea territory had only been going on for 2 years. If the 100 Treasures realm were to attack at this time, then it would be tantamount to throwing themselves into a trap. Therefore, although they paid attention, they were just waiting to see a joke. After all, they suffered a lot of losses last time while the 100 Treasures realm didn't. This caused them to be wary of the 100 Treasures realm. They didn't expect the 100 Treasures realm to attack at this time. To be honest, this was what they wanted to see. With a flash of white light, Zhao Hai and Mu Yu appeared in the Hidden Cloud Village. At this time, the Hidden Cloud Village was very lively. There were a lot of cloud houses. However, these cloud houses were located in picturesque disorder. They didn't affect the spirit-gathering formation of the Hidden Cloud Village. Zhao Hai and Mu Yu were the last 2 people in the 20,000-strong army that went to the Cloud Sea territory. Moreover, they didn't use transmission formations to come here. Instead, they used Zhao Hai's space-divergent ability. Tang Jia was already waiting for the 2. As soon as he saw the 2, he immediately greeted them and hugged them. Then he laughed and said, "Big brother Mu, little Hai, you're finally here. We haven't seen each other for a long time, did you miss me?" Naturally, this caused Zhao Hai and Mu Yu to laugh. Mu Yu smiled and said, "I heard that you've been doing well in the past 2 years. I'll have to take a look. If you don't do well, then I'll have to deal with you." Tang Jia laughed and said, "Let's go and see the elders first. Then we'll talk." Then he led the 2 to see the elders in charge of the village. The 100 Treasures realm attached great importance to the Hidden Cloud Village. There were a total of 10 elders in charge of the village. However, they usually didn't manage the village. This was because Zhao Hai and Mu Yu were already on the right track. Naturally, the elders didn't need to manage the village. Zhao Hai's exchange system was still there. This system was connected to the 100 Treasures realm. The things that can be exchanged inside were things that the 100 Treasures realm already had. Therefore, the 100 Treasures realm attached great importance to this system. At this time, the 100 Treasures realm was preparing to popularize this system throughout their territory. This was because they discovered that the system allowed them to obtain more materials. Moreover, they could unify the subordinate realms better. This gave the subordinate realms a sense of belonging to the 100 Treasures realm. However, it wouldn't be easy to do this. The subordinate realms were now autonomous. Asking them to exchange their resources for contribution points wasn't something they were willing to do. After Zhao Hai and the others paid their respects to the elder, they went to Tang Jia's cloud house. Tang Jia's cloud house was very clean, but there were several wine cups inside. After Tang Jia led Zhao Hai and Mu Yu into the house, he immediately poured them a cup of wine. It must be said that the most comfortable people in the 10,000 realm battlefield were the people from the 100 Treasures realm. Because of the existence of the Hidden Cloud Village, the people from the 100 Treasures realm were able to drink cloud fruit wine or cloud rice wine as well as eat cloud vegetables. Naturally, their lives were very comfortable. Cloud rice can also be eaten directly. It doesn't need to be boiled. As long as it's roasted, the cloud rice would swell up like bread. It can also be boiled and eaten. Naturally, it was far worse than the breadfruit. At this time, Zhao Hai's space had already planted some crops on the clouds. Naturally, the breadfruit was planted as well. The breadfruit planted on the clouds was white, tasted better, and had more spiritual qi. Most importantly, the beer brewed from the breadfruit was more mellow. Although the 100 Treasures realm had a lot of cloud rice income every year, most of it was used to brew wine. This was because the cultivators of the 100 Treasures realm weren't used to eating. After the three drank a cup of cloud fruit wine, Tang Jia looked at Zhao Hai and Mu Yu and said, Zhao Hai, brother Mu, the last time the 100 Treasures realm called you back in a hurry, why did you do that? No matter how much I asked, no one in the realm told me. When I asked Master, I was scolded by Master instead. Zhao Hai looked at Mu Yu and Mu Yu looked at Zhao Hai. In the end, the two smiled bitterly. Mu Yu turned his head to Tang Jia and said, Little Jia, it's not that we don't want to tell you. It's just that the 100 Treasures realm doesn't allow us to talk about it. In any case, the matter is already in the past. Hearing Mu Yu, Tang Jia nodded and didn't ask any more. He knew that if the 100 Treasures realm issued a gag order, it's best not to ask. Otherwise, they would be punished. Tang Jia took a sip of wine and said, I already know about your mission this time. You just need to bring some clouds back. There's no problem with that. I'll have them prepare it tomorrow. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, This time, we won't be bringing it to the hidden cloud village. We'll be changing places. Tang Jia stared and said, Changing places? You wouldn't want to go somewhere else, right? That won't do, we'll be exposed. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I won't. Rest assured, my goal this time is a place in the Sea of Beasts. There's a white cloud island there where I first met people from the Cloud Sea territory. Last time, I refined a lot of white clouds into transforming clouds. There's still a lot left, enough to bring back. Moreover, they can grow on their own. It's too wasteful to leave them in the Sea of Beasts. Therefore, I want to bring them back. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Tang Jia and Mu Yu nodded. Mu Yu said, That's good. Can you use your space magic to go there? If you can, then that would be great. If you can't, then I think it's better to not take too much risk. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Don't worry, I can go there. There won't be any problems. I'll go there and take a look first. Then I'll find a way to take the white clouds away. If I succeed, you can use the transmission formation to enter the Hell King's ship. Then we can go back together. Mu Yu nodded. He also knew that if he went with Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai would use a lot of spiritual qi to help them teleport. If that happened, then it would be more dangerous. Therefore, Mu Yu didn't follow. We'll go after some time. The cloud beasts in the Sea of Beasts seem to have gone crazy. Anyone who dares to enter the Sea of Beasts will be attacked by them like crazy. We've already lost a lot of people. I've already cancelled the mission to capture cloud beasts, said Tang Jia. That's not the case. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai also knew about the situation in the Sea of Beasts. There were a lot of cloud beasts in the Sea of Beasts, and their tempers had also become very irritable. Although Zhao Hai didn't know the reason, going to the Sea of Beasts at this time wasn't a good thing. Moreover, they couldn't go back so soon. Otherwise, it would arouse suspicion. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to enter the Sea of Beasts. In any case, the white clouds were under Zhao Hai's surveillance. They couldn't escape. What Zhao Hai had a headache right now was how to bring the white clouds back to the 10,000 realm battlefield without arousing suspicion. Because of this, he decided to stay in the hidden cloud village for some time and carefully study the space. He wanted to know how to move white clouds without using the space. White clouds have a physical body, but they can move. But if you pull hard on them, they would immediately break. Although you can reattach the white clouds, Zhao Hai's plan of turning liquid silver into an iron hook and then carrying the white clouds away wouldn't work. If this plan doesn't work, then they can only use other methods. What method should they use? This was the problem that Zhao Hai had the most headache about. Following this, Zhao Hai hid in the space and studied how to move white clouds. However, this wasn't easy. White clouds had strength and weight. If they were small, then it wouldn't be a problem. But if they were too big, then it would be very difficult. Even if Zhao Hai had the Hell King's ship and the giant spirit treasure ship, he still couldn't move fast enough. If they weren't fast enough, then they would be attacked. Although the people from the 100 Treasures realm were already used to fighting in the Sea of Clouds, they were still far behind the cloud beasts. If they were too slow, then the cloud beasts would swarm them. The losses would be too great. Zhao Hai and the others didn't know what to do. Although Muyu and Tang Jia didn't know why Zhao Hai was hiding in his room, they didn't ask. The two of them were busy dealing with the matters of the hidden cloud village. If they want to go back, then they would need to leave some of the cultivators who came with them here. At the same time, they would take some cultivators from the Cloud Sea territory with them. This would let the people from the 10,000 realm battlefield know that the cultivators of the Cloud Sea territory can also be subdued. Fortunately, the people who came with Zhao Hai and Muyu to the Cloud Sea territory were trustworthy people. Zhao Hai and Muyu didn't need to worry about them spouting nonsense when they return. However, they still needed to choose a good candidate. Zhao Hai and Muyu were very careful. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Hai and Muyu had been in the hidden cloud village for a month. During this time, Zhao Hai finally figured out a way to move the white clouds away. The method was to pull them forward and push them backward. Zhao Hai planned to make a large net to cover the White Cloud Island. Then he would have the Hell King's ship pull the net in front. Behind the White Cloud Island there would be a wall made of clouds. The giant spirit treasure ship, the pagoda, the 8 cyan imperial chariots, and the sword shuttles would push the White Cloud Island from behind. With this, the White Cloud Island would be taken away. Zhao Hai also wanted to make the net with the help of the translucent clouds. This was because Zhao Hai discovered that if he used liquid silver to make the net, then the white clouds would be cut into pieces. On the other hand, the translucent clouds wouldn't. With the same strength and density, the translucent clouds would be able to pull the white clouds away without cutting them. Although the translucent clouds weren't as tough as the translucent clouds, the effect would still be better. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to use the translucent clouds to make the net and the wall. After a month of seclusion, Zhao Hai finally came out of his room. Tang Jia and Muyu were waiting for him. There weren't many things to do in the hidden cloud village. The two just wanted to see when Zhao Hai would come out of seclusion. During this month, the cloud beasts in the Sea of Beasts had calmed down a lot. The hidden cloud village issued beast-catching missions again. However, they weren't allowed to go too deep into the Sea of Beasts. After all, the hidden cloud village was already on the periphery of the Sea of Beasts. As soon as Zhao Hai came out of seclusion, Muyu and Tang Jia immediately knew about it. The two quickly went to Zhao Hai's cloud house. Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled faintly as he said, "Brother Mu, little Jia, go and collect the translucent clouds that everyone has. Collect them as soon as possible." Although Zhao Hai didn't say what they were going to do, Muyu and Tang Jia trusted Zhao Hai, so they didn't ask. Before long, all the cultivators in the hidden cloud village began to move. Whether it was Cloud Sea territory cultivators or 100 Treasures realm cultivators, they all took out the translucent clouds that they didn't use. Because translucent clouds were very useful, everyone had a lot of translucent clouds in their hands. Once they were collected, there would be a lot of translucent clouds. Zhao Hai immediately organized the people and had them weave the net. This was because the net that Zhao Hai needed was too big. Everyone needed to participate in it. It took 10 days for the net to be finished. It was a huge net that could cover the entire hidden cloud village. Each net could fit a person. But compared to the size of the net was considered small. Besides the net, Zhao Hai also used translucent clouds to make walls. After these things were prepared, Zhao Hai immediately received the net and walls into the space. Then he looked for Muyu and said, "Brother Mu, I'll be going now. Wait for my news. As soon as you receive my news, immediately organize people to head to the Hell King's ship. This time, we'll definitely be attacked by cloud beasts in the Beast Sea territory. I'm afraid that I won't be able to deal with it alone." Muyu nodded and said, "Do what you can. Make sure that you're safe first." Zhao Hai nodded, then he cupped his fist towards Muyu and Tang Jia. Then his body flashed and disappeared. Looking at the place where Zhao Hai disappeared, Tang Jia's expression became heavy as he said, "Brother Mu, do you think Zhao Hai will be in danger?" Muyu shook his head and said, "Don't worry, he won't. Zhao Hai's current strength isn't something you can imagine. Let's just wait. I believe that it won't be long before Zhao Hai has good news." Although Tang Jia didn't understand why Muyu was so confident in Zhao Hai, he still nodded. Then the two split up to organize people and prepare to support Zhao Hai at any time. At this time, Zhao Hai appeared on the White Cloud Island where he met Guoling. The White Cloud Island didn't seem to have changed much. This made Zhao Hai curious. Why didn't the cloud beasts come and eat the White Cloud Island in the Sea of Beasts? This was very strange. However, Zhao Hai didn't have time to think too much about it. He immediately released the undead as well as the giant cloud net and the city walls. At the same time, he released the Hell King's ship, the giant spirit treasure ship, the pagoda, the 8 Cyan imperial chariots, and the sword shuttles. After everything was prepared, Zhao Hai immediately had the undead set up the net. The net was made according to the White Cloud Island, so naturally it was big enough. The city walls were quickly set up. Then under Zhao Hai's command, all the large artifacts began to move. The net slowly tightened. The giant spirit treasure ship, which had turned into a bulldozer, also began to push forward. Slowly, the White Cloud Island began to move towards the 10,000 realm battlefield. Zhao Hai clenched his fists in excitement. Today's result was the result of him, Laura, and the others working hard for a month. Fortunately, they succeeded. At this time, Kai's voice was heard, "Brother Hai, pay attention. A lot of cloud beasts are coming." Zhao Hai's expression changed. He immediately took out a jade sword message and sent it out. Muyu was waiting for Zhao Hai's news. The hidden cloud village was already prepared. Cultivators from the 100 Treasures realm and the Cloud Sea territory were already waiting for Zhao Hai's news. As soon as they received news, they would immediately set off. Zhao Hai has been gone for several hours. Muyu thought that Zhao Hai should have received news by now. At this time, a spatial rift suddenly appeared not far from Muyu. Then a jade sword message appeared inside the rift. Muyu took the jade sword and probed it with his spiritual force. His expression couldn't help but change. He immediately shouted, quickly enter the teleportation formation. According to the previous arrangements, use your fastest speed to enter the teleportation formation. Tang Jia was standing beside Muyu. When he heard Muyu, his expression couldn't help but change. He knew that Muyu was nervous because of Zhao Hai. Tang Jia immediately asked, "What's wrong, Brother Mu? Did something happen to Zhao Hai?" Muyu nodded and said, "Zhao Hai is already prepared. However, cloud beasts are attacking him. I'm afraid Zhao Hai won't be able to stop them. Hurry up." Muyu's last words were directed towards the others. The people who were getting on the transmission formation knew that they were going to Zhao Hai's place. Seeing Muyu's expression, they knew that something had happened. Everyone's movements quickened. Zhao Hai's status in the 100 Treasures realm was very high. Even in the subordinate realms, Zhao Hai's status was very high. Because Zhao Hai entered the 100 Treasures realm from the world of cultivation, he was very polite to the subordinate realms. Moreover, he helped them a lot. The subordinate realms were very grateful to Zhao Hai. Therefore, when they saw that something had happened to Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but feel anxious. A white light flashed on the Hell King's ship as a group of cultivators appeared. As soon as these cultivators appeared, Zhao Hai immediately said, "Hurry up and gather here." When the cultivators saw the large white cloud island behind the Hell King's ship, they couldn't help but be amazed. However, this wasn't the time to be amazed. They immediately followed Zhao Hai's instructions and landed on the White Cloud Island before taking out their artifacts. At this time, there were a lot of undead standing on the White Cloud Island. These undead were all holding guns and pointing them at the White Cloud Island. As long as there were cannons on the large artifacts, the barrels of the cannons were stretched out. The ones that didn't have cannons were also full of undead. These undead were also holding guns. Seeing this, the cultivators didn't dare to be negligent. Many of these cultivators fought alongside Zhao Hai before. They knew that Zhao Hai's arrangement was enough to repel tens of thousands of fire weavers. For Zhao Hai to be this nervous, it could only mean that the enemy this time was very strong. These people guessed right, the enemy this time was very strong. Zhao Hai didn't expect that the White Cloud Island wasn't discovered by the cloud beasts, so it wasn't eaten. On the contrary, the cloud beasts discovered the White Cloud Island long ago and kept it as rations. The cloud beast that ate the White Cloud Island was a king of the Sea of Beasts. Its strength was far beyond ordinary immortal experts. It also had countless small cloud beasts under its command. Cloud beasts like these had high intelligence. Now that it discovered that someone wanted to eat its rations, it couldn't help but get angry. Therefore, it led all of its cloud beasts to surround Zhao Hai. This time, the Cloud Beast King brought more than 100,000 cloud beasts. Moreover, these cloud beasts were very strong. Because of this, Zhao Hai became nervous. Zhao Hai was very strong, but the Cloud Beast King wasn't weak either. Even if Zhao Hai faced a Cloud Beast King, he might not be able to win. Because of this, Zhao Hai became nervous. Before long, groups of cultivators were sent to the Hell King's ship. Then they immediately gathered at the White Cloud Island to prepare for battle. This time, Zhao Hai brought a total of 15,000 cultivators. Among them, 3,000 were Cloud Sea Territory cultivators. The remaining 12,000 were cultivators who came with him. As for the cultivators who came with Zhao Hai, they were left behind by Zhao Hai and Muyu in the hidden cloud village. Naturally, these 8,000 cultivators were sacrificed when they returned. When less than 5,000 cultivators had gathered at the White Cloud Island, the Cloud Beast King's Cloud Beast army arrived. The Cloud Beast King's body was actually a huge old turtle. The turtle's body was black and had a metallic luster. It had antlers on its head, a carapace on its back, and 4 thick limbs. It was very fast. Behind the turtle were countless cloud beasts. Each of these cloud beasts had blood-red eyes as they charged towards Zhao Hai. It seems like they wanted to go all out against Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai knew that the turtle had entered the range of his cannons, so he immediately ordered the cannons to fire. The cannons rumbled for a while, but Zhao Hai knew that the damage that these cannons could do to the cloud beasts was very limited. This was especially true for the leader of the cloud beasts. Needless to say, the turtle's defensive capabilities were very formidable. The cannons only scratched its body like an itch. Zhao Hai's expression changed. He waved his hand as a spatial rift appeared. Then Julie came out of the rift. Julie was very strong, she was the only one among his women who could fight against him. From time to time, Zhao Hai would ask Julie to be his sparring partner. From this, one could see how strong she was. Julie also knew why Zhao Hai called her out. She immediately let out a scream before her body flashed and entered the sea of clouds. Julie's action scared the cultivators on the White Cloud Island. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to call out a woman. Moreover, this woman actually rushed into the sea of clouds. However, Zhao Hai didn't say anything, so they didn't ask. This was because their spiritual force was suppressed inside the sea of clouds. They didn't know where the cloud beasts were. Therefore, although they were prepared, they didn't have a target to attack. At this time, the undead on the large artifacts began to attack. A lot of cloud beasts were already rushing towards them. Julie was now standing in front of the old tortoise. It must be said that the old tortoise was very strong. Julie was much stronger than ordinary immortal experts. But in front of the old tortoise, she wasn't able to gain any advantage. Instead, she was slowly being pushed to a disadvantage. However, Zhao Hai didn't help Julie deal with the old turtle at this time. This was because a large number of cloud beasts had already arrived at the White Cloud Island. The undead also opened fire. Although the undead had already opened fire, the cloud beasts' defenses were still very strong. It wouldn't be easy to kill them with a single shot. At the same time, the cultivators on the White Cloud Island began to make their move. Besides the cultivators from the 100 Treasures realm, the cultivators from the subordinate realms didn't have any cloud beasts. They also didn't have any experience in fighting cloud beasts. Because of this, they couldn't leave the White Cloud Island to deal with the cloud beasts. Fortunately, Muyu also made arrangements for these cultivators. Every time there were a certain number of cultivators from the subordinate realms, there would be cultivators from the 100 Treasures realm. In this battle, these cultivators from the 100 Treasures realm played a big role. With them commanding the subordinate realms, although they might not be able to take advantage of the cloud beasts, they were still able to protect themselves. At this time, Zhao Hai released his stellar transformation sword formation and trapped a lot of cloud beasts. He began to kill them one by one. At this time, Zhao Hai didn't have time to take the cloud beasts to the space. This was because there was no need to do so. The magic beasts in the space were already the same as cloud beasts. There was no need to take more cloud beasts to the space. While the battle was going on, groups of cultivators arrived from the hidden cloud village and joined the battle. Although there were a lot of cloud beasts, they were still bombarded by the cannons. Only after being bombarded by the cannons did they fight the cultivators. For a while, the cloud beasts didn't have much of an advantage. Naturally, most of the credit went to Julie. If it wasn't for Julie delaying the cloud beast king, then the cultivators would have suffered a lot of casualties. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't help Julie was because it wasn't the right time. He was the commander of these people. If he left, then the cultivators might panic. If that happens, then the casualties would be even greater. Therefore, he could only wait here for Muyu. As long as Muyu arrives, then Muyu would be able to command these people while Zhao Hai went to help Julie. After some time, Muyu arrived with the last group of cultivators. Upon seeing the situation, Muyu stared. Then his expression changed as he immediately joined the battle. Seeing Muyu arrive, Zhao Hai immediately turned to him and said, "Brother Mu, you take command." Muyu nodded, then Zhao Hai's figure flashed and disappeared. Although Muyu didn't know where Zhao Hai went, he knew that Zhao Hai had something important to do. Therefore, he immediately took command. At this time, Zhao Hai appeared by Julie's side. The two of them were fighting the old turtle together. If you don't fight the old turtle, then you wouldn't be able to imagine how terrifying it was. The old turtle could turn the dark clouds around it into a large domain. Zhao Hai and Julie were having a hard time attacking it. Zhao Hai immediately put on his armor. At the same time, he added faith power to himself and Julie. Then a staff appeared in his hand. Together with Julie, Zhao Hai and Julie went towards the old woman. With the blessing of faith power, the effect was truly extraordinary. However, while Zhao Hai was attacking, he also used several other attacks. The first was the infinity technique. He tried to establish a connection with the dark clouds around him, but it didn't work. This was because the dark clouds were the old turtle's subordinates. They were filled with hostility towards him. It wasn't easy for him to establish a connection with the dark clouds. The second one was the beast taming technique. This technique was of little value to Zhao, because if he wanted to subdue a monster, he could just directly take it into the space. But against a monster of the turtle's level, his beast taming technique was simply useless. The third one was the intelligent sword technique. This was a pure spiritual attack technique. However, the turtle's spiritual force was also very strong, as solid as a rock. Using this technique to defeat the turtle was almost impossible. Finally, Zhao Hai used the enlightenment technique. Actually, Zhao Hai's main method to deal with the old turtles was the enlightenment technique. The previous techniques were just a cover for the enlightenment technique. For example, the infinity technique could cover up the spiritual fluctuations of the enlightenment technique, the beast subduing technique, and the brilliant sword technique. Zhao Hai used the spiritual fluctuations of these three techniques to cover up the spiritual fluctuations of the enlightenment technique. Finally, he used the enlightenment technique to invade the old turtle's spiritual fluctuations before subduing it. The old turtle's fighting strength was much stronger compared to ordinary immortal experts. Zhao Hai and Julie were able to fight it to a draw. Although they had a slight advantage, it would be very difficult for them to take the old turtle's life. The old turtle has been living in the sea of clouds for who knows how long. It was incomparably strong. How could Zhao Hai let go of such a formidable opponent? Naturally, he wanted to take the old turtle for his own use. The enlightenment technique was very useful, but its effect was very slow. The reason why Zhao Hai used it was because the old turtle would only pay attention to his other techniques. It wouldn't pay attention to the enlightenment technique. Zhao Hai and Julie blocked the old turtle while the others fought the cloud beasts. Fortunately, these people had the help of the undead. These undead were under the command of Laura and the others, so their cooperation was very good. Muyu also felt the pressure this time. When they fought against the fire weavers before, if the battle got too intense and they suffered too many casualties, the fire weavers would retreat or run away. But this time, their opponents were the cloud beasts. As long as the leader of the cloud beasts didn't die, they would charge forward as if they didn't care about their lives. It was very difficult for them to deal with them. Fortunately, the 100 Treasures realm had some experience in dealing with cloud beasts. These cloud beasts were mainly melee fighters. Under the command of the people from the 100 Treasures realm, they didn't suffer too many losses. Naturally, casualties were unavoidable. While commanding the battle, Muyu also noticed that although they seemed to be the main force in the battle against the cloud beasts, the ones who contributed the most were the undead. A lot of the undead were able to transform. The undead were divided into teams of 3. While one team was responsible for firing, the other team was responsible for reloading their magazines. Another team would stand on the side. As long as someone was injured or needed to reload, the undead would immediately take their place. Because of this, the undead's guns would never stop firing. If a cloud beast withstood the bullets and ran to the front of the formation, then the undead responsible for suppressing the bullets would transform into magic beasts and entangle the cloud beast. With the cooperation of the other undead, the cloud beast would be killed. What caught Muyu's attention the most were the undead that were wearing magic robes. These undead wandered among the undead. As long as they saw a dead cloud beast, they would immediately release a black mist, turning the cloud beast into an undead. Then these undead cloud beasts would turn around and attack the other cloud beasts. Muyu didn't notice this kind of fighting style before. He thought that Zhao Hai's undead would hide in large artifacts and shoot. But now, it seems like this wasn't the case at all. The undead had a tacit understanding with each other. This allowed them to reduce their casualties. With the cooperation of the undead, Muyu and the others were able to stabilize the situation. Moreover, their casualties were only about 2,000. Seeing that things couldn't go on like this, Muyu immediately took out a jade sword and sent a letter to the hidden cloud village. He had Xianxia organize a group of people, preferably 2 immortal experts. This was because Muyu discovered that there were several immortal stage cloud beasts mixed in. These cloud beasts had already caused a lot of casualties to the undead. Xianxia was also worried about Zhao Hai's situation. Seeing how anxious Muyu was, he knew that Zhao Hai's situation wasn't good. However, he had to stay in the hidden cloud village and couldn't leave. Because of this, he could only worry. At this time, the transmission formation of the hidden cloud village lit up and a jade sword flew out. Xianxia grabbed it and scanned it with his spiritual force. He immediately understood what was going on. Xianxia immediately had the people in charge of the hidden cloud village gather people. Then he took the jade sword and went to the cloud house where the immortal experts were in seclusion. After handing the jade sword to the immortal experts didn't even think about it before they stood up and went to Zhao Hai's place to help. They had Xianxia organize the people here. To be honest, Xianxia didn't expect the elders to act so quickly. But when he saw the elders leave, Xianxia couldn't help but feel depressed. With the elders gone, Xianxia would have to organize the people here. He would be the last one to go to the battlefield. Although Xianxia was unhappy and anxious, he had no choice but to stay here and organize the people. Following Xianxia's orders, groups of cultivators arrived at the battlefield through the transmission formation and joined the battle. This further eased the situation of the battlefield. After the immortal experts arrived at the battlefield, they immediately went to deal with the immortal stage cloud beasts. Fortunately, the immortal experts already had their cloud beast tokens, so they were able to adapt to the environment. This allowed them to block the immortal stage cloud beasts. However, it was impossible for them to deal with the cloud beasts in a short time. These cloud beasts weren't to be trifled with. On the other hand, Zhao Hai and Julie's battle with the old turtle had reached its climax. Zhao Hai was currently using all his means. However, he discovered that aside from some powerful attacks, the old turtle's other attacks were useless. The turtle's defense was really too strong, and its strength was extraordinary. Zhao found that his attacks on the turtle's back were simply useless. He didn't know how thick the turtle's back was, but it was also its strongest defense. Attacking the back was tantamount to brushing off the dust on the turtle's clothes. It simply didn't have any effect on the turtle at all. However, Zhao Hai's spiritual force attack played a big role. The old turtle was confused by Zhao Hai's spiritual force attack. Zhao Hai's spiritual force attack was infused with faith power. In addition to the spiritual force attack, ordinary immortal experts wouldn't be able to withstand it. Only the old turtle's spiritual force was as stable as a rock. Therefore, it was able to withstand Zhao Hai's spiritual force attack. The battle has been going on for more than 3 hours. The cloud beasts were still attacking the White Cloud Island. The casualties on the White Cloud Island had increased. At this point, the White Cloud Island had suffered 5,000 casualties while the cloud beasts had suffered more than 20,000 casualties. However, the cloud beasts didn't retreat and continued to attack. Fortunately, Xianxia and the others came to support them. Otherwise, Muyu wouldn't be able to hold the fort. Zhao Hai and Julie were still fighting the old turtle. However, the old turtle's attacks were slowly weakening. From time to time, its eyes would reveal traces of confusion. Zhao Hai knew that this was the effect of the enlightenment technique. He didn't strengthen his attacks. On the contrary, he slowed down his attacks. This would make the old turtle less vigilant. This way, Zhao Hai could subdue it. After 3 hours of fighting, the old turtle was no longer attacking Zhao Hai. Instead, it was looking at Zhao Hai with confused eyes. Seeing that the time was right, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a spatial rift appeared and sucked the old turtle into the space. The old turtle was very big. Its back wasn't smaller than the Hell King's ship. Because of this, it took a lot of effort for Zhao Hai to suck the old turtle into the space. Fortunately, the old turtle was making its final resistance and was easily pulled into the space by Zhao Hai. As soon as Old Tortoise entered the space immediately issued a prompt: discovered chaotic creature, subdued successfully. This creature is a turtle-shaped mutant. It is very strong and has amazing defense. It has excellent genes, extracted successfully and added to the space creature. Added successfully. With the prompt, the old turtle officially became Zhao Hai's subordinate. As soon as the old turtle became Zhao Hai's subordinate, Zhao Hai felt a surge of faith power entering his body. It was an indescribable comfort. This faith power was stronger than the faith power of 10 immortal experts. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and released the old turtle. After the old turtle was released, it immediately flew to Zhao Hai's side and rubbed its head against Zhao Hai's body to show its affection. Zhao Hai rubbed the old turtle's head and said, "Have them stop. If they're willing to follow us, then I'll find them a place to stay. If they're unwilling, then have them enter the Cloud Sea." The old turtle naturally understood Zhao Hai's words. It immediately raised its head and let out a roar. All the cloud beasts that heard its roar stopped and then quickly gathered around it. Zhao Hai remembered that these cloud beasts were different from humans. If a cloud beast were to betray their leader, then they would be immediately executed. Therefore, as long as he subdued the old turtle, then he would be able to subdue all of the cloud beasts as well. Zhao Hai was delighted. Although a lot of cloud beasts died in the battle, there were still about 80,000 left. As long as these cloud beasts were here, they can give more cloud beast tokens to the people of the 100 Treasures realm. This way, more people from the 100 Treasures realm would be able to move freely in the Sea of Clouds. Zhao Hai had the old turtle support the cloud beasts. Then he and Julie returned to the White Cloud Island. At this time, several immortal experts were gathered on the White Cloud Island. In addition to Muyu and Xianxia, everyone was present. Upon seeing Zhao Hai and Julie, these people couldn't help but stare. Naturally, they knew that Zhao Hai was here, but they didn't expect Julie to be here as well. Among these people, only Xianxia and Muyu knew Julie. The others didn't know her. Zhao Hai led Julie to give a salute to the immortal experts. Then he said, "I thank the elders for coming. Rest assured, the matter here has been resolved." One of the elders looked at Zhao Hai, then he nodded and said, "That's good. Then we'll return. I'll leave the aftermath to you." After he said that, he nodded to the others. Then the elders flew to the transmission formation and returned to the hidden cloud village. As soon as the elders left, Muyu and Xianxia immediately surrounded Zhao Hai. The two looked at Julie and said, "I've seen sister-in-law." "Little Hai, why is sister-in-law here?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "If I didn't let her come, then I wouldn't have been able to deal with those cloud beasts. Especially the cloud beast in the lead. It's stronger than an immortal expert. If it wasn't for Julie's help, I wouldn't have been able to deal with it. Alright, Brother Mu, Brother Tang, have everyone prepare more cloud beasts. I'll have the cloud beasts come over in a while. You can take them away with your tokens." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and received the undead. At this time, the old turtle led the cloud beasts to the White Cloud Island. Upon seeing the giant turtle, Muyu and the others couldn't help but exclaim, And when they saw the cloud beasts behind the turtle, the cultivators couldn't help but become nervous. However, the cloud beasts were very obedient. Muyu and Xianxia immediately arranged for people with tokens to receive the cloud beasts. This might be the easiest time they've had to subdue cloud beasts. Not only could a cloud beast be stored in one token, but it could also be used in different grades. A cloud token can hold more than one cloud beast. According to the quality of the token, it can be divided into several grades. The lowest grade can hold 5 cloud beasts while the highest grade can hold 50 cloud beasts. Moreover, a person can use more than 1 or 2 cloud beasts. As long as you're willing, no one would care if you have 100 cloud beasts on you. The cloud tokens in the hands of cultivators can still hold cloud beasts. After all, the 100 Treasures realm's time in the Cloud Sea territory was too short. Generally, people who have cloud beasts would only be able to keep 1 cloud beast in their cloud token. There were too many wolves and too little meat. After the cloud beasts were received, Xiaohai and Muyu had Xianxia lead some people back to the hidden cloud village. At this time, there were only about 1,000 people left in the village. There were also a lot of corpses. These corpses were well preserved and given proper burial. The cultivators didn't care about the corpses. As cultivators, their goal was to defy the heavens and change their fate. But death was also a common thing. On the path of cultivation, one must be prepared to face danger at any time. After everything was taken care of, Xiaohai and the others reappeared. Some of the cultivators stayed on the White Cloud Island while some entered the Hell King's ship to rest. Xiaohai left the old turtle outside. With the turtle present, cloud beasts wouldn't dare approach the White Cloud Island. Their speed wasn't fast. After all, it wasn't easy to drag such a large White Cloud Island. These cultivators were very used to staying on the White Cloud Island. Some of the cultivators who didn't have cloud beasts already had their cloud beasts. Xiaohai wasn't worried that the people of the Cloud Sea territory would notice the changes in the Sea of Beasts. It was impossible for them to do so. This was because the location of the battle was too far away from the Cloud Sea territory. It was impossible for the people of the Cloud Sea territory to go this far. In the past, Guoling was very lucky to be able to reach the White Cloud Island. But now, the route that Guoling took has long been blocked. It was impossible for someone to go this far into the Sea of Beasts. Nobody in the Cloud Sea territory had the strength to do so. Therefore, Xiaohai was relieved. After walking for more than 10 days, they finally left the area of the Sea of Beasts. Although the rest of the journey wasn't short, there were no more cloud beasts to harass them. It was relatively safe. The cultivators were very used to this lifestyle. One must know that cultivators would go into seclusion for several years. This amount of time was nothing to them. However, these cultivators weren't in seclusion. Instead, they were discussing with others. It was rare for these people to have such an opportunity. From time to time, they would exchange pointers. This was very helpful in improving their strength. Xiaohai and Muyu were also very relaxed these days. With the turtle guarding them, no cloud beasts dared to harass them. The two of them were very relaxed. The two sent a letter to the Cloud Sea realm telling them that they would return in about a month. They also told the Cloud Sea realm to prepare. Muyu and the others were very concerned about this matter. Their control over the Octopus Islands became even stricter. This also attracted the attention of the other high-grade realms. Actually, the other high-grade realms were very envious of the 100 Treasures realm. This was because the 100 Treasures realm had Xiaohai and Xiaohai could freely enter and exit the Cloud Sea realm. Now that they saw the 100 Treasures realm's actions, they knew that Xiaohai and the others were about to return. Time passed bit by bit, and soon a month had passed. Xiaohai and the others finally arrived at the edge of the Cloud Sea realm. Although they were still some distance away from the Octopus Islands, Xiaohai and the others had no choice but to stop here. This was because they wanted to leave the White Cloud Island here. As they moved forward, there wouldn't be as many dark clouds. Xiaohai was afraid that they would delay the growth of the White Cloud Island. After stopping the White Cloud Island, Xiaohai immediately received the net. At the same time, Xiaohai placed the city walls on the White Cloud Island. Then Xiaohai led the cultivators to the Hell King's ship and entered the Octopus Islands. Muyu and the others were already waiting for Xiaohai in the Octopus Islands. Seeing Zhao Hai return, Mu Yu and Zhongzhe personally went forward to greet him. Zhao Hai had the other cultivators rest in the Octopus Islands while he and Mu Yu led Mu Yu and Zhongzhe to the White Cloud Island. When the four appeared on the White Cloud Island, Mu Yu and Zhongzhe couldn't help but be excited when they saw the traces left behind by the battle. Zhongzhe turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you've made a great contribution this time. With this White Cloud Island, the 100 Treasures realm can put our things on the table. Moreover, the other high-grade realms would have no choice but to surround us. As long as we find the right opportunity, we can deal with them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry." Mu Yu nodded and said, "Right. As long as we have this White Cloud Island, we can make the other high-grade realms bleed non-stop. Sooner or later, we'll be able to swallow those guys." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We encountered a cloud beast attack on the way here. Brother Tang Jia has already collected more than 80,000 cloud beasts. We can arrange for people to go there and distribute the cloud beasts. Then we can train them here. When the time comes, their fighting strength will be even stronger." Mu Yu nodded and said, "Right. As long as the other realms see the appearance of those people, they would certainly be tempted. When the time comes, we'll be able to lure them in. Alright, let's head back. We need to arrange for people to stay here as soon as possible." Zhongzhe smiled faintly and said, "I think the biggest shock this time would be the Cloud Sea Territory's cultivators. When those guys appear, the other high-grade realms would surely be dumbfounded. When the time comes, they would certainly want to go to the Cloud Sea Territory to capture them. When the time comes, we'll have a good show to watch." Mu Yu nodded, then he said, "We can let those guys fight. When necessary, we'll deal with them. As for us, I think it's time for us to change our target." Hearing Mu Yu, Zhongzhe and the others couldn't help but stare. Zhongzhe looked at Mu Yu and said, "What do you mean?" Mu Yu smiled faintly and said, "It's very simple. The 100 Treasures realm is now an important existence among the 5 great realms. The other high-grade realms are wary of us. If we make a move, the other high-grade realms would certainly unite. This is very disadvantageous for us. Therefore, we need an enemy, a powerful enemy. For example, the Fire Weavers." Hearing Mu Yu, Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but stare. They knew what kind of existence the Fire Weavers were. They were one of the 5 great realms. Attacking the Fire Weavers at this time would be unwise. Looking at their expressions, Mu Yu knew what they were thinking. He smiled faintly and said, "Don't overestimate the Fire Weavers. The Fire Weavers don't get along well with the other high-grade realms. If we attack them, the other high-grade realms would be happy." Zhongzhe hesitated for a moment and said, "The Fire Weavers are indeed powerful. But the 5 great realms are one. Wouldn't it be bad if we attack them at this time? Wouldn't it cause a reaction from the other high-grade realms?" Mu Yao shook his head and said, "The 5 great realms can't wait to annex the Fire Weavers. One of them is the Sword Realm while the other is the Divergent Alliance. These 2 realms don't have a good relationship with the Fire Weavers, especially the Sword Realm. They have conflicts with the Fire Weavers, but the conflict isn't very serious. If we join forces with the Sword Realm, we might not be able to make any progress. The relationship between the Sword Realm and the Fire Weavers isn't what it seems. The Sword Realm doesn't want the Fire Weavers to die. On the contrary, the Divergent Alliance uses divergent techniques. Whether it's offense or defense, they are very strong. If we fight them head-on, I'm afraid we won't be able to gain any advantage. If we fight them head-on, we might not be able to win." Zhongzhe knit his brows and said, "You mean that the Divergent Realm will help us deal with the Fire Weavers? I'm afraid that's impossible. The 5 great realms have existed for so many years. They have always strived for a balance. If we suddenly intervene, would the Divergent Realm agree?" Mu Yao smiled faintly and said, "That depends on what we need. If we want to insert our forces into the 5 great realms' territory, they certainly wouldn't agree. But what if we don't?" Mu Yao smiled faintly and said, "That depends on what we need." Zhongzhe stared, then he immediately thought of something. His eyes lit up as he said, "You mean that place?" Mu Yu smiled faintly and said, "Right, that place. If we want that place, would the Divergent Realm give it to us? When the time comes, the Divergent Realm can take the Fireweaver's territory and we can take that place. Would they disagree? Zhongzhe didn't speak. Naturally, he agreed with Muyu's words. On the other hand, Zhao Hai and Muyu didn't understand what Muyu was talking about. However, it didn't take long before Zhao Hai guessed what Muyu and Zhongzhe were talking about. They should be talking about Half-Beast Island. Half-Beast Island was an eternal pain in the land of chaos. As the name suggests, Half-Beast Island was a peninsula occupied by the beast race. In the beginning, it was part of the land of chaos. But many years ago, the 5 great realms invaded the land of chaos. Although they were repelled by the high-grade realms, Half-Beast Island was occupied by the 5 great realms and became part of the Divergent Realm. For many years, the high-grade realms of the land of chaos wanted to take back Half-Beast Island. But in the end, they didn't succeed. The 5 great realms weren't pushovers. If they dared to touch their territory, they wouldn't be polite. However, Half-Beast Island's geographical location was very special. It was very close to the land of chaos. If the land of chaos were to dispatch troops, then the Divergent Realm would find it very difficult to defend Half-Beast Island. However, if they were to protect each other, then the situation would be different. Half-Beast Island would be giving up a territory deep in the land of chaos in exchange for the Fireweaver race. This was definitely a good deal for the Divergent Realm. They would certainly agree to it. Although Zhao had guessed this point, he didn't say it out loud. This was because he knew that Half-Beast Island had always been a taboo in the land of chaos. Especially for these people, very few people would mention it. The reason why the high-grade realms of the land of chaos didn't mention Half-Beast Island was because it was very difficult to take it back by force. It was precisely because of this that the high-grade realms of the land of chaos didn't mention Half-Beast Island. This was because it was a disgrace to the high-grade realms of the land of chaos. But for the people of the Divergent Realm, Half-Beast Island was of little value. There were no particularly important resources there. It was deep in the sea and connected to the land. It wasn't close to any of the 5 great realms. Even if they wanted to reinforce Half-Beast Island, they could only rely on transmission formations. Half-Beast Island was equivalent to an enclave. And this enclave was something that the people of the land of chaos dreamed of. In the past, the Divergent Realm was willing to defend Half-Beast Island for the honor of the 5 great realms. But if the 100 Treasures Realm used the Fireweaver race's territory in exchange for Half-Beast Island, then the Divergent Realm would certainly agree. They might even be afraid that the 100 Treasures Realm would go back on their word. After pondering for some time, Zhongzhe said, if the Divergent Realm agrees, then there's no problem. But when it comes to rebellion, we can ask the Divergent Realm to give up Half-Beast Island first. Then we'll send troops. Muyao smiled faintly and said, I think the same. If we can't get Half-Beast Island, then we won't send troops. As long as we get it, we won't have any worries. When the time comes, we can clean up the land of chaos. As long as we unify the land of chaos, then we can attack the 5 great realms. As long as we unify the 5 great realms, then even the Sky Tower wouldn't dare to do anything to us. Hearing Muyao's words, Zhao Hai couldn't help but recognize that Muyao's words were indeed grand. If what Muyao said was true, then the 100 Treasures Realm would be able to unify the 10,000 Realm battlefield. If the entire 10,000 Realm battlefield were to deal with the Sky Tower, then it would be hard to say who would win. However, Zhao Hai was certain that the Sky Tower wouldn't allow the 100 Treasures Realm to unify the 10,000 Realm battlefield so easily. Not to mention the Cloudsea territory, who knows what was behind the 5 great realms. If the Cloudsea territory was behind the 5 great realms, then what would the 100 Treasures Realm do? They might not even be able to keep their current territory. Just as Muyao and the others thought, ever since the other high-grade realms learned about the White Cloud Islands, the entire 10,000 Realm battlefield went into an uproar. Even the 5 great realms began to send people to contact the 100 Treasures Realm. Naturally, the Fireweavers didn't contact the 100 Treasures Realm. After all, the two sides had enmity. However, the Fireweavers began to contact the other high-grade realms. They wanted to know what was inside the Sea of Clouds. The 100 Treasures Realm no longer wanted to keep this matter a secret. These people wanted to get a share of the spoils of the Sea of Clouds. It would be best if they didn't do so. Let these people and the Cloudsea territory consume each other. Because of this idea, the 100 Treasures realm didn't hide anything this time. They announced the method of making transforming clouds as well as the fact that white clouds couldn't be left outside for too long. Otherwise, they would return. At the same time, they also announced that the success rate of refining weapons would be greatly increased. Naturally, they didn't forget to mention the cloud beasts as well. When the 100 Treasures realm announced these things, as well as the cloud rice and cloud medicine that the other high-grade realms obtained, all of these things would attract a lot of attention. Most importantly, the 100 Treasures realm's possession of the White Cloud realm was equivalent to having their own territory in the Sea of Clouds. With this territory, they would be able to attack or retreat. The high-grade realms weren't idiots. They knew how important White Cloud Islands were to the other high-grade realms. With White Cloud Islands, the 100 Treasures realm could increase their refining success rate, subdue cloud beasts, and speed up their cultivation. They could also obtain cloud rice, cloud medicines, and cloud wine. These were all good things. These things made people's eyes red with envy. However, they couldn't enter the Sea of Clouds at any time. If they want to obtain White Cloud Islands, they could only snatch them from the hands of the Cloud Sea territory. Moreover, they couldn't transport White Cloud Islands back to the 10,000 realm battlefield. However, the other realms were also able to see the 100 Treasures realm's losses. The high-grade realms inquired about how many people the 100 Treasures realm brought with them. Naturally, they didn't know the exact number. What they knew was that the 100 Treasures realm brought 30,000 people to the expedition. However, less than 10,000 people returned. They had lost 20,000 people. This kind of loss wasn't small for any high-grade realm. However, compared to the previous invasion of the Cloud Sea territory, the 100 Treasures realm's situation was much better. Last time, the high-grade realms wanted to monopolize the spoils of war. They used their own cultivators to attack the Cloud Sea territory. The 100 Treasures realm didn't use the subordinate realms. However, in this way, the minor worlds were spared from a disaster. The major worlds suffered heavy losses while the minor worlds remained unscathed. On the other hand, the 100 Treasures realm was different. This time, the 100 Treasures realm mobilized the majority of the subordinate realms. Because of this, the 100 Treasures realm didn't lose a lot of people. Naturally, all of this was just for the public to know. The 100 Treasures realm didn't lose a lot of people, only a few thousand. But in other people's eyes, the 100 Treasures realm lost 20,000 people. Although the other high-grade realms saw the 100 Treasures realm's losses, they were more interested in the White Cloud Islands that the 100 Treasures realm obtained. That thing was too attractive. In a short period of time, the high-grade realms began to contact the 100 Treasures realm more frequently. Besides some people who inquired about the situation, everyone else wanted to know about the situation in the Cloud Sea territory. Mu Yao and Xianxia had been very busy in the past few days. They were busy meeting people from different realms. Usually, they would meet people separately. But today, the two of them were in the conference hall and were meeting someone together. This person wasn't very tall. He had green skin and thick hair. He looked like a wild beast. However, he was wearing a decent cultivator's robe. Although he looked scary, he had a refined aura that made people confused. Mu Yao and Xianxia gave the person a salute and said, "We've seen Mr. Sleet. Mr. is an expert from the Divergent Realm. It's an honor for the 100 Treasures realm to visit the Divergent Realm." Hearing Mu Yao, Sleet couldn't help but laugh and said, "Elder Mu, Elder Zong is too polite. I'm here on behalf of the Divergent Realm to discuss cooperation with the 100 Treasures realm. I don't dare accept your politeness." Mu Yao invited Sleet to sit down. Inside the conference hall, there were no longer mats like before. Instead, there were white clouds. They were soft and comfortable to sit on. Sleet looked at the white clouds before slowly sitting down. Then he couldn't help but nod. Then he turned to Mu Yao and Xianxia and said, "You two really know how to enjoy yourselves. Is this made of transforming clouds? It's really good stuff." Mu Yao smiled and said, "Transforming clouds have a lot of uses. If Mr. Sleet likes it, we can give some to you." Sleet didn't decline, he smiled and said, "Then I won't be polite. I came here on orders from the realm to discuss cooperation with the 100 Treasures realm." Mu Yao and Xianxia looked at each other. Then Zhongzhe opened his mouth and said, "How does your realm want to cooperate with us?" Sleet looked at Mu Yao and Zhongzhe and said, "Rest assured, our cooperation this time isn't to deal with the Cloud Sea territory. Instead, it's to deal with the Fire Weavers." Mu Yao and Zhongzhe stared. They thought that Sleet was looking for them because of the Cloud Sea territory. But now it seems like it wasn't the case. It was to deal with the Fire Weavers. This happened to coincide with their thoughts. Seeing the two looking at each other, Sleet thought that they didn't believe him. Sleet immediately said, "You two don't need to doubt our sincerity. In order to deal with the Fire Weavers, we've already contacted the Sword Realm. The Sword Realm also gave us a positive answer. In other words, it's not only the Divergent Realm that will deal with the Fire Weavers, but also the Sword Realm. If you agree, then the three realms will send troops to deal with the Fire Weavers. I believe that the Fire Weavers will be eliminated." Mu Yao and Zhongzhe turned silent. Before, they only wanted to contact the Divergent Realm to deal with the Fire Weavers. They didn't expect the Sword Realm to join in as well. With this, their chances of success increased. However, it was hard to say if they would be able to obtain Half-Beast Island. The two looked at each other, then Zhongzhe opened his mouth and said, "Mr. Sleet, although we have enmity with the Fire Weavers, the 100 Treasures Realm still doesn't have the strength to deal with them. We're very interested in your proposal. But you should know that the 100 Treasures Realm has lost a lot of people recently. If we fight the Fire Weavers, the casualties would be even greater. Therefore, this matter is very difficult." When Sleet heard Zhongzhe, he didn't get angry at all. He understood what Zhongzhe meant. Zhongzhe's meaning was very clear. It wasn't that they didn't want to send troops, but there should be some benefits for doing so. Sleet was already prepared for this. He looked at Zhongzhe and smiled faintly as he said, "Although the three realms are working together to deal with the Fire Weavers, the 100 Treasures Realm and the Fire Weavers aren't enemies. Even if we win, the 100 Treasures Realm wouldn't benefit. Therefore, it's understandable that the 100 Treasures Realm doesn't want to send troops. But if the 100 Treasures Realm sends troops, then the Divergent Realm wouldn't treat you unfairly. After this, we will give you Half-Beast Island as a gift. What do you think?" Hearing Sleet, Zhongzhe, and Mu Yao couldn't sit still. Sleet's arrival already surprised them. And now, Sleet's conditions were exactly what they expected. They couldn't figure out why Sleet would make such a proposal. In fact, Zhongzhe and Mu Yao were just overthinking things. For the Divergent Realm, Half-Beast Island was of little value. Although there was a lot of production there, the beast race were very arrogant and difficult to manage. Moreover, it was an enclave. There was no use in keeping it in the Divergent Realm. The people from the Divergent Realm knew what Half-Beast Island meant to the people of the Land of Chaos, especially to the 100 Treasures Realm. Because of this, the Divergent Realm proposed to use Half-Beast Island in exchange for the 100 Treasures Realm's troops. Not only would they be throwing away a chicken rib, but they would also gain the upper hand when the Fire Weavers are eliminated. This would give them a piece of territory. Losing an enclave in exchange for a territory that belongs to the 100 Treasures Realm, this was the reason why the Divergent Realm proposed such a proposal. Looking at Mu Yao and Zhongzhe's expressions, Sleet knew that the two were tempted. He smiled faintly and said, "You don't need to think too much about it. Giving Half-Beast Island to the 100 Treasures Realm is a decision that the Divergent Realm agreed to. We can even make a written agreement so that no one can go back on their words. But let's be clear, we don't want to affect the relationship between our realms in the future. The Divergent Realm's management of Half-Beast Island hasn't been good these past few years. The beast race there aren't very obedient. Even if we hand the island over to the 100 Treasures Realm, it would still be difficult for the 100 Treasures Realm to get anything out of it. If the 100 Treasures Realm doesn't agree to this proposal, then we can discuss it again. What do you think?" Hearing Sleet, Mu Yao, and Zhongzhe breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, they were very clear about the situation in Half-Beast Island. The reason why the beast race was so lively was because of the 100 Treasures Realm's instigation and support. Half-Beast Island wasn't far from the 100 Treasures Realm, so it was impossible for the 100 Treasures Realm to just let the island be. If they did, then the Divergent Realm might use the island as a springboard to attack the 100 Treasures Realm. Because of this, the 100 Treasures Realm has been trying to win over people in Half-Beast Island. From time to time, they would create obstacles for the Divergent Realm. They also supported the Beast Race to fight against the Divergent Realm. Because of this, the Divergent Realm's control over Half-Beast Island wasn't very good. This was also the reason why the 100 Treasures Realm didn't have much to worry about. However, these were all done in the open. The Divergent Realm didn't pay enough attention to Half-Beast Island. If the Divergent Realm really wanted to clean up Half-Beast Island, then they would have done so a long time ago. It was precisely because of this that the 100 Treasures Realm was very interested in taking back Half-Beast Island. After all, it didn't feel good to have a nail in your back. Mu Yao and Zhongzhe were sitting in the conference hall. Beside them was a group of 50 elders. These were the members of the elder group. Currently, the 100 Treasures Realm had formed a 10-person elder group. This was because what they were going to do this time was too important. Sending troops to the Fire Weavers, Mu Yao and Zhongzhe decided to send troops to the Fire Weavers. This was a major event. What kind of existence was the Fire Weavers? The Fire Weavers were one of the 5 great realms. They were a lot stronger than the 100 Treasures Realm. And now, the 100 Treasures Realm decided to send troops to the Fire Weavers. Besides taking revenge, they would also be able to obtain Half-Beast Island. Originally, this matter only needed to be discussed by the elders. However, Mu Yao and Zhongzhe allowed Zhao Hai and Mu Shu to participate. The two had made great contributions to the 100 Treasures Realm. Therefore, they were qualified to participate in this meeting. Seeing that everyone was present, Mu Yao coughed lightly and then said, "I think everyone already knows why I called everyone here today." Right, the Divergent Realm asked us to send troops to deal with the Fire Weavers. Besides the 100 Treasures Realm and the Divergent Realm, the Sword Realm is also participating. Elder Zhongzhe and I want to send troops. Does anyone have any objections? An elder replied, "We should send troops. This time, not only can we take revenge, we can also reclaim Half-Beast Island. This is very important for us." Another elder replied, "If we send troops, I'm afraid we'll suffer a lot of casualties. The Fire Weavers aren't easy to deal with. If we suffer too many casualties, I'm afraid the other high-grade realms would come to deal with us." Another elder shook his head and said, "I'm afraid they wouldn't dare. The losses they suffered in the Cloud Sea territory were too heavy. They wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. I think this is a good opportunity to deal with the Fire Weavers. Even if we suffer a lot of losses, it wouldn't be a problem. This is because the other high-grade realms have also suffered heavy losses. They wouldn't come to deal with us." Everyone nodded. Then Zhongzhe said, "We're not dealing with the Fire Weavers for revenge. Our main goal is to take back Half-Beast Island. Half-Beast Island is behind us. If we don't take it back, then we'll face the threat of Half-Beast Island. Over the years, the 100 Treasures Realm has invested a lot in Half-Beast Island. However, we haven't dared to take back our people. After all, Half-Beast Island belongs to the Divergent Realm in name. If we touch Half-Beast Island, then the Divergent Realm wouldn't let us off. But the situation is different now. We have an opportunity to take back Half-Beast Island openly. We can't miss this opportunity." Everyone nodded. This was indeed a good opportunity. Needless to say, Half-Beast Island was very important to the 100 Treasures Realm. Everyone knew that if they succeed, then it would be very beneficial for them. Mu Yao looked at all of these and then said, "The most important thing is that this operation can lower the other realms' vigilance towards us. Last time, the other realms suffered heavy losses. At the same time, they were very wary of us. Although Zhao Hai and the others brought us back to the White Cloud Island, this didn't make them completely relax. After all, when we brought Zhao Hai and the others back to the White Cloud Island, we dispatched troops with the other realms. Moreover, the ones who lost the most were the smaller realms. Because of this, the other realms are still wary of us. Because of this, the other realms thought that we didn't suffer any losses last time. Because of this, the other realms are still wary of us. After all, their own realms have suffered heavy losses while their subordinate realms didn't. It's easy for them to organize their subordinate realms to send troops to the Cloud Sea territory. First, they want to plunder the resources of the Cloud Sea territory, and second, they want to consume the strength of their subordinate realms." Mu Yao nodded, then he said, "The most important thing is that this operation can reduce the other realms' vigilance towards us. After all, their own realms have suffered heavy losses while their subordinate realms have suffered small losses. It's easy for them to have a weak master and a strong servant. Because of this, they might organize their subordinate realms to send troops to the Cloud Sea territory. Everyone stared, they didn't think that this would happen. Now that they heard Mu Yao, they discovered that there were a lot of benefits in sending troops to the Fire Weavers. Naturally, they would immediately send troops. Seeing that nobody objected, Zhongzhe turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, this attack will depend on you. Our agreement with the Divergent Realm requires us to send at least 80,000 people. I want these people to ride large artifacts. Do you have a problem with that?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Everyone's eyes were focused on Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's name wasn't unfamiliar to the elders. This was because Zhao Hai had made a lot of contributions to the 100 Treasures realm. These elders couldn't forget his name even if they wanted to. Now that they heard Zhongzhe's question, the elders also wanted to hear what Zhao Hai had to say. Zhao Hai stood up, he looked at the elders and said, "Elders, there's no problem. Even if it's 100,000 people, I can guarantee that they won't leave the large artifacts." Hearing Zhao Hai, the elders breathed a sigh of relief. They also knew about Zhao Hai's ability. Zhao Hai's 3 large artifacts all had internal space. This was the best way to transport people. Zhongzhe nodded and said, "All right, then you can go and prepare. If you need anything, just tell us. The realm will fully support you." Zhao Hai nodded and then sat down. Then Zhongzhe turned his head to the others and said, "Since this matter is settled, then everyone should go and prepare. This time, we're going to attack the Fire Weavers. Not only will we send ordinary cultivators, we'll also send immortal experts. All right, everyone go and prepare." Everyone nodded and then turned around to leave. Zhao Hai and Muyu stayed behind. Zhongzhe looked at the two and said, "Dealing with the Fire Weavers is very important for the 100 Treasures realm. This isn't as simple as dealing with the Fire Weavers and recovering Half-Beast Island. At the same time, we need to let the Sword Realm and the Divergent Realm see the strength of the 100 Treasures realm. Only this way will we be able to cooperate with them in the future. Moreover, it will be an equal cooperation. Otherwise, they will always suppress us, which is very disadvantageous for us. Therefore, this battle must be fought beautifully. Zhao Hai, can you integrate more large artifacts into your artifacts? If possible, the realm can take out a few giant spirit treasure ships and integrate them into your artifacts. This time, we'll be relying on your large artifacts to attack the Fire Weavers." Zhao Hai stared. To be honest, as long as he wanted to, he could make more giant spirit treasure ships. However, doing so would be too conspicuous. He didn't expect the realm to have this idea. Although it was a bit inappropriate for the realm to take out a few giant spirit treasure ships, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. The realm already had a lot of giant spirit treasure ships. Even if he integrated 10 of them into his artifacts, it wouldn't be a problem. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately replied, "Elder can rest assured. If the realm allows it, then I can integrate 10 giant spirit treasure ships into liquid silver. If I add some materials, then I can make more sword shuttles." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhongzhe stood up, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "You can take as many materials as you want. I'll give you 10 giant spirit treasure ships. You must guarantee that when you go out, in addition to the 3 large artifacts, you'll also have 10 giant spirit treasure ships as well as 100 sword shuttles. The sword shuttles are very fast, flexible, and have strong attack power. These things are very useful whether it's in a group battle or in a siege. You can do as much as you want." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'll take 10 giant spirit treasure ships first. Then I'll go to Yan Planet. There's a lot of waste on Yan Planet, so I'll have to clean it up. However, I need time." Zhongzhe nodded and said, "I'll give you time, but it can't be too long. Half a month, I can only give you half a month. Is that enough?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Elder, rest assured. Half a month is enough. Then I'll go take the giant spirit treasure ships now." Zhongzhe nodded. Then Mu Tianbua said, "The realm has already refined some giant spirit treasure ships and is preparing to transport them to the headquarters. I think it would be better if you go directly to the realm to collect them. This would save you the trouble of transporting them to the headquarters and then assembling them. You don't need to touch the giant spirit treasure ships in the headquarters. Xiaohai nodded and said, "All right, then I'll set off immediately. Elders, you can rest assured that I'll do a good job." Xiaohai nodded, then he threw a token to Xiaohai and said, "Take the token and take the ships. After that, head to Yan planet. Go." Xiaohai nodded, then he turned around and left. After Xiaohai left, Muyao turned to Muyu and said, "Little Yu, you need to reorganize the troops. You need to reorganize the 80,000 troops. You need to train them first. Then you need to distribute them according to their strengths. When the time comes, they will enter Little UC artifacts one by one. This way, they will be able to display their greatest fighting strength. Understand?" Muyao nodded and said, "Little Yu, you need to reorganize the troops. You need to reorganize the 80,000 troops. Do you understand?" Muyu nodded and said, "Master, don't worry. I understand." Muyao nodded and said, "Go." Although there will be immortal experts, they won't be able to command the battle. The key to the battle will be up to you and Xiaohai. These people will be under your command. What I want is to have the least casualties and the greatest harvest." Xiaohai nodded and said, "Don't worry." Muyu replied, "Master, rest assured. With Xiaohai's large artifacts, there won't be any accidents. Master, you don't need to worry." Zhongzhe nodded and said, "Go, but we need to keep it a secret. If the fire weavers know about this, it would be troublesome for us. You need to visit the various subordinate realms and report on the losses of the Cloud Sea territory. You need to select people from the subordinate realms. We can't make any mistakes." Muyu nodded. Then Zhongzhe waved his hand and had him leave. Looking at Muyu's back, Zhongzhe said, "I hope we succeed this time." "We will." Muyao replied. Xiaohai calmly stood inside the space as he looked at the 10 giant spirit treasure ships that were slowly disappearing. In fact, it didn't matter if he fused the giant spirit treasure ships or not. However, in the end, Xiaohai decided to fuse them with the giant spirit treasure ships. This was because when he fought against the fire weavers, not only did he need the giant spirit treasure ships, he also needed the old turtle. The old turtle that Xiaohai subdued in the Sea of Clouds was very powerful. Most importantly, it had great defensive capabilities. Even the attacks of immortal experts were useless against the old turtle. Xiaohai wanted to transform the old turtle into a weapon. The old turtle was alive, but this was good. Xiaohai wanted to give the old turtle a layer of armor. And this armor was made of liquid silver. It must be said that the old turtle had several weaknesses. One of them was its eyes. When its eyes were open, it was a very obvious weakness. If its eyes were attacked, then the damage to the old turtle would be huge. Next was the anus, which was one of the turtle's weaknesses. Zhao needed to protect these places. Zhao's equipment turned liquid silver into a light red crystal and covered the turtle's eyes, so there wouldn't be a problem. The anus was even less of a problem. The turtle would drink and eat, but it wouldn't defecate, so Zhao just needed to cover that place. The most important thing was to protect the old turtle's limbs and other places. Although the defenses of these places were very strong, Xiaohai wasn't at ease. Therefore, he wanted to give the old turtle a full body armor. Not only did he want to give the old turtle a full body armor, he also wanted to build a castle on the old turtle's back. It would be made of liquid silver. Then he would have people or undead living in the castle. In the future, Xiaohai would live in this castle. The sword shuttles and giant spirit treasure ships that Xiaohai mentioned weren't a problem at all. Now, Xiaohai wanted to give the old turtle a full body armor. Not only that, he also wanted to strengthen the old turtle's fighting strength. At this time, Laura and the others were designing a plan for the old turtle. In Laura's opinion, they wanted to give the old turtle a beautiful and strong armor. This would allow the old turtle to fully display its fighting strength. Naturally, Xiaohai just followed Laura and the others. The processing machine had already made a lot of plans for the turtle. However, if Laura and the others weren't satisfied with them, then the turtle itself wasn't satisfied. Because of this, the plans haven't been finalized yet. It must be said that the old turtle was very interesting. When it lived in the Sea of Clouds, Although it was very smart and had a strong spiritual force, it couldn't communicate with Zhao Hai. It could only make some movements to show its secrets. But after entering the space, it slowly became smarter. Although it couldn't turn into a human form and couldn't speak, it could still communicate with Zhao Hai and the others using spiritual force. Because of this, it wasn't satisfied with some of the plans. Zhao Hai didn't expect the old turtle to be such a show-off. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry about this situation. In the end, after many discussions between Laura and the turtle, the plan was finally settled. This was a set of thick armor. The turtle's abdomen would be protected by a layer of thick armor while its limbs and other weak parts would be protected by scales. These scales would be divided into several layers. Not only would they protect the turtle, they would also not affect its movements. Most importantly, these scales were very beautiful. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he looked at Laura and the others. Around the tortoise's body, there would be a set of double scales. In normal times, they would look like ordinary scales, but in battle, some of the scales would shrink to the back of the other scales. Cannons could be extended from the back of the scales, or undead creatures could stand on them. It could be said that this was an external battle base. Between the battle base and the tortoise's body, there would be 5 layers of scales for protection. On the turtle's back, there would be a bastion. This bastion was octagonal and was divided into 5 layers. It looked like a blooming flower. In the middle of the bastion, there would be a castle. This castle wasn't a traditional castle with walls and pointed towers. Instead, it was an octagonal building with 36 floors. The top 3 floors would be Zhao Hai's living quarters. The bottom 3 floors would be used by Zhao Hai to receive guests and some guest houses. The remaining 30 floors would be used by the undead for battle. In this bastion, there would be no blind spots. Moreover, there were a lot of cannons in the castle. These cannons could be used to attack people who wanted to enter the castle from the air. Most importantly, the bastions were divided into different heights. The outer walls were the shortest while the inner walls were the tallest. The tallest one was the octagonal castle. Naturally, these things weren't light. But for the turtle, it wasn't a problem at all. This was because Zhao Hai had also installed a yin-yang lightning pool in the castle. The turtle's limbs were also equipped with sharp claws. These things could help the turtle in battle. Similarly, the turtle's abdomen and limbs were also equipped with propellers. These things could help the turtle fly and reduce its pressure. Zhao Hai had been busy with these things for half a month. As for the other things, he had already prepared them, so he didn't need to worry about them. Before long, half a month had passed. Zhao Hai returned to the headquarters. 3 days ago, a large number of people began to gather in the headquarters, waiting for Zhao Hai's arrival. As soon as Zhao Hai arrived, he was immediately summoned to the conference hall. The elders were all present. Zhao Hai quickly gave them a salute. Zhongzhe waved his hand as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, have you prepared the things I asked you to prepare?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Elder, rest assured. It's already prepared." Zhongzhe nodded and said, "All right, then let's go out." This time, not only are there 80,000 ordinary cultivators, there are also 1,000 immortal experts. You need to arrange a place for them to live. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Elder, rest assured. There won't be a problem." Zhongzhe nodded and then followed everyone outside. Then he turned his head to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he waved his hand. The Hell King's ship, the pagoda, 11 giant spirit treasure ships, and 100 sword shuttles appeared in the headquarters. At the same time, the old turtle also appeared. Upon seeing the old turtle, Zhongzhe and the others couldn't help but stare. They looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This old turtle is the cloud beast king that I subdued in the Sea of Clouds. I put armor on it and built a castle on its back." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Zhongzhe nodded and said, "Right, it looks very impressive. Little Yu, arrange for everyone to board the ships." Muyu nodded and then immediately arranged for everyone to board the ships. Zhao Hai looked at Zhongzhe and said, "Elder, the immortal experts can rest on any large artifact. There are rooms prepared for them. If they want to rest in the castle on the turtle's back, they can also rest there. I've already modified the place for the elders to rest." I guarantee that the elders will be comfortable. Zhongzhe nodded and said, Elder, you can rest in any large artifact. Zhongzhe smiled and said, all right, then I'll leave it to the elders. The elders weren't polite. Some of them boarded their own artifacts while others boarded the castle on the turtle's back. Zhao Hai arranged for them to stay in the guest rooms. These rooms were indeed remodeled by Zhao Hai. The living room was very large and very quiet. It was also filled with clouds. There were also wine, tea, and side dishes. Everything that needed to be prepared was already prepared by Zhao Hai. After everyone boarded the large artifacts, Zhongzhe turned to Zhao Hai and said, Little you, Elder Mu will be leading the team this time. I'll stay in the headquarters. Elder Mu and the others' main task is to deal with the immortal experts of the Fire Weavers. I'll leave commanding them to you and Little you. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Elder, rest assured. I'll do my best. Zhongzhe nodded, then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, Go. Remember to show the might of the 100 Treasures realm. Zhao Hai nodded, then he jumped onto the castle on the turtle's back and led the army to set off. They didn't plan to hide their actions from the Fire Weavers. In fact, the Fire Weavers were already fighting with the Divergent Realm and the Sword Realm. Even if they knew about the 100 Treasures realm's actions, they wouldn't be able to stop them. They could only follow behind them. The movement of such an army was naturally earth-shattering. Almost all the surrounding forces were alarmed. However, the 100 Treasures realm had already greeted the high-grade realms. Knowing that the 100 Treasures realm was going to send troops to deal with the Fire Weavers, they agreed to let the 100 Treasures realm pass through. However, they didn't expect the 100 Treasures realm to send such a large army. Such a large army naturally aroused their vigilance. However, they didn't stop the 100 Treasures realm's army. Instead, they just monitored the army. At this point, the other high-grade realms already knew that the Fire Weavers were fighting. They also knew that the 100 Treasures realm had an agreement to take advantage of the situation. Naturally, they wouldn't stop them. In their minds, this was a rare opportunity to consume the 100 Treasures realm's strength. How could they stop it? Because of this, when the army passed by, the high-grade realms only monitored them and didn't take any action. At the same time, the 100 Treasures realm received news that the Fire Weavers were at war with the Divergent Realm and the Sword Realm. Originally, it would take the 100 Treasures realm about 10 days to reach the Fire Weavers. But Zhao Hai's large artifacts were very fast. They didn't stop for a moment along the way. Because of this, they only took 7 days to reach the Fire Weavers' territory. The elders who came with the army were all gathered in the castle. This was because Zhao Hai's castle was octagonal. The top of the castle was a flat surface. If there was a battle, cannons could be placed there. But now, it was turned into an open-air conference room. All the elders were present, including Mu Yu. This operation was led by Mu Yao. He gathered everyone in order to discuss what to do. Seeing that everyone was present, Mu Yao said, in about 2 hours, we will enter the Fire Weavers' territory. I believe that the Fire Weavers are ready to welcome us. What do you think we should do this time? The elders didn't say anything. Mu Yao turned to Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, these large artifacts belong to you. Why don't you tell them? Zhao Hai nodded, then he took out a computer-like object and pressed it. A huge map appeared in front of everyone. Zhao Hai walked to the map and said, in about 2 hours, we will enter the Fire Weaver domain. Before this, I've already sent Undead to record the situation of the Fire Weavers' defenses. The Fire Weavers have made ample preparations this time. At the border of the Fire Weaver domain, there is a mountain range known as the Poison Mountains. The Fire Weavers have already built fortifications here, almost hollowing out the entire mountain range. Moreover, in the past 2 years, they were inspired by the cannons of the 100 Treasures realm and placed a large number of cannons in the mountain range. However, there aren't a lot of Fire Weavers in the mountain range, most of them are from subordinate realms. Therefore, the biggest threat we face is the cannons of the Fire Weavers. We don't need to worry about being attacked by guns. What we need to pay attention to is the subordinate realms that use artifacts to attack. Therefore, when we arrive at the Poison Mountains, we need to line up our large artifacts and use the cannons to bombard the Fire Weavers' cannons. We need to create a gap in their defenses in the shortest time possible. Then we can use the sword shuttles to kill our way through the gap and destroy the defensive line from the inside. Zhao Hai nodded, then he took out a computer-like object and pressed it, causing a huge map to appear in front of everyone. The Fire Weavers have made ample preparations this time. The border of the Fire Weavers' territory is a mountain range known as the Poison Mountains. Zhao Hai's battle plan wasn't complicated. In fact, it could be said to be very simple. However, this battle plan was based on information. Zhao Hai knew that although there were immortal experts from the Fire Weavers and subordinate realms guarding the Poison Mountains, there weren't a lot of them. There were only about 300 people. The immortal experts of the 100 Treasures realm were more than enough to deal with the enemy. Moreover, they could use the advantage of artillery fire to create a gap in the Poison Mountains. Then they could use the sword shuttles to attack and destroy the Poison Mountains in one fell swoop. Zhao Hai calculated that the Fire Weavers should have about 300 cannons in the Poison Mountains. However, most of these cannons were small mortars. They couldn't be compared to his cannons. Moreover, the enemy's small cannons didn't have tracking abilities. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to surpass the enemy in terms of cannons. This was his advantage. Zhao Hai's attack this time was to maximize his advantage. Mu Yao and the others quietly listened to Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai's projection was very clear. It even showed the number of cannons the other side had as well as the scene of the attack. This allowed people to understand the situation at a glance. After listening to Zhao Hai, Mu Yao asked, "How many immortal experts does the enemy have in the Poison Mountains?" Zhao Hai replied, "My rough estimate is about 300 people, but not more than 400. Mu Yao nodded and said, "All right, leave the immortal experts to us. We'll do as you say." The Poison Mountains defensive line was a new defensive line built by the Fire Weavers not long ago. In the past, the Poison Mountains were just a medicinal herb production area for the Fire Weavers. They weren't planning on using it for military purposes. This was because the Fire Weavers believed that they didn't need to guard against the Land of Chaos. Nobody would dare attack them in the Land of Chaos. They only needed to guard against the Divergent Realm and the Sword Realm. But now, they had no choice but to build a defensive line in the Poison Mountains. This was because the 100 Treasures Realm was coming to attack them. The 100 Treasures Realm was coming to attack them. In the past, the Fire Weavers didn't even think about this. In their opinion, the 100 Treasures Realm was a lower realm. They could attack whenever they wanted. They could even destroy the 100 Treasures Realm with a flip of their hand. But later on, the Fire Weavers discovered that they were wrong. The 100 Treasures Realm wasn't a soft persimmon that they could pinch at will. They were a hard bone. Their plans were foiled by the 100 Treasures Realm several times. Moreover, their losses weren't small. And this time, the 100 Treasures Realm came to attack them while they were fighting the Divergent Realm and the Sword Realm. This made the Fire Weavers very angry. However, they understood that this was something that the three realms had discussed. Although the Fire Weavers wanted to send people to block the 100 Treasures Realm's army, they couldn't help but find out that they didn't have enough manpower. In the end, they had no choice but to set up a defensive line in the Poison Mountains. It was very easy for cultivators to set up a defensive line. Digging through the mountains was even easier for them. They only needed to use a few spells. The most important thing was to set up defensive formations. The Fire Weavers attached great importance to the defensive line. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent 300 immortal experts to guard it. Among the 300 immortal experts, 50 were Fire Weavers while the rest were immortal experts from subordinate realms. These subordinate realms weren't far from the Poison Mountains. It can be said that once the defensive line is breached, the 100 Treasures Realm would attack their headquarters first. Because of this, the Fire Weavers weren't afraid that they wouldn't do their best. Zhu Jifeng stood on top of the Poison Mountains as she looked into the distance. She already received news that the army of the 100 Treasures Realm would arrive soon. This would be a huge battle. Zhu Jifeng was one of the few female immortal experts of the Fire Weaver race. Although she was a woman, nobody dared to underestimate her. This was because she was one of the strongest immortal experts of the Fire Weaver race. Right now, Zhu Jifeng was standing on top of the Poison Ivy Mountain with a gloomy face. Beside her were two demonic beasts. These two demonic beasts were very beautiful and had 7 colored feathers. These demonic beasts were called seven-colored phoenixes. They were very powerful demonic beasts. Their flying speed was very fast and they could use any element to attack. Zhu Jifeng was the commander-in-chief of the defensive line in the Poison Mountains. She knew how important the defensive line was to the Fire Weavers. If the 100 Treasures realm really breaks through the defensive line, then they would be able to invade and attack the Fire Weavers' hinterland. Zhu Jifeng heard from the people who fought against the 100 Treasures realm that the 100 Treasures realm developed rifles and cannons. Moreover, the 100 Treasures realm's cannons were even better than the Fire Weavers. Zhu Jifeng couldn't believe it. Now that she was finally going to face the 100 Treasures realm, she wanted to see if the 100 Treasures realm was as powerful as those people said. Just as Zhu Jifeng was thinking about this, the seven-colored phoenix beside her suddenly cried out. Zhu Jifeng looked up and couldn't help but stare. She already knew from the intelligence that the 100 Treasures realm sent a lot of large artifacts to attack them. However, she didn't expect the 100 Treasures realm to have this many large artifacts. She had seen giant spirit treasure ships before. The Fire Weavers had cooperated with the giant spirit realm before, so she knew that the 100 Treasures realm could also make giant spirit treasure ships. However, she didn't expect the 100 Treasures realm to have this many. Before long, the 100 Treasures realm's fleet arrived at the Poison Ivy Mountain defensive line. Zhu Jifeng looked at the 100 Treasures realm's large artifacts and coldly snorted. Then she flew up with the seven-colored phoenixes on her left and right. Zhu Jifeng looked at the 100 Treasures realm's fleet and loudly said, "100 Treasures realm's commander, please come out and talk." In a battle between cultivators, it was unavoidable to have a conversation before the battle. Cultivators were like this. Although they were going to fight to the death, they would still talk before the battle in order to show that they were on the side of justice. In fact, this was just a formality. And this formality had become a custom. Although Zhao Hai didn't like this behavior, he didn't try to change it. This was because he didn't have the ability to do so. Mu Yao appeared on the bow of the Hell King's ship. He looked at Zhu Jifeng and said, "So it's the seven-colored phoenix." Mu Yao gives his greetings. Zhu Jifeng's beast was the seven-colored phoenix. Because of this, people gave her the nickname Seven-Colored Phoenix. Zhu Jifeng's attire was similar to that of ordinary fire weavers. However, her clothes had been modified to make her look more beautiful. Naturally, the most noticeable thing was that she didn't have a spear on her back. Instead, she had two pistols on her side. Naturally, these pistols were also elongated. Each pistol was more than half a meter long. When Zhu Jifeng saw Mu Yao, she couldn't help but coldly snort and said, "Mu Yao, stop pretending to be a good person. Why did you bring so many people?" Mu Yao looked at Zhu Jifeng, then he suddenly laughed and said, "What do I want to do?" "Good question. Then I'll tell you, I'm here for revenge. Your fire weavers have attacked the 100 Treasures realm twice. Now is the time for the 100 Treasures realm to take revenge." Zhu Jifeng didn't expect Mu Yao to be this straightforward. Upon hearing Mu Yao, her expression couldn't help but change as she said, "Mu Yao, you need to think about it. If the 100 Treasures realm participates in this matter, then the Fire Weaver race will retaliate." Mu Yao nodded and said, "Don't worry." Mu Yao laughed and said, "If we don't come, will the Fire Weavers not deal with the 100 Treasures realm in the future? It's useless to say that. The Fire Weavers might not be able to pass this test. Let's see who's the real deal." As soon as Mu Yao finished speaking, the 100 Treasures realm's fleet suddenly moved. They lined up horizontally towards the Poison Mountains. The cannons on the ships opened as thick cannons extended from the windows. Seeing this, Zhu Jifeng's expression couldn't help but change. She didn't expect Mu Yao to make a move. Fortunately, she was prepared. Her figure moved and she immediately returned to the Poison Mountains. The defensive formation of the Poison Mountains had already been activated. Because this was a newly built defensive line, the defensive formation wasn't very strong. But in Zhu Jifeng's opinion, it shouldn't be a problem to block the 100 Treasures realm's attacks. Just as Zhu Jifeng returned to the Poison Mountains, the 100 Treasures realm's fleet opened fire. The cannons fired almost at the same time. Only one sound was heard before a rain of shells rained down on the Poison Mountains. The Poison Mountains were halfway up the mountain. The entire mountain had been hollowed out by the Fire Weavers. Aside from some pillars, the rest of the mountain was filled with various artifacts. The fire weavers also arranged more than 200 cannons in the defensive formation. However, the caliber of these cannons wasn't large. Moreover, these cannons were like mortars. Now that the fire weavers arrived at the cannons were already firing. However, it didn't take long before Zhu Jifeng discovered that something was wrong. Although the 100 Treasures Realm's cannons were firing at the same time, their shells were all heading towards the place where Zhu Jifeng entered the defensive line. Some of the shells even made a turn and flew towards the place where Zhu Jifeng entered the defensive line. Zhu Jifeng couldn't help but notice that something was wrong. Although the 100 Treasures Realm's cannons were firing at the same time, their shells were all heading towards the same place. Zhu Jifeng didn't expect the cannons of the 100 Treasures Realm to be this strange. Moreover, she knew that if the shells were concentrated in one place, then the defensive formation would be broken. Just as Zhu Jifeng wanted the cultivators in the defensive line to use their artifacts to block the shells had already hit the defensive formation. Boom! 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 A hole was opened in the defensive formation of the Poison Mountains. Then the 100 Treasures Realm fired a second round of cannons, widening the hole. At the same time, a large hole was opened in the defensive line. The entire Poison Mountains were now exposed to the 100 Treasures Realm's fleet. At this time, the Fire Weavers were shocked by this development. They didn't think that their carefully prepared defensive line wouldn't even be able to block the 100 Treasures Realm. In just 2 rounds of cannons, the defensive line was broken. At this time, sword shuttles flew out of the 100 Treasures Realm's fleet and drilled into the belly of the Poison Mountains. These sword shuttles were shaped like shuttles. Moreover, they had sharp edges on their sides. Once they entered, it was a one-sided massacre. It has to be said that the Fire Weavers' field fighting ability was very strong. However, their defensive ability was lacking. And with the large size of the sword shuttles and their fierce attack power, the sword shuttles that entered the Poison Mountains were like hot knives cutting through butter. Nobody in the mountain could block the sword shuttles. Seeing the sword shuttles rushing in, Zhu Jifeng knew that things weren't going well. She waved her hand and 2 pistols appeared in her hands. Zhu Jifeng immediately opened fire with the 2 pistols in her hands. Bullets burning with a faint blue light shot towards the sword shuttles. A few crisp sounds were heard as Zhu Jifeng's bullets hit the sword shuttles. Zhu Jifeng was very confident in her attacks. She believed that her attacks were enough to destroy a sword shuttles, unless the sword shuttles were guarded by immortal experts. However, what surprised Zhu Jifeng was that although the sword shuttles stopped, they didn't receive any damage. Instead, they bounced off Zhu Jifeng's bullets. Then the sword shuttles continued to rush towards the crowd. It seemed like they didn't have any reaction to Zhu Jifeng's attacks. Zhu Jifeng was very familiar with sword shuttles. After all, sword shuttles were the Fire Weavers' favorite large artifacts. Although they couldn't carry a lot of people, their attack power was very strong. If sword shuttles could cause headaches to severed soul experts, then sword shuttles were nothing to immortal experts. The rifles of the Fire Weavers' immortal experts could easily break sword shuttles. But this time, Zhu Jifeng miscalculated. She wasn't facing ordinary sword shuttles, but Jiao Hai's sword shuttles. Her bullets could break ordinary sword shuttles, but they were useless against Jiao Hai's sword shuttles. If Jiao Hai's sword shuttles had people inside, then Zhu Jifeng's attack would have been effective. This was because her bullets would have impacted the people inside the sword shuttles, injuring them. Unfortunately, Jiao Hai's sword shuttles didn't have people inside. Not only that, Jiao Hai didn't even release his undead. The sword shuttles were empty except for the Yinyang Black Pond. Because of this, Zhu Jifeng's attack was useless against the sword shuttles. Seeing that her attack was ineffective, Zhu Jifeng's expression couldn't help but change. At this time, the other immortal experts inside the mountain also reacted. They also began to attack the sword shuttles. Their situation was the same as Zhu Jifeng's. They were only able to stop the sword shuttles for a moment. Their attacks weren't effective at all. However, the immortal experts immediately thought of another method. They wanted to stop the sword shuttles and then attack the sword shuttles. But when the immortal experts stopped the sword shuttles and wanted to attack the sword shuttles suddenly split open and turned into smaller sword shuttles. They continued to attack the people inside the mountain. This caused the immortal experts to be dumbfounded. They knew that the other party's sword shuttles were unmanned. How were they supposed to fight against them? Zhu Jifeng also noticed this. As soon as she saw this, she knew that they were in deep trouble. Zhu Jifeng immediately shouted, "All immortal experts, get out of the defensive line. I want to see how many experts the 100 Treasures realm sent this time." Zhu Jifeng knew that these immortal experts were just fighting the sword shuttles. They simply couldn't do anything. They still needed to deal with the experts of the 100 Treasures realm. When the other immortal experts heard Zhu Jifeng, they understood what she meant. Since they couldn't deal with the sword shuttles, they might as well go out and fight the 100 Treasures realm's immortal experts. They wanted to see how many immortal experts the 100 Treasures realm had. With Zhu Jifeng and the others rushing out, nobody could stop the sword shuttles. The sword shuttles were moving unhindered inside the mountain. Nobody could stop them. They were killing people as if they were cutting grass. Mu Yao and the others also saw Zhu Jifeng and the others rushing out of the mountain. Seeing that the other party was an immortal expert, they naturally wouldn't be polite. Immortal experts immediately went forward to meet them. But this time, they didn't change their location. They continued to fight in the Poison Mountains. It wasn't that the immortal experts of the 100 Treasures realm didn't want to change their location. It was the Fire Weaver immortal experts who didn't want to change their location. As soon as the immortal experts of the 100 Treasures realm came out, they were immediately attacked. Seeing this, Mu Yao knew what Zhu Jifeng was planning. Zhu Jifeng wanted to use the impact of the battle between immortal experts to stop the 100 Treasures realm's attack. Zhu Jifeng's idea was good, but she underestimated the 100 Treasures realm. She also underestimated the number of immortal experts the 100 Treasures realm sent this time. The 100 Treasures realm sent nearly 1,000 immortal experts. How could 300 Fire Weavers stop them? After discovering Zhu Jifeng's plan, Mu Yao immediately had the other immortal experts join in the attack. This was equivalent to 3 immortal experts of the 100 Treasures realm besieging a single immortal expert of the Fire Weaver race. The immortal experts of the Fire Weaver race couldn't hold on any longer. Before long, nearly 100 immortal experts fell. Seeing the loss of so many people in such a short period of time, Zhu Jifeng finally understood that they couldn't hold on any longer. She immediately led the immortal experts to retreat. Naturally, the other immortal experts couldn't hold on any longer, so they followed suit. The defensive line of the Poison Mountains had been broken. Mu Yao and the others weren't happy that the Poison Mountains had been broken. They knew that this was only the first step. There were still a lot of battles waiting for them. The one with the biggest harvest this time was Zhao Hai. He obtained a large number of undead as well as dozens of immortal experts. Mu Yao and the others didn't oppose Zhao Hai's approach. Besides dealing with the immortal experts, Zhao Hai was the only one fighting. Moreover, he was able to defeat the enemy. This was beyond their imagination. After Zhu Jifeng and the others ran away, Mu Yao and the others didn't pursue them. Instead, they returned to the Hell King's ship. Before long, everyone returned to the castle. Just like last time, besides the immortal experts, Zhao Hai and Mu Yu were also present. After everyone arrived, Mu Yao turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Good. Little Hai, very good. You did a good job this time. What do you plan to do next?" Upon hearing Mu Yao, everyone stared, including Zhao Hai. It must be known that Mu Yao was the commander of the attack on the Fire Weavers. Now that he asked Zhao Hai about his plans, it was clear that he valued Zhao Hai's opinion. But after thinking about it, everyone felt relieved. It seems like Mu Yao was going to train Zhao Hai's commanding ability. This was also good. Every immortal expert of the 100 Treasures realm paid great attention to the cultivation of their juniors. Some paid great attention to their cultivation while others paid great attention to their commanding ability. Naturally, Mu Yao wanted to train Zhao Hai's commanding ability. Although immortal experts like them still had a lot of years to live, they would still die one day. If Zhao Hai and the others didn't grow up, then it wouldn't be good for the 100 Treasures realm. Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at Mu Yao. Mu Yao smiled faintly and nodded. Zhao Hai immediately understood what Mu Yao meant. Mu Yao wanted him to speak boldly. Zhao Hai wasn't polite. He nodded and then turned on the computer. This time a large area appeared. This area was a plain with all kinds of plants growing on it. Occasionally, there would be one or two hills and valleys that were clearly marked. Zhao Hai pointed to the mountains and valleys and said, "Elders, the fire weavers have more than 100 camps outside. Some of these camps were recently built while others were the headquarters of subordinate realms. The newly built camps are nothing to worry about. However, the headquarters of subordinate realms are more troublesome. What I mean is that we shouldn't rush to attack the fire weavers' headquarters. If we attack the fire weavers' headquarters, then the subordinate realms can attack us from the back. When the time comes, it wouldn't be good for us. We'll start cleaning up the subordinate realms and advance bit by bit. We'll do our best to make sure that there are no more fire weavers in our path. Although this will increase the number of fire weavers in their headquarters, making it more difficult for us to deal with them in the future, we can ensure the safety of our rear. Moreover, when the time comes, the 100 Treasures realm won't be the only one to take action. The other two realms will also contribute." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The 100 Treasures realm and the 100 Treasures realm won't be able to deal with the fire weavers." Mu Yao nodded and said, "But wouldn't this slow down our speed? If we offend the other two realms because of this, then it wouldn't be good." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Elder, rest assured. The fire weavers attach too much importance to the other two realms. Their resistance to the other two realms is much stricter than ours. At this time, the other two realms aren't advancing very fast. I'm afraid their attack speed is slower than ours." Mu Yao nodded, then he carefully looked at the map and said, "Do you have the situation of the other two realms?" Zhao Hai knew that Mu Yao was still worried, so he nodded and then reduced the map. Slowly, the projection of the entire fire weaver race appeared. Then Zhao Hai drew two lines on the map and said, "The Divergent Realm and the Sword Realm should be attacking here, not far from the fire weavers. The fire weavers have also organized an effective defensive line. It wouldn't be easy for the other two realms to advance." Mu Yao knit his brows and said, "But if we advance too fast, wouldn't the fire weavers focus on us? This wouldn't be good for us." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Elder, you can rest assured. Because all of us are inside large artifacts, our mobility is very high. If the fire weavers increase their attack power, then we can lead them in circles. It would be best if we move closer to the Divergent Realm and deal with the fire weavers together. This way, we won't suffer a lot of casualties. At the same time, we can show the 100 Treasures realm's strength to the Divergent Realm." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Elder, you can rest assured." Mu Yao laughed, then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Good. Good kid, good job. Let's do as you say. Let's clean up those guys." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then let's set out." Mu Yao waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Zhao Hai nodded, then with an intention, the army rushed towards the fire weavers' territory. Mu Yao and the others returned to their large artifacts. Only Mu Yu stayed behind. He and Zhao Hai stood on top of the octagonal fortress and looked at the fire weavers. Mu Yu said, "If we can eliminate the fire weavers this time, then it would be very important for the 100 Treasures realm. Not only would we be able to take back Half Beast Island, we would also be able to make the 5 great realms pay attention to us. This is very important for our future development." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I believe that the fire weavers wouldn't be able to resist this time. The Divergent Realm and the Sword Realm are determined to deal with the fire weavers. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken out Half Beast Island. If they can't deal with the fire weavers this time, then they would be the ones to suffer. For this, they will do their best." Mu Yu nodded and didn't say anything. Zhu Jifeng and the others didn't immediately return to the fire weaver headquarters. This was because she knew that if she did, then it would be impossible for these subordinate realms to resist the 100 Treasures realm. However, she also knew that it would be impossible for them to repel the 100 Treasures realm. They could only wait and drag the 100 Treasures realm here. As long as they dragged the 100 Treasures realm here, the subordinate realms would be able to deal with them. Because of this, Zhu Jifeng and the others retreated to a subordinate realm's headquarters not far from the Poison Mountains. This subordinate realm's headquarters was located in a valley. The valley had been managed by the subordinate realm for many years. It can be said that it was impregnable. And with the reinforcement this time, the valley became a formidable fortress. It was because of this that Zhu Jifeng and the others retreated here. At the same time, Zhu Jifeng immediately ordered the subordinate realms to strengthen the connection between each other. If a subordinate realm's headquarters was attacked, they would immediately send reinforcements. The transmission between the subordinate realms was always open, allowing reinforcements to arrive at any time. The subordinate realms were also prepared to fight to the death with the 100 Treasures realm. The 5 great realms didn't treat their subordinate realms well. However, these subordinate realms were still very loyal to the 5 great realms. If these subordinate realms were to face the attacks of the Divergent realm or the Sword realm, they might be timid. But when faced with the attacks of the 100 Treasures realm, they weren't afraid at all. On the contrary, they would fight to the death. This wasn't to say that these subordinate realms had enmity with the 100 Treasures realm. Instead, it was a matter of mentality. In the eyes of the 5 great realms, the high-grade realms of the Land of Chaos were existences that were inferior to them. They had always maintained a superior mentality towards realms like the 100 Treasures realm. It was like a noble looking at a commoner. This attitude of the 5 great realms also affected the lesser realms under their rule. In the eyes of these lesser realms, the Land of Chaos was just a place for barbarians, a place for lowly people. Although they were lesser realms, they were still lesser realms under the rule of the 5 great realms. Their status was much higher than that of the Land of Chaos. Because of this mentality, when they faced the attack of the 100 Treasures realm, they weren't afraid. Instead, they were angry. In their minds, these inferior people dared to attack them. This was unforgivable. Because of this, when the Fire Weavers organized their forces to defend against the 100 Treasures realm, the subordinate realms put in a lot of effort. On the contrary, when the Divergent realm and the Sword realm attacked, the subordinate realms weren't as resolute. The Fire Weavers had no choice but to send a large number of troops to suppress these subordinate realms. In the eyes of these subordinate realms, the Divergent realm and the Sword realm were the same as the Fire Weavers. Surrendering to them wasn't a shameful thing. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't know what these people were thinking. He just followed his plan and attacked the subordinate realms of the Fire Weaver race. This time, Zhao Hai's target was a subordinate realm called the Formation Spirit realm. Zhao Hai had some understanding of the Formation Spirit realm from the undead of the Fire Weavers. The array spiritual boundary, as its name suggested, was a boundary that used array formations. Their use of array formations had reached the acme of perfection. The headquarters of their boundary was the most difficult to break through among all the small realms. The weapons they used were mostly array discs and array flags. The reason why Zhao Hai chose this place as his first target was precisely because of the Formation Spirit realm's ability. The Formation Spirit realm's ability to use formations would bring him a lot of trouble. At the same time, Zhao Hai wanted to learn how to use formations from the Formation Spirit realm. Therefore, he chose this place as his first target. When the large artifacts were about 10 mu away from the Formation Spirit realm's headquarters, Zhao Hai suddenly stopped. At this time, Mu Yao was also standing on the roof of the fortress. Seeing Zhao Hai stop, Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "Zhao Hai, why did you stop? Aren't we going to arrive soon?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It won't be that easy. Elder, the Formation Spirit realm is famous for their formations. The reason why their headquarters are so hard to attack is mainly because of the various artifacts surrounding their headquarters. These artifacts can trap and kill the enemy. If we rush in rashly, we would certainly be blocked by their formations. I know from the Fire Weaver undead that even the Fire Weavers are afraid of the Formation Spirit realm's headquarters." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Elder, the headquarters of the Formation Spirit realm is very difficult to attack." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao couldn't help but stare. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "So that's how it is. Then what do you plan to do?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We'll destroy their formations and then deal with their headquarters." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. The cannons on the large artifacts lit up once again as they bombarded the forest in front of them. Then the cannons sprayed a large amount of flames, turning the forest in front of them into a sea of fire. Then the cannons fired a barrage of shells, extinguishing the fire. The waves below the Hell King's ship turned the entire area into a vast ocean. Then Zhao Hai released the sword shuttles. He wanted to see if the formations were still there. However, he didn't expect the sword shuttles to turn in place and not move forward. Jiao Hai knew at a glance that the formations were still working. Jiao Hai coldly snorted. With an intention, the turtle opened its mouth and spat out a black mist. The black mist hit the ground like a cannonball. Before long, the entire area was covered in black mist. When the black mist completely disappeared, Jiao Hai waved his hand as the large artifacts moved forward. Before long, they arrived outside the headquarters of the formation spirit field. Jiao Hai's previous actions were seen by Mu Yao. He knew what the black mist was. It should be something similar to the dark clouds. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to break the other party's formations so quickly. The driving force of the formation was actually spiritual energy, and the spirit extinguishing dark cloud was isolating the spiritual energy, causing the formation to lose its driving force. Naturally, it couldn't be used. The formations of the formation spirit field weren't the same as the spatial refraction formation that Jiao Hai arranged outside the hidden cloud village. The spatial refraction formation was specially refined by Jiao Hai. Its power was the dark clouds. It was different from the formations of the formation spirit field. When all the formations were outside the headquarters, all the immortal experts appeared on their artifacts. They wanted to see how Jiao Hai would deal with the defensive formation of the headquarters. Jiao Hai didn't say anything. Instead, the immortal experts appeared on their artifacts. Jiao Hai wasn't polite. All the large artifacts lined up as they took out their cannons. Then Jiao Hai waved his hand and the cannons fired at the same time. Moreover, they attacked a single point. Then the Hell King's ship's ram flew out, followed by the sword shuttles. The Hell King's ship's ram was a formation-breaking spirit snake needle. It was specialized in countering all kinds of defensive formations. Moreover, the defensive formation was already weakened by the fireballs. Now that the formation-breaking spirit snake needle was added, although it wasn't able to break the defensive formation, it was still able to make the defensive formation crumble. At this time, the sword shuttles attacked again. The formations inside the sword shuttles had been replaced by Jiao Hai's formation-breaking spirit snake needle. Naturally, the attacks were sharper. In just a few attacks, a large hole was broken through the defensive formation. However, Jiao Hai discovered that the formation spirit realm's defensive formation wasn't simple. Although there was a hole, the other parts of the formation could still be used. Moreover, the hole was slowly healing. This caused Jiao Hai to feel a burst of novelty. Naturally, it was impossible for the hole to close. The cannons fired once again. At the same time, the sword shuttles continued to expand the hole. Before long, the hole became bigger and bigger. In the end, the entire formation spirit realm's headquarters was exposed to Jiao Hai and the others. Jiao Hai wasn't polite. He waved his hand as the large artifacts lined up and rushed in. At the same time, the cannons on the large artifacts didn't stop as they continued to attack the formation spirit realm's headquarters. However, there wasn't a single person in the headquarters. The entire headquarters seemed to be covered by a layer of fog, making it impossible to see anything. Jiao Hai knew that there were people in the headquarters. Moreover, there were a lot of people. The people from the formation spirit realm already expected that their headquarters would be breached. Therefore, they arranged a large number of formations in the headquarters in order to delay the 100 Treasures Realm's attack. The formation spirit realm's arrangement couldn't be said to be unwise. Unfortunately, they met Jiao Hai today. Jiao Hai was proficient in formations. Although the formation spirit realm's formations were improved, as long as he had the myriad realms machine analyze them, he would be able to find a way to break them. Additionally, Jiao Hai had a lot of large artifacts in his hands. These large artifacts were the nemesis of all kinds of formations. Artifacts were like traps, while large artifacts were like war chariots. Traps might be effective against people, but against these war chariots, they were completely useless. Any trap would be flattened by the war chariots. Because of this, Jiao Hai commanded the large artifacts to rush in at full speed. Moreover, when he attacked, he was very close to the ground. The formation flags arranged by the people from the formation spirit realm were flattened in an instant. They didn't play any role at all. The people from the formation spirit realm also discovered this situation. They knew that they couldn't resist the attack of the 100 Treasures realm. Everyone from the formation spirit realm took their transmission formations and left. Although Zhao Hai and the others managed to break through the headquarters of the Formation Spirit Realm, they didn't kill anyone from the Formation Spirit Realm. They allowed the Formation Spirit Realm to retreat. From this point, it can be seen that the formations of the Formation Spirit Realm were very effective. Although Zhao Hai and the others were advancing, their speed wasn't very fast. The fact that the people from the Formation Spirit Realm were able to retreat was already a miracle. By the time Zhao Hai flattened the headquarters of the Formation Spirit Realm, the people from the Formation Spirit Realm had already escaped. However, Zhao Hai wasn't angry nor anxious. He knew that he would encounter the Formation Spirit Realm sooner or later. After flattening the headquarters of the Formation Spirit Realm, Zhao Hai and the others immediately rushed towards the headquarters of another subordinate realm. This subordinate realm's headquarters wasn't as good as the Formation Spirit Realm's. The headquarters barrier was quickly broken by Zhao Hai and the others. Although the subordinate realm received some support, it was impossible for them to block the attack of the 100 Treasures realm. In the end, the subordinate realm could only run away. Moreover, they left behind a lot of people, causing heavy losses. Although Zhu Jifeng provided support to the subordinate realms that were attacked by Zhao Hai and the others, the number of troops she had was limited. On the other hand, the 100 Treasures realm had the advantage in numbers. This made it impossible for the subordinate realms to resist. It wasn't that Zhu Jifeng didn't think about fighting the 100 Treasures realm head-on. However, she quickly gave up on this idea. This was because the 100 Treasures realm had a lot of troops this time. And with Zhao Hai's large artifacts, if they fought the 100 Treasures realm in the open, they would only lose faster. They didn't have anything that could block the charge of the 100 Treasures realm's large artifacts. Zhu Jifeng discovered that she didn't have any good way to stop Zhao Hai and the others. In the end, she could only delay Zhao Hai and the others. She had the subordinate realm slowly retreat. However, she also left people in the headquarters so that the 100 Treasures realm could attack them. Although it wouldn't take a lot of time for the 100 Treasures realm to attack the headquarters, they could still delay the 100 Treasures realm's advance. This would make it impossible for the 100 Treasures realm to advance without any scruples. They could only attack the headquarters one by one before advancing. At the same time, Zhu Jifeng requested a large amount of supplies from the Fireweaver headquarters. Then she began to set up a large number of cultivation camps along the way. These camps were simple camps with transmission formations, defensive formations, and a few people. Zhu Jifeng's purpose in doing this was to have Zhao Hai and the others break the formations. It was impossible for Zhao Hai and the others to ignore these camps. After all, these camps had transmission formations. If Zhao Hai and the others left these camps alone, then a large number of cultivators would come out of the transmission formations and stab Zhao Hai and the others in the back. Because of this, Zhao Hai and the others had no choice but to pull out these nails. Pulling out these nails would slow down their advance. This would buy more time for the Fireweavers. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't expect a woman like Zhu Jifeng to come up with such a method to deal with them. This method was very effective. Although they knew that these small camps would be broken, they still had to attack them one by one. This greatly slowed down their advance. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. He didn't expect to attack the Fireweaver headquarters so quickly. Although the Fireweavers were entangled with the Divergent Realm and the Sword Realm, their headquarters were still heavily guarded. It wasn't a place that the 100 Treasures realm could break through. If they attacked the Fireweaver headquarters now, then the losses would be huge. This wasn't something that Zhao Hai wanted to see. Because of this, Zhu Jifeng gave Zhao Hai and the others an excuse to slowly pull out these nails. When the other two realms make progress, they would attack the Fireweaver headquarters at full speed. Zhurong stood in the conference hall of the Fireweaver headquarters as he quietly looked at the astrolabe in front of him. The astrolabe was a map-like artifact. It can display a map that was previously stored inside. The reason why it was called astrolabe was because it was used by the various high-grade realms to display the planets under their control. Astrolabe was just a general name. Zhurong was the current patriarch of the Fireweavers. The Fireweavers were a race. Therefore, every generation had a patriarch named Zhurong. Because Zhurong was the ancient god of fire and the Fireweavers were famous for their fire control, they always thought of themselves as the children of the fire god. Every generation of patriarch was named Zhurong in order to remind the fire weavers that they were the children of the fire god. Although the current patriarch Zhurong wasn't a powerful ruler, the fire weavers didn't develop much under his leadership. However, they didn't weaken either. In short, it was neither good nor bad. This result was already very good. The situation in the 10,000 realm battlefield was very complicated. Because of this, it wasn't easy for the fire weavers to hold their ground. Perhaps the biggest mistake that Patriarch Zhurong made was sending troops to attack the 100 Treasures realm. The 2 attacks on the 100 Treasures realm failed and the fire weavers suffered a lot of losses. This could be said to be the biggest mistake that Patriarch Zhurong made since he came to power. However, Zhurong didn't expect the Divergent realm and the Sword realm to attack them. And while he was dealing with the 2 realms, the 100 Treasures realm also joined in. When Zhurong received the news, he was very angry. But the 100 Treasures realm's attack made him feel uneasy. The 100 Treasures realm's attack was too fast, it exceeded Zhurong's imagination. When Zhu Jifeng proposed her plan, Zhurong agreed. Zhurong allocated a lot of resources to the 100 Treasures realm in order to delay Zhao Hai's attack. At the same time, he began to withdraw troops from the Divergent realm and the Sword realm's front lines. However, Zhurong also knew that it was useless to just bring back troops. The 100 Treasures realm's style of fighting was similar to the Giant Spirit realm in the past. They used large artifacts to attack. This method caused the 100 Treasures realm to suffer a lot in the past. However, the Giant Spirit realm back then couldn't be compared to the 100 Treasures realm now. Even if the Giant Spirit realm was at its peak, it would still be very difficult for them to take out more than 10 large artifacts. But this time, the 100 Treasures realm used more than 10 large artifacts as well as nearly 100 sword shuttles. The sword shuttle was also a large artifact, but that was only relative. For a person, the sword shuttle was a large artifact, but for the Giant Spirit treasure ship, it was only a small artifact. Since the 100 Treasures realm made such a big move, it meant that they wouldn't give up. But if they want to deal with the 100 Treasures realm, they would need large artifacts. Relatively speaking, the fire weavers didn't have many large artifacts. It doesn't matter if they don't have large artifacts. The fire weavers weren't good at using large artifacts. Even if they don't have large artifacts, they still have tamed beasts. The fire weavers were good at raising tamed beasts. Some of their tamed beasts were very large. Because of this, Zhurong decided to bring back troops from the Divergent realm and the Sword realm to deal with the 100 Treasures realm. As for the tamed beasts, they had to be big. The fire weavers moved quickly. An army of 50,000 people was immediately called back. With these 50,000 people and their tamed beasts, their total military strength reached more than 100,000. Besides this army, there were also 1,000 immortal experts. These immortal experts were originally fighting the Divergent realm and the Sword realm. But now, they had no choice but to be brought back. It was impossible for the mobilization of the fire weavers to not attract the attention of the Divergent realm and the Sword realm. The 2 realms immediately contacted Mu Yao and the 3 sides began to cooperate. Mu Yao also learned about the fire weavers' movements from the Divergent realm and the Sword realm. He immediately told Zhao Hai about the fire weavers' movements so that Zhao Hai could prepare in advance. Zhao Hai wasn't too worried. He already knew about the fire weavers' situation. He even knew how many troops the fire weavers sent. He knew what the fire weavers were thinking. The fire weavers sent so many troops to deal with the 100 Treasures realm and the Sword realm in one fell swoop. Zhao Hai was waiting for the fire weavers to do just that. 100,000 troops might sound like a lot, but Zhao Hai also had a lot of troops. Moreover, he also had large artifacts. His large artifacts weren't something that the other party's tamed beasts could deal with. Zhurong looked at the astrolabe. The 3 areas on the astrolabe had turned red. The red areas were occupied by the Divergent realm, the Sword realm, and the 100 Treasures realm. Although these 3 areas didn't seem big, Zhurong knew that if the 3 realms continued to attack, then the fire weavers would be in trouble. At this time, a voice was heard from outside, reporting. Zhurong immediately replied, "Come in." A fire weaver walked in with a jade sword in his hand. He handed the jade sword to Zhurong and said, reporting to the Patriarch, "The Divergent realm and the Sword realm suddenly launched a fierce attack on us." Because the front lines have mobilized a lot of manpower, we can't hold on much longer. Zhurong received the jade sword and scanned it with his spiritual force. Then he nodded and said, "Send a message to the front lines. Tell them to delay the 2 realms. As long as we deal with the 100 Treasures realm, we can go back and support them. At the same time, send a message to the Sword realm. Tell all nascent soul experts to immediately enter the headquarters and prepare for battle." The person nodded, then he immediately took out a jade sword and gave the order. At the same time, Zhu Rong's gaze returned to the map of the planet. But this time, his target was the direction of the 100 Treasures realm's attack. After all, this was the territory of the Fire Weavers. Under Zhurong's command, 100,000 troops immediately entered Zhu Jifeng's territory. At the same time, the immortal experts also arrived. Zhu Jifeng had already received Zhu Rong's order. Zhu Rong had given her so many soldiers, and his only order was to eliminate the people in the treasure office as soon as possible. Zhu Jifeng received Zhu Rong's order and couldn't help but smile bitterly. After coming in contact with the 100 Treasures realm, Zhu Jifeng had gained a certain understanding of them. She now attached great importance to the 100 Treasures realm. This was because she discovered that the 100 Treasures realm's strength wasn't any weaker than the Divergent realm and the Sword realm. Moreover, their large artifacts were much stronger than the Divergent realm and the Sword realm. In this case, it would be impossible to deal with the 100 Treasures realm in a short time. According to Zhu Jifeng's plan, they would delay the 100 Treasures realm here and the Divergent realm and the Sword realm in other places. The Divergent realm and the Sword realm wouldn't be able to attack them for a long time. As long as the 100 Treasures realm and the Divergent realm consumed their strength, the Fire Weavers wouldn't be able to escape. In the end, even if the Fire Weavers lost some of their territory, they would still be able to keep most of it. However, if they were in a hurry to make a decision with the 3 realms, then the Fire Weavers would lose in the end. It was impossible for the Fire Weavers to block the 3 realms at the same time. From the current situation, it can be seen that the 3 realms were aiming to eliminate the Fire Weavers. This wasn't the same as before where the 3 realms would retreat after taking advantage of the situation. This time was completely different. Unfortunately, although Zhu Jifeng gave her opinion, the higher-ups didn't pay attention to it. They still wanted to deal with the 100 Treasures realm as quickly as possible. Although Zhu Jifeng was an immortal expert, she wasn't the only immortal expert in the Fire Weavers. The other immortal experts also received similar orders. If she doesn't send troops, then she would be sent back to the Fire Weavers. In desperation, Zhu Jifeng could only agree to send troops. 50% of the Fire Weavers' army and the tamed beasts made up an army of more than 100,000 people. Adding on the small squads, the total number reached more than 200,000. Moreover, the number of immortal experts reached 2,000, almost double the number of the 100 Treasures realm. At this time, Mu Yao and the others also gathered in the fortress. They also received the same information. Mu Yao looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, what do you think we should do next?" The immortal experts turned silent. This time, the Fire Weavers sent 3 times more ordinary troops than them. At the same time, the immortal experts were also twice as many. Therefore, this battle would be difficult to win. Mu Yao turned his gaze to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, how do you plan to fight this battle?" Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the immortal experts and said, "According to our previous plan, we'll lead these people to the Divergent realm. Then we'll cooperate with the Divergent realm and slowly eliminate the Fire Weavers." Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao couldn't help but knit his brows as he said, "Wouldn't the Divergent realm look down on us? After all, we relied on the Divergent realm to defeat the Fire Weavers." Zhao Hai replied, "Elder, although we've conquered Half-Beast Island, the situation on the island isn't very good. We need to pacify it ourselves. If we fight the Fire Weavers here, then we might not be able to pacify Half-Beast Island. The Divergent realm and the Sword realm are both veteran high-grade realms with deep foundations. If they manage to digest the Fire Weavers, then they would become even stronger. But if we pacify Half-Beast Island, then it would be difficult for us to develop in a short period of time. If the Divergent realm and the Sword realm make a move against us, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, we didn't rely on the Divergent realm to defeat the Fire Weavers. The 100 Treasures realm has dispatched a lot more immortal experts than us. The elders are the pillars of the 100 treasures realm. If any of them were to be injured, then the 100 treasures realm would be in danger. Therefore, we can rely on the divergent realm and have their immortal experts lend us a hand. The ordinary fire weavers wouldn't be able to resist our large artifacts. Zhao Hai nodded and said, the 100 treasures realm has dispatched a lot more immortal experts than us. The elders are pillars of the 100 treasures realm. Mu Yao turned silent. He knew that Zhao Hai was right. Now that they were cooperating with the divergent realm, everything was fine. But once the divergent realm had nothing to worry about, who knows if they would make a move against the 100 treasures realm. If the 100 treasures realm loses too many immortal experts, then the 100 treasures realm's foundation would be shaken. Zhao Hai looked at the silent Mu Yao and was very nervous. He was afraid that Mu Yao would order them to fight the fire weavers here. This wasn't a good thing for the 100 treasures realm. With their current strength, it wouldn't be good for them to fight the fire weavers. Their losses would be too great. Zhao Hai wasn't worried about the loss of ordinary cultivators. With these large artifacts, ordinary cultivators can just sit inside and fight the fire weavers. Although there would be casualties, the casualties wouldn't be too high. What Zhao Hai was worried about was the loss of immortal experts. If the 100 treasures realm's immortal experts were to suffer losses, then the 100 treasures realm would be in danger. Immortal experts were the foundation of a realm. With these immortal experts presiding over the realm, other realms would have to weigh their strength in advance before making a move against them. The reason why Zhao Hai was worried that Mu Yao would fight the fire weavers here was because he was afraid that Mu Yao would care too much about face. For a cultivator, face was very important, especially for an immortal expert. Mu Yao hesitated for some time before he nodded and said, "Little brother is right. This is the best way for now. I'll send a letter to the divergent realm and tell them that we'll be moving towards them immediately." Hearing Mu Yao, Zhao Hai let out a sigh of relief. As long as Mu Yao agreed, then everything would be fine. Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, get ready. We'll be moving towards the divergent realm immediately." Zhao Hai nodded, then he adjusted the direction of the large artifacts to head towards the divergent realm. But this time, Zhao Hai wasn't polite to the fire weavers. All the fire weaver camps that he encountered along the way were destroyed by Zhao Hai. But this time, Zhao Hai used his sword shuttles to destroy the shields and then the transmission formations. These people couldn't escape even if they wanted to. In the end, they were all dealt with by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai did this in order to lure the fire weavers over. In fact, the fire weaver army had already set off. Moreover, they weren't far from Zhao Hai's location. Because of this, Zhao Hai and the others immediately turned around. However, the speed of the fire weaver army couldn't compare to the 100 treasures realm. The 100 treasures realm relied on their large artifacts. Although the fire weavers had a lot of powerful beasts, they were still slower than large artifacts. Not long after Zhao Hai and the others turned around, Zhu Jifeng arrived at the place where Zhao Hai and the others stayed. Seeing the destroyed camps, Zhu Jifeng couldn't help but knit her brows. There were people in these camps. Although the camps were breached, there weren't any battles. This meant that the people in these camps were still alive. But now, there were traces of battle in these camps. In other words, the people in these camps were in danger. Moreover, from the movements of the 100 treasures realm, it seems like they were preparing to rendezvous with the divergent realm. This wasn't good news for the fire weavers. If the 100 treasures realm were to rendezvous with the divergent realm, then with the 100 treasures realm's large artifacts, the divergent realm would be able to break through the fire weavers' defenses. Zhu Jifeng landed in a destroyed camp. She carefully looked at the traces of battle and felt the energy fluctuations in the surroundings. Then she turned to the immortal experts behind her and said, "The people from the 100 treasures realm didn't leave for long, at most 2 hours. However, it would be difficult for us to catch up. From the looks of it, they're preparing to rendezvous with the divergent realm. This would be disadvantageous for us. Therefore, I want to send a few elite troops to stop them. What do you think?" Zhu Jifeng nodded. "What do you think?" One of the immortal experts frowned and said, "I'm afraid this will be difficult. The 100 treasures realm isn't weak. If we send a small number of people, it would be impossible to stop them. If we send a lot of people, we wouldn't be able to send that many people. Although we can use the transmission. Formations of the subordinate realms, they can't send too many beasts. If we only send people, our combat strength would be greatly reduced. Zhu Jifeng frowned as well. The immortal expert was right. This was also the reason why she hesitated. But if the 100 Treasures realm were to rendezvous with the Fire Weavers, then it would be more troublesome. After thinking about it, Zhu Jifeng immediately said, send some immortal experts to stall them. Let the army speed up. We must stop them before they meet with the divergent realm and eliminate them. Zhu Jifeng had some prestige among these immortal experts. Otherwise, Zhu Rong wouldn't have sent her to command these immortal experts. One must know that these immortal experts wouldn't easily submit to others. Now that they heard Zhu Jifeng, the immortal experts stared for a moment before they immediately followed her orders. They can use the transmission formation to reach the headquarters of the 100 Treasures realm first. Then they can delay the 100 Treasures realm until Zhu Jifeng's army arrives. At that time, the 100 Treasures realm would be wiped out. Although this plan seems foolproof, Zhu Jifeng was still worried. The 100 Treasures realm wasn't easy to deal with. After fighting with the 100 Treasures realm several times, Zhu Jifeng understood this point. Whether it was the immortal experts of the 100 Treasures realm or their large artifacts, they weren't easy to deal with. She could only hope that her plan would succeed. When Zhu Jifeng made this plan, Zhao Hai was already aware of it. He left silver needles wherever the army went to monitor the situation. Because of this, he was also aware of Zhu Jifeng's plan. Although Zhao Hai knew about Zhu Jifeng's plan, he didn't have the ability to stop it. He could only speed up. However, he knew that even if he was fast, he wouldn't be able to outrun the transmission formations. He could only hope that they could break through the Fire Weaver's encirclement. Zhao Hai also told this information to Mu Yao. After hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao frowned and said, "Are you sure that they have immortal experts?" Mu Yao nodded and said, "Are you sure that they have immortal experts?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I'm sure." Zhu Jifeng also knows that it's impossible to stop us without immortal experts. What we need to do now is to break through their defenses as fast as we can. Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Do you have a plan?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "There's a plan. We need at least 10 immortal experts on each large artifact as well as the other cultivators. Everyone would work together to inject spiritual qi into the large artifacts. This would greatly increase the speed of the large artifacts as well as their impact. Even if there are immortal experts in front of us, as long as there aren't too many of them, we should be able to break through." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Mu Yao thought for a moment and said, "We can give it a try. The Fire Weavers can't send too many people this time. Let's do it this way. As for the camps of the subordinate realms, don't attack them." Zhao Hai nodded. Mu Yao took out a jade sword and sent a message to the ships. At the same time, Zhao Hai also made arrangements. All of his large artifacts had yin and yang lightning pools. The large artifacts were powered by the lightning pools. However, there were also formations on the large artifacts. These formations were spirit-gathering formations. Generally, the spirit-gathering array was used on the formation-breaking spirit snake needles. The formation-breaking spirit snake needles relied on this spirit-gathering array to break through all kinds of mountain-guarding arrays. Zhao Hai's large artifacts could be engraved with spirit-gathering formations at any time. Then the cultivators would gather spiritual qi and provide 2 sets of power systems to the large artifacts. These 2 sets of power systems would work together with the yin-yang lightning pool to provide power to the large artifacts. This was tantamount to doubling the large artifact's power. In this case, whether it was the large artifact's speed or impact, they would all be greatly improved. Before long, Mu Yao's orders were passed down. The ships were also prepared. Each ship was manned by 10 immortal stage elders. Almost all the cultivators on the ships participated. Then these people simultaneously poured their spiritual qi into the large artifacts. In fact, the cultivators felt very sullen these days. This was because they had almost no chance to fight. All of the battles were done by Zhao Hai's large artifacts. Now that they finally had such an opportunity, although they weren't going to fight, they were still very happy. In any case, they were finally able to contribute a bit to this operation. As these people poured their spiritual qi into the ships immediately lit up with golden light. Then their speed increased by a lot. the old turtle wasn't left behind. The turtle was very fast to begin with. Although it was covered in armor, it also had yin and yang lightning pools. There were also a lot of immortal experts and cultivators in the fortress. They also poured their spiritual chi into the fortress. Now, the turtle didn't need to use its own strength to fly. Additionally, the turtle was very smart. It no longer used its spiritual chi to travel. Instead, it poured its spiritual chi into the fortress. This made the turtle the fastest among all the large artifacts. Zhao Hai stood on the back of the fortress. His eyes were focused ahead. This was because he knew that the immortal experts of the fire weavers were already in front of him. There were about 500 of them. Besides the immortal experts, there were also the fire weavers from the subordinate realms. There were about 20,000 people waiting for them. However, Zhao Hai didn't have any intention to stop. On the contrary, the speed of the large artifacts increased. Mu Yao was standing in front of Zhao Hai. Although he didn't know what was going on, he knew that Zhao Hai had his reasons for doing this. Therefore, he didn't stop Zhao Hai. Before long, Mu Yao discovered that there were people blocking the way. His expression couldn't help but change as he turned his head to look at Zhao Hai. He saw that Zhao Hai was staring ahead and didn't show any intention to slow down. Mu Yao didn't say anything. Zhu Jiang stared at the large artifacts of the 100 Treasures realm. The spear in his hand was already prepared. The other immortal experts also took action. Those who didn't use spears also took out their artifacts as they stared at the 100 Treasures realm army. They knew that a fierce battle was inevitable. Zhao Hai calmly looked ahead. He could already see the other party's army. There were nearly 20,000 people standing in a loose formation. If he couldn't see them, then he would be blind. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop the fleet. Instead, he accelerated the fleet to its maximum speed. The fire weavers thought that the 100 Treasures realm would stop and say a few words. But they quickly discovered that they were wrong. The 100 Treasures realm didn't stop at all. Instead, they rushed straight towards the fire weavers. Seeing this, Zhu Jiang was startled. He immediately shouted, "Disperse! Everyone attack!" At the same time, the gun in his hand was fired. The gun in Zhu Jiang's hand was similar to Zhu Gui's gun. The gun was very big, it looked like a small cannon. The bullets it fired were also very big. Moreover, the bullets were burning with orange flames. The other fire weavers also took up their guns and began to attack the 100 Treasures realm's fleet. The other cultivators didn't make a move, they just changed their formation. This was because the 100 Treasures realm's fleet had yet to enter their attack range. These people didn't have guns in their hands. They were only using ordinary artifacts. If they were too far away, the power of their artifacts would be greatly reduced. Therefore, they didn't participate in the attack. But before long, the 100 Treasures realm's fleet entered their attack range. The fire weavers immediately took out their artifacts and attacked the 100 Treasures realm's fleet. On the other hand, the 100 Treasures realm's large artifacts didn't seem to be affected at all. More than 10 large artifacts didn't have a single person on them. The fire weavers' bullets bounced off the large artifacts as soon as they hit the large artifacts. The large artifacts didn't seem to be affected at all. They didn't seem to slow down at all. Fortunately, these people had changed their formation in advance. Zhao Hai didn't want to hit them, so he just whizzed past them. These people could only look at the back of the large artifact and eat its dust. Seeing the 100 Treasures realm easily break through his defensive line, Zhu Jiang's expression couldn't help but turn ugly. However, he reacted quickly and immediately took out a jade sword message to inform Zhu Jifeng of the situation. When Zhu Jifeng received Zhu Jiang's jade sword, her expression changed. She understood that the 100 Treasures realm must have discovered her movements. However, this also made her believe that she must stop the 100 Treasures realm. Zhu Jifeng immediately sent out 500 cultivators. This time, the 500 cultivators appeared in their territory. They were very close to where the fire weavers and the divergent realm were fighting. She didn't want the 100 Treasures realm and the divergent realm to meet. While sending these people to intercept the 100 Treasures realm, Zhu Jifeng also had everyone stop. She knew that chasing was useless. With their speed, it would be impossible for them to catch up to the 100 Treasures realm. Therefore, she organized the rest of the group to use transmission formations to catch up to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was also aware of Zhu Jifeng's actions. However, he didn't care about this right now. With the cultivators and immortal experts charging the fleet's speed was greatly increased. Even if Zhu Jifeng used immortal experts, it would be impossible for her to stop the fleet. The fleet was still moving forward. At this point, they weren't too far away from where the Fire Weavers and the Divergent Realm were fighting. Along the way, they broke through 5 defensive lines of the Fire Weavers. They even killed several immortal experts in one of the defensive lines. It was precisely because they killed several Fire Weaver immortal experts that Zhu Jifeng didn't dare to block the 100 Treasures Realm's fleet. However, in order to avoid any more problems, the 100 Treasures Realm's fleet still moved towards the Divergent Realm at full speed. The cultivators supplying spiritual chi to the fleet also took turns to rest. Even so, the fleet's speed was still very fast. After all, there were 10 immortal experts on each ship. The energy provided by these immortal experts was huge. Zhao Hai knew that there was another defensive line of the Fire Weavers ahead. Moreover, this defensive line wouldn't be easy to break through. There were also a lot of large artifacts in this defensive line. The Fire Weavers didn't have a lot of large artifacts, and they weren't known for their large artifacts. However, this didn't mean that they didn't have any. This was especially true when they cooperated with the Giant Spirit Realm. The Fire Weavers obtained several Giant Spirit treasure ships from the Giant Spirit Realm, sword shuttles, and other artifacts. They also had powerful defensive beasts. This was the last defensive line of the Fire Weavers. This time, Zhao Hai went all out. 20 immortal experts poured energy into each large artifact. At the same time, all the cultivators did the same. In order to make the large artifacts more powerful, Zhao Hai released a large number of undead to pour energy into the large artifacts. Then the fleet rushed towards the Fire Weavers' defensive line with an unstoppable momentum. This time, Zhao Hai didn't let the turtle take the lead. The turtle was already a magic beast. If it was injured, then it wouldn't be good. The turtle's role wasn't to break through the defenses. With its strength, it should be able to deal with immortal experts in a fight. Zhao Hai didn't let the turtle take the lead. The Fire Weavers knew that the 100 Treasures Realm wouldn't stop. They also knew that if they just stood there and waited, they would only be pushed back by the 100 Treasures Realm. Therefore, the large artifacts and beasts of the Fire Weavers also charged towards the 100 Treasures Realm's fleet. The people of the 2 realms were like fearless knights as they charged towards the enemy. As they got closer and closer, both sides stared at each other. Their eyes were red, they seemed to have forgotten about life and death. The 100 Treasures Realm's fleet was composed of 13 large artifacts. The small sword shuttles were already taken away by Zhao Hai. In the face of the large artifacts, the sword shuttles were useless. Besides the 13 large artifacts, only the turtle was present. But this time, the turtle was placed at the back. The Hell King's ship was still in the lead. On the left and right of the Hell King's ship were the pagoda and the Giant Spirit treasure ship. The 100 Treasures Realm's fleet was in a triangular formation with the Hell King's ship as the arrowhead. The pagoda and the Giant Spirit treasure ship were behind it. On the other hand, the Fire Weavers had 5 Giant Spirit treasure ships, 50 sword shuttles, and about 1,000 great beasts. Naturally, their formation couldn't be as good as Zhao Hai's. They were like a tide as they rushed towards the 100 Treasures Realm's fleet. Boom! The 2 sides finally collided. The Hell King's ship collided with a Giant Spirit treasure ship. However, the Giant Spirit treasure ship was only able to make the Hell King's ship stop. The Hell King's ship's ram was inserted into the Giant Spirit treasure ship's bow. At the same time, the Giant Spirit treasure ship was split open from the middle. Then the Hell King's ship continued to fly forward. Although the other Giant Spirit treasure ships weren't as miserable as the Hell King's ship, they were still in a similar situation. The Giant Spirit treasure ship that collided with the pagoda was the luckiest. The pagoda wasn't very good at colliding, but it still managed to destroy the Giant Spirit treasure ship. After all, the 2 sides were in a head-on collision. The other Giant Spirit treasure ships also collided with Zhao Hai's Giant Spirit treasure ship. All of the Giant Spirit treasure ships were destroyed. Needless to say, the sword shuttles were directly destroyed by the Giant Spirit treasure ships. As for the giant spirit treasure ships, they couldn't stop the advance of the 100 treasures realm. All of the beasts that collided with the giant spirit treasure ships were turned into meat paste. As for the beasts that were only grazed by the giant spirit treasure ships, their bones and tendons were broken. Some of the beasts even had parts of their bodies separated from their bodies. The scene was extremely bloody. This time, the fire weavers were completely defeated. Aside from the beasts on the periphery, the army that the fire weavers sent to resist the 100 treasures realm was almost annihilated. This made the higher-ups of the fire weavers pay more attention to the 100 treasures realm's large artifacts. After leaving the battlefield, they flew towards the divergent realm. At the same time, Xianxia received the destroyed giant spirit treasure ships as well as the sword shuttles. Naturally, all of this was done in secret. Mu Yao didn't know about this. At this time, Mu Yao was standing on the roof of the Enlightenment Fortress. He looked ahead and said to Xianxia, is this the fire weaver's last line of defense? If we go further, we'll be in the battlefield between the divergent realm and the fire weavers. Xianxia nodded and said, right, this is the fire weaver race's last line of defense against us. In front of us is the battlefield between the divergent realm and the fire weavers. We should be in the divergent realm's territory. Mu Yao nodded and said, if there's no danger, then we should slow down. We don't want the divergent realm to misunderstand. After all, we're still allies. Xianxia nodded. Then he immediately notified the immortal experts and cultivators of the ships to stop injecting energy into the large artifacts. Therefore, the speed of the fleet slowed down. However, this slowing down was only relative. Although they were slower than before, they were still very fast. After 2 more hours of flight, they officially entered the battlefield between the divergent realm and the fire weavers. From here, one could see some broken trees that were affected by the shockwaves. The fleet slowed down once again. Almost all the immortal experts appeared on the roof of the octagonal fortress and looked around. At this time, several black dots suddenly appeared in the distance. Then the black dots slowly grew bigger and bigger. Before long, the black dots appeared in front of the 100 treasures realm fleet. Xianxia could see that the black dots were people with wings. Mu Yao waved his hand as the 100 treasures realm's army stopped. Then the old turtle slowly went forward and stopped in front of the winged people. The winged people also stopped as they flapped their wings. Seeing the people stop, Mu Yao cupped his fist and said, 100 treasures realms, Mu Yao has seen you. Are you friends from the divergent realm? One of the winged people cupped his fist towards Mu Yao and said, I'm the captain of the divergent realm's 8th scouting squad. Yilaton has seen Elder Mu Yao. Elder Mu Yao and friends from the 100 treasures realm, please come with us. After he said that, he turned around and made a gesture as he flew forward. The 100 treasures realm fleet quickly followed. Before long, a huge camp appeared in front of the 100 treasures realm fleet. The camp was very large. It was located on a mountain that wasn't very high. There were caves on the mountain. There were also people with strange appearances going in and out of the caves. The camp didn't have any defenses, there wasn't even a defensive formation. This was beyond Mu Yao's expectations. As soon as the 100 treasures realm fleet arrived, a group of people came out of the camp. The leader of this group was Sleet. Seeing Sleet arrive, Mu Yao quickly led the other immortal experts out of the fortress to greet him. From afar, Sleet cupped his fist towards Mu Yao. Then he laughed and said, Elder Mu Yao, you're finally here. Welcome, welcome. Mu Yao cupped his fist towards Sirit, then he smiled and said, Elder Sirit, how could I dare trouble you to come and greet us? We really don't deserve it. Sleet smiled and said, of course. The 100 treasures realm managed to break through the Fire Weaver race's 6 defensive lines in just a few days. I really admire you. Our elders are waiting for you. Have the friends from the 100 treasures realm take a rest. Mu Yao smiled and said, Elder Sleet doesn't need to be busy. They're already used to the large artifacts. There's no need to arrange a place for them to rest. Let's not keep the elders waiting. Sleet nodded and said, all right, let's go. Xianxia and Mu Yao didn't follow. Only about 100 immortal experts followed Mu Yao into the divergent realm's camp. The rest remained in the large artifacts. Xianxia and Mu Yao stood on the roof of the fortress with a glass of wine in their hands. Looking at the Divergent Realms camp, Muyu suddenly said, Zhao Hai, you said that the camp didn't have any defenses. Are they too confident or too arrogant? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I think they're confident. Moreover, the Divergent Realm definitely has some defenses. They chose this place because it's the highest point in the vicinity. Moreover, the surrounding vegetation has been severely damaged. They're not afraid of a sneak attack. Also, didn't you hear what the winged man said? He's only a captain of a scout team. In other words, the Divergent Realm has a lot of scouts. With those scouts here, the Fire Weavers wouldn't be able to sneak attack. Therefore, the Divergent Realm can rest assured. Muyu nodded and said, the Divergent Realm is very strong. Did you notice that there are close to 300,000 cultivators in the camp alone? All of them are transcending tribulation experts. I wonder how many immortal experts the Divergent Realm has. Muyu nodded and said, don't worry. Zhao Hai replied, certainly. To be able to force the Fire Weavers to retreat, how could there be a lack of experts? The Fire Weavers must have a lot of resources. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent so many experts to deal with us. It seems like my previous estimation of the 5 great realms was wrong. I underestimated them too much. Muyu drank the wine in his cup in one gulp and exhaled a mouthful of wine. Sooner or later, we will defeat them. Sooner or later. Mu Yao followed Sleet into a cave residence in the Divergent Realm's stronghold. The immortal elders who followed Mu Yao into the stronghold stayed in a cave residence outside. The cave residence was very big. After the elders went in, they were immediately served wine. When Mu Yao entered the Mu residence, he saw 10 Divergent Realm elders sitting inside. They were all sitting on chairs made of translucent clouds. Upon seeing Mu Yao, these people quickly stood up and gave him a salute. Mu Yao also quickly returned the greetings. Sleet also introduced everyone to Mu Yao. The leader of the group was an ordinary-looking old man wearing a robe. His hair and eyebrows were white, and he had a kind smile on his face. However, his eyes shined brightly, as if they could see through a person's heart. This old man was very famous in the Divergent Realm. His nickname was Prison Heart. The reason for his name was because he used spiritual attacks to attack people's hearts. He would provoke their heart demons and cause them to die from the heart demons. In addition to making you die from heart demons, he can also arouse your inner desires. He can even use this method to help people cultivate. Because of this, there was a saying in the 10,000 realm battlefield. The heart can enter heaven, the heart can enter hell. This means that he can make you go to heaven or hell. This was Prison Heart. Mu Yao had heard of Prison Heart's name a long time ago. However, he hadn't seen him before. He didn't expect Prison Heart to be such a benevolent old man. Mu Yao didn't dare neglect Prison Heart. This was because besides being an immortal expert, Prison Heart was also a veteran expert. It was said that he was the oldest immortal expert in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Moreover, some people said that he had already broken through 1 yuan stage. As for how old Prison Heart was, Mu Yao didn't know. Mu Yao bowed to Prison Heart and said, I've seen Elder. I didn't expect to see you here. This Mu Yao is truly fortunate. I heard that Elder had some friendship with my master. This Mu Yao can be considered as Elder's junior. I ask Elder to forgive this Mu Yao for not knowing. Prison Heart chuckled and said, there's no need to be polite. You're now representing the 100 Treasures realm. It wouldn't be good if you're too polite. Come, sit down. Mu Yao smiled faintly, then he bowed to Prison Heart before sitting down. As soon as he sat down, the other people from the Divergent Realm also sat down. Prison Heart looked at Mu Yao and said, I heard that you broke through 6 Fire Weaver defenses in just a few days. Mu Yao smiled bitterly and said, there's nothing we can do about it. At that time, the Fire Weavers sent 200,000 people to deal with us. Among them were more than 2,000 immortal experts. On the other hand, we only have 1,000 immortal experts. Although we're confident in winning against ordinary cultivators, we're not confident in a battle against immortal experts. Therefore, we could only meet up with the Divergent Realm. Prison Heart didn't get angry, nor did he show any contempt. Instead, he nodded and said, you're a qualified commander. You did a good job. I saw your large artifacts, they're very good. No wonder you were able to break through the Fire Weaver's defensive line. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You're a qualified commander." Mu Yao replied, "We killed 32 immortal experts along the way. We also destroyed 5 giant spirit treasure ships, 50 sword shuttles, and nearly 2,000 fire weaver beasts." After saying this, Mu Yao looked at the other people from the divergent realm and said, "The fire weavers don't want us to meet up with them. When the time comes, the 100 Treasures realm's large artifacts would make it difficult for them to hold their defenses." Prison Heart looked at Mu Yao and smiled. He understood why Mu Yao said this. Mu Yao was afraid that the divergent realm would look down on the 100 Treasures realm. He wanted to tell the divergent realm that the 100 Treasures realm was strong. Prison Heart was already past the age of fighting. Therefore, he didn't dislike Mu Yao's words. He just smiled and said, "That's for the best. Take a good rest. When it's time to attack, we'll inform you." Mu Yao nodded. Mu Yao nodded. Prison Heart looked at the others and said, "The fire weavers want to drag us here until we're tired. Once we're tired, they'll naturally retreat. But this time, we didn't gather the strength of the 3 clans just to get some small benefits. We want the entire fire weaver territory. Therefore, we must capture the fire weavers and break through their defenses as quickly as possible." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Prison Heart. Everyone nodded. This battle was very important for the 3 races. If they don't succeed this time, then it would be more difficult to deal with the fire weavers in the future. Moreover, the fire weavers would retaliate. The fire weavers weren't people who wouldn't retaliate after suffering a loss. Prison Heart looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, go and prepare. 3 days. I'll give everyone 3 days to rest and reorganize. After 3 days, we'll launch our attack. I hope that we can take the enemy's defensive line in one fell swoop." Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "All right." Prison Heart waved his hand and the group left. Prison Heart looked at Mu Yao who was about to leave and said, "Mu Yao, stay." Mu Yao looked at Prison Heart and said, "Mu Yao, stay." Naturally, Mu Yao stayed behind. After everyone left, Prison Heart looked at Mu Yao and said, "Mu Yao, tell me the truth. How much confidence do you have in breaking through the Fire Weaver race's defensive line? You should know that this attack is very important for us. If we can't break through their defenses, then it would be a serious blow to our morale." Mu Yao nodded and said, "I know. However, I don't know much about their defenses. I need to understand the situation first before I can be sure." Prison Heart nodded and said, "All right, then we'll do our best. Give me an answer as soon as possible so that I can make arrangements." Mu Yao nodded, then he gave Prison Heart a bow before turning around to leave. Prison Heart looked at Mu Yao's appearance and nodded. Then he muttered, "Sure enough, he's a talent." Mu Yao quickly returned to the octagonal fortress. Zhao Hai and Mu Yu were waiting for him. Upon seeing the two, Mu Yao nodded and said, "The Divergent Realm has already decided to attack the Fire Weavers in 3 days. At that time, I'm afraid our formations will be pushed to the front lines. Zhao Hai, pay attention to the Fire Weavers' defensive line. See if we can break through their defenses." Mu Yao nodded and said, "The Divergent Realm has already decided to attack the Fire Weavers." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll immediately send people to scout." Mu Yao nodded. At this time, a jade sword flew towards Mu Yao. Mu Yao received the jade sword and scanned it with his spiritual force. Then a smile appeared on his face as he said, "Good. Little Hai, take a look. Perhaps you won't need to investigate." Mu Yao nodded. At this time, a jade sword flew towards Mu Yao. Zhao Hai received the jade sword and scanned it with his spiritual force. He discovered that it was a report on the Fire Weaver's defenses. The report was very detailed. Zhao Hai carefully read the report. He now knew how difficult it was to break through the Divergent Realm's defenses. The Fire Weavers had more than 500,000 troops and about 10,000 immortal experts. Moreover, the Fire Weavers had more than 300 large artifacts, 10 giant spirit treasure ships, 100 sword shuttles, and more than 108 Cyan Imperial chariots. In addition to these large artifacts, there were also more than 500 cannons, more than 200,000 fire weavers, as well as countless formations. Moreover, the defenses were more than 1,000 miles deep. It would be very difficult to break through such a defense line. After reading the report, Zhao Hai couldn't help but close his eyes. He had Kai and the others calculate the success rate of this attack. Then he opened his eyes and looked at Mu Yao and said, Elder, I'll send people to the Fireweaver's defenses. I'll give you an answer tomorrow. Mu Yao nodded and said, Go. Remember, this is an opportunity for the 100 Treasures realm to show our might. If possible, do your best. Zhao Hai understood what Mu Yao meant. Mu Yao wanted him to do his best to break through the Fireweaver's defenses. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned around and returned to the fortress. At the same time, he released silver needles to carry out a final reconnaissance of the Fireweaver's defenses. Zhao Hai already knew about the Fireweaver's defenses. But this time, he wanted to carry out another reconnaissance to make sure that nothing goes wrong. After comparing the situation with the Fireweavers, Zhao Hai came up with the best plan of attack. Zhao Hai knew that this battle would be his chance to make a name for himself in the 10,000 realm battlefield. In the past, Zhao Hai had a lot of fame in the 10,000 realm battlefield. However, people didn't pay much attention to his strength. But after this incident, Zhao Hai wanted to let everyone in the 10,000 realm battlefield know that he, Zhao Hai, was as strong as any immortal expert. Although doing so would bring him a lot of trouble, and people would be more careful when dealing with him in the future. The strength of the people who wanted to deal with him would also be stronger. But at the same time, it would also save him a lot of trouble. Some ignorant thieves wouldn't dare to deal with him anymore. Sitting in front of the screen, Zhao Hai could see that the screen was divided into small sections. Each section represented a Fireweaver camp. To be exact, these sections were drawn by Laura and the others. In fact, from the outside, these places were the Fireweaver's defenses. There weren't many divisions. However, through observation, Laura and the others divided the Fireweaver's defenses into small sections. These sections weren't randomly divided. Each section represented a force. The Fireweaver army didn't live in a single camp. Instead, they were divided into different camps. Some of the smaller realms were separated into smaller camps. Although it was convenient for cultivators to move around and gather as soon as there was a battle, this division still gave the 100 Treasures realm an opportunity. Looking at the map on the screen, Zhao Hai said, How is it? Is the information accurate? Lizzie nodded and said, The information provided by the Divergent Realm is accurate. But it's not accurate. We have to do our own scouting. Brother Hai, look, the Fireweaver army is on the right side of the defensive line. This is because that's where the Divergent Realm focused their attacks. Moreover, their cannons and formations are placed on the right side of the defensive line. Generally speaking, the right side of the defensive line is stronger than the left side. Megan nodded and said, Right. Moreover, there are subordinate realms on the left side of the defensive line that aren't very strong. Although these subordinate realms would participate in the battle, they would always leave some people behind to guard their camps. It can be seen that they don't trust the Fireweavers. I think this is an opportunity for us. Lizzie nodded and said, Right, I think so too. The Divergent Realm wants to launch a general attack in 3 days. We can have them attract the Fireweaver army's attention while we attack from the left flank. When the time comes, we'll be able to break through their defensive line. As long as their defensive line is in chaos, the Fireweavers would certainly be defeated. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the map, then he nodded and said, Good. But this time our attack has to be fierce and fast. We need to tear through their defensive line in the shortest time possible. At the same time, we need to make sure that their defensive line is in chaos. Lizzie nodded and said, We can also have the undead attack the subordinate realms' camps. When the time comes, they would certainly be in chaos. As long as they're in chaos, I believe that the Divergent Realm would seize the opportunity. Zhao Hai nodded. He was also confident in the Divergent Realm. The Divergent Realm was able to launch a fierce attack on the Fireweavers as soon as they arrived. Moreover, they were able to achieve great results. If they give up on this opportunity, then there's no need to fight. They might as well just return home. After carefully looking at the map, Zhao Hai turned to Lizzie and said, Make a battle plan. Replace the undead attacking the subordinate realms with cultivators from the Divergent Realm or the 100 Treasures realm. We'll use large artifacts to attack, we'll be very conspicuous. There's no need for us to do everything. Lizzie and Megan nodded, then they went to make plans. Zhao Hai called Laura over and said, after the battle, remember to pay attention to the people from the Divergent Realm. As long as there are Divergent Realm cultivators who are useful to us, make sure to bring them to the space. We need more divergent techniques. Laura nodded. This wasn't the first time that Megan and Lizzie wrote a battle plan. Before long, a battle plan was handed over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at it carefully and saw that there were no problems. Then he took out a jade slip and wrote the battle plan inside. After saying goodbye to the others, he left. After returning to the fortress, Zhao Hai immediately went to Mu Yao's room. Mu Yao had been waiting for Zhao Hai's news. Seeing Zhao Hai arrive, Mu Yao immediately asked, "How is it?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he took out a jade slip and handed it over to Mu Yao. Mu Yao took the jade slip and scanned it with his spiritual force. Before long, he saw the battle plan. After reading the entire plan, Mu Yao's face couldn't help but smile. He nodded and said, "Very good, this battle plan is very good. I'll go see the people from the Divergent Realm. You prepare to leave at any time." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Elder, rest assured, we can leave at any time. As long as the Divergent Realm cooperates, I believe that this plan will succeed." Mu Yao nodded and said, "Go, and prepare. I believe that the Divergent Realm will agree to this plan." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned around and left. Mu Yao took the battle plan and went straight to the Divergent Realms conference hall. There were guards in the Divergent Realms conference hall. When Mu Yao arrived outside the conference hall, he was just about to ask the guard to report his arrival when Prisonheart's voice was heard, "Mu Yao, come in." Mu Yao nodded and then walked into the conference hall. After entering the conference hall, Mu Yao saw Prisonheart. Besides Prisonheart, there was also another person in the conference hall. This person was very tall and had a beard on his face. However, his beard was a bit heavy compared to Sleet's beast form. He wore iron armor and stood there like a giant iron can. As soon as he saw this person, Mu Yao guessed his identity. Siege Hammer Hawkins, a famous powerhouse in the Divergent Realm. He had extraordinary strength and astonishing defensive power. He was a representative of the kind of person who could defeat 10 people with brute force. Mu Yao first gave Prisonheart a salute, then he turned to Hawkins and said, "Mu Yao has seen Mr. Hawkins. Mu Yao pays his respects." Hawkins looked at Mu Yao, then he cupped his fist and said, "Greetings." Mu Yao couldn't help but get angry. He was one of the most powerful elders in the 100 Treasures realm. How could he not be angry when Hawkins treated him like this? However, he didn't show it. Instead, he turned to Prisonheart and said, "Immortal, this is the battle plan we've come up with. Elder, please take a look." Prisonheart also saw Hawkins' performance. He didn't show any expression, nor did he reprimand Hawkins. However, he was somewhat disappointed with Hawkins. Hawkins was too arrogant and too confident in his own strength. In his opinion, the 100 Treasures realm hurriedly followed them because they were afraid of the Fire Weavers. In Hawkins' view, the 100 Treasures realm was running away. If it was him, he would stay and fight the Fire Weavers to the death. Hawkins didn't think that the 100 Treasures realm would be able to escape. However, Hawkins didn't expect that the 100 Treasures realm was different from the Divergent realm. 1,000 immortal experts might hurt the Divergent realm, but it wouldn't shake their foundation. For the 100 Treasures realm, these 1,000 immortal experts were very important. If they had too much hope, then the 100 Treasures realm would be in danger. Hawkins didn't see this. He just thought that the 100 Treasures realm was being timid. This wasn't a good sign, especially for a superior realm. Prisonheart received the jade slip and then used his spiritual force to look at its contents. After some time, Prisonheart put down the jade slip and turned to Mu Yao. He smiled and said, "Mu Yao, you didn't come up with this plan, right? Why do I feel that the spiritual force inside the jade slip is different from yours?" Mu Yao smiled and said, "This wasn't done by me. Elder's spiritual force is indeed formidable. This was done by our 100 Treasures realm's Zhao Hai. What does Elder think?" Prisonheart nodded and said, "The plan is very good. It's very detailed. There are a lot of details that we didn't notice." "Very good, Mu Yao. The 100 Treasures realm has another talent." Mu Yao smiled and didn't say anything. Hawkins looked at Prisonheart with a puzzled expression. Prison Heart handed the jade slip to Hawkins and said, "Prepare according to the contents of the jade slip within 3 days." Although Hawkins was arrogant, he didn't dare disobey Prison Heart. He immediately received the jade slip and gave Prison Heart a salute. He didn't even look at the contents of the jade slip before he turned around and left. He didn't even greet Muyao. Muyao looked at Hawkins and smiled faintly. He didn't care. Although he was angry, he wouldn't offend the Divergent Realm because of this. Seeing Hawkins' behavior, Prison Heart couldn't help but sigh. However, he didn't explain anything to Muyao. Instead, he turned to Muyao and said, "Muyao, when are you going to leave?" Muyao replied, "The sooner the better. We need to hide as soon as possible. We can't let the fire weavers discover our tracks. If they are prepared, then it would be troublesome." Prison Heart nodded and said, "All right, you can leave at any time. As soon as we launch an attack, I'll send you a letter." Muyao nodded, then he gave Prison Heart a salute before he turned around and left. Prison Heart looked at Muyao, then he sighed and said, "It seems like the rise of the 100 Treasures realm is unstoppable." Prison Heart wasn't only optimistic about Muyao, he was also optimistic about Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's plan allowed him to see how different the 100 Treasures realm was. The Divergent Realm was now at war with the Fire Weavers. Moreover, they had a deep understanding of the Fire Weavers' defensive line. They even knew where the subordinate realms were. However, Prison Heart didn't think that this information would be useful. And when he saw Zhao Hai's plan and the analysis of the subordinate realms, Prison Heart knew that he was wrong. The information they collected was useful, very useful. It was just that they didn't use it well. On the other hand, the 100 Treasures realm made better use of the information. After thinking about this, Prison Heart sighed and slowly sat down. He felt very tired. He wasn't young anymore. He could feel that he was about to reach the end of his life. However, he was worried about the next leader of the Divergent Realm. The people of the Divergent Realm were used to being arrogant. After this war, he was afraid that they would become even more arrogant. This wasn't a good thing for the Divergent Realm. They needed a good leader, a leader who knew when to advance and when to retreat. Hawkins was obviously not a qualified leader. Prison Heart slowly closed his eyes. He felt that he should do something for the Divergent Realm. In the last moments of his life, he should do something for the future of the Divergent Realm. The hall was very quiet. No one knew what this dying old man was thinking. When Muyao returned to the fortress, his expression wasn't very good. Upon arriving, he immediately looked for Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, get ready. We'll set off immediately." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Zhao Hai, prepare yourself." Although Zhao Hai didn't know why they were in a hurry to set off, he didn't ask anything. He just nodded and said, "All right. But I'll have to ask Elder and the others to move to the other large artifacts. Since the old turtle can't shrink, I can only put it away." Muyao nodded and said, "I know. You just need to do your best. Remember, this matter is related to the honor of the 100 Treasures realm." Zhao Hai nodded and then turned around to leave. A group of fire weavers stood on their tamed beasts as they flew through the forest on the left. This place could no longer be called a forest. This was because the towering trees here were all broken. Broken branches and leaves could be seen everywhere. These broken trees were the result of the shockwaves. Although the 100 Treasures realm's attack was focused on the right side, the left side was also affected. It's just that the battle wasn't as intense as the right side. The group of fire weavers were the scouts of the Fire Weaver realm. They were responsible for guarding the perimeter of the defensive line. They wanted to see if anyone was sneaking in from the side. However, right under the eyes of these people, in the dilapidated forest, there were more than a dozen 1-meter-long boat-shaped artifacts parked there. These artifacts had all been camouflaged. From the outside, they looked like broken tree trunks. They didn't attract any attention at all. Zhao Hai, Muyao, and Muyu were standing on the top floor of the pagoda. The three of them were looking at the Fire Weaver defensive line in the distance. The pagoda now looked like a broken tree stump. There was nothing special about it. No one would notice that there were 3 people smaller than a thumb on the stump. Muyao looked at the Fire Weaver army's defensive line, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "I didn't expect it to be so small." Looking at the Fire Weaver army's defensive line, it feels like we've entered a world of giants. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, if it weren't for everyone's help, I wouldn't have been able to shrink the 3 large artifacts for so long. But it's good now. The divergent realm should be attacking tomorrow. We don't have to worry about anything. Mu Yao nodded, then he said, this is the first time the 100 Treasures realm cooperated with them. We must let them know that the 100 Treasures realm isn't to be trifled with. Zhao Hai and Mu Yao nodded. At this time, another group of fire weavers flew over their heads. Mu Yao looked at the fire weavers and sneered, let's see how long these fellows can be arrogant. This time, we must deal with them. At this time, sounds of fighting could be heard in the distance. Zhao Hai and the others were already used to this sound. Although the divergent realm said that they would be attacking tomorrow, they didn't stop attacking the defensive line. This was in order to prevent the fire weavers from knowing about Zhao Hai's plan. If the fire weavers knew about this plan, then it would be difficult for Zhao Hai and the others to succeed. Seeing that Zhao Hai didn't make a sound, Mu Yao turned to Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, I have something to tell you. If nothing unexpected happens, the fire weavers will certainly be defeated. However, the divergent realm will also suffer casualties. I want you to turn the dead people of the divergent realm into undead. Can you do that? When Zhao Hai heard Mu Yao, he couldn't help but stare. He looked at Mu Yao with a puzzled expression before he nodded and said, it's not a problem. I also wanted to do that. However, I can't turn all the dead people of the divergent realm into undead. Otherwise, the divergent realm wouldn't be able to find their corpses. I'm afraid that it would be troublesome. As soon as he heard Zhao Hai, Mu Yao couldn't help but let out a long breath. He calmed his emotions before he nodded and said, you're right. Then do as you see fit. Turn the dead people of the divergent realm into undead. If possible, kill some of them as well. But don't let them know about it. Zhao Hai nodded. Mu Yu looked at Mu Yao and asked, Teacher, why is that? Mu Yao coldly snorted and said, you haven't seen Hawkins from the divergent realm. When we retreated here, that guy gave me a hard time. Naturally, this isn't important. What's important is that he might be the one in charge of the divergent realm in the future. If he's the one in charge, then we might have a conflict in the future. Let's eliminate some of their forces first. Zhao Hai and Mu Yu immediately understood what was going on. It seems like Hawkins was trying to embarrass Mu Yao. However, dealing with the divergent realm wasn't a big deal. Originally, Mu Yao was planning to have the divergent realm send some people to participate in this operation. But when he saw Hawkins' expression, he didn't mention this matter. He knew that if he did, Prisonheart would certainly agree. However, Hawkins would look down on him even more. However, Mu Yao wasn't lying. He didn't want to deal with the divergent realm just to vent his anger. He also felt that the divergent realm might become the enemy of the 100 Treasures realm in the future. He wanted to see what would happen when Zhao Hai releases the corpses of the divergent realm's people. Naturally, Mu Yao didn't have much hope for Zhao Hai's undead. However, he knew that Zhao Hai had guns. If the undead of the divergent realm were to use guns to deal with the divergent realm's people, then the effect would be better. Time passed by and a day quickly passed by. The next morning, everyone woke up and made their preparations. Today, the 100 Treasures realm's immortal experts couldn't provide spiritual qi to Zhao Hai's large artifacts. The other cultivators couldn't do the same. Zhao Hai decided to release some undead to provide spiritual qi to his large artifacts. As for the other cultivators, they would be responsible for dealing with the fire weavers. Naturally, this would happen after the 100 Treasures realm breaks through their defensive line. When the cultivators heard that they finally had a chance to fight, they couldn't help but be happy. For a long time, they didn't have anything to do. Aside from pouring spiritual qi into their large artifacts when they attacked the fire weavers' defensive line, they had nothing else to do. This made them feel very aggrieved. Now that they finally had a chance to show off their skills, they were very happy. To be honest, following Zhao Hai to fight was very difficult. If they stayed inside their large artifacts, they wouldn't have any casualties. But at the same time, they had very few opportunities to fight. They didn't even have as many opportunities to fight as Zhao Hai's undead. This made them feel very useless. Seeing these people in high spirits, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't understand why these people were so interested in fighting. Don't they know that there would be casualties in a fight? Muyu looked at Zhao Hai and knew what he was thinking. He smiled faintly and said, don't you think that they're a bit stupid? Why are they so happy to go out and fight? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, this could be considered a tacit agreement. Muyu smiled and said, you don't understand them. If they don't even have a chance to participate in this war, then when they return, how would they receive their rewards from the realm? They would be too embarrassed to receive their rewards. Hearing Muyu, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't think about this point. Muyu looked at Zhao Hai and said, in their minds, if they use their large artifacts to disrupt the enemy's defensive line, then they wouldn't be in any danger. All they need to do is to chase and kill. How many casualties would they suffer? Therefore, they are very happy to attack. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, he really didn't think about this point. He smiled bitterly and said, I really didn't think about this. But this is also good. Once we break the defensive line, the resistance they face should be very weak. There shouldn't be too many casualties. Muyu nodded and said, I hope so. If there are too many casualties, then it wouldn't be good. Therefore, you need to pay attention to them. Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, sounds of fighting could be heard from the Fire Weaver race's defensive line. The loud rumbles could be heard clearly. Then cultivators from the Fire Weaver race's camps began to fly towards the divergent realm. The number of people on the left side of the defensive line was getting smaller and smaller. Not long after the battle began, a small flying sword flew into the woods and fell into Muyao's hand. Muyao took the jade sword and scanned it with his spiritual force. He immediately knew what was going on. Then he turned his head to Zhao Hai, who was whispering to Muyu, and said, Little Hai, the divergent realm's attack has begun. Should we make a move as well? Zhao Hai nodded and said, Little Hai, the divergent realm's attack has begun. Zhao Hai looked at the battlefield and saw two huge shadows tearing each other apart in the air. From time to time, explosions could be heard. From time to time, black dots would fall from the sky. Zhao Hai knew that these black dots were powerful cultivators. However, he didn't immediately make a move. Instead, he said, replying to the elder, I think we should wait. Although the two sides are fighting, the battle hasn't reached its climax. The Fire Weavers can retreat. Our attack won't have the best effect. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Muyu looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. Then he nodded and said, all right, then we'll wait. I'll leave the timing to you. Zhao Hai nodded. However, the others stared. They didn't expect Muyu to say something like this to Zhao Hai. Only Muyu knew that the reason why Zhao Hai didn't attack wasn't just because the time wasn't right, but also because he wanted to use the Fire Weavers to consume more of the divergent realm's strength. Because of this, Muyu told Zhao Hai about it. Whether it was the immortal experts or ordinary cultivators, all of them quietly stood on top of the large artifacts and looked at the battlefield in the distance. They could see the two dark shadows getting closer and closer. In the end, the two dark shadows merged into one. But at the center, flames would appear. More and more black dots would fall from the sky. The cultivators on the large artifacts would look at Zhao Hai from time to time. They wanted to see when Zhao Hai would send his troops. But when they saw that Zhao Hai had his eyes closed, they couldn't help but grit their teeth. Only a small number of people were surprised. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to remain calm. This was too astonishing. Even Muyao was startled. What they didn't know was that Zhao Hai was currently paying attention to the situation of the two sides through the space. Both sides were evenly matched. However, the Fire Weavers still had two reserve units that hadn't entered the battle. These two reserve units were the Fire Weavers. If they didn't enter the battle, then Zhao Hai and the others wouldn't be able to do anything. However, Zhao Hai believed that the Fire Weaver race's two reserve squads would soon enter the battlefield. This was because the Divergent Realm's attack was too fierce. It exceeded the Fire Weaver race's expectations. Before long, one of the reserve units entered the battlefield. At this time, a lot of cultivators were received into the space. Most of them were from the Fire Weavers. Naturally, there were also a lot of people from the Divergent Realm. Now, there were dozens of divergent techniques added to the space. Some of these divergent techniques were used for offense while others were used for defense. All of them were very powerful. Finally, 3 hours after the battle started, the last reserve unit of the Fire Weavers moved. They returned to the battlefield. Zhao Hai knew that the time was up. He opened his eyes and waved his hand, causing all of the large magical devices to fly up and shrink back to their normal size. Then he released the turtle, who appeared on top of the octagonal fortress. Following the turtle's lead, all of the large magical devices charged into the battlefield. About an hour ago, Prisonheart was standing at the back of the battlefield, quietly watching. Beside him was Hawkins, who had an anxious look on his face. Although the 100 Treasures realm didn't appear, Prisonheart wasn't worried at all. He believed that the 100 Treasures realm would certainly appear. It's just that the 100 Treasures realm didn't think that the time was right. Prisonheart carefully observed the battlefield. He wanted to see why the 100 Treasures realm didn't think that the time was right. Before long, he discovered that the Fire Weavers still had a reserve force that they hadn't used yet. This reserve force had 50,000 people. Moreover, all of them were Fire Weavers. With 50,000 people and their tamed beasts, they had a fighting strength of more than 100,000. If they discover the 100 Treasures realm's attack, they would certainly rush forward. Even if they die, they would delay the 100 Treasures realm. When the time comes, the Fire Weavers would be able to prepare. It seems like this was the reason why the 100 Treasures realm didn't appear. Although he guessed this, Prisonheart didn't know if his guess was correct. Therefore, he continued to observe. He wanted to know if the 100 Treasures realm really thought this way. Hawkins was standing beside Prisonheart. He didn't understand why Prisonheart didn't let him attack. He also knew that there was a reserve unit from the Divergent realm behind him. This reserve unit also had 50,000 people. Now that both sides were evenly matched, they could easily defeat the Fire Weavers. Why didn't Prisonheart let them attack? Could it be that Prisonheart was waiting for the 100 Treasures realm? Those cowards were already scared out of their wits. Prisonheart also noticed Hawkins' appearance. To be honest, he was getting more and more disappointed. Hawkins didn't notice that the Fire Weavers had a reserve army. This made him very disappointed. However, Prisonheart still said, "Hawkins, don't be anxious. Now isn't the time." "Wait." Hawkins nodded. Although Hawkins didn't know what they were waiting for, he still nodded. However, his killing intent was getting heavier and heavier. At this time, Prisonheart discovered that the Fire Weavers' reserve unit was moving. Prisonheart's heart moved as he turned his head towards the left flank of the Fire Weavers' defensive line. Prisonheart looked at the left flank of the Fire Weavers' defensive line and saw a black spot there. He couldn't help but be happy, but then he frowned. He was happy because he guessed right. It wasn't that the 100 Treasures realm didn't send troops. It was just that the Fire Weavers' reserve army hadn't moved yet. Because of this, the 100 Treasures realm didn't send troops. They were waiting for the Fire Weavers' reserve army to move. On the other hand, Prisonheart frowned because the 100 Treasures realm's timing was too good. If he was in command of the 100 Treasures realm's army, then he wouldn't be able to do this. But the 100 Treasures realm managed to do it. This made Prisonheart dread the 100 Treasures realm even more. Then Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but shine with determination. But it disappeared in an instant. Zhao Hai turned his head to Hawkins and said, "Hawkins, get ready. As long as the 100 Treasures realm succeeds, you'll make your move immediately." Hearing Prisonheart, Hawkins couldn't help but stare. He couldn't help but turn his head towards the left flank of the Fire Weavers. What he saw was a black spot on the left flank of the Fire Weavers. Seeing Zhao Hai move, the cultivators from the 100 Treasures realm became excited. However, Mu Yao didn't understand why Zhao Hai moved at this time. The cannons of the large artifacts extended out of the cannons as they continued to fire. Mu Yao paid attention to where a cannonball landed. He discovered that the cannonball landed on a formation and destroyed it. This discovery made Mu Yao nod. Compared to the cultivators, the formations were more troublesome. This was because as long as the formations were there, the Fire Weavers could use them to fight against the 100 Treasures realm. As long as the formations were destroyed, the 100 Treasures realm would have an easier time dealing with the Fire Weavers. Mu Yao nodded. Compared to the cultivators of the 100 Treasures realm, the cultivators of the Fire Weavers would have a much easier time. At the same time, Mu Yao also noticed that Zhao Hai released a large number of sword shuttles. The targets of these sword shuttles were the small camps under the Fireweaver race's banner. There weren't many people in these small camps, and because they were inside the defensive line, their defenses weren't very strong. The sword shuttles broke through the small camps and slaughtered the cultivators inside. Naturally, at this time, some cultivators from the 100 Treasures realm disembarked from their large artifacts. Their targets were the small camps. The speed of the large artifacts was very fast. Mu Yao discovered that their speed wasn't any slower than the Fire Weavers when they broke through the defensive line. With this speed, they quickly arrived at the battlefield. At this time, the sword shuttles that Zhao Hai released had already returned to the fleet. The 13 large artifacts carried countless sword shuttles as they rushed towards the Fireweavers' battle formation. The Fireweavers also discovered the charge of Zhao Hai and the others. However, they had no way to block the 100 Treasures realm's charge. They could only watch as the 100 Treasures realm's large artifacts fiercely attacked them from the side. Under the attention of the Fireweavers and the Divergent Realm, the 100 Treasures realm's large artifacts were like rhinoceroses charging into a flock of sheep. Nothing could stop them. The Fireweavers could only watch as the 100 Treasures realm's large artifacts made a bloody path through their formation. Although the Fireweavers invested more than 500,000 troops this time, because of the battle against the Divergent Realm, their formation was already very secretive. But now, the 100 Treasures realm's charge killed countless people. Additionally, their formation was also disrupted. The Fireweavers knew that the 100 Treasures realm had arrived at the Divergent Realm's headquarters. They wanted to see if the 100 Treasures realm's large artifacts were still there. Unfortunately, the Divergent Realm's defenses were too strong. They simply didn't have the opportunity to check. Therefore, when the 100 Treasures realm's large artifacts appeared on their flank, they were completely thrown into chaos. They didn't even have time to react before the 100 Treasures realm's large artifacts rushed into their formation and tore it apart. At this time, Prison Heart, who had been paying attention to the situation on the battlefield, sent out his reserve force. It was a reserve force of 50,000 people led by Hawkins. Prison Heart left Hawkins' reserve force behind in order to prepare for this moment. He wanted to see if the 100 Treasures realm would do as he planned. If the 100 Treasures realm can really attack the Fireweaver army at a critical moment, then Prison Heart's reserve force would be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Naturally, he succeeded. The 100 Treasures realm did what he wanted. Moreover, they did it very well. They tore apart the Fireweaver's defensive line. This was the most appropriate time for the 100 Treasures realm to send their reserve army. The Fireweavers weren't able to block Zhao Hai's attack. Hundreds of thousands of people were broken apart by the 100 Treasures realm's fleet. They were now at their wits' end. With their formation in chaos, the Divergent Realm's army took the opportunity to press forward. At this time, the cultivators that the 100 Treasures realm sent out also rushed in. The 100 Treasures realm and the Divergent Realm's cultivators completely messed up the Fireweaver's formation. The entire Fireweaver army was immediately torn apart. If it was only the 100 Treasures realm attacking at this time, then the Fireweaver army might be able to hold on. But now that the 100 Treasures realm and the Divergent realm were attacking, the Fireweaver army couldn't hold on any longer. The subordinate realms of the Fireweavers put on airs in front of the 100 Treasures realm. They thought that they were one of the 5 great realms and were superior to the 100 Treasures realm. However, the Divergent realm was different. The Divergent realm was a high-grade realm on the same level as the Fireweavers. In front of the Divergent realm, the subordinate realms always felt inferior. When the Fireweavers and the Divergent realm fought to a draw, they were still loyal to the Fireweavers. But with the 100 Treasures realm's attack, the Fireweaver army immediately showed signs of defeat. In this case, the subordinate realms couldn't hold on any longer. Some of the weaker subordinate realms began to collapse. On the battlefield, a rout would cause a chain reaction. In ancient times, there was a saying that a camp would blow up. But in battles between cultivators, although there was no such thing as a camp blowing up, the psychology of blind obedience still existed. If one person ran away, then others would immediately follow. This was especially true for people from lesser realms. As soon as they saw someone running away, they would also immediately follow. For people from lesser realms, besides their own realms, there was no such thing as loyalty to the higher realms that controlled them. These people were just fighting battles that were favorable to them. In the previous battle between the 100 Treasures realm and the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit realm, it can be said that the 100 Treasures realm didn't show any signs of defeat. Moreover, the 100 Treasures realm also promised a lot of benefits to the subordinate realms. This allowed the subordinate realms to fight against the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit realm. Moreover, the 100 Treasures realm's performance was very good. When facing the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit realm, aside from retreating to the headquarters, the 100 Treasures realm didn't suffer any losses. This gave the subordinate realms confidence that they could fight with the 100 Treasures realm until the end. But this time, the situation of the Fire Weavers was different. This time, the Fire Weavers were facing the attack of 2 high-grade realms from the beginning. Moreover, they didn't win. They could only resist the 100 Treasures realm's attack. And with the attitude of the Fire Weavers towards the Giant Spirit realm, the subordinate realms were dissatisfied. It was impossible for them to fight with the Fire Weavers until the end. The retreat of the subordinate realms was a fatal blow to the morale of the Fire Weavers. And with their formation being disrupted, the Fire Weavers were finally thrown into chaos. Zhao Hai didn't plan on letting them go. He turned his fleet around and rushed towards the Fire Weavers. When the 100 Treasures realm's fleet arrived, the Fire Weavers were completely routed. The Divergent realm and the 100 Treasures realm's army seemed to have eaten an aphrodisiac. They roared as they rushed forward and tore the Fire Weavers apart. Zhao Hai received all of his artifacts and calmly looked at the battlefield. It wasn't that there weren't any immortal experts blocking them. However, in front of the large artifacts, these immortal experts were like mantises trying to stop a chariot. However, the immortal experts of the 100 Treasures realm were also dispatched. Some went to deal with the immortal experts of the Fire Weavers while others went to chase down the routed Fire Weavers. Only Mu Yao and Zhao Hai were standing on the roof of the fortress. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, Mu Yao sighed and muttered, "We won." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right, we won. Elder, do you want to see the Divergent realm?" Mu Yao turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Let's kill the Fire Weavers first. The more we kill now, the easier it will be for us to meet them later." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Let's kill them first." Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand. The 13 large artifacts and the sword shuttles immediately split up and chased after the Fire Weavers. The Fire Weavers who wanted to resist were immediately attacked by the large artifacts. One can't help but recognize that the impact of large artifacts in a chaotic battle was very strong. This was especially true when the other party didn't have any large artifacts. Originally, the Fire Weavers also had some large artifacts. But in the battle against the Divergent realm, the Fire Weavers used these large artifacts as cover. When Zhao Hai and the others rushed in from the side, the Fire Weavers' large artifacts weren't flexible enough. Moreover, they weren't activated, so they didn't have any impact. Therefore, they were directly hit and sunk by the fleet. In a situation where there was no way to organize an effective counterattack, the only thing left was a one-sided massacre. The 100 Treasures realm and the Divergent realm were like sharks that smelled blood. They rushed towards the Fire Weavers and killed them on the spot. On the other hand, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He commanded the turtle to slowly move around the battlefield. From time to time, it would fire a cannon. Most of the time, he would collect the corpses of the Fire Weavers and turn them into undead. This was especially true for the corpses of the Divergent realm cultivators. Right at this moment, there was the sound of wind being torn apart, and then a figure stood on top of the octagonal fortress. Zhao Hai was startled. His spiritual force was formidable, but he didn't notice this person's arrival. If it wasn't for this person's lack of malice, Zhao Hai wouldn't have noticed him until he arrived on the Hell King's ship. This person was strong. Zhao Hai turned his head and saw Prison Heart. Mu Yao also saw Prison Heart. His expression couldn't help but change as he bowed and said, "I've seen Elder Prison Heart." Zhao Hai also pretended not to know him as he gave a salute. Prison Heart looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mu Yao, is this Zhao Hai?" Mu Yao nodded and said, "Little Hai, I've seen Elder Prison Heart. Elder Prison Heart is my master's peer, you mustn't be rude to him." Zhao Hai pretended to be surprised as he gave a salute and said, "I've seen Elder Prison Heart." Prison Heart looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. Good, very good. Young man, you're very good. You're the most promising person I've ever seen. Very good. Zhao Hai quickly gave a salute and said, I don't dare accept Elder's praise. Elder is overpraising me. Prison Heart waved his hand and said, Zhao Hai, I'm not praising you. I'm just telling the truth. Young people don't need to learn to be tactful. Young people need to have a sharp edge. Zhao Hai smiled embarrassedly. Prison Heart laughed as he turned to Mu Yao and said, Mu Yao, this battle is all thanks to you. Very good. With this battle as a foundation, I can guarantee that we'll die this time. Zhao Hai smiled embarrassedly. When Mu Yao heard Prison Heart, he couldn't help but stare. Then his face lit up as he said, Elder, are you going to make a move? If you do, then the Fire Weavers will really die. Prison Heart shook his head and said, No, I'm old. I'm too old to fight. This time, I won't make a move. The world now belongs to you young people. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai's heart skipped a beat. He knew that this was the effect of his mind perception technique. Danger was coming towards him. Just as Zhao Hai was alerted, he felt a very subtle spiritual force coming towards him. Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately noticed that Mu Yao was being attacked. Zhao Hai understood that Prison Heart was attacking him. Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately felt that this spiritual force was very powerful. It wasn't something that he could contend with right now. With an intention, he immediately directed the spiritual force into his mind. Sure enough, the spiritual force immediately chased after his spiritual force and attacked him. Zhao Hai sneered as his spiritual force returned to his sea of consciousness. But as soon as the spiritual force chased after him, it bumped into a formation. The 5 elements killing formation was a formation specifically designed to protect Zhao Hai's sea of consciousness. Any spiritual force that tries to enter without Zhao Hai's permission would be erased by the formation. Although Prison Heart's spiritual force was very powerful, it was still lacking compared to the 5 elements killing formation. His spiritual force was immediately destroyed by the formation. Then the 5 elements killing formation counterattacked. Prison Heart's 7 orifices immediately bled, but he was still able to withstand the attack. Zhao Hai released his spiritual force and recovered. He looked at Prison Heart. Prison Heart looked at Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly. He wiped the blood from his 7 orifices as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Young man, you don't need to be so nervous. I'm already a dead man. I just want to do something for the Divergent Realm before I die. Zhao Hai looked at Prison Heart in confusion. Prison Heart looked at Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly. You don't need to feel strange. I'm really old. I feel that I won't be able to live for long. However, the Divergent Realm doesn't have any talents. On the other hand, the 100 Treasures Realm has a lot of talents. Whether it's Mu Yao or you, you're all talents that can't be underestimated. I just want to use my spiritual force to make the 2 of you loyal to the Divergent Realm. This way, the Divergent Realm might be able to develop further. Otherwise, the Divergent Realm wouldn't be able to hold on to its current state. When Zhao Hai heard Prison Heart, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that Prison Heart would attack him for this reason. However, Zhao Hai didn't relax his vigilance. Who knows if Prison Heart would make a move against him when he's relaxed. Prison Heart looked at Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly. You don't need to worry about me scheming against you. The formation in your sea of consciousness wasn't arranged by you, right? You should have obtained it by chance, right? You can't control the formation. It's just instinctively blocking attacks for you. Isn't that right? Although Zhao Hai wanted to deny it, he knew that he couldn't deceive Prison Heart. Because of this, he didn't say anything. Prison Heart smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Mu Yao recovered in an instant. He didn't seem to know what happened as he said, No, Elder, you're not old at all. This is the time for you to make a move. Zhao Hai stared blankly at Mu Yao. He didn't expect Prison Heart to be this powerful. Mu Yao was clearly tricked, but he didn't know about it. Prison Heart smiled bitterly at Mu Yao and said, Mu Yao, I don't have long to live. If I make a move, I'll only die faster. Therefore, I won't make a move this time. Mu Yao, I have something to ask of you. If the Divergent Realm has any difficulties in the future, I hope that you can give this old man some face and help the Divergent Realm. When Mu Yao heard Prison Heart, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't understand why Prison Heart would suddenly ask for help. However, he still politely replied, "Elder, the Divergent Realm is 100 times stronger than the 100 Treasures Realm. Even if something happens, the Divergent Realm would be the one taking care of the 100 Treasures Realm. How can the 100 Treasures Realm take care of the Divergent Realm? Are you mistaken?" Prison Heart looked at Mu Yao, then he shook his head and said, "I'm not asking the 100 Treasures Realm to help the Divergent Realm. I'm asking you to help the Divergent Realm." After he said this, Prison Heart looked at Zhao Hai. Looking at Prison Heart's eyes, Mu Yao understood. It seems like Prison Heart has taken a fancy to Zhao Hai's potential. If anything happens in the future, Prison Heart would be asking for Zhao Hai's help instead of Mu Yao's. If others knew what Mu Yao was thinking, they would certainly be surprised. Who was Zhao Hai right now? He was just a severed soul expert. Such an expert might be a character in other realms, but in a great realm like the Divergent Realm, he was nothing. However, Mu Yao didn't think that Prison Heart's words were excessive. This was because Mu Yao had a good understanding of Zhao Hai's strength. Although Zhao Hai was at the severed soul stage, he was still much stronger than ordinary immortal experts. Not to mention anything else, just as large artifacts alone would make it difficult for the 100 Treasures Realm to block. Although the 100 Treasures Realm had their own large artifacts, their large artifacts were being used by a lot of people. Moreover, they burned crystal stones. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's large artifacts were different. He could also concentrate the energy of the undead into his large artifacts. This way, even the 100 Treasures Realm's large artifacts couldn't compare. In this case, if the 100 Treasures Realm wanted to block Zhao Hai's large artifacts, they could only use large artifacts. To be honest, Mu Yao didn't have much confidence. If Zhao Hai becomes an immortal expert in the future, then Mu Yao could increase the number of large artifacts he had. When the time comes, Zhao Hai would become even stronger. Nobody was qualified to look down on such a person. After thinking about this, Mu Yao immediately turned to Prison Heart and said, "If Elder says so, then Mu Yao will naturally obey. If the Divergent Realm needs Mu Yao's help in the future, then Mu Yao wouldn't refuse." Prison Heart nodded, then he said, "Then I'll have to thank you. Here, take these 2 tokens." Then he threw 2 round silver tokens to the two. Zhao Hai and Mu Yao received the tokens and looked at them. They were very ordinary tokens. They were divided into 2 sides. One side had the word heart written on it while the other side had the word prison written on it. They looked very ordinary. However, when Zhao Hai and Mu Yao looked at the tokens, they discovered that they were different. At first, they looked very ordinary. But after looking at them for a long time, they discovered that the words on the tokens seemed to have a magical power that made them unconsciously hide their spiritual force. The two were startled. They quickly withdrew their spiritual force and didn't dare to look at the tokens again. Prison Heart looked at the 2 and smiled faintly, "Take it. These 2 tokens have a trace of my spiritual force sealed inside. My spiritual force is different from others. Everyone in the Divergent Realm knows that seeing these tokens is the same as seeing me. Take this token and no one will doubt your identity. If anyone dares to doubt your identity, then the people of the Divergent Realm will attack them together." Zhao Hai and Mu Yao were now aware of the importance of this token. It was beyond their expectations that this token would have such a great use. Looking at the 2, Prison Heart smiled faintly. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, your spiritual force is very strong. This old man wants to take you as a disciple. Are you willing?" Upon hearing Prison Heart, whether it was Zhao Hai or Mu Yao, both of them couldn't help but be startled. Who was Prison Heart? He was the most powerful elder in the Divergent Realm. If he wanted to take Zhao Hai as a disciple, then Zhao Hai's status would increase by 100 times. Moreover, Prison Heart didn't want an ordinary disciple, but a disciple. For any cultivator, a disciple was equivalent to their legacy. It can be said that as long as Zhao Hai agrees, then there would be very few people in the Divergent Realm who could provoke Zhao Hai. Although Prison Heart was about to die, he had helped countless people in the Divergent Realm to overcome their heart demons and improve their strength. Those who he helped would naturally take care of his disciples in the future. He would be a huge force in the Divergent Realm. No one in the Divergent Realm would dare to offend Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stared blankly at Prison Heart. He suspected that Prison Heart had bad intentions. However, he didn't sense any danger with his discernment technique. This made him trust Prison Heart a little. For a moment, he was in a dilemma. Mu Yao was the first to react. He looked at Zhao Hai, then he turned to Prison Heart and said, "Elder, are you joking? Do you really want to accept Zhao Hai as a disciple? You don't want him to join the Divergent Realm, do you?" Zhao Hai stared at Prison Heart. To be honest, he was also thinking about this issue. He didn't know if Prison Heart really wanted to accept him as a disciple or if he just wanted him to join the Divergent Realm. Although Zhao Hai wasn't opposed to joining the Divergent Realm, he still needed to maintain his identity as a member of the 100 Treasures Alliance. In other words, he wanted to be a citizen of 2 realms. Prison Heart shook his head and said, "I don't think so. Zhao Hai is still a member of the Divergent Realm. However, he's also my disciple. If something happens to the Divergent Realm one day, then he can come and help." Mu Yao and Zhao Hai frowned. They looked at Prison Heart in confusion. After some time, Mu Yao hesitated and said, "Elder, why do you think that something will happen to the Divergent Realm?" Prison Heart turned his head to look at the people from the Divergent Realm who were chasing after the Fire Weavers. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, what do you think of the Divergent Realm's situation?" Zhao Hai stared for a moment. He didn't think that Prison Heart would ask him this question. But he still replied honestly, "Very good, it's time for the flowers to bloom and the fire to burn." Prison Heart nodded and said, "You're right. As long as we eliminate the Fire Weavers, there wouldn't be a lot of realms left in the 10,000 realm battlefield that can oppose the Divergent Realm. 3 of the 5 great realms might be our enemies, but they can't threaten us. What I'm worried about is something else." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You're right. As long as we eliminate the Fire Weavers, there won't be a lot of realms left in the 10,000 realm battlefield." Upon hearing Prison Heart, Zhao Hai and Mu Yao couldn't help but stare. Then they looked at each other and saw a look of understanding in each other's eyes. Seeing Zhao Hai and Mu Yao's expression, Prison Heart couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "Do you know where this place is? Is that place looking for you to bet again?" Mu Yao and Zhao Hai looked at each other before they shook their heads. But in the end, they didn't say a word. Looking at the two, Prison Heart understood that this meant that the 100 Treasures realm had indeed found them. Moreover, they made a bet with them. However, they couldn't say what the result was. Prison Heart's mind shook. He suddenly thought of something. If the 100 Treasures realm really made a bet with the Sky Tower, then why would they have time to deal with the Fire Weavers? The 100 Treasures realm should prepare for the bet. Moreover, if they lose, the people of the Sky Tower wouldn't allow the 100 Treasures realm to do something that would benefit them. After living for so long, Prison Heart was very clear about the morality of the people of the Sky Tower. The people of the Sky Tower wouldn't just stand by and watch the 100 Treasures realm do this. But now that they did, it meant that the Sky Tower wouldn't interfere in this matter. There was only one explanation for this: the 100 Treasures realm won against the Sky Tower. They won against Tongtian Tower? Was this possible? Prison Heart was startled by Zhao Hai's guess. But after looking at the expressionless faces of Zhao Hai and Mu Yao, he became more convinced. Prison Heart let out a long breath and no longer probed the two. Instead, he said, "Since you've guessed it, then I'll tell you. That's right, it's that place. If we really destroy the Fire Weavers, then I won't let the Divergent Realm off. If something happens to me, then the Divergent Realm would suffer a big loss." Mu Yao wanted to say something, but Prison Heart waved his hand and stopped him. Prison Heart looked at Mu Yao and said, "Mu Yao, tell me the truth. What do you think of Hawkins?" Mu Yao looked at Prison Heart and said. Mu Yao stared, then he hesitated for a moment before saying, "Mr. Hawkins is brave and courageous. His strength is extraordinary, and his fighting strength is formidable. He's a famous expert in the 10,000 realm battlefield." Prison Heart nodded and said, "You're right. Hawkins is indeed brave and courageous, and his strength is extraordinary. However, he's just too brave. His strength is too strong, so he started to believe that strength can solve everything. However, there are some things that can't be solved with strength. If he were to encounter the Sky Tower in the future, what do you think would happen?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You're right." Mu Yao hesitated for a moment. He really couldn't think of what Hawkins would do. According to Hawkins' character, he might go against the Sky Tower. Thinking of this, Mu Yao couldn't help but stare. Because of Hawkins' character, Mu Yao's first guess was that Hawkins would use the entire Divergent Realm to go against the Sky Tower. Mu Yao didn't need to think about it to know what would happen. Prison Heart looked at Mu Yao and said, Hawkins might go to war with the Sky Tower. But this is the worst possible outcome. With the Divergent Realm's current strength, they simply aren't qualified to go to war with the Sky Tower. It would only bring disaster to the Divergent Realm. Mu Yao nodded, then he looked at Prison Heart. Mu Yao and Zhao Hai were silent. They couldn't answer this question. Prison Heart didn't want them to answer, so he continued, among the Divergent Realm, the only one with a bit of talent is Hawkins. This is what I'm most worried about. No successor. This thought flashed through Zhao Hai and Mu Yao's minds at the same time. Prison Heart sighed and said, the Divergent Realm doesn't have any successors. Because of this, I gave you 2 tokens. If necessary, you can use the tokens to change Hawkins' decisions. At the same time, I accepted Zhao Hai as my disciple because of his talent. Also, I want to give him such an identity. This way, even if he doesn't join the Divergent Realm, he would still be able to speak in the Divergent Realm in the future. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Zhao Hai and Mu Yao were silent. They didn't think that Prison Heart would have such thoughts. The two of them didn't know how to respond. Prison Heart looked at the two, then he sighed and said, I'm sincere in accepting Zhao Hai as my disciple. I've already calculated that I don't have more than 2 years left to live. After 2 years, no one will be able to deal with Hawkins. At that time, the Divergent Realm will be in Hawkins' hands. I'm really worried about what will happen to the Divergent Realm. Mu Yao turned his head to look at Zhao Hai, then he looked at Prison Heart and said, Elder, if you don't let Zhao Hai join the Divergent Realm, then I'll agree to let him take you as his master. Zhao Hai didn't expect Mu Yao to agree so quickly. However, he wasn't angry. Instead, he looked at Prison Heart. Prison Heart looked at the two, then he smiled faintly and said, Don't worry, I'll keep my word. I won't let Zhao Hai join the Divergent Realm. Once this matter is over, I'll make an announcement to everyone. Then his figure flashed and disappeared. Zhao Hai looked around with a dignified expression. At the same time, he had Luin look around as well. After confirming that Prison Heart had indeed left, Zhao Hai turned to Mu Yao and said, Elder, do I really have to take Prison Heart as my master? Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled bitterly and said, Of course you have to take him as your master. Kid, why aren't you satisfied? You don't know how many people want to take Prison Heart as their master. You have such an opportunity, yet you don't know how to cherish it. If others were to hear this, they would definitely be angered to death. Zhao Hai curled his lips and said, I really don't want to. Prison Heart uses a divergent ability. Even if I have a divergent ability, I'm not very good at spiritual techniques. What can he teach me? Zhao Hai smiled and said, I don't think so. It wasn't that Zhao Hai didn't know how to use divergent abilities. However, he was still afraid of Prison Heart's strength. It was precisely because of this fear that Zhao Hai didn't want to take Prison Heart as his master. Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai and forced a smile as he said, Little Hai, you don't understand Prison Heart. Don't look at his benevolent appearance. If we didn't agree to let you become his disciple, then he might have immediately arranged people to deal with us or even the entire 100 Treasures realm. Little Hai, you have to remember why Prison Heart is called Prison Heart. It's not because his heart can enter heaven, but because his heart can enter hell. There are too few people who can enter heaven with his heart. On the contrary, he sent a lot of people to hell. Moreover, you have to pay attention to the fact that those who were strengthened by his spiritual force are very loyal to him. They are very dependent on him. Therefore, don't think that he's doing this for your own good. Maybe it's just another method of attack. Zhao Hai's expression changed as he said, Elder, if you know this, then why do you still want me to take him as my master? Wouldn't that be too dangerous? Mu Yao sighed and said, I'm just stalling for time. Also, you have to pay attention to the fact that some of what he said might be true. It's about his lifespan. His lifespan might not be long. His title as the oldest immortal expert in the 10,000 realm battlefield isn't for nothing. Even if he ate some treasures to prolong his life, I'm afraid that he's about to reach the end of his lifespan. If we can stall for time, then everything will be solved. Moreover, his evaluation of the divergent realms Hawkins is very good. Hawkins gives people the impression that he is, but I'm not sure if Hawkins is really that kind of person. In short, you have to be careful about this matter. Zhao Hai looked at Mu Yao and hesitated for a moment before he said, Elder, actually, he had already used his spiritual force to attack us. At that time, you were careless while my spiritual force was protected by my faith power. Moreover, when I discovered the 10,000 transformations technique, I also obtained a formation that protects my sea of consciousness. When he attacked my sea of consciousness, the formation counterattacked and caused him to bleed from his 7 orifices. After that, he said those words and at the same time, lifted his spiritual force attack on you. Mu Yao nodded and said, Elder, I didn't think that he would be able to use his spiritual force to attack us. But when he attacked my sea of consciousness, the formation counterattacked and caused him to bleed from his orifices. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao's expression couldn't help but change. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, Little Zhao Hai, is what you said true? Zhao Hai nodded and said, It's absolutely true. I wouldn't dare lie to you, Elder. Mu Yao knit his brows and said, He's worthy of being an old monster from the same era as Master. His strength is formidable. Even I was unknowingly tricked by him. But if you really managed to make him bleed from his orifices, then there's an 80% chance that he's telling the truth. Zhao Hai looked at Mu Yao with a puzzled expression. Mu Yao replied, He won't live for long. Moreover, he can't attack a person's sea of consciousness. In other words, as long as you are careful, he won't be able to harm you. Since he can't harm you, then he really wants to accept you as a disciple. He's leaving a way out for the divergent realm. To be honest, although Prisonheart is ruthless, he is still loyal to the divergent realm. Zhao Hai hesitated for a moment, then he nodded and said, That's good. As long as I'm careful, I'll be fine. I want to see what he wants to do. While they were talking, the battle outside was coming to an end. The 100 Treasures realm and the Divergent realm had completely defeated the Fireweaver army. The result of this battle was very satisfactory. The 100 Treasures realm only suffered less than 1,000 casualties while the Divergent realm suffered more. Their total casualties reached more than 10,000, almost 20,000. Naturally, their results were also very good. They killed more than 80,000 fire weavers while the rest fled. It can be said that if the fire weavers didn't run fast enough, then Zhao Hai's results would be even greater. However, after suffering 2 setbacks from the 100 Treasures realm, the fire weavers learned to be smart. Seeing that their formation was in chaos and their subordinate realms had been routed, they immediately turned around and ran. To be honest, the fire weavers were very difficult to catch up to. Because of this, their losses were very small. It can be said that although the fire weavers were repelled, there was still a long way to go before they would submit. It must be known that the fire weavers had been accumulating for many years. It wasn't something that could be dealt with in a single battle. The people from the 100 Treasures realm happily returned to their large artifacts and rested. At the same time, the way the people from the Divergent realm looked at the people from the 100 Treasures realm had also changed. When the 100 Treasures realm came to the Divergent realm, they were looked down upon by a lot of people from the Divergent realm. There were a lot of people who had the same thoughts as Hawkins. Although Prisonheart's words carried a lot of weight in the Divergent realm, a lot of the matters in the Divergent realm were handled by Hawkins. With Hawkins' personality, it was natural for the Fire Weavers to look down on the 100 Treasures realm. But today's battle allowed them to see how extraordinary the 100 Treasures realm was. To be exact, it allowed them to see how extraordinary the 100 Treasures realm's large artifacts were. After everyone from the 100 Treasures realm returned to their large artifacts, Hawkins actually went to the Hell King's ship to see Mu Yao. Upon arriving, Hawkins immediately cupped his fist towards Mu Yao. Then he laughed and said, Elder Mu, Hawkins has been impolite. I hope Elder Mu can forgive my impoliteness. Mu Yao nodded and said, Elder Mu, Hawkins is very polite. Hawkins's words caused Mu Yao to stare. He didn't expect Hawkins to be so direct. To be honest, Mu Yao started to like Hawkins. What a romantic thought. But in fact, this had nothing to do with romance. This was a man's appreciation of another man. You can say that Hawkins wasn't a qualified leader, but you can't deny that he was an excellent man. He might not be good at politics, nor was he good at scheming, but he had the backbone of a man. He looked down on cowards, but when he found out that he was wrong, he could bravely admit his mistakes and face them head-on. This was a very remarkable thing. Muyao looked at Hawkins and laughed. Elder Hawkins is too polite. Come, let's go inside. Then he led Hawkins into the Hell King's ship. Although the place where they stayed the most was the Octagon Fortress, the fortress wasn't a place where people could enter. Therefore, when they received people, they would usually receive them inside the Hell King's ship. Muyao invited Hawkins into the Hell King's ship's cabin. The cabin was specially remodeled. It looked like a beautiful living room. As soon as Hawkins entered the cabin, he looked around and nodded. Elder Mu, to be honest, I really envy your 100 Treasures Realm's large artifacts. They're really beautiful. If the Divergent Realm had such a large artifact, then I wouldn't need to use transmission formations anymore. Hawkins nodded and said, Elder Mu, to be honest, I really envy your 100 Treasures Realm's large artifacts. Muyao laughed, then he asked Hawkins to sit down. Then he said, Elder Hawkins, may I know why you're here? Hawkins smiled faintly and said, it's nothing. I just came to see Elder Mu. This time, we were able to achieve a great victory thanks to the 100 Treasures Realm's large artifacts. How could I not come to see you? Hearing Hawkins, Muyao couldn't help but stare. Then he said, Elder Hawkins is too polite. We're allies, so naturally we need to deal with a common enemy. Moreover, although we won, the Fire Weavers aren't completely defenseless. We still need to be careful. Hawkins laughed and said, Elder Mu, there's no need to worry. This time, the Fire Weaver's strength has been greatly damaged. Moreover, their subordinate realms have already escaped. It would be difficult for the Fire Weavers to gather them in the future. Don't worry, we can definitely drive the Fire Weavers out of the 10,000 realm battlefield. Upon hearing Hawkins, Muyao couldn't help but knit his brows. He felt that Hawkins was being too optimistic about the current situation. The Fire Weavers had been in the 10,000 realm battlefield for many years. Moreover, they were one of the 5 great realms. It was impossible for them to lose everything just because of a single failure. Moreover, this operation was a joint operation between 3 realms. To be honest, it wouldn't be easy to deal with the Fire Weavers in a short time. Muyao was a bit surprised. But looking at Hawkins, he was obviously complacent. Even if Muyao told him these words, he wouldn't listen. At this time, Muyao understood Old Man Prison's worries. Prison Heart said that Hawkins was the most outstanding person in this generation of the Divergent Realm. But Hawkins' performance at this time wasn't very good. Muyao recognized that Hawkins might be a good man, but he wasn't necessarily a qualified leader. A qualified leader wouldn't be so arrogant as to underestimate his enemy. Seeing that Muyao didn't speak, Hawkins knew that Muyao was still worried. He couldn't help but secretly curl his lips. To be honest, he admired the strength of the 100 Treasures Realm. However, he looked down on Muyao. In his opinion, Muyao was too cautious. He didn't seem like a man at all. Hawkins replied, Elder Mu, don't worry. I guarantee that the Fire Weavers will be defeated soon. Naturally, this would require the full cooperation of the 100 Treasures Realm. Muyao looked at Hawkins and said, Elder Hawkins can rest assured. The 100 Treasures Realm has a deep enmity with the Fire Weavers. How can we give up on this opportunity to take revenge? We will certainly cooperate with the Divergent Realm to deal with the Fire Weavers. Hawkins laughed and said, all right, I'm relieved to hear Elder Mu's words. Elder Mu can rest assured, I guarantee that the 100 Treasures Realm will take revenge. Then I'll take my leave first. Then he stood up and cupped his fist towards Muyao before turning around to leave. Muyao also stood up to send him off. After sending Hawkins off, Muyao called Zhao Hai and Muyu to the living room. He frowned and said, Zhao Hai, little you two need to be careful. You must protect the people of the 100 Treasures Realm. I discovered that the Divergent Realm's people have been blinded by their victory. The Fire Weavers have been dominating the 10,000 realm battlefield for many years. It's impossible for them to only have this much ability. It's better to be careful. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Elder can rest assured. We won't leave the Divergent Realm. Even if the Fire Weavers want to attack us, they won't have a chance. Mu Yao nodded and said, "All right, be careful. The fire weavers won't give up easily. The war has just begun." Zhao Hai and Mu Yu didn't say anything. They both agreed with Mu Yao's words. The ghost spirit realm was different. The ghost spirit realm was a high-grade realm in the land of chaos. But this was only relative to the land of chaos. The ghost spirit realm's territory wasn't very big. It can be said that they didn't have a lot of strategic depth. And with the 100 Treasures realm's preparations, they were able to force the ghost spirit realm into a dead end. On the other hand, the fire weavers were different. As one of the 5 great realms, their territory was much larger than the ghost spirit realm. They also had a lot of strategies. Additionally, the fire weavers' combat strength was very good. They also had their beasts as helpers. The fire weavers were much more difficult to deal with compared to the ghost spirit realm. In this case, it was almost impossible to deal with the fire weavers quickly. Moreover, Zhao Hai knew that although the fire weavers were defeated, they were still able to block the sword realm's advance. This made it very difficult for the sword realm to take a step forward. Zhao Hai was very confident in his large artifacts. However, large artifacts weren't omnipotent. Zhao Hai's large artifacts were very powerful, but some realms were already thinking of ways to deal with them. They would use formations to block the large artifact's speed. At the same time, they could also make their formations loose. Then when the large artifacts hit, they would be able to dodge appropriately. Zhao Hai knew that there wouldn't be many days where large artifacts could rampage through the enemy's formations like before. This was because the fire weavers were now using triangular formations, square formations, and other formations. They were now using 3-dimensional formations. Zhao Hai didn't dare to underestimate this change. Once hundreds of thousands of people form a loose cube formation, the impact of large formations would become less powerful. They would also have more spiritual qi, making them more aggressive. But now, whether it was Hawkins or Mu Yao, both of them were too confident in the power of large artifacts. This wasn't a good sign. If one day, the large artifacts would become weak and no longer pose a threat to the great beasts, then it would be a fatal blow to their morale. However, what made Zhao Hai happy was that Mu Yao wasn't like Hawkins. He wasn't blinded by victory. He was still afraid of the fire weaver's strength. However, this fear wasn't because of the large artifacts. Instead, it was because of his fear of the 5 great realms. It can be said that this was a kind of habit. Zhao Hai looked at Mu Yao and said, "Elder, I also have something to tell you. It's related to the large artifacts." As soon as Mu Yao heard Zhao Hai, he immediately became nervous. He quickly said, "What's wrong with the large artifacts? What's the matter?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "There's nothing wrong with the large artifacts. It's just that I discovered some problems." After he said that, Zhao Hai took out a computer and turned it on. The scene of today's battle appeared in front of him. The projection was 3-dimensional. Zhao Hai directed the projection and said, "Elder, please take a look at this." When the fire weavers and the divergent realm fought, their formation wasn't an ordinary flat formation, but rather a 3-dimensional one. Moreover, their formation was very loose. Additionally, they had 2 reserve teams. If we use our large artifacts to attack their formation, we wouldn't be able to achieve much. Below is a simulation of the large artifacts attacking the fire weaver's formation. After he said that, Zhao Hai fiddled with the computer a few times before the image on the screen changed. The 100 Treasures realm's large artifacts suddenly appeared and rushed towards the fire weaver army. But at this time, the 2 fire weaver reserve squads were still there. As soon as Zhao Hai's large artifacts rushed forward, the fire weaver reserve squads immediately made their move. The 2 reserve squads had 80,000 people in total. They rushed towards Zhao Hai while holding formation discs in their hands. Then as the large artifacts moved forward, they placed the formation discs down and activated them. Before long, a large formation appeared in front of the 100 Treasures realm's large artifacts. Although the 100 Treasures realm's large artifacts passed through the formation discs, their speed seemed to have slowed down. With this buffer, the fire weaver's formation immediately adjusted. A small opening appeared in the formation, allowing the large artifacts to pass through. However, the battle between the fire weavers and the divergent realm didn't stop. After the large artifacts passed through, the reserve teams of the fire weavers took out a large number of formation discs and flags. They were ready to welcome the large artifacts at any time. At the same time, their formation was restored as if nothing had happened. Then the large artifacts turned around and rushed towards the fire weavers' formation. This time, there were even more formation discs and flags. The large artifacts also slowed down. The fire weavers' large artifacts were now able to change their formation. Moreover, they were able to retaliate against the 100 Treasures Realm's large artifacts. At this time, if the 100 Treasures Realm's cultivators were to rush in, then the lower realms wouldn't have a good time. They simply wouldn't be able to deal with the fire weavers' formation. Naturally, they would be repelled. Mu Yao stared blankly at the computer screen in front of him. Although the 100 Treasures Realm and the Divergent Realm won in the end, they paid a huge price. The 100 Treasures Realm even lost half of their forces in order to repel the fire weavers. The fire weavers weren't defeated, they were retreating. Naturally, what worried Mu Yao the most was the fact that the use of large artifacts on the screen was reduced to a minimum. In the computer simulation, Zhao Hai's 13 large artifacts played a very small role. This was because the fire weavers' formations were very convenient. No matter where the large artifacts went, the fire weavers would have time to change their formation and avoid the impact. In the end, the large artifacts weren't as effective as the small and flexible sword shuttles. Mu Yao wasn't someone who didn't know about war. As soon as he looked at the screen, he knew that the simulation wasn't random. The fire weavers could really do this. The reason why the fire weavers lost so miserably was mainly because although they were on guard against the 100 Treasures Realm's large artifacts, they didn't think that anything would happen to their left flank. This was because they sent a lot of people to patrol their left flank. In the end, they didn't find anything. Because of this, they thought that their left flank was very safe. Therefore, when the battle was at its most intense, they sent 2 of their reserves into the battle. At the same time, their loose formation was unconsciously tightened. Because of this, the fire weavers suffered a crushing defeat in the end. However, this defeat only cost them 80,000 people. This was different from what Zhao Hai and the others expected. They expected the fire weavers to lose more than 100,000 people. It can be said that the losses of the fire weavers were less than half of what they initially estimated. And this was because the 100 Treasures Realm attacked at the right time. Otherwise, the losses of the fire weavers would have been even lower. After Zhao Hai received the computer, Mu Yao's expression changed several times. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, did the fire weavers really master the formation? Can they really use the array that can stop the attack of large artifacts?" Zhao Hai nodded. He turned his hand and took out an array disc. This array disc wasn't big, only about 1 meter in diameter. It didn't need to use array flags. It could be said that it was a standalone array disc, which was very convenient. Zhao Hai handed the formation disc to Mu Yao and said, "Elder, this is the formation disc that I obtained from the fire weavers. Moreover, I personally interrogated the fire weaver undead. This formation disc was made by the formation spirit race in order to deal with large artifacts. Because the formation spirit race was very angry at us for destroying their headquarters, they decided to make it. Learning how to use this formation disc is very simple. Moreover, it isn't difficult to make it. The fire weavers are now producing it on a large scale." Mu Yao nodded and said, "Elder, this is the formation disc that I obtained from the fire weavers." Mu Yao stood up, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Can the fire weavers really do that?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "They might not be able to do it now, but they will be able to do it in the future." Didn't Elder notice? In recent battles, the fire weavers have been slowly increasing the intensity of the battlefield. This makes it easier for them to establish 3-dimensional formations. Mu Yao stared for a moment before he nodded. He was personally involved in today's battle. Naturally, he was aware of the situation on the battlefield. Mu Yao knew that Zhao Hai was right. However, this made him even more distressed. If what Zhao Hai said was true, then the fire weavers would certainly be more careful in the future. When the time comes, the power of large artifacts would be greatly reduced. Although large artifacts could be used like tanks, tearing through the enemy's defenses, the environment of large artifacts was different from tanks. Tanks fought on the ground, so the enemies they faced were all in front of them. Moreover, the enemies couldn't immediately fly up or sink into the ground. This way, the fire weavers would be able to tear through the enemy's defenses. However, large artifacts were inside the space. Their enemies were powerful cultivators. These cultivators could fly up, down, left, right, and so on. As long as the direction was empty, the fire weavers would be able to fly over. If the fire weavers used a loose formation, then the power of their large artifacts would be greatly reduced. The fire weavers were very likely to do this. This was because they had enmity with the 100 Treasures realm. And the 100 Treasures realm's current method of fighting was to use large artifacts to disrupt the enemy's formation and then chase them down. But at the same time, this method of fighting was already known to everyone. Everyone who had enmity with the 100 Treasures realm wanted to break this method. Even their allies wanted to break this method of fighting. And judging from the current situation, the fire weaver's way of thinking was correct. Miao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Do you have any plans to deal with them?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The 100 Treasures realm isn't strong right now, so we can't continue like this. Therefore, when we deal with the 100 Treasures realm, we won't be able to leave the large artifacts. If the elders don't object, then we can give them guns. This way, we'll be able to deal with a long battle. With the protection of the large artifacts, as well as the guns and cannons, we can minimize our losses. This is equivalent to being invincible." Muyao thought for a moment, then he nodded and said, "That's good. But do you have enough guns?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's enough." "Elder, did you forget that I prepared a lot of guns for the undead? Now that the undead are helping me drive the large artifacts, these guns aren't very useful to them. So I'll give them to everyone to use." Muyao nodded and said, "Alright, then let's do that. I'll go talk to everyone. Give them the guns as soon as possible. Have them get used to fighting with guns. I'm afraid it won't be long before Hawkins attacks the fire weavers again." Muyu nodded and said, "The Divergent Realm is very happy right now. They can't wait to attack the fire weavers. I think they will make a move soon." "Zhao Hai, can you think of a way to break their formation?" Muyao pointed at the fire weaver formation disc on the ground. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "This type of formation disc is actually very easy to break. It doesn't have too much offensive power, but it has a gravitational force that slows down a large artifact's flight speed. Moreover, this thing can stick to a large artifact, which has a lasting effect on its speed. When I say stick to a large artifact, not only does it stick to the artifact itself, but it can also stick to the large artifact's shield. Because of this, too much of a large artifact's speed would be affected." Zhao Hai shook his head. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "It's actually very easy to break this formation disc. After a battle, you just need to pull it out with your hand. However, this thing has a huge impact on a large artifact during a battle." Muyao sighed and said, "The 5 sides' tens of thousands of years of accumulation really can't be underestimated. I think the fire weavers will have a lot of business with this kind of formation. In the future, they might even make offensive formations. If we can't find a way to break it, then it'll be a big problem." Zhao Hai nodded, then he thought for a moment and said, "Elder, I'll study it and see if we can destroy it before we encounter it." Muyao nodded and said, "Go, study it as soon as possible. I'm afraid we don't have much time left." Zhao Hai and Muyu understood what Muyao meant. The Divergent Realm's attack on the fire weavers would certainly speed up. They wouldn't give the fire weavers too much time. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Elder, rest assured. Elder, I'll put the guns in a cabin. Then I'll have the undead take you there. You can arrange for the cultivators to go to the cabin to get the guns. The undead will also take everyone to an empty cabin to test the guns." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Elder, you can rest assured." Muyao nodded and said, "You can go do what you need to do. Little you, I'll leave this matter to you. I need to discuss the future with the other elders." Muyu nodded before he followed Zhao Hai out. When Zhao Hai returned to his room, he immediately entered the space. He still had the formation disc in his hand, but when he entered his room, he immediately threw it away. To be honest, this formation disc didn't pose any danger to him. His large artifact's shield wasn't only for defense, it could also be used for offense. As long as he increases the power of the lightning tribulation, then the formation disk would be instantly removed. Zhao Hai didn't think that this formation disk would bring any danger to him. After all, his large artifact's shield wasn't only for defense, it could also be used for offense. The reason why Zhao Hai said that the formation disk would pose a threat to large artifacts was because he didn't want Mu Yao and the others to rely on large artifacts. At the same time, he wanted to reduce his contribution this time. Mu Yao and the others wouldn't need to rely on large artifacts in the future. Naturally, Zhao Hai's contribution would be reduced. Although he was the one who took out the spears, at least the other cultivators participated in the battle. They also contributed. This way, nobody would be jealous of him. The reason why Zhao Hai thought this way was because of his relationship with Mu Yu. He had a good relationship with Mu Yu. But now, Mu Yu was the only elder in the 100 Treasures realm. And now, Zhao Hai was stronger than Mu Yu. His reputation in the 100 Treasures realm was even higher than Mu Yu's. And with Prison Heart's words today, if Prison Heart really accepts Zhao Hai as a disciple, then Zhao Hai's status in the 100 Treasures realm would rise once again. He might even surpass Mu Yu. This wasn't something that Zhao Hai wanted to see. Mu Yu was very magnanimous. Moreover, he was wholeheartedly devoted to the development of the 100 Treasures realm. Even if Zhao Hai had a higher status than him, he wouldn't say anything. He might even support Zhao Hai. However, it was hard to say whether others would think the same. This was because Mu Yu was the representative of the Mu faction. And the Mu faction didn't only have Mu Yao, Tang Yuan, Tang Jia, and the others. There were a lot of people in the Mu faction. At this point, these people were looking at Mu Yu as their hope. If Zhao Hai interfered, then Mu Yu's authority would be affected. When the time comes, Zhao Hai was afraid that these people wouldn't agree. The reason why Zhao Hai weakened his contribution was because he didn't want the 100 Treasures realm to have any power struggles. He wanted the 100 Treasures realm to develop. The better it develops, the happier he would be. When Zhao Hai entered the villa, Laura and the others were still busy. They weren't busy with anything else but counting their gains from the battle. In every battle, the ones who gained the most were Zhao Hai and the others. On the other hand, the ones who gained the most were the cultivators. Turning dead cultivators into undead was their biggest harvest. These cultivators could provide Zhao Hai with faith power. Faith power was the guarantee for Zhao Hai's advancement. After using faith power many times, Zhao Hai became more and more interested in it. Last time in the Sky Tower, Zhao Hai discovered that the people in the Sky Tower were very difficult to deal with. It was because of faith power that the people in the Sky Tower were able to defeat their challengers. But Zhao Hai had more faith power than them, so naturally, they weren't his opponents. Because of this, Zhao Hai was no longer in a hurry to collect weapons and materials. This was because there was no need to do so. Rare ores were something that Zhao Hai couldn't obtain right now. As for ordinary ores, even if they were taken into the space, they wouldn't be of much use to the space. Additionally, the space had its own ability to evolve. It was constantly upgrading. Because of this, Zhao Hai's desire for ordinary materials had been reduced a lot. Taking those things into the space would only increase the space's progress. On the other hand, those things were useless to the space. Because of this, Zhao Hai turned his attention to people. Faith power was something that couldn't be too much. This was especially true for the undead. The amount of faith power they provided accounted for a large portion of Zhao Hai's faith power. The stronger the undead, the more faith power they would provide. Because of this, Zhao Hai valued the undead very much. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and said, "How is it?" Laura smiled faintly and said, "Very good. Our harvest this time isn't small. There are more than 60,000 fire weavers, including more than 500 immortal experts. There are also 20,000 people from the Divergent realm. We've already extracted some useful divergent techniques. The corpses of the people from the 100 Treasures realm have also been recovered." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's also good. The people from the 100 Treasures realm shouldn't turn them into undead. These people are also our comrades. It's not like we can't force them. It's better if we don't touch them." Laura nodded. At this time, Xingyun went to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Brother Hai, why did you say that the formation was formidable? That thing is very ordinary." As long as we pay attention to it, it will be fine. Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's fine. I'm just scaring people. Laura smiled as she pulled Xingyun and said, silly sister, Brother Hai doesn't want to compete for merits. His current merits are too great. If he wants more merits, then it wouldn't be good for Brother Hai. Jiao Hai smiled. He knew that Laura and the others would understand why he did this. This was because Laura was a qualified politician. It's just that her mind wasn't on it right now. Seeing Kai busy on the side, Jiao Hai said, Kai how is Prison Heart? Did he say or do anything? Kai shook her head and said, he didn't. Everything is normal. Nothing happened. Jiao Hai nodded and said, what about the Sky Tower? Kai also shook her head and said, it's also normal. Luoying received a jade sword message some time ago, but I don't know what it says. Jiao Hai nodded and said, pay attention to the two of them. Right, pay attention to the fire weavers as well. I didn't expect them to find a way to deal with the large artifacts so quickly. Although it's a bit unlucky, it's still not easy. Kai smiled and said, the fire weavers are currently collecting the defeated army. But from what I can see, the morale of the fire weavers isn't affected at all. I think this battle will continue. Jiao Hai nodded, then he sighed and said, the longer this battle drags on, the more unfavorable it would be for the 100 Treasures realm. If something happens to the Sword realm or the Divergent realm, then the Fire Weavers wouldn't let the 100 Treasures realm off. But if we deal with the Fire Weavers, then I'll have to face Prison Heart. To be honest, I don't want to provoke that old man. Kai smiled faintly and said, Big Brother Hai, I don't think there's a need to worry. Although Prison Heart is strong, haven't you noticed? He doesn't seem to have any faith power in him. Even if he does, it's just a very small portion of faith power. It won't pose any threat to you. If he really dares to harm you, then our counterattack will be enough to turn him into a corpse and finally turn him into an undead. Jiao Hai looked at Kai in confusion. He didn't understand why Kai was so confident. Kai looked at Jiao Hai and smiled faintly. Big Brother Hai, you might not have noticed that Prison Heart's body isn't very strong. It can even be said that he's somewhat fragile. Perhaps he was very strong when he was young, but as he grows older, his body wouldn't be able to support itself. If he really wants to deal with you, you can use all of your strength to block his spiritual attacks. When the time comes, we can use our artifacts to attack him. I think it would be very difficult for him to defend himself. Kai looked at Jiao Hai and smiled faintly. Jiao Hai stared, then he couldn't help but knit his brows as he said, will that work? Prison Heart is an immortal expert. They're already past the severed soul stage. Shouldn't they have 2 souls? They can use one soul to deal with us while using the other to protect themselves. Kai smiled faintly and said, that's not easy. Big Brother Hai, didn't you notice? Immortal experts rarely use their second souls. Upon hearing Kai, Jiao Hai carefully thought about it. This was indeed the case. Almost all immortal experts don't use their second souls. This was something that Jiao Hai didn't expect. Kai looked at Jiao Hai and said, Big Brother Hai, according to my speculations, there are only 2 reasons why immortal experts don't use their second soul. One is that the second soul has a fatal flaw. This is also the reason why I didn't split your second soul when you became a severed soul expert. The second reason is that the second soul has something to do with advancing to the immortal stage. The attacks of immortal experts have a consciousness. For example, the consciousness of a mountain, the consciousness of a sea, and so on. It's very likely that the second soul has something to do with this consciousness. Jiao Hai nodded. What Kai said made sense. If the second soul had a flaw, then immortal experts wouldn't let their juniors learn it. Now that almost all realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield had severed soul experts, this meant that Kai's second possibility was true. The second soul might really be related to understanding one's battle consciousness and becoming an immortal expert. After becoming an immortal expert, the second soul might be integrated into one's battle consciousness or become very weak. Because of this, almost all immortal experts wouldn't use their second souls. If this was the case, then it wouldn't be a problem for Jiao Hai to use artifacts to deal with Prison Heart. Prison Heart wouldn't expect Jiao Hai to use artifacts to deal with him. Although Jiao Hai didn't have a second soul, he had the space. It was equal to having a second soul, and a very powerful one at that. Therefore, if Zhao Hai wanted to deal with Prisonheart, Kaier and the others wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, it was very likely that they would succeed. Zhao Hai nodded, then he let out a long breath and said, since that's the case, then there's nothing else to say. Let's do our best to help the Divergent Realm end the war as soon as possible. After that, I want to see what Prisonheart is thinking. If he really wants to accept me as a disciple, then I can find a way to increase his lifespan by a few years. Kaier smiled. No one understood Zhao Hai more than she did. What Zhao Hai said was true. He really did have the ability to increase Prisonheart's lifespan. Everything in the space was good for health. There were also countless heavenly treasures. Not to mention other things, just the 100 Spirits tree could extend people's lifespan. If Prisonheart really accepted Zhao Hai as a disciple, then there would only be benefits for him. If he was a fake, then he would end up as an undead in the space. After staying in the space for a while, Zhao Hai came out. At this time, the 100 Treasures Realm cultivators on the large artifacts had received their guns. Moreover, everyone was practicing in the lower levels of the ship. Zhao Hai could supply them with unlimited bullets. At the same time, Zhao Hai had the space design more powerful pistols. Because Zhao Hai saw Zhu Jifeng holding 2 long pistols, he felt that it was time to develop pistols. After coming out of the space, Zhao Hai went to Mu Yao's place. Mu Yao had been talking to the immortal experts about the large artifacts. The large artifacts might not be as powerful as they expected. This was a huge matter for the 100 Treasures Realm. In the future, whether it be offense or defense, the large artifacts would be a fatal problem. Because of this, Mu Yao's plan was for the immortal experts to stay on their large artifacts in the future. This way, they would be able to deal with unexpected situations. By the time Zhao Hai came out, the meeting was already over. All the immortal experts of the 100 Treasures Realm were now paying attention to the war against the Fire Weavers. After all, in their opinion, once the large artifacts lose their momentum, the 100 Treasures Realm would be in a very dangerous situation. They might even be surrounded by the Fire Weavers like dumplings. If that happens, the 100 Treasures Realm would suffer a huge blow. Because of this, the immortal experts didn't dare to be negligent. They knew that although they didn't send a lot of troops, these people were the elites of the 100 Treasures Realm. Losing any one of them wouldn't be a trivial matter for the 100 Treasures Realm. Just as these people left, Zhao Hai arrived outside Mu Yao's room and said, "Elder, Zhao Hai requests an audience." Mu Yao nodded and said, "Come in." Zhao Hai pushed open the door and entered the cabin. Then he bowed to Mu Yao and said, "Elder, I've found a way to break the formations." Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao's interest was immediately piqued. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Oh? Is that so? Tell me." Mu Yao was very concerned about this matter. This was because large artifacts were becoming more and more important to the 100 Treasures Realm. If something happened to Zhao Hai's large artifacts, then it would be a huge blow to the 100 Treasures Realm. It would also increase their losses. After all, a large artifact that had stopped moving wasn't as powerful as a large artifact that was still moving. Zhao Hai replied, "At present, there are 2 plans. One is to destroy the formations in advance. We'll use the cannons on the large artifacts to destroy the formations. Once we discover that someone has placed formations in front of the large artifacts, we'll use the cannons to cover the formations in advance. This way, we'll be able to destroy the formations as much as possible. The second method is to use the barrier from afar. If I find that the formation is stuck to the barrier, I can activate part of the barrier's counterattack ability to bounce off or destroy the formation. If that doesn't do anything to the formation, I can temporarily remove the barrier and have the cultivators on the ship destroy the formation." When Mu Yao heard Zhao Hai's suggestion, he nodded and said, "These 2 methods are good. I can't help you with this matter. You can do as you see fit. We can't have any accidents with the large artifacts. If something happens to the large artifacts, then it would be a huge blow to us. Therefore, the large artifacts need to be protected." Mu Yao nodded and said, "All right, I'll give you some advice." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Elder can rest assured. Nothing will happen to the large artifacts. However, I'm afraid that the Divergent Realm would make irresponsible remarks about the large artifacts in the future." Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Mu Yao coldly snorted and said, let them say whatever they want. Right, Zhao Hai, can you make more sword shuttles? I found that sword shuttles are more effective against large formations. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. I didn't expect the fire weavers to come up with a method to deal with large artifacts so quickly. Although this method is passive, it's still very useful. If the elder agrees, then I want to gather the people of our realm into 8 large artifacts. The remaining large artifacts can be turned into sword shuttles. This way, we can have more than 600 sword shuttles. And on the first large artifact, we can carry another 10,000 people. This wouldn't affect the battle. Mu Yao nodded and said, all right, let's do it. I'll immediately order them to gather. Let's leave 8 giant spirit treasure ships behind. This way, we'll leave the rest to you. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned around and left. Mu Yao immediately took out a jade sword message and sent a message to the cultivators on the ships. Naturally, it was impossible for him to send a message to everyone. Every ship had a temporary leader. As long as the order was passed, it would be enough. Mu Yu held the gun in his hand and shot at a moving target in the distance. The reason why he picked up the gun was because he wanted to set an example for the other cultivators. He wanted them to know that if he, Mu Yu, could put down ordinary artifacts and use a gun, then what else couldn't they use? But to be honest, Mu Yu really liked guns. This was because these things didn't require spiritual energy to operate. As long as one aimed and pulled the trigger, it would be fine. Although pulling the trigger also required spiritual energy, the amount of spiritual energy needed to operate an artifact was much less. Moreover, although this gun looked unremarkable, its true power wasn't small at all. This was because the first attack of the gun was the same. It was equivalent to the full-strength attack of a late-stage transcending tribulation expert. Even a severed soul expert like Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Just like his falling rain of 10,000 flowers, it was very beautiful and very powerful. However, this didn't mean that each of his attacks would be very powerful. This was something he couldn't do, but the flintlock was able to do it. At this point, Mu Yu's shooting was very accurate. The moving targets were very fast, they weren't any slower than a severed soul expert. Because of this, if one wanted to shoot well, then they would need a certain amount of talent. Mu Yu shot 10 times in a row, and all of them hit the moving targets. This result was very good. Among the cultivators present, Mu Yu could be considered a sharpshooter. At this time, Mu Yu heard Zhao Hai laugh and say, how is it, brother Mu? Do you like shooting? I found that your shooting skills are very good. Mu Yu turned his head and saw Zhao Hai standing not too far away. Mu Yu laughed, then he put down the gun and walked to Zhao Hai's side, very good. The feeling of shooting is really good. To be honest, I'm starting to like this thing. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Mu Yu and said, good. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he waved his hand and took out 2 long revolvers. Zhao Hai handed the revolvers to Mu Yu and said, try these, I just made them. Mu Yu stared, then he took the revolvers and looked at them. He immediately understood how to use them. He took the 2 revolvers and aimed at the moving targets in the distance. But this time, he didn't hit the target. He didn't feel the recoil of the gun, but after a few shots, he got used to it. Because these 2 revolvers were designed like revolvers, they could only hold 6 bullets each. However, their power wasn't small. The feeling of shooting was also very good. Mu Yu immediately fell in love with these revolvers. After Mu Yu emptied the 2 revolvers, he couldn't help but look at them. Zhao Hai looked at Mu Yu and smiled. Then he waved his hand and took out a wide belt with 2 gun holsters. The fire weavers didn't like to store their guns in their spatial equipment. They would rather carry them on their backs. This was also reasonable. This was because doing so would increase the familiarity of the gun. Spear sense was a joke. It allowed you to become more familiar with the spear, just like how these people were very familiar with their most frequently used artifacts. Because you were familiar with the weapon, you would be able to display its greatest power. This belt was specially made by Zhao Hai to store the revolvers. He didn't know if Mu Yu liked to keep the revolvers in his spatial equipment, but he made this belt specifically for the revolvers. Mu Yu looked at the belt and immediately understood its use. He tied the belt around his waist and then inserted the two revolvers into the holsters. He looked very stylish. Looking at Muyu's appearance, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Not bad. Big brother Mu, I'll give these two revolvers to you in the future. I don't make many of these revolvers. Right now, you're the only one using them. The bullets of these revolvers can be used with ordinary rifles. However, when loading the revolvers, you need these clips. These clips can hold 6 bullets. When you want to use them, open the magazine and push the bullets inside." While he said that, Zhao Hai took out a large number of elastic bands and gave them to Muyu. Muyu looked at them and then took out a handful of bullets and pressed them onto the elastic bands. After that, he took out his revolver and opened the magazine. Sure enough, 6 bullets were placed inside the magazine. At this time, Muyu could take the elastic bands out and place them inside the space. Muyu couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Alright, this thing is good. I want it." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Alright, this thing is good." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'll be integrating all the large artifacts in a while. Elder Mu wants to leave behind 8 giant spirit treasure ships while the rest will be turned into sword shuttles. Therefore, I'll need your help to organize them." Muyu nodded and said, "It's indeed time to integrate them. If the large artifacts can't display their full power, then it would be a waste. It's good to integrate them." Zhao Hai nodded, then the two chatted for a while. Muyu immediately helped Zhao Hai arrange for everyone to be transferred to the 8 giant spirit treasure ships. The remaining large artifacts were taken away by Zhao Hai. Naturally, the movements of the 100 Treasures realm couldn't be hidden from the people from the Divergent realm. The people from the Divergent realm attached great importance to the 100 Treasures realm. Seeing the 100 Treasures realm's sudden mobilization and only leaving behind 8 giant spirit treasure ships, they couldn't help but feel strange. Just as Zhao Hai received the large artifacts into the space, a cultivator from the Divergent realm came to the Hell King's ship and asked to see Muyu. Although Muyu told Zhao Hai to take away all the large artifacts, leaving only the 8 giant spirit treasure ships behind, the Hell King's ship was left behind along with the turtle. Zhao Hai only took the rest of the large artifacts. The Hell King's ship was now Muyu's ride. Seeing the person from the Divergent realm arrive, Zhao Hai knew that it was because of the 100 Treasures realm's actions. And sure enough, after the person asked to see Muyu, Muyu immediately followed him to see Prison Heart. Prison Heart and the others were also paying attention to the movements of the 100 Treasures realm. So when they saw Zhao Hai take away several large artifacts, they couldn't sit still. Prison Heart immediately invited Muyu over. When Muyu arrived at Prison Heart's cave residence, he saw that there were already a lot of people inside. Prison Heart was sitting on a cloud while Hawkins was standing not far away. There were also several people standing inside the cave residence. Although they were dressed differently, one could see that they were very strong. After Muyu gave everyone a salute, Prison Heart turned to Muyu and said, "Muyu, I see that you've taken away several large artifacts. Why is that?" Muyu replied, replying to the elder, "It's because we discovered some problems. In the future, our large artifacts might not be able to display their full strength on the battlefield. Therefore, we took away several large artifacts and planned to use more sword shuttles." Upon hearing Muyu, the people in the hall stared for a moment before they began to discuss. Prison Heart looked at everyone and they immediately stopped talking. Prison Heart looked at Muyao and said, "Muyao, why don't you talk about it carefully? Didn't you do very well last time? How can you say that the large artifacts can't display their full strength?" Muyao turned to Prison Heart and said, "Elder, this matter was first proposed by Little Hai. Little Hai is in charge of commanding the large artifacts. Moreover, he also did a computer simulation. If Elder allows, I'd like to have Little Hai explain it better than me." When Prison Heart heard that this matter was brought up by Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but become even more respectful. He immediately nodded and said, "Call Little Hai over. Have him come here and explain it to me personally." Muyu nodded. Then he took out a jade sword message and threw it out. Before long, Zhao Hai's voice was heard from outside the cave residence. "Zhao Hai requests an audience." Prison Heart said, "Come in." Zhao Hai slowly walked in and gave everyone a salute. After he gave his greetings, Prison Heart turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, I heard that you were the one who proposed to take away the large artifacts. Tell me why. Zhao Hai nodded, then he repeated what he said to Muyu. At the same time, he took out the computer simulation and showed it to everyone. After that, he said, it's precisely because of this reason that I think that using the large artifacts to attack the Fireweaver's formations would no longer have the desired effect. After several battles, the Fireweaver's formations would become more proficient. On the other hand, sword shuttles are different. Sword shuttles are small, have strong attack power, and are very flexible. Because of this, I think that using sword shuttles to deal with the Fireweavers would be better than using large artifacts. Prisonheart frowned and said, but where are you going to get so many sword shuttles in a short time? Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just looked at Muyao. Muyao smiled faintly at Prisonheart and said, Elder, you can rest assured. Just leave this matter to Little Hai. Little Hai is a cultivator, and he's also a divergent ability user. Upon hearing Muyao, the people in the hall buzzed. Even Prisonheart was surprised. However, his eyes were filled with joy as he laughed and said, so Little Hai is also a divergent ability user. Good, very good. Then let's do as Little Hai says. Muyao nodded and said, alright, then we'll do as Little Hai said. Zhao Hai and Muyu nodded. But Zhao Hai noticed something unexpected. The people in the hall were looking at him with a hint of affection. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. In fact, what Zhao Hai didn't know was that the people of the Divergent Realm felt a sense of familiarity towards divergent ability users. The cultivation of divergent ability users was different from that of ordinary cultivators. Their main purpose was to strengthen their own divergent ability users. Because of this, divergent ability users have always been different from ordinary cultivators. Some cultivators would even look at them differently. Because of this, divergent ability users have always regarded themselves as different from ordinary cultivators. They regard all divergent ability users as one of their own while ordinary cultivators were another race. Because of this, when Zhao Hai revealed his identity as a divergent ability user, he immediately won the favor of the people of the Divergent Realm. In their view, Zhao Hai was already half one of their own. Zhao Hai stood on the bow of the Hell King's ship as he looked into the distance. His fleet was now fully integrated. 8 giant spirit treasure ships, the Hell King's ship, and 9 other large artifacts formed a fleet. At the same time, the old turtle followed behind. These 9 large artifacts weren't only carrying people from the 100 Treasures realm, they were also carrying people from the Divergent Realm. Besides these large artifacts, there were also 800 sword shuttles flying next to the fleet. These sword shuttles were as flexible as fish as they flew around. It was a beautiful sight. Mu Yao and the others were currently discussing the attack. Although Zhao Hai's status wasn't ordinary, he still wasn't qualified to participate in this meeting. They were now preparing to attack the Fire Weavers. Just as Zhao Hai expected, the attack on the Fire Weavers wasn't very heavy. After the Fire Weavers returned to the rear, they immediately began to reorganize their army. The Sword Realm didn't gain too much of an advantage. Although the Sword Realm's attack forced the Fire Weavers to retreat more than 1,000 li, they were still able to hold their ground. However, the Fire Weavers were now more concerned about the attack from the Divergent Realm and the 100 Treasures realm. This time, they mobilized more than 500,000 troops to set up a defensive line in front of him. They were prepared to deal with the 100 Treasures realm and the Divergent Realm. Moreover, their defensive line was bigger this time. There were also formation discs placed in their defensive line. This was to prevent the 100 Treasures realm's large artifacts from attacking. What Mu Yao and the others didn't know was that the Fire Weaver's cube formation was slowly taking shape. Although it wasn't as flexible as the undead commanded by Laura and the others, it was still able to be used on the battlefield. Moreover, the Fire Weavers discovered that the cube formation was more suitable for them. This was because it allowed more people to face the enemy head-on. This might not be important for other cultivators, but for the Fire Weavers, it was very important. The weapons used by the Fire Weavers were guns. Their bullets couldn't track the enemy like Zhao Hai's cannonballs. And before reaching the immortal stage, their bullets couldn't change direction. In this case, they could only display their greatest fighting strength when facing the enemy head-on. Because of this, for the Fire Weavers, this three-dimensional formation allowed them to display the power of their rifles. This was because they were standing in the front line and facing more enemies. In fact, the Fire Weaver race's battle formations were already developing in the direction of cube formations. But at that time, they weren't as systematic as they were now. The battle this time was the catalyst for the development of cube formations. It was precisely because of the losses suffered by the 100 Treasures realm that the Fire Weavers were able to develop their cube formations so quickly. However, the Fire Weavers had been practicing their cube formation behind their defensive line. Therefore, the scouts of the Divergent realm didn't notice the Fire Weavers' movements. However, Zhao Hai did. Zhao Hai didn't relax his surveillance of the Fire Weavers. He wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. He also wanted to go to Half-Beast Island to take a look. As the fleet slowly moved forward, Zhao Hai's heart suddenly turned. He turned his head and saw Mu Yao and Hawkins walking towards him. Zhao Hai immediately stepped aside and gave the two a salute. Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled and said, "Little Hai, how are your preparations?" As we said, the attack this time will use the large artifacts as the main force. The other cultivators will cooperate with us. Will you have any problems? Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There's no problem at all. Elder can rest assured. However, I'm afraid that the Fire Weavers will send a lot of immortal experts to deal with the large artifacts. When the time comes, I'll have to ask the elders to help." Hawkins laughed and said, "This is what we do. Naturally, we'll help. Leave the immortal experts to us. You don't have to worry about them." Zhao Hai nodded. Mu Yao looked into the distance and said, "I'm afraid the Fire Weaver's defensive line has already been set up. It won't be easy for us to attack. You have to be careful." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Elder can rest assured. I've already sent people to check the Fire Weaver defensive line. The defensive line has been reinforced with formation discs. If we want to rush in like before, it would be very difficult." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Elder, don't worry." Hawkins nodded. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to know about this. This was because he didn't tell Zhao Hai about this. His scouts also didn't discover the scouts sent by the 100 Treasures realm or Zhao Hai. But Zhao Hai knew about this. This made Hawkins confused. He didn't know where Zhao Hai got this information from. Mu Yao looked at Hawkins. He knew that Zhao Hai was giving Hawkins a show of strength. Although Hawkins had a high opinion of the 100 Treasures realm, he still believed that the 100 Treasures realm couldn't do without them. He even thought that the 100 Treasures realm was blind and deaf. Zhao Hai's words were telling him that without the Divergent realm, the 100 Treasures realm would still know. Mu Yao followed Zhao Hai's words and said, "What do you think? Do you want to use large artifacts or sword shuttles to attack?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, I plan to use cannons to open up a path before attacking. But when the time comes, we'll encounter the Fire Weaver magic cube formation. At that time, large artifacts would be useless. I plan to use the large artifacts as moving walls. We'll use them as cover and slowly advance." Mu Yao nodded and said, "That's fine. With the large artifacts, we'll have fewer casualties. However, we still need to deal with the Fire Weaver army's cube formation." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Actually, the Fire Weaver's cube formation only has the shape, not the spirit. Their magic formations aren't anything special. They're just something I played around with." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Actually, the Fire Weaver's cube formation only has the shape, not the spirit." Zhao Hai's words aroused Mu Yao's interest. This was the first time he heard Zhao Hai talk about this. He couldn't help but be puzzled as he asked, "What's wrong? You've set up a magic cube formation before? I haven't heard of it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Elder, it's natural that you haven't heard about it. Ever since I ascended, I haven't used the magic cube formation. The only time I used it was when I fought in the lower realms. I used the magic cube formation with my undead." Hawkins curiously asked, "How many undead do you have? How's your magic cube formation?" Zhao Hai smiled confidently and said, "If it weren't for the fact that my undead aren't strong, then the Fire Weaver magic cube formation would be far worse. However, I've been researching ways to improve my undead. I believe that it won't be long before my undead strength improves." Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Can you show it to us?" Can you show us the might of your magic cube formation? Zhao Hai smiled and said, alright, let's go to the stern. Elders, please. Because Mu Yao was on the other giant spirit treasure ship, only Zhao Hai was present on the Hell King's ship. The three quickly arrived at the stern. After the three arrived at the stern, Zhao Hai waved his hand and released an army of 100,000 undead. Then the undead quickly formed a magic cube formation. Then the magic cube formation kept changing shape. Zhao Hai explained to the two on the side how the formation changed. Zhao Hai's actions attracted a lot of people from the 100 Treasures realm and the Divergent realm to come out and watch. Seeing the magic cube formation changing shape, everyone felt that it was interesting, but at the same time, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. There were endless transformations to the Great Array. At present, it appeared to be only suitable for melee combat. Cultivators would generally use magic artifacts to engage in ranged combat. However, at present, almost all of the cultivators understood that a melee combat was the only way to end a battle. In close combat, a suitable magic cube formation would greatly increase a cultivator's fighting strength and reduce casualties. The magic cube formation had endless transformations. It was very suitable for cultivators. Mu Yao and Hawkins didn't speak for some time. Both of them were commanders, so naturally they could see that the transformations of this formation weren't just for show. These transformations had been tested on the battlefield. Each of these transformations corresponded to a specific situation on the battlefield. If such a formation was used in a battle, then its might could be imagined. Mu Yao and Hawkins didn't speak for a long time. Mu Yao and Hawkins were both commanders. Naturally, they could see that the transformations of this formation weren't for show. Thinking of this, Mu Yao and Hawkins couldn't help but feel shocked. After some time, Mu Yao said, Zhao Hai, are you saying that the Fire Weavers are using this formation to fight us? Did they learn how to use it? Zhao Hai shook his head, then he smiled and said, they didn't. Elder, you don't need to worry. The Fire Weavers have only learned the prototype of the magic cube formation. They simply can't display its true strength. There's nothing to worry about. Mu Yao and Hawkins let out a long breath. To be honest, the Taoist master didn't want the Fire Weavers to control this formation. If they did, then it wouldn't be good for the 100 Treasures realm and the Divergent realm. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, but if we don't eliminate the Fire Weavers as soon as possible, or if we lose the war against them, then the Fire Weavers will slowly perfect the magic cube formation. In the end, they might even be able to master it. Mu Yao and Hawkins nodded. They knew that battle formations and cultivation methods were very rough when they were first created. After countless efforts and modifications, they slowly became more and more powerful. If the Fire Weavers were to continue developing like this, then perhaps one day they would be able to develop a full-fledged cubic formation. Thinking of this, the two became even more eager for the war. The Divergent realm and the 100 Treasures realm were now mortal enemies with the Fire Weavers. If the Fire Weavers were to recover, then the 100 Treasures realm and the Divergent realm would be in danger. Therefore, they must not give the Fire Weavers this opportunity. Otherwise, the 100 Treasures realm and the Divergent realm wouldn't have any peace in the future. The Fire Weavers' vengeful nature was well known in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Zhao Hai looked at the two and couldn't help but smile. This was the result he wanted. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted the Divergent realm and the 100 Treasures realm to attack the Fire Weavers was because he was afraid that the two realms would delay. If it was just one realm fighting the Fire Weavers, then both the 100 Treasures realm and the Divergent realm would go all out. But if the two realms were to work together, then they might slack off. People were strange. If one person was doing something, they would be very focused. But if two people were doing something, then they might slack off. There was an old saying in China, many dragons rely on others. Actually, this was the truth behind it. If the 100 Treasures realm and the Divergent realm were to hold back when dealing with the Fire Weavers, then it would be possible for the Fire Weavers to recover. Because of this, Zhao Hai showed them the might of the cube formation. At the same time, he wanted them to understand that if they don't work together, then it wouldn't be good for the two realms. It was precisely because the two realms felt the threat of the Fire Weavers that they decided to cooperate. At this time, Zhao Hai wanted to deal with the Fire Weavers as soon as possible. Zhao Hai's goal was the 10,000 realm battlefield, the Cloud Sea territory, and the Sky Tower. If the 100 Treasures realm loses too much in this war, then it would be detrimental to his future plans. Most importantly, if the attack on the Fire Weavers fails, then the 100 Treasures realm would have a strong enemy. No matter what the 100 Treasures realm does in the future, this enemy would be watching them from the sidelines. This wasn't a good thing for the 100 Treasures realm. Although Zhao Hai seemed to be scheming against Mu Yao, he had no other choice. For the sake of the 100 Treasures realm, he had to do this. When the three returned to the bow of the ship, Mu Yao and Hawkins were somewhat worried. They were also thinking about Zhao Hai's performance. To be honest, that performance really scared them. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. His attention was now focused on the Fire Weavers. Naturally, the Fire Weavers were aware of their actions. All kinds of formations were activated as cultivators gathered to form a cube formation. In fact, along the way, Zhao Hai encountered a lot of Fire Weaver scouts. However, Zhao Hai didn't do anything to them. He knew that it was impossible for him to kill these scouts. Moreover, even if he did, the Fire Weavers would still be notified. These scouts must contact the Fire Weavers within a certain period of time. If the Fire Weavers didn't receive any news, then they would know that something had happened. Therefore, it was impossible for them to attack. After several hours of sailing, the fleet finally arrived at the periphery of the Fire Weavers' defensive line. The defensive line the Fire Weavers chose this time was a mountain range. In the middle of the mountain range was a defensive line with cannons. Zhao Hai hadn't seen these cannons before. It seems like the Fire Weavers had increased their research on cannons. Now, these cannons looked like howitzers. Outside the Fire Weavers' defensive line were formation discs. These discs were like a wall, blocking the Fire Weavers' defensive line. If Zhao Hai and the others wanted to attack the Fire Weavers' defensive line, then they would have to deal with these formations first. Zhao Hai, Hawkins, and Mu Yao stood at the bow of the ship and looked at the formations. Mu Yao turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, can we move now?" Zhao Hai nodded. Then he waved his hand as the cannons of the giant spirit treasure ship and the Hell King's ship extended out of the cannons. Then 10,000 cannons roared as they fired towards the formations. Naturally, these formations were made in a hurry. They weren't very finely made. The purpose of these formations was to slow down the speed of large artifacts. There was no need to make them that good. When the cannons on Zhao Hai's ship fired, the cannons on the Fire Weavers' defensive line also fired. This time, their cannons weren't mortars. The caliber of the cannons was much larger, allowing them to hit farther and with greater power. A cannonball hit the Hell King's ship's shield, causing the ship's shield to shake. Zhao Hai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He discovered that the Fire Weavers' gunpowder was much more powerful than before. It must be known that Zhao Hai didn't have more powerful gunpowder in the space. He had already made them, but he didn't use them. He didn't want Mu Yao and the others to know that he was researching them. But now, the Fire Weavers were able to make even more powerful gunpowder. It seems like under the threat of extinction, the Fire Weavers' potential was stimulated. They were ready to fight against the three realms. Hawkins was standing on the deck of the Hell King's ship. Naturally, he could feel the shield shaking. He couldn't help but knit his brows as he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, the Fire Weavers' cannons seem to be more powerful than before. Can large artifacts block them?" Zhao Hai replied, "Elder, don't worry. Although the Fire Weavers' new cannons are very powerful, their large artifacts shouldn't have a problem blocking them. Even if the shields can't block them, the large artifacts themselves should be able to." Zhao Hai nodded. Hawkins nodded, but he still had an anxious expression on his face. He hadn't fought alongside Zhao Hai, so he didn't know anything about Zhao Hai's large artifacts. It was normal for him to be worried. Mu Yao wasn't worried at all. Looking at Hawkins' expression, he couldn't help but smile. However, he didn't say anything. Hawkins wouldn't believe him anyway. Sometimes, it's better to let him see it with his own eyes than to say 100 words. Zhao Hai didn't care about the cannons. Instead, he had the ship's cannons attack the formation discs. Before long, a huge gap was opened in the formation discs. Zhao Hai's fleet went in with all their might. After entering the fire hole, Zhao Hai became more relaxed. This was because if the Fire Weaver cannons wanted to attack the large artifacts, they would need to attack the formation discs as well. This saved Zhao Hai a lot of trouble. Now, Zhao Hai could use the cannons of the fleet to launch a counterattack against the cannons of the fire weavers. However, because the giant spirit treasure ships were too big, they received too many attacks. In a short period of time, the shields of several giant spirit treasure ships were broken. The shields of the giant spirit treasure ships rose up once again. Hawkins, who had been paying attention to the fleet, felt relieved when he saw this. He turned to look at Zhao Hai with a flash of appreciation in his eyes. The fleet continued to move forward. Just as Zhao Hai's fleet reached the center of the formation discs, he suddenly felt a powerful energy fluctuation. Then with a bang, all the formation discs exploded. Zhao Hai didn't expect the fire weavers to do this. Fortunately, he had already set up the ship's shields. Otherwise, there would be a lot of casualties on the ship. After the explosion, although the people on the ships were shaken, there weren't any large casualties. The situation was still very good. Moreover, without the formation discs, the fleet's speed increased. As soon as the fleet's speed increased, Zhao Hai discovered a change in the fire weaver race's formation. Then some great beasts flew out of the formation. On the back of these great beasts stood people with cannons on their backs. In front of them was a mortar. There were a lot of people, several thousand of them. In other words, the fire weavers had taken out several thousand mortars. As soon as the mortars were taken out, they began to fire. Mortar shells were shot towards the fleet. However, the power of the mortars was inferior to the howitzers. They were completely useless against Zhao Hai's fleet. At this time, the cannons on the cannons began to fire back at the fire weavers. Both sides were filled with explosions. The ordinary fire weavers had already raised their rifles and were ready to fight. Behind the fire weavers were a large number of cultivators from their subordinate realms. They also took out their magic artifacts. Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing the fleet's speed to slow down. At the same time, the sword shuttles increased their speed as they rushed towards the enemy's formation. As soon as the sword shuttles moved, the fire weavers immediately reacted. Some immortal experts flew out from behind the formation to meet the sword shuttles. At the same time, the howitzers on the defensive line also targeted the sword shuttles. However, the effect wasn't very good. Seeing the enemy's immortal experts move out so quickly, Hawkins and Muyao couldn't help but stare. However, since the other party made a move, they couldn't just ignore it. A group of immortal experts immediately flew out from the fleet to meet the fire weavers' immortal experts. When the two groups of immortal experts met in the air, they immediately began to fight. Naturally, the power of a battle between immortal experts was extraordinary. The residual energy that burst out was enough to change the trajectory of artillery shells. Hawkins looked at the immortal experts fighting and knit his brows. Then he turned to Muyao and said, "Elder Mu, did you notice that the fire weavers want to fight a protracted war with us?" Muyao nodded and said, "Right. They want to fight a protracted war with us. They sent their immortal experts out this early and didn't arrange a place to fight. Instead, they started fighting right in front of our fleet. They want to use this method to stop our fleet from advancing. Little Hai, what do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai looked at the immortal experts of the two sides and said, "Our path forward has been blocked by their immortal experts. We have no way to break through. What I mean is that we retreat and fly at a low altitude. First, we'll destroy their defenses. Then we'll find a way to deal with them." Zhao Hai nodded. Hawkins replied, "It seems like that's the only way. I didn't expect the fire weavers to use this method to block their immortal experts. They're too cunning." After hearing Hawkins' agreement, Zhao Hai immediately waved his hand. The large artifacts began to slowly retreat. After retreating a certain distance, they immediately lowered their altitude and flew towards the fire weavers' defensive line. The fire weavers naturally understood what Zhao Hai and the others wanted to do. They adjusted the angle of their howitzers and began to bombard the fleet. However, their attacks were useless against Zhao Hai's fleet. With their shields up, the fire weavers' cannons couldn't do anything to the fleet. The fleet's cannons fired back at the defensive line. However, the defensive line had been reinforced. Moreover, there were magic formations protecting it. The fleet's cannons couldn't do anything to the defensive line. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, I didn't expect the fire weavers to be so smart. Elder, it seems like our old friend is here. Mu Yao looked at the fire weaver defensive line and nodded, it seems like a good friend has come. Only Zhu Jifeng has fought with us before. She knows how powerful our cannons are. Now that the defensive line is still intact under our bombardment, it should be under Zhu Jifeng's command. I didn't expect the fire weavers to learn how to use cannons so quickly. Mu Yao nodded and said, all right. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, the battlefield is the best training ground. If anyone wants to learn how to fight, then the battlefield is their best classroom. The fire weavers wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Moreover, Zhu Jifeng is very strong. The 6 defensive lines that prevented us from meeting with the divergent realm were arranged by her. That woman isn't simple. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that's right. Mu Yao nodded, then he said, what do we do now? Hawkins has been observing the conversation between Zhao Hai and Mu Yao. He discovered that the conversation between the two wasn't like an ordinary conversation between an elder and a subordinate. Zhao Hai wasn't in awe of Mu Yao while Mu Yao wasn't angry at Zhao Hai's rudeness. This could only mean one thing, Zhao Hai's status in the 100 Treasures realm was very high. After knowing that Zhao Hai was a divergent ability user, Hawkins has been thinking of ways to pull him in. Although he hasn't contacted Zhao Hai yet, he was already preparing to pull Zhao Hai in. The reason why he didn't send people to contact Zhao Hai was because he wanted to see what kind of person Zhao Hai was and what kind of status he had in the 100 Treasures realm. Only then would they be able to make a move. But now that he saw the situation, Hawkins couldn't help but frown. Zhao Hai's status in the 100 Treasures realm was very high. Mu Yao wasn't angry at all when he talked to Zhao Hai. This showed that it wouldn't be easy to pull Zhao Hai in. Although the 100 Treasures realm wasn't as powerful as the Divergent realm, it was still one of the high-grade realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Zhao Hai was very important to the 100 Treasures realm. If he were to be an ordinary cultivator in the Divergent realm, then it would be impossible for the 100 Treasures realm to accept him. But if Zhao Hai was given the same status in the Divergent realm, then the Divergent realm's people might have objections. Because of this, it wouldn't be easy to recruit Zhao Hai to the Divergent realm. While Hawkins was thinking about poaching Zhao Hai looked at the defensive line of the fire weavers and frowned as he said, I'm afraid it'll be difficult this time. If this defensive line was really designed by Zhu Jifeng, then it should have defensive measures against the sword shuttles. It seems like it'll be difficult for us to break through this defensive line. Mu Yao replied, let's have the sword shuttles try first. If it doesn't work, then we'll retreat first. Then we'll think of a way. Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand as the sword shuttles swam towards the defensive line like fish. Inside the Hell King's ship's cabin, several people were sitting. The two in the lead were Mu Yao and Hawkins. Zhao Hai and Mu Yu were also present. Besides the two of them, there were also several severed soul experts from the Divergent realm. These severed soul experts were responsible for managing the ordinary cultivators of the Divergent realm. The atmosphere in the cabin was heavy. Nobody spoke. They didn't lose today's battle, they took the initiative to retreat. The immortal experts blocked the large artifacts, making it impossible for the large artifacts to charge forward. The sword shuttles were also suppressed by the immortal experts. Since the firearms on both sides were too far away, they didn't have much use. Zhao Hai didn't know what to do. It can be said that today's attack was just a probing attack. However, it gave the Divergent realm and the 100 Treasures realm a headache. Although the Fire Weaver race's defensive method wasn't very bright, it was still very effective. If the Fire Weavers used the same method tomorrow, how would the 100 Treasures realm and the 100 Treasures realm deal with it? This was indeed a problem. After some time, Hawkins said, everyone, you've seen the situation today. Does anyone have any opinions? Nobody made a sound. Seeing that no one was speaking, Mu Yao said, I think Zhao Hai's plan is feasible. We can first destroy the Fire Weaver race's defensive line and then attack them. Although the Fire Weaver race's defensive line isn't a threat to Zhao Hai's large artifacts, we can't send our cultivators to participate. We can only rely on the sword shuttles. Therefore, I think we should deal with the defensive line first before dealing with the Fire Weavers. Everyone nodded. However, an elder from the divergent realm frowned and said, I'm afraid this won't be easy. The defensive line built by the fire weavers is very good. Moreover, there should be immortal experts guarding it. Even if we send immortal experts to deal with the defensive line, it won't be easy. Everyone nodded. Then Mu Yao turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, do you have any ideas about how to deal with the fire weavers' defensive line? Zhao Hai nodded and said, Do you know how to deal with the fire weavers? When Mu Yao said this, everyone's attention turned to Zhao Hai. The people from the 100 Treasures realm looked at Zhao Hai with anticipation. On the other hand, the people from the Divergent realm looked at Zhao Hai with suspicion. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he stood up and said, replying to the elders, the fire weavers' defensive line is very good. The entire defensive line is prepared to defend against artillery fire as well as sword shuttles. I think they must have engraved defensive formations on the walls. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to do this. What I want to say is that tomorrow, within a safe distance, all the cultivators will disembark from their large artifacts. Then I'll command the large artifacts to attack the enemy's defensive line. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, the fire weaver race's defensive line is very good. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone stared. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this crazy. He actually wants to use large artifacts to attack the defensive line. Mu Yao knit his brows and said, the fire weaver's defensive line is in the mountains. I'm afraid it's impossible for the large artifacts to break through the defensive line. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, the fire weaver's defensive line is in the mountains. They might have hollowed out the mountains like before. But it doesn't matter. The large artifacts don't need to rush into the mountains. They just need to attack outside the defensive line. When the time comes, the mountains might not be able to withstand the impact and collapse. Then their defensive line would be destroyed. Hawkins' eyes shone, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, this plan is good. But how confident are you? Furthermore, doing so might damage the large magical artifact. Zhao Hai replied, if we can't deal with the fire weavers as soon as possible, then the large artifacts won't be of any use. It's better to use them in the war. Even if we lose them, as long as we can break through the defensive line, then we'll have won. Without the large artifacts, we can't afford to waste too much time here. Hawkins turned his head to Mu Yao. In his opinion, Zhao Hai's plan was very good. However, the damage to the large artifacts would be very serious. Now, it all depended on whether Mu Yao was willing to give up the large artifacts. Mu Yao looked at Hawkins, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, let's do as you said. Tomorrow, we'll have the large artifacts attack the fire weaver's defensive line. Upon hearing Mu Yao, the eyes of the people from the Divergent realm couldn't help but shine. They didn't expect the fire weavers to be so willing to use large artifacts to attack the enemy's defensive line. How much determination did they have to make to do this? Thinking of this, the people from the Divergent realm couldn't help but secretly make up their minds to deal with the fire weavers. Just look at the 100 Treasures realm, they were willing to use their large artifacts. If they don't go all out, then wouldn't the 100 Treasures realm be able to defeat them? How could they do that? Hawkins looked at Mu Yao and didn't say any words of thanks. Instead, he took a deep breath and said, all right, then we'll look at Little Hai tomorrow. As long as he destroys their defensive line, we'll attack them with all our strength. Zhao Hai nodded. Then Mu Yao looked at everyone and said, tomorrow, I'll have to ask everyone to get out of the ships. This is the first time in the 10,000 realm battlefield that a large artifact is used to attack a mountain. Don't stay on the ships. It would be troublesome if you get knocked out. Hearing Mu Yao, everyone chuckled. Hawkins nodded and said, all right, let's go and prepare. We'll immediately take the people out of the ships. We can't delay tomorrow. What Hai Hai said is right, the most important thing for us right now is time. If we delay for too long, then we can't guarantee that we won't be in trouble. Everyone nodded and then went to prepare. After everyone left, only Mu Yao and Hawkins were left in the cabin. Hawkins turned his head to Mu Yao and said, Elder Mu, I won't say anything unnecessary. I, Hawkins, will remember what the 100 Treasures realm did. From now on, the 100 Treasures realm and the Divergent realm will be loyal allies. Mu Yao nodded and said, Elder Mu, I won't say anything unnecessary. Mu Yao smiled faintly and said, Elder Hawkins is right. The 100 Treasures Realm and the Divergent Realm are our most loyal allies. Let's go and have a drink. I have some cloud vegetables and cloud fruit wine here. Hearing Mu Yao, Hawkins couldn't help but stare. Then he laughed and said, "All right, that's great. I've heard that the 100 Treasures Realm's cloud vegetables and cloud fruit wine are very famous. Today, I can finally have a taste." The two talked as they walked out. A day passed by quickly. Everyone was moved out of the large artifacts and arranged to a relatively safe place in the back. At the same time, Zhao Hai drove the large artifacts towards the defensive line of the Fire Weavers. From afar, Zhao Hai could see that the defensive line of the Fire Weavers was once again filled with formation discs. He wasn't surprised at all. After the Fire Weavers retreated yesterday, the 100 Treasures Realm immediately filled the area with formation discs. These formation discs were simple to make, they were purely consumables. Realms like the Fire Weavers can make as many as they want. Zhao Hai stopped in a relatively safe place. At the same time, the Fire Weavers began to move. All kinds of cannons were set up as well as a large formation. They were waiting for Zhao Hai to attack. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as the fleet slowly descended until they were level with the defensive line. Then he waved his hand as all the large artifacts charged towards the defensive line of the Fire Weavers. It wasn't only Zhao Hai, Mu Yao also knew that Zhao Hai's large artifacts were very difficult to damage. Even if they were damaged, Zhao Hai could repair them. This was why Mu Yao readily agreed to Zhao Hai's plan to use the large artifacts to attack the defensive line of the Fire Weavers. This was because he knew that the large artifacts wouldn't be damaged. The people from the 100 Treasures Realm knew what was going on, but the people from the Divergent Realm didn't. They stared at Zhao Hai's fleet with wide eyes. They haven't seen large artifacts being used like this before. Only the 100 Treasures Realm would use large artifacts to ram a mountain. The Fire Weavers also noticed this and became nervous. The cannons of the Fire Weavers were already firing at Zhao Hai's fleet. Dozens of immortal experts even rushed out of the mountain's defensive line to stop the large artifacts from ramming into the fleet. However, their attempts to stop him were useless. Zhao Hai's fleet was like an armored battleship that was charging at full speed. Anything that gets in their way would be crushed. When the immortal experts of the Fire Weavers saw the large artifacts rushing towards them, their expressions changed. They discovered that they had no way to block these large artifacts. The immortal experts flashed and ran away. Their escape was tantamount to exposing the defensive line to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wasn't polite as he commanded the large artifacts to ram towards the defensive line. Boom! A loud explosion was heard as the earth shook. Under everyone's gaze, the defensive line of the Fire Weavers was covered in dust. The dust was so high that it covered the sky. However, everyone here was an expert. Almost at the same time, they used their spiritual force to scan the area. They discovered that the 100 Treasures Realm's fleet was retreating. But this time only 6 ships retreated. There were still 3 ships that disappeared. Everyone knew that the 3 ships were taken away by Zhao Hai. They must have been damaged. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Zhao Hai to take them away. This time, Zhao Hai only had 8 giant spirit treasure ships and 1 Hell King ship to attack the Fire Weavers' defensive line. Zhao Hai didn't move the turtle. After all, the turtle was still alive. He couldn't just let it crash into a mountain. Just as Zhao Hai's fleet was retreating, the immortal experts of the Fire Weavers who ran away immediately rushed towards Zhao Hai's fleet. Because Zhao Hai's fleet was retreating and had just started moving, their speed wasn't very fast. It seems like the immortal experts wanted to take advantage of the situation. Hawkins also noticed the situation, so he immediately said, "Immortal experts, attack and block those fellows. Don't let them threaten Zhao Hai." After he said that, he flew towards the immortal experts of the Fire Weaver race. Hawkins knew that if the immortal experts of the Fire Weaver race were to reach Zhao Hai's large artifact, then it would be troublesome. Zhao Hai was the only person inside the large artifact. It was impossible for him to block so many immortal experts. Hawkins knew that the Fire Weaver race's immortal experts wouldn't be able to stop them. Because of this, Hawkins immediately led a large number of immortal experts to greet them. He even personally went out. Hawkins' strength was among the strongest among immortal experts. He was famous for his powerful defense and strength. However, Hawkins wasn't slow either. He immediately rushed towards an immortal expert of the Fireweaver race. The immortal expert was holding a spear that was much longer and bigger than ordinary spears. At this time, the immortal expert was aiming his spear at Zhao Hai's fleet. Hawkins scanned with his spiritual force and immediately knew that the immortal expert was aiming at Zhao Hai, who was standing on the bow of the Hell King's ship. However, Zhao Hai didn't seem to feel anything. He just stood there motionless. Hawkins couldn't help but worry when he saw this. He knew how important Zhao Hai was to the 100 Treasures realm. If something happened to Zhao Hai, then Mu Yao wouldn't cooperate with them. Most importantly, Hawkins appreciated Zhao Hai very much. He wanted to poach Zhao Hai from the 100 Treasures realm. Because of this, he couldn't let anything happen to Zhao Hai. Hawkins' eyes couldn't help but widen. His hair and beard fluttered as he shouted, "Brat, you dare!" His voice was very loud and carried a sound wave attack. However, the person opposite him was also an immortal expert. Moreover, he was a famous immortal expert of the Fire Weavers. His nickname was True Shot. It was said that ever since he got his hands on a spear, he had never missed a shot. His spear was the most deadly weapon of the Fire Weavers. Therefore, although Hawkins' sonic attack arrived, the man didn't care at all. He still stood there steadily, and at the same time, he pulled the trigger with all his might. With a bang, a bullet was fired. At this time, the immortal expert turned his head to look at Hawkins. From the moment Hawkins shouted to the moment he pulled the trigger, the immortal expert's hand was very steady. Although Hawkins was rushing towards him and launching a sound wave attack, the immortal expert's hand didn't move at all. Seeing the immortal expert's gunshot, Hawkins couldn't help but be startled. He turned his head to look at Zhao Hai. The immortal expert also turned his head to look at Hawkins before he turned his head to look at Zhao Hai. But this time, he was shocked. Just as the bullet was about to hit Zhao Hai's head, Zhao Hai suddenly reached out and caught the bullet between his index finger and middle finger. It was as if he was picking up a peanut. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the bullet in his finger before throwing it to the ground. Then he looked at the Fireweaver cultivator and coldly snorted. Then he turned his head back to the mountain as if nothing had happened. However, Zhao Hai's actions surprised Hawkins and the immortal expert. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this strong. It must be known that the bullet was fired by an immortal expert. Moreover, the bullet was fired by an immortal expert. Even Hawkins wouldn't be able to block such an attack. But Zhao Hai was able to do it. This was incredible. At this time, the Divergent Realm's immortal experts had also blocked the Fireweaver race's immortal experts. The two sides had already clashed. Hawkins reacted and let out a strange cry as he rushed towards the Fireweaver race. The Fireweaver race's immortal experts couldn't fire a second shot at Zhao Hai, so they turned their attention to Hawkins. However, a trace of panic could be seen on their face. Zhao Hai's performance just now had dealt a huge blow to their confidence. At this time, Zhao Hai's fleet retreated to a suitable position. Then he waved his hand and the fleet moved once more. They used the shortest amount of time to reach their maximum speed and crashed into the mountain's defensive line. With a loud bang, the mountain's defensive line shook once again. Then, the entire mountain shook and slowly sank down. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. Although these cultivators were very strong, they were still shocked to see a mountain sink down in front of their eyes. They knew that the mountain had been hollowed out by the Fire Weavers. But at the same time, there were countless pillars inside. Moreover, defensive formations reinforced the mountain. It can be said that if Zhao Hai didn't use his large artifacts to attack the defensive line, then the defensive line would have existed for thousands of years. But now, the defensive line had collapsed. Most likely, the Fire Weavers who were inside the defensive line were done for. The impact of Zhao Hai's large artifact didn't only bring danger to the defensive line, it also shook the people inside the defensive line. As long as the people inside the defensive line can't exert their full strength, then the collapse would be enough to take their lives. Zhao Hai's large artifact didn't only bring danger to the defensive line, but also to the defensive line. Now that the defensive line of the Fire Weavers had collapsed, Zhao Hai's large artifacts retreated. But this time, there were only 4 left. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop. Instead, the large artifacts slowly rose as they continued to fire at the formation discs. This time, Zhao Hai only used 3 rounds of bombardment before the large artifact charged forward. Because of this, the formation discs that were close to the large artifact were blocked by the large formation's shield. Although the formation discs were stuck to the large artifact's shield, Zhao Hai's shield immediately released an electric current that bounced the formation discs away. When Zhao Hai's 4 large artifacts reached the formation discs exploded. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop. His large artifacts continued to charge towards the fire weavers. Behind the large artifacts were the 800 sword shuttles. Seeing Zhao Hai rushing forward, the fire weavers immediately reacted. Nearly 1,000 immortal experts rushed out of the formation and attacked Zhao Hai's large artifacts with their weapons. Since Mu Yao and the others no longer had cannons, they began to rush forward in order to support Zhao Hai. At this time, Hawkins and the others also made some progress. The immortal experts of the fire weavers couldn't hold on any longer and retreated. Hawkins and the others also ran behind Zhao Hai's fleet, preparing to attack together with him. Zhao Hai's fleet was already on the verge of collapsing. Just as Zhao Hai's large artifacts entered the range of the fire weavers' muskets, the immortal experts began to attack them. The fleet slowed down and finally stopped. At this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly turned the ship around. All of the large artifacts were lined up horizontally in front of the fire weaver army formation like a huge wall. When Zhao Hai's fleet arrived, the 100 Treasures realm immediately followed. These people from the 100 Treasures realm were holding rifles in their hands. They used the fleet as cover as they engaged the fire weavers in a gunfight. At this time, the immortal experts of both sides made their moves. Whether it was the 100 Treasures realm, the Divergent realm, or the fire weavers, everyone stopped shooting. They weren't afraid that their bullets would harm the immortal experts. Instead, they discovered that their bullets simply couldn't hit the enemy. This was because when the immortal experts fought, their bullets would be affected by the shockwaves caused by the immortal experts. They didn't know where the bullets would end up. Seeing this, Zhao Hai knew that his plan to attack the fire weavers' formation was doomed. He immediately ordered his fleet to retreat. However, he only retreated out of the range of the fire weavers' muskets. Then he continued to attack the fire weavers. After losing some immortal experts, both sides slowly stopped. The 100 Treasures realm and the Divergent realm slowly retreated. However, they didn't retreat too far. Instead, they retreated to Zhao Hai's fleet. Zhao Hai's fleet stopped outside of the fire weavers' muskets range. If the fire weavers wanted to advance, the 100 Treasures realm and the Divergent realm's immortal experts would immediately move out. Because of this, the fire weavers had no way to force Zhao Hai's fleet to retreat. At this time, Zhao Hai's fleet had increased from 4 ships to 8. Zhao Hai released the ships that he had previously taken back to the space. Naturally, this was just for show. In fact, Zhao Hai could release countless more large artifacts, but he didn't want people to know about it. Zhao Hai's fleet was originally 4 ships, but he didn't want people to know about it. The two sides faced each other at a distance visible to the naked eye. Neither side took a step back. The cannons on Zhao Hai's ship continued to bombard the enemy's formation. The fire weavers simply didn't have the time to set up their own formation. Mu Yao, Hawkins, and the others returned to the cabin. Everyone had excited expressions on their faces. Although they weren't able to break the fire weavers' formation, they were still able to destroy their defensive line. This was good news for them. After everyone sat down, Hawkins turned to Zhao Hai and laughed. "Zhao Hai, you did a good job today. Ha ha ha. You destroyed the enemy's defensive line in just 2 moves. You're too good, too good." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Mu Yao turned to the other immortal experts and said, "Now we don't have to worry about the mountain's defensive line. However, the fire weavers' immortal experts are still blocking our path. This isn't good news. We need to find a way to break through their formation. Only then can we defeat them." Hawkins nodded and said, "Right, the fire weavers are shameless. They've been fighting between 2 high-grade realms for a long time. Even if immortal experts want to fight, they would find another place to fight. But they chose to fight in front of 2 armies. This made it impossible for us to break through their formation. Naturally, it's impossible for us to defeat them." Hawkins' words weren't wrong. When immortal experts fight, it would affect other people. Moreover, immortal experts were precious existences to realms. This was especially true for smaller realms. Even for great realms like the Divergent Realm and the Hundred Treasures Realm, if they lose too many immortal experts, their foundations would be shaken. Because of this, when two realms fight, the immortal experts would take action. However, they would find another place to fight so that the battlefield wouldn't be affected. Moreover, once the number of casualties reached a certain level, they would retreat. This time, the Fire Weavers saw this point. Therefore, they would rather have their immortal experts fight between the two armies. This was to separate the armies of the two realms. Moreover, they wanted the Divergent Realm and the Hundred Treasures Realm to suffer losses. They wanted the Fire Weavers and the Hundred Treasures Realm to be afraid of losing their immortal experts. This was the only way for the Fire Weavers to defend their defensive line. The Fire Weavers knew that although they have the cube formation, if they let Zhao Hai rush into their formation with his large artifact, then their defensive line would be broken sooner or later. Because of this, they came up with this plan. And this plan was very effective. Everyone in the hall frowned. They didn't expect the Fire Weavers to send their immortal experts to the front. Even Zhao Hai didn't expect this. Zhao Hai wanted to use his large artifact to attack the Fire Weavers' formation. But with so many immortal experts attacking his large artifact, it would be impossible for him to break through without exposing his strength. Once the large artifact stops, the other party's attacks would become fiercer. The Fire Weavers could only rely on their immortal experts to deal with this. As a result, their path forward was once again blocked. Zhao Hai frowned. To be honest, he couldn't wait to send out all the immortal undead in the space. Then he would inject all their energy into the large artifact and use it to attack the enemy's formation. However, he knew that this wouldn't work. Otherwise, his strength would be exposed. However, Zhao Hai's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought of a method that they used before. Immortal experts would inject all their energy into the large artifact and then attack the enemy's formation. This way, even if the Fire Weavers sent all their immortal experts, it would still be impossible to stop them. As long as the immortal experts rushed into the enemy's formation, the Fire Weavers' defensive line would collapse. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai stood up. He cupped his fist towards Hawkins and Mu Yao and said, "Elders, Zhao Hai has something to say." The frowning Hawkins and Mu Yao were called back by Zhao Hai. At the same time, everyone in the cabin looked at Zhao Hai. Hawkins immediately said, "Little Hai, what do you want to say?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "I want to use the method that the Hundred Treasures Realm used to break through the Fire Weavers' defensive line to attack the Fire Weavers' formation." Hearing this, Mu Yao stared, then he slapped his thigh and said, "Right, I almost forgot about this method. If we use this method, then even the Fire Weavers wouldn't be able to stop us." Mu Yao nodded and said, "All right, I almost forgot about this method." Hawkins looked at Mu Yao in confusion. He didn't understand why Mu Yao was so excited. Mu Yao looked at Hawkins and smiled. "When we broke through the Fire Weavers' defensive line, we had all the immortal experts inject their spiritual chi into the ship. This way, even if immortal experts attack the ship, they wouldn't be able to stop us. We can use this method to inject spiritual chi into the ship and then attack the Fire Weavers' defensive line. I believe that the scattered immortal experts of the Fire Weavers wouldn't be able to stop our ship." Hearing Mu Yao, Hawkins stared. Then he was overjoyed. But then he asked doubtfully, "Will this work? Will the ship be able to withstand the spiritual chi of so many immortal experts?" Mu Yao smiled faintly and said, "It should be a problem. The ship has been modified by Zhao Hai. There's a spiritual chi gathering formation inside." Hawkins turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, is this really possible? You have to know that this operation is very important to us. We can't afford to make any mistakes." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There shouldn't be a problem. We can have ordinary cultivators and immortal experts pour their spiritual chi into the ships. As long as our fleet can break through the enemy's cube formation, the cultivators on the ships would immediately come out and attack the Fire Weaver race's cube formation. Even if the Fire Weaver race's cube formation breaks through, we can send some immortal experts to sit on the sword shuttles. Once our fleet passes through, the sword shuttles would attack the enemy's cube formation. With the immortal experts pouring their spiritual chi into the sword shuttles, the sword shuttles wouldn't be afraid of the Fire Weaver's immortal experts. As long as the sword shuttles can break through the Fire Weaver race's cube formation, the Fire Weaver race's cube formation would break. Alright, we'll do as you say. Immediately arrange for all the immortal experts to board the ships. Tomorrow, we'll launch the final attack on the Fire Weaver's defensive line. After Zhao Hai finished speaking, Hawkins immediately agreed. In his opinion, this was the best plan so far. Everyone immediately went to make the arrangements. The cultivators of the various realms boarded their large artifacts. Only some immortal experts boarded the sword shuttles. The rest of the immortal experts were also scattered on the large artifacts, ready to attack at any time. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He continued to bombard the Fire Weavers. At the same time, he was pressuring the defensive line to prevent the Fire Weavers from advancing. He also prevented the Fire Weavers from clearing the defensive line. Actually, Zhao Hai's fleet was pressuring the Fire Weavers. He wanted the Fire Weavers to be unable to advance. They also wanted to prevent the Fire Weavers from clearing the defensive line. After an entire day, the 100 Treasures Realm and the Divergent Realm made preparations. 800 immortal experts boarded the sword shuttles while the rest were scattered on the large artifacts. They were preparing for the final attack on the Fire Weavers. During this time, Zhao Hai didn't stop bombarding the Fire Weavers' defensive line. The sound of the cannons went on for an entire day and night. This made the Fire Weavers very angry. It must be known that the Fire Weavers were the most proficient in using firearms in the 10,000 realm battlefield. But now, they were being bullied by cannons. This made the Fire Weavers feel like a tortoise being thrown into a stove. They couldn't help but feel suffocated. Most importantly, the 100 Treasures Realm's fleet was parked in a place where the Fire Weavers could see. The Fire Weavers didn't dare withdraw their defensive line. If they did, the 100 Treasures Realm's fleet would immediately rush over. When the time comes, the Fire Weavers would be in trouble. Just as the Fire Weavers were thinking of using their immortal experts to deal with the 100 Treasures Realm's fleet, the 100 Treasures Realm stopped their bombardment and slowly retreated. The 100 Treasures Realm's fleet's actions caused the Fire Weavers to stare. They didn't know what the 100 Treasures Realm was doing. Everyone could see that the 100 Treasures Realm's fleet was more useful than retreating. But now, they retreated. Wasn't this strange? While the Fire Weavers were still confused, the 100 Treasures Realm's fleet had already retreated. This caused the Fire Weavers to relax. Even the immortal experts who were on guard felt the same. At this time, the 100 Treasures Realm's fleet stopped. Seeing the fleet stop, Hawkins and Mu Yao knew that it was time. They immediately gave the order to begin. All the cultivators on the ships began to pour their spiritual chi into the ships. The 8 large artifacts immediately began to shine with golden light. It was as if golden flames were coming out of the ships. At the same time, Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing the large artifacts to accelerate. In just a few breaths of time, they arrived in front of the Fire Weavers' defensive line. When the Fire Weavers saw the golden light, they knew that the 100 Treasures Realm wasn't planning on retreating. Instead, they were adjusting their distance. They immediately gathered a large number of immortal experts to block the cube formation. They wanted to block the 100 Treasures Realm's advance just like they did before. But this time, they were wrong. The 100 Treasures Realm's charge was unstoppable. Just as the immortal experts arrived in front of the cube formation, the 100 Treasures Realm's fleet arrived. This scared the immortal experts of the Fire Weaver race. Everyone immediately attacked the large artifacts. The immortal experts of the Fire Weaver race were divided into 8 groups. Each group was responsible for attacking a large artifact. They had to stop the large artifacts before doing anything else. But this time, they miscalculated. They didn't know how many people the 100 Treasures Realm and the Divergent Realm used to operate these large artifacts. When their attacks fell on the large artifacts, it was as if they were scratching an itch. Their attacks were bounced back by the large artifacts. The large artifacts didn't even give the immortal experts a chance to dodge as they slammed into the bodies of the immortal experts. The immortal experts didn't expect the 100 Treasures Realm's large artifacts to be this violent. They didn't have time to react before they were turned into meat paste. Then the large artifacts rushed into the Fire Weaver's defensive line. Although the Fire Weaver's defensive line was redesigned to deal with the Hundred Treasures realm, the Hundred Treasures realm's fleet was too fast this time. Before the Fire Weavers could react, the fleet had already rushed into the defensive line. The Hundred Treasures realm's fleet directly caused rivers of blood to flow out of the Fire Weaver's defensive line. While the Fire Weavers were still in shock, the 800 sword shuttles rushed into the Fire Weaver army's cube formation. As soon as the sword shuttles entered the Fire Weaver army's cube formation, they were like tigers in a flock of sheep. By the time the Fire Weavers reacted, they were already powerless to stop them. The Fire Weaver army's defensive line that the Hundred Treasures realm and the Divergent realm had been worrying about for 2 days was finally breached. Zhao Hai calmly looked into the distance. The armies of the Hundred Treasures realm and the Divergent realm were currently chasing after the Fire Weaver army. Among the Fire Weavers, the most loyal were naturally the Fire Weavers. The Hundred Treasures realm and the Divergent realm also learned to focus their attacks on the Fire Weavers. Their main target was the Fire Weaver army. As for the armies of the other realms, they didn't go all out. Naturally, they couldn't avoid killing them, but they wouldn't be as ruthless as the Fire Weavers. Zhao Hai's large artifacts made 7 trips through the Fire Weavers' formation. Besides the first trip, the other trips weren't very effective. He didn't manage to kill many people. However, the sword shuttles were different. These sword shuttles were powered by immortal experts. They didn't need to control the shuttles, they just needed to be controlled by Laura and the others. But even so, the Fire Weaver army was still in chaos. The Fire Weaver army didn't expect the sword shuttles to be this strong. Some immortal experts who tried to stop the sword shuttles were killed by the sword shuttles. As a result, the Fire Weaver's defensive line couldn't stop the enemy. The people from the subordinate realms were once again routed. At the same time, the Fire Weavers also began to flee. Following that, the Hundred Treasures realm and the Divergent realm chased after them. Zhao Hai stood there and didn't move. He calmly looked at all of this. Actually, his heart was blooming with joy. In this war, the Fire Weaver's losses weren't small. He could now obtain a large number of undead. At this time, 2 figures flew over. Zhao Hai focused his gaze and saw Hawkins and Muyao. The 2 flashed and arrived on Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship. They had happy expressions on their faces. It seems like this battle gave them more confidence in dealing with the Fire Weavers. Hawkins looked at Zhao Hai, then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Little Hai, I want to thank you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to defeat the Fire Weavers twice in such a short period of time. This defeat is equivalent to the end of the Fire Weavers." Hawkins looked at Zhao Hai and patted his shoulder. Zhao Hai looked at Hawkins in confusion. Although the Fire Weavers' losses weren't small, it didn't reach the point where they were seriously injured. Why would Hawkins say that this was the end of the Fire Weavers? Muyao looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly, then he said, "The Fire Weavers' 2 defeats can be said to be because they were well prepared. In this case, the subordinate realms would lose confidence in the Fire Weavers. Once the subordinate realms lose confidence, the Fire Weavers would lose most of their fighting strength. It would be impossible for the Fire Weavers to rely on their own army for a long time. I think the Divergent realm has already made arrangements in this regard, right?" Hawkins nodded, then he sighed and said, "Before we attacked the Fire Weavers, Prisonheart had already made arrangements. With these 2 victories, I believe that a lot of subordinate realms would surrender to us. In this regard, we are far inferior compared to Prisonheart." Muyao and Zhao Hai looked at each other and didn't say anything. For them, this kind of arrangement was normal. It would be abnormal if they didn't make such arrangements. Hawkins clearly didn't think of this before. This caused Zhao Hai and Muyao to be surprised. At this time, the sound of wind breaking could be heard. The 3 looked up and saw Prisonheart on the Hell King's ship. The 3 immediately gave Prisonheart a salute. Prisonheart looked at the 3 and nodded, then he smiled and said, "Good, very good. I know how you fought. Good. Let's go in. Hawkins, tell the troops to come back and stop chasing." Although Hawkins didn't understand why, he still nodded and immediately took out a jade sword to make arrangements. Then the 3 accompanied Prisonheart to the ship's cabin. After the group entered the cabin, Prisonheart turned his head to the 3 and said, "Are you curious why I didn't let you chase after me?" "Hee hee, there's nothing strange about it. This is because several subordinate realms have already surrendered to us. If we continue to chase after them, it wouldn't be good. Don't worry, the Fire Weavers are done for this time. As soon as they heard Prison Heart, the three understood what was going on. They let out a long breath. As long as someone surrendered, the Fire Weavers would be finished. If one surrendered, then there would be a second. In the future, it would be impossible for the Fire Weavers to organize such a large army. Prison Heart looked at the three and smiled faintly. I've already told the Sword Realm about what happened here. Now, the Sword Realm is intensifying their attacks. I believe that the Fire Weavers who received the news would disperse a lot. The Fire Weavers are already at the end of their road. Mu Yao and Hawkins had happy expressions on their faces. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's expression was calm. On the contrary, he frowned. This was because Kair just told him some bad news. Zhao Hai's expression was very calm. Prison Heart looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but ask, Zhao Hai, do you have something to say? You don't seem very happy. Zhao Hai looked at Prison Heart, then he bowed and said, replying to the elder, I'm worried that the Fire Weavers would be driven into a corner. If they ask the Buddhist realm or the Primal Chaos realm for help, then we might be in trouble. Prison Heart's eyes couldn't help but light up. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so calm when he was so happy. This wasn't easy. These two victories could be said to be due to Zhao Hai's large artifacts. However, Zhao Hai didn't let the victory get to his head. Instead, he thought that the enemy would ask the Buddhist realm and the Primal Chaos realm for help. This wasn't simple. To be honest, if Zhao Hai wasn't born in the 100 Treasures realm and was instead a native of the Divergent realm, then Prison Heart would definitely train him as his successor. When Mu Yao and Hawkins heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions changed. This was because they understood that the possibility of this happening was very high. This was especially true for Mu Yao. When he heard Zhao Hai's words, he immediately thought of the Giant Spirit realm. If the Giant Spirit realm was forced into a corner by the 100 Treasures realm, then they would ask the Fire Weavers for help. If the Fire Weavers were forced into a corner, then they would certainly ask the Buddhist realm and the Primal Chaos realm for help. Although they would have to pay a huge price, they wouldn't be driven out of the 10,000 realm battlefield. Prison Heart looked at the two, then he smiled faintly and said, Little Hai's worries are reasonable. But you don't need to worry, I've already made arrangements. I've already sent people to the other two realms. After this war, they should be able to obtain some benefits. Although the benefits won't be as good as ours or the Sword Realms, they should still be satisfied. They shouldn't be interfering in this matter. When Zhao Hai heard Prison Heart, he couldn't help but sigh. The reason why he was afraid that the Fire Weavers would ask the Buddhist realm and the Primal Chaos realm for help was because the Fire Weavers had already done so. Zhao Hai has been monitoring the Fire Weavers for a long time. After the recent battles, he took advantage of the fact that the Fire Weavers were returning to their headquarters. He placed silver needles in the headquarters. Because of this, he knew that the Fire Weaver Patriarch Zhu Rong had already sent people to the Buddhist realm and the Primal Chaos realm for help. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect Prison Heart to have already made arrangements. He paid a price in exchange for the Buddhist realm and the Primal Chaos realm not to send troops. This was the best method. Naturally, the precondition was that the Divergent realm and the Sword realm's attack on the Fire Weavers was very smooth. Otherwise, the Buddhist realm and the Primal Chaos realm wouldn't just sit back and watch. Prison Heart looked at the three and said, Send a message to tell everyone to come back. I have something to announce. Although Hawkins didn't understand what was going on, he still sent a message. Mu Yao also sent a message. Before, Hawkins' message was to stop the pursuit. This time, it was to tell everyone to come back. Before long, some immortal experts and severed soul experts returned to the cabin. When they saw Prison Heart, all of them gave him a salute. Then they silently stood to the side with happy smiles on their faces. After all the management personnel arrived, Prison Heart looked at them and said, The Divergent Realm and the 100 Treasures Realm have achieved 2 victories against the Fire Weavers. We have already forced them into a dead end. More than a dozen Fire Weaver subordinate realms have already surrendered to us. In the next attack, I ask everyone to work hard and end the battle as soon as possible. Zhao Hai nodded and said, All right, all right. All right, all right. Everyone replied in unison, yes, we'll follow the elder's orders. Prison Heart nodded and said, the merit of these 2 victories belongs to the 100 Treasures Realms Xiao Hai. Because Xiao Hai is also a divergent ability user, I will accept Xiao Hai as my disciple starting today. I will also bestow upon him the Divergent Realms Guest Elder token. From now on, he will be a Guest Elder of the Divergent Realm. Does anyone have any objections? When Prison Heart said this, everyone stared. They looked at each other in dismay and didn't know how to respond. At this time, Hawkins stepped forward and bowed to Prison Heart as he said, Hawkins fully agrees with Elder Prison Heart's decision. Xiao Hai is strong and he's also a divergent ability user. Moreover, he has made great contributions in the 2 battles against the Fire Weavers. It's only right for him to be a Guest Elder of the Divergent Realm. To be honest, no one expected that Hawkins would be the first to agree. Everyone stared. Then the immortal experts of the Divergent Realm looked at each other before they stood up and bowed to Prison Heart and said, honoring the Elder's orders, it's only right for Xiao Hai to be a Guest Elder. What these people didn't understand was that Hawkins had been wanting to pull Xiao Hai in for a long time. However, he didn't have the right opportunity. Now that Prison Heart said this, how could he oppose it? Therefore, he was the first to stand up and express his approval. As for the other immortal experts of the Divergent Realm, when they saw Prison Heart and Hawkins agree, they couldn't object. Prison Heart and Hawkins were the 2 most powerful people in the Divergent Realm. Naturally, there would be no problem if they agreed. Prison Heart nodded and said, all right, it's good that you don't object. Xiao Hai, are you willing to take me as your master and become a Guest Elder of the Divergent Realm? As soon as Prison Heart asked this, everyone's gaze turned to Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai took a step forward and knelt on the ground. Then he respectfully kowtowed 3 times and said, Disciple Xiao Hai greets Master. Ha ha ha. Good. Disciple, get up and stand by my side. Prison Heart was very happy. He reached out his hand and had Xiao Hai stand up. Then he had Xiao Hai stand by his side. This showed his attitude towards Xiao Hai. He valued Xiao Hai very much. Whoosh. The cabin was filled with applause. Whether the people were sincere or not, they all gave a warm applause to Xiao Hai and Prison Heart. Prison Heart chuckled as if he was happy to have a good disciple. After some time, everyone stopped. Prison Heart said, all right, everyone go and rest. Don't stop attacking the Fire Weavers. I have something to say to Xiao Hai. Everyone nodded and then turned around to leave. After everyone left, Prison Heart turned his head to Xiao Hai and said, Little Hai, I'm very happy to have you as my disciple. I'm not like other people who have a lot of offensive methods. In my life, I've only studied one thing, and that is spiritual force. What I can teach you is how to use spiritual force and how to cultivate it. Xiao Hai nodded and said, I'm very happy to have you as my disciple. After he said that, Prison Heart flipped his hand and took out a jade slip. He handed the jade slip over to Xiao Hai and said, This is my spiritual force cultivation experience. Take a look at it first. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Xiao Hai respectfully received the jade slip and said, Yes, Master can rest assured. I'll cultivate well. Prison Heart nodded and said, All right, you can go. I want to take a rest. If you have any questions, you can come and ask me. Xiao Hai nodded, then he bowed to Prison Heart before he turned around and left. Prison Heart looked at Xiao Hai's back with a smile on his face. Nobody knew what he was thinking. After Xiao Hai left the cabin, he immediately returned to his own cabin. He didn't immediately check the contents of the jade slip. Instead, he used his spiritual force to check the jade slip. This time, he used his spiritual force to check the contents of the jade slip. He wanted to see if Prison Heart was dead or not. No, there was nothing wrong with the jade slip. Xiao Hai felt relieved. Then he flashed into the space. Upon entering the villa, Laura and the others greeted him. Laura looked at Xiao Hai and said, Brother Hai, did you really take Prison Heart as your master? Why do I feel that Prison Heart has bad intentions towards you? Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, It's all right, I have a way to deal with it. After he said that, he used his spiritual force to probe the jade slip. At the same time, he also activated the 5 elements killing formation. Xiao Hai didn't find any problems with the jade slip, everything was normal. It really did contain Prison Heart's cultivation method. Zhao Hai turned to Kai and said, Kai study these things and see if there's anything wrong with them. Kai nodded, then she took the cultivation method and placed it into the processing machine. Before long, she received a reply saying that there were no problems with the cultivation method. If Zhao Hai practiced according to the method, then his spiritual force would increase rapidly. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, alright, then let's practice according to this method. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, do you really want to learn these cultivation methods? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, of course, why wouldn't I? I'm still lacking in spiritual force cultivation. Isn't this 100 opportunities? As for whether Prison Heart really wants to accept me as a disciple or if I have other goals, it doesn't matter. We just need to be careful of him. Laura thought about it, as long as Zhao Hai was wary of Prison Heart, then Prison Heart wouldn't be a threat to Zhao Hai. Therefore, she didn't oppose it. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the spiritual force cultivation method that Prison Heart gave him. To be honest, Prison Heart was worthy of being called the #1 spiritual force cultivator. His spiritual force cultivation method was very formidable. Moreover, Prison Heart's use of spiritual force had reached an astonishing degree. His spiritual force could be hard or soft, big or small. It could be as big as a river, flowing endlessly, or as small as a drizzle. Zhao Hai was sure that his spiritual force cultivation would reach new heights after learning Prison Heart's spiritual force cultivation method. Seeing these things, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. In his opinion, if Prison Heart really wanted to accept him as a disciple, then it wouldn't be a big deal. He could even have Prison Heart live inside the space. This way, Prison Heart would be able to live a bit longer. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. But if Prison Heart really wanted his life, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. After all, this was the cultivation realm. Killing one's master wasn't something that hadn't happened before. Zhao Hai carefully looked at Prison Heart's method of spiritual force cultivation. He tried to memorize it word by word. Then he slowly broke it down and completely digested it. Zhao Hai's spiritual force was very strong. Moreover, he was very proficient in using spiritual force. However, compared to Prison Heart, who spent his entire life studying spiritual force, he was still far behind. Before long, Zhao Hai had recorded everything in the Jade Slip. Although he hadn't officially started learning, he already got a lot of hints. This made him very happy. After trying to practice those cultivation methods, he immediately felt that his spiritual force was increasing at a very slow speed, which made him even happier. However, Zhao Hai also knew that this wasn't the time to focus on cultivation. The most important thing right now was to deal with the fire weavers. Because of this, Zhao Hai came out of the space. After coming out of the space, Zhao Hai immediately went to see Mu Yao. Mu Yao was currently in his room. There were also other immortal experts from the 100 Treasures realm as well as Mu Yao. Seeing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao nodded and said, Little Hai, you're here. Take a seat. Zhao Hai bowed and then sat down. Without waiting for Mu Yao to speak, Zhao Hai said, Elder, I just returned to my room and used my spiritual force to check the Jade Slip that Master gave me. There were no problems with it. Therefore, I was delayed for a bit. Mu Yao nodded and then sat down. Mu Yao knew what Zhao Hai meant. He waved his hand and said, There's no need to tell me about this. I already knew that Prison Heart wanted to accept you as a disciple. But you still need to be careful. Zhao Hai nodded. Then Mu Yao continued, Our main task right now is to deal with the fire weavers. The fire weavers are now finished. But at the same time, the fire weavers aren't willing to give up. They might make a final resistance. Moreover, their resistance will be very strong. Therefore, we need to be careful. Everyone nodded. Then Mu Yao turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, are there any problems with your large artifacts? How come you lost so many large artifacts when you attacked the Fireweaver's defensive line? Upon hearing Mu Yao, everyone's gaze turned to Zhao Hai. They didn't understand what was going on. They were very familiar with Zhao Hai's large artifacts. Zhao Hai's large artifacts can be deformed. Even if they're deformed, they can be repaired immediately. So why didn't they work today? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Actually, the large artifacts aren't broken. But if we don't break a few large artifacts, how can the Divergent Realm feel relieved? If we don't break a few large artifacts, how can the Divergent Realm be willing to go all out against the Fire Weavers? Upon hearing Xiao Hai, everyone understood what was going on. They chuckled. To be honest, when Xiao Hai became Prisonheart's disciple, these immortal experts were worried. The Divergent Realm was already stronger than the 100 Treasures Realm. If Xiao Hai joined the Divergent Realm, then they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. But now, it seems like Xiao Hai's heart was on the side of the 100 Treasures Realm. Naturally, they were very happy. Mu Yao chuckled as well, then he said, since that's the case, then we don't need to be polite. Xiao Hai, the next attack can't be done without you. The 100 Treasures Realm still needs to rely on large artifacts in order to reduce casualties. Although we can obtain Half-Beast Island after this battle, the situation there is very complicated. It will take a long time for us to settle down. Therefore, we can't lose too many people to the Fire Weavers. Xiao Hai nodded and said, Elder, rest assured. As long as we rely on large artifacts, we won't have too many casualties. Moreover, I believe that the war will soon come to an end. Mu Yao nodded and said, the Divergent Realm has already made arrangements to deal with the Buddhist Realm and the Primal Chaos Realm. As long as these two realms don't interfere, then the Fire Weavers will be easy to deal with. Everyone can go back and rest. But remember to remind the cultivators of the 100 Treasures Realm to be careful before the war ends. Everyone nodded, then they stood up and left. Xiao Hai took Mu Yu to his room and took out a jar of wine as well as a few dishes. Then he invited Mu Yu to sit down and drank a cup of wine. Xiao Hai took a deep breath and said, Prisonheart accepted me as his disciple, but I still feel uneasy. Although there's no problem with the Jade Slip, I'm still worried. Brother Mu, you don't know, Prisonheart tried to attack me and Elder Mu in the past, but in the end, he didn't succeed. Because of this, he decided to accept me as his disciple. However, I've always been wary of him. Mu Yu nodded, then he looked at Xiao Hai and said, Elder Brother Mu, you might not know, but Prisonheart tried to attack me and Elder Mu in the past. Mu Yu stared, then he put down his wine cup and said to Xiao Hai, there's such a thing? What does Prisonheart want to do? Does he want to kill Master? Xiao Hai shook his head and said, it doesn't seem like it. It seems like he wanted to control me and Elder Mu. I don't know what his purpose is, but he said that he did it for the future of the Divergent Realm. He wants to pull me and Elder Mu to the Divergent Realm because he thinks that Hawkins isn't a good leader. Mu Yu knit his brows and said, it's hard to say. What he said might be true or false. But in any case, it seems like he really wants to bring you to the Divergent Realm. I'm afraid that accepting you as a disciple won't be that simple. You have to be more careful. Mu Yu nodded and said, that's right. Xiao Hai sent Mu Yu off. The reason he looked for Mu Yu for a drink was because he didn't want any problems to arise between him and Mu Yu. Xiao Hai knew that although his popularity in the 100 Treasures Realm was very high, he was still lacking compared to Mu Yu. This was because Mu Yu was the only legitimate successor of the Mu faction. Everyone in the Mu faction would fully support Mu Yu, followed by Xiao Hai. This time, Xiao Hai became Prisonheart's disciple. Xiao Hai didn't want Mu Yu to have any conflicts with him because of this matter. Therefore, he looked for Mu Yu and had a drink with him. He even told Mu Yu about the attack on him and Mu Yao. He believed that Mu Yu wouldn't tell anyone about this matter. Xiao Hai let out a long breath and then returned to the space. Laura and the others were waiting for Xiao Hai. Seeing Xiao Hai come back, Laura and the others immediately went forward to greet him. Laura looked at Xiao Hai and said, Brother Hai, why don't you take this opportunity to join the Divergent Realm? Xiao Hai shook his head, then he smiled bitterly and said, I can't. If I join the Divergent Realm now, then everything I've done would be over. Most importantly, I still don't know whether Prisonheart really accepted me as a disciple or not. The situation in the Divergent Realm is much more complicated than the 100 Treasures Realm. Therefore, it's impossible for me to join them. Laura sighed and said, Brother Hai, do you really think that the 100 Treasures Realm can unify the 10,000 Realm battlefield? Will the Sky Tower really not care about this matter? Xiao Hai replied, I want to force the Sky Tower to make a move. As long as they make a move, we'll know who's behind them. Laura nodded. To be honest, she was also very curious about the people behind the Sky Tower. What kind of place was the Sky Tower? Everyone inside was an elite. Xianxia and the others had just reached the 5th floor, yet they already met so many experts. How strong was the force behind the Sky Tower? Most importantly, all of the people in the Sky Tower were using faith power. This was the most important thing. When did faith power reach this point? Where did those people get the power of faith? Could it be that they could also control a small realm? It must be said that the reason why Xianxia wanted to investigate the Sky Tower wasn't because of faith power. Instead, it was because he wanted to know how the 10,000 realm battlefield was formed. And it was clear that the Sky Tower had some clues. Because of this, Xianxia was curious about the person behind the Sky Tower. Xianxia was very clear about the situation in the 10,000 realm battlefield. It was impossible for the people who built the Sky Tower to obtain any faith power from the battlefield. If they couldn't obtain any faith power, then why did they build the 10,000 realm battlefield? Most importantly, the 10,000 realm battlefield couldn't maintain peace for a long time. Battles were happening almost all the time. Small battles weren't counted, but there were also large-scale battles. In order to make enemies between these realms, the Sky Tower was built. All of this was very abnormal. Nobody knew what the people who established the 10,000 realm battlefield wanted to do or why they did this. But since they did it, then there must be a purpose. Xianxia wanted to know what their purpose was. Did they just want to see the 10,000 realm battlefield kill each other? If that's the case, then wouldn't the 10,000 realm battlefield be a coliseum? If they wanted to let some experts slowly grow through this kind of internal strife, then they would be raising a venom. Whether it was a coliseum or raising people, Xianxia was very concerned about this. This was because he didn't want to accept either outcome. He wanted to get rid of this fate. If he wanted to get rid of this fate, then he needed to know who was behind it. As long as he knew who the enemy was, then he would be able to get rid of them and defeat them. Xianxia was usually very gentle. He was very kind to people and wouldn't fight over trivial matters. This wasn't his character. He liked to live a peaceful life, but he had a bottom line. He didn't like people controlling his fate. He wanted to be the master of his own destiny. No one could control his life, no one. Because of this, he walked step by step until today. But he still couldn't get rid of the invisible hand. Because of this, Xianxia continued to resist. He had to resist. After living with Xianxia for such a long time, Laura and the others understood Xianxia very well. Xianxia liked to live a simple, free life where he could make his own decisions. This kind of life was actually very easy to satisfy, but there were always people who wanted to reach their hands into his life and dictate what to do. And all of these people would receive Xianxia's fierce counterattack, showing no mercy. After Xianxia sat down, Meg served him a cup of tea. She looked at Xianxia and said, "Brother Hai, when are you going to start learning the spiritual force cultivation method? If you can't, then you shouldn't practice it. After all, that method was given to you by Prison Heart. That person is too sinister." Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. Even if Prison Heart has some ideas, the content of the cultivation method wouldn't be anything special. He just wants to give us some benefits so that we can eliminate our vigilance. As long as we maintain our vigilance, he wouldn't pose any threat to us. You don't need to worry." Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "All right." Hearing Xianxia, Meg nodded and said, "So Brother Hai already thought about this. Then I'm relieved. Brother Hai, do you want to try the spiritual force cultivation method? Try it under the 100 treasures tree." Xianxia smiled and said, "All right, I'll give it a try. If you have time, you can also practice it. Because of the 100 spirits tea, your spiritual force isn't bad at all. Learning the spiritual force cultivation method would be very beneficial for you. Haven't you seen how Prison Heart was able to run rampant in the 10,000 realm battlefield for many years?" Xianxia smiled and said, "All right, I'll give it a try." The cultivation method that Prison Heart gave to Xianxia was very comprehensive. It included spiritual force cultivation, spiritual force defense, spiritual force attack, spiritual force control, and spiritual force destruction. It can be said that Prison Heart's use of spiritual force has reached the limit. If Xianxia's spiritual force was like a crude clay pot, then Prison Heart's spiritual force was like an exquisite porcelain. Laura and the others didn't like cultivators' practice. moreover, they didn't need to practice it. After following Zhao Hai's women's bodies were transformed. Although they weren't as abnormal as Zhao Hai, they were still very strong. Moreover, the battles outside were left to Zhao Hai. They didn't need to participate. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't care about them learning cultivation methods. On the other hand, the spiritual force cultivation method could be taught to them. This was because the spiritual force cultivation method was similar to the myriad stellar transformations yin-yang technique. It could be practiced at any time. As long as you cultivate it, your spiritual force will turn into a spiritual Rubik's Cube. Then this Rubik's Cube will continue to rotate and cultivate. Even if you don't care about it, it will continue to cultivate, and your spiritual force will increase little by little. This magic cube was the result of Prison Heart's many years of experience. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to cultivate the magic cube. This was because even if one's spiritual force was strong, severed soul experts wouldn't be able to do it. Naturally, this wasn't a problem for Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others. Because of the 100 Spirit Tea, their spiritual force was very strong. Because of this, they could cultivate a spiritual cube. As long as they can cultivate a spiritual cube, Laura and the others wouldn't need to worry about anything else. The Tesseract wasn't just for show. Every facet of the Tesseract represented a very subtle spiritual force, such as attack and control. Once you use your spiritual force, the Tesseract would start to rotate, and the facets would arrange themselves. For example, if you want to control an attack or transform your spiritual force into an attack, you can do so. And as your spiritual force gets stronger, the Tesseract would also become stronger, and the facets would become more numerous. Thus, more combinations would be produced, and your spiritual attack would become more bizarre. When Prison Heart was at his peak, his spiritual force attacks were almost invincible. Now that he was nearing the end of his life, although he cultivated spiritual force, his spiritual force attacks weren't as strong as before. But even so, in the entire 10,000 realm battlefield, the only person who could block Prison Heart's spiritual force attacks was Zhao Hai. When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they smiled and nodded. However, they didn't take it to heart. In their opinion, being able to stay by Zhao Hai's side and silently support him was enough. Zhao Hai looked at them and shook his head as he smiled bitterly. Then he went outside and sat down under the 100 Spirits tree. He could clearly feel the spiritual chi coming from the tree. This spiritual chi was more abundant than the best spiritual veins Zhao Hai had seen in the 100 Treasures realm. Zhao Hai knew that this was because the spiritual roots under the 100 Spirits tree were increasing. Now, the spiritual chi inside the space was getting more and more abundant. The spiritual chi inside the space was also getting more and more abundant. Zhao Hai calmly sat down and slowly adjusted his spiritual force. When he finally calmed down, he began to gather his spiritual force. The small person inside his body finally moved. At this moment, the small person was sitting on the lotus. On the small person's abdomen was a golden core. The small person's hair extended to the void above his head. Countless stars were flashing in the void above his head. At this time, the little person's long hair was moving without any wind. Even the starlight above his head was moving. After some time, the fluctuations of the starlight became more and more fierce. Finally, the starlight flashed like an explosion. Then everything calmed down. The little person was still sitting on the Tao lotus with his eyes closed. His hair was still long, but it was no longer floating. On top of the little person's head was a small magic cube. Although this magic cube wasn't big, it had many small sides and looked very complex. This small magic cube was constantly rotating. In front of the magic cube was a starry sky. It was incomparably tranquil, but it was also slowly moving according to its own orbit. Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes. His eyes weren't as bright as before. Instead, they gave people a deep feeling. In his eyes, there was a Rubik's Cube that was constantly rotating. However, this Rubik's Cube was much smaller and was hidden in Zhao Hai's eyes. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and muttered, "I didn't think that the Rubik's Cube would have this kind of use." The reason why Zhao Hai said this was because he saw patterns on the surface of the Rubik's Cube. These patterns included the 18 Arhat techniques, the myriad star transformation sword formation, and all of Zhao Hai's cultivation methods and divergent abilities. This was really amazing. Moreover, Zhao Hai discovered that as long as he wanted to use a cultivation method or divergent ability, the patterns on the Rubik's Cube would move as if they were alive. Then he could use the cultivation method at will. This was really amazing. It was much more convenient than before. Zhao Hai slowly stood up and chuckled, "This thing is really useful. It's like having an automatic desktop in my head. Hee hee. Not bad." Then he walked into the room. Laura and the others didn't go outside to accompany Zhao Hai. They believed that Zhao Hai would succeed, so there was nothing to worry about. The cultivation method that Prison Heart sent over didn't have any problems. Otherwise, the processing machine would have given him a prompt. It must be known that although the processing machine was independent of the space, it was still a product of the space. Anything that was harmful to Zhao Hai would be notified by the processing machine. But this time, the processing machine didn't give any warnings. This meant that there were no problems with the cultivation method. Because of this, Zhao Hai could cultivate without any worries. As soon as Zhao Hai entered the room, he saw Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others sitting there and looking at the monitor. The monitor was showing the situation of the Fireweaver headquarters. Seeing Zhao Hai come back, Meg immediately invited Zhao Hai to sit down. Then she went to serve Zhao Hai tea. After Zhao Hai sat down, he looked at the monitor and saw the Fireweaver headquarters conference hall. But at this time, the conference hall was very quiet. Although there were dozens of immortal experts inside, nobody made a sound. Zhao Hai looked at the monitor and said, "What's going on? Are these fellows sitting there chanting? Why aren't they saying anything?" Laura smiled and said, "They're not chanting, they just don't know what to say. They just received news that the Buddhist realm and the Primal Chaos realm refused to send troops to help them. At the same time, most of their subordinate realms have surrendered to the Divergent realm and the Sword realm. Now that the Sword realm's defensive line has been broken through, the next step would be the Sword realm, the Divergent realm, and the 100 Treasures realm. Their patriarch is asking for everyone's opinion. But as you can see, they don't have any good opinions." Hearing Laura, Zhao Hai couldn't help but chuckle. It seems like the Fire Weavers were already at a dead end. If they don't want to lose too much, then it would be best for them to withdraw from the 10,000 realm battlefield. At this time, a Fire Weaver on the monitor opened his mouth and said, "Patriarch, I think we should resist. When we attacked the 100 Treasures realm with the Giant Spirit realm, the 100 Treasures realm resisted and won in the end. If the 100 Treasures realm can do it, then so can we." As soon as this person opened his mouth, everyone looked at him with unfriendly eyes. Naturally, this matter was taboo for the Fire Weavers. No one could mention it. The person didn't care, he looked at everyone and said, "The Fire Weavers are strong. Although the subordinate realms have run away, our strength is still there. As long as we can hold on for a while, I think the Buddhist realm and the Primal Chaos realm would have to reconsider our proposal." Another immortal expert sneered and said, "It's easy for you to say. In the past, the 100 Treasures realm was able to block us because they gathered the strength of their entire realm. Moreover, they had reinforcements. They knew that the high-grade realms wouldn't just stand by and watch. Therefore, they only needed to resist for a while. But we're different. We don't have any reinforcements at all. The Buddhist realm and the Primal Chaos realm must have received some benefits from the Divergent realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't just ignore us. If they received benefits, then they wouldn't make a move. If they don't attack us, then we won't be able to stop them." A lot of Fire Weavers nodded in agreement. Another elder said, "When we attacked the 100 Treasures realm with the Giant Spirit realm, we didn't go all out. This was because we had to guard against the Divergent realm and the Sword realm. But now that the 100 Treasures realm, the Divergent realm, and the Sword realm are going all out, it won't be easy for us to stop them." A lot of immortal experts nodded. Then the elder who proposed the war loudly said, "Do you want to run away? Do you want to give up everything in the 10,000 realm battlefield? You cowards." Another elder stood up and said, "Who are you calling a coward? Aren't we thinking about the Fire Weavers? What's the current situation of the Fire Weavers? How much did we lose in the 2 battles? Do you want all the experts of the Fire Weaver race to die here? If all of our experts die, what will happen to the Fire Weavers in the future? When the time comes, we will withdraw from the 10,000 realm battlefield. Moreover, I'm afraid we won't have the opportunity to return. The elder who proposed the war also stood up and said, we can't just leave like this. When did the fire weavers ever run away without fighting? The two sides quarreled. The fire weaver patriarch Zhu Rong just sat there with his eyes closed. After some time, he opened his eyes and said, shut up. You are all immortal experts. Why are you quarreling like shrews? Don't you feel ashamed? Zhu Rong nodded and said, don't you feel ashamed? Upon hearing Zhu Rong, the two immortal experts stopped talking. They looked at each other angrily before sitting down. Zhu Rong looked at everyone and said, now that the three realms are attacking, we won't be able to stop them. Instead of causing more losses, it's better to retreat. Some immortal experts nodded while others showed indignant expressions. Zhu Rong looked at them and said, but we can't just leave without making any noise. We have to let the people of the three realms know how powerful we are. Pass down my order, gather all the explosives and place them under the conference room. Then arrange a time delay formation and evacuate people in batches. Leave some people behind as a last resort. When the people of the three realms arrive, we must act as if we can't stop them. Then we can use the transmission formation to return to the immortal realm. At the same time, blow up the transmission formation and activate the time delay formation. The people of the three realms aren't familiar with our headquarters, so it's impossible for them to discover the explosives. As long as they enter the headquarters in large batches, the explosives will cause them heavy losses. Not only will we be teaching them a lesson, we won't lose too much. As soon as the immortal experts of the Fire Weaver race heard Zhu Rong's arrangement, their eyes lit up. All the immortal experts stood up and bowed to Zhu Rong as they said, yes, Patriarch. Then they turned around and left. Zhu Rong stood up and looked outside as he coldly snorted and said, if you don't let me live, then I won't let you live either. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sweat. To be honest, he didn't expect Zhu Rong to be so ruthless as to use this method to deal with them. If he didn't hear this, then the 100 Treasures Realm's losses wouldn't be small. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, the Fire Weavers actually came up with such a move. What do you think we should do? Should we inform Elder Mu and the others? Zhao Hai has already calmed down. He smiled faintly and said, Elder Mu and the others need to be informed. However, this matter isn't necessarily a bad thing for the 100 Treasures Realm. Hee. I'll be going out first. If there's any news, let me know immediately. After he said that, his figure flashed as he left the space. After coming out of the space, Zhao Hai immediately went to Mu Yao's cabin. It has been several hours since he entered the space. At this time, the Divergent Realm and the 100 Treasures Realm had rested enough and were about to set off. When Zhao Hai arrived outside Mu Yao's cabin, he loudly said, Elder, Zhao Hai requests an audience. Mu Yao's voice was heard, Little Hai, come in. Zhao Hai nodded, then he opened the cabin door and went inside. The cabin was specially designed so that people inside could hear the sounds outside. However, the people outside couldn't hear anything unless the owner of the cabin was willing. After entering the cabin, Zhao Hai gave Mu Yao a salute and said, Elder, I've discovered something. I came to inform you. Mu Yao nodded and said, there's no need to be polite. Tell me, what did you find? Zhao Hai replied, the Fire Weavers are running away. Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao couldn't help but stare. Then he stood up and said, is the news true? Zhao Hai nodded and said, it's absolutely true. But after they discovered that the Buddhist realm and the Primal Chaos realm refused to send troops to help them, they decided to retreat. However, the Fire Weavers weren't willing to just run away. Therefore, they wanted to transfer all their gunpowder to their headquarters. At the same time, they arranged for their people to retreat. When the time comes, the three realms would suffer heavy losses. Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, is that true? The Fire Weavers are ruthless. This matter must be reported to the Divergent Realm. Otherwise, they would suffer a big loss. After he said that, Mu Yao turned to leave. But then he saw Zhao Hai standing there motionless. Mu Yao couldn't help but be curious as he asked, what's wrong? Do you have something to say? Zhao Hai looked at Mu Yao and said, Elder, I think it's better if we don't tell the Divergent Realm about this. Mu Yao stared. But when he saw Zhao Hai's expression, he immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Mu Yao couldn't help but think for a moment before he said, "But if we do, the 100 Treasures Realm's losses wouldn't be small, right? We can't just ignore them." Seeing that Mu Yao understood, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Of course we'll go in. But make sure that everyone stays inside the large artifacts and doesn't go out. If something happens, then we'll have the large artifacts to protect us. At that time, we can just say that we suffered heavy losses." Mu Yao nodded. Mu Yao knit his brows, then he turned around and said, "That's a good idea. But when the large artifacts explode, nothing will happen to them. If we say that we suffered heavy losses, I'm afraid the Divergent Realm wouldn't believe us." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We can hide a few large artifacts outside the Fireweaver's territory. Then when we enter the territory, we can use the transmission formations on the large artifacts to send our people to the large artifacts outside. Then we'll just leave the large artifacts empty for them to explode. When the time comes, we can destroy the large artifacts and even have some undead inside. This way, wouldn't the large artifacts be destroyed along with the people inside?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Then we'll be able to destroy the large artifacts." Mu Yao's eyes shone as he said, "All right, that's good. Let's do that." After that, Mu Yao immediately took out a jade slip and sent it out. Before long, the people in charge of the Fire Weavers arrived at Mu Yao's cabin. After everyone arrived, Mu Yao told them about Zhao Hai's plan. Mu Yao wasn't afraid that these people would leak the information. These people were carefully selected by the 100 Treasures Realm. They were absolutely loyal to the 100 Treasures Realm, so they wouldn't leak the information. After Mu Yao finished speaking, everyone's eyes shone. The people from the 100 Treasures Realm knew that although the Divergent Realm was polite to them, if they were to have a conflict with the 100 Treasures Realm in the future, the Divergent Realm wouldn't let them off. In the 10,000 Realm battlefield, the one with the bigger fist had the final say. After Mu Yao finished speaking, he looked at everyone and said, "That's the plan. Everyone, listen carefully. Once you're on your ships, you must tell everyone about the plan. Have them prepare for the show. When the time comes, we'll hide outside the Fireweaver's headquarters. Once we're outside, we'll teleport back to the headquarters. This way, we won't be discovered." Everyone nodded. It wasn't that Zhao Hai and the others didn't want to teleport back to the headquarters. Instead, it was because of the characteristics of the transmission formation. The longer the distance, the brighter the light and the stronger the energy fluctuations. It wouldn't be a problem if they were in the transmission formation of the Divergent Realm. However, this was a large artifact. It wouldn't be good if the Divergent Realm found out that something was wrong. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to hide a few large artifacts outside the Fireweaver stronghold. Then he had the Divergent Realm teleport away. This way, they wouldn't be discovered by the Divergent Realm. Mu Yao didn't do this to guard against the people from the Divergent Realm. Instead, he was guarding against Prisonheart. It must be known that Prisonheart has lived for countless years. Moreover, because he specialized in spiritual force, he was very sensitive to energy fluctuations. Just in case, this was the only way. After everyone left, Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, after this matter, I'm afraid you'll have to stay in the Fireweaver's territory for a while. Prisonheart definitely won't let you go. You need to be careful when the time comes." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, Elder can rest assured. There won't be any problems." Mu Yao nodded and said, "All right, you go prepare as well. We can't make any mistakes. Otherwise, the 100 Treasures Realm's losses would be huge." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Elder can rest assured, there won't be any problems. Once everyone evacuates to the large artifacts outside the Fireweaver stronghold, I'll immediately command them to withdraw. The large artifacts can shrink, nobody would be able to see them." Mu Yao nodded, then he waved his hand. Zhao Hai gave a bow and then left. If the Sword Realm and the Divergent Realm lost a lot of people, then the 100 Treasures Realm would only benefit. The high-grade realms in the 10,000 Realm battlefield weren't good people. Each one was more ruthless than the other. Zhao Hai did this in order to prepare for the future. While Zhao Hai and the people from the Treasure Realm were secretly preparing, the people from the Divergent Realm didn't notice. Although Prisonheart was still inside the 100 Treasures Realm's large artifacts, Jiao Hai still had ways to make sure that Prison Heart didn't notice his movements. After everything was prepared, Jiao Hai went to Prison Heart's cabin. He stood in front of the door and said, "Jiao Hai requests an audience with Master." Prison Heart's voice was heard, "Little Hai, come in." Jiao Hai nodded, then he pushed the door and went in. Prison Heart was still sitting on his cloud. Seeing Jiao Hai come in, Prison Heart's eyes couldn't help but shine. Then he said in surprise, "You've already condensed the spiritual cube? It seems like your spiritual force wasn't small in the past." Jiao Hai bowed and said, "Yes, Master. It's because I was a mage in the lower realms. I majored in spiritual force. After ascending, I began to study magic and spiritual force cultivation methods. Because of this, my spiritual force is stronger than ordinary people." Prison Heart nodded. He knew a bit about Jiao Hai. He knew that Jiao Hai wasn't a native of the 100 Treasures realm. He also didn't ascend to the 100 Treasures realm. Instead, he came from a subordinate realm of the 100 Treasures realm. Because of this, he didn't doubt Jiao Hai's words. Prison Heart said, "Since you've already condensed the spiritual cube, then you can be considered to have reached the entry level of my spiritual force cultivation method. Is there anything else you don't understand?" Jiao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, there's still something I don't understand about the strengthening of spiritual force. Master, please guide me." Prison Heart nodded and said, "Go ahead." Jiao Hai nodded and spoke about the difficulties of using spiritual force to control objects. Actually, he already had the answer to these questions with the help of the processing machine. However, he didn't want Prison Heart to think that he was too outstanding. Therefore, he chose some questions to ask Prison Heart. Jiao Hai wasn't sure why Prison Heart accepted him as a disciple. He didn't know what Prison Heart's goal was, so he didn't want to reveal his cards. When Prison Heart heard Jiao Hai's question, he couldn't help but nod. To be honest, he was quite satisfied with Jiao Hai as a disciple. Therefore, he patiently answered Jiao Hai's questions. Jiao Hai felt that the answer was similar to what the processing machine gave him. If he really wanted to say it, then the processing machine's answer was much easier to understand. Then Jiao Hai asked 2 more questions. Prison Heart patiently answered Jiao Hai's questions. As they were asking and answering, a voice came from outside, "Elder Prison Heart, is Jiao Hai here? We're leaving." When Jiao Hai heard Mu Yao's voice, he immediately stood up and bowed to Prison Heart as he said, "Master, disciple will take his leave first." Prison Heart waved his hand and said, "Go, pay attention to your safety." Jiao Hai nodded before he turned around and left. Prison Heart looked at Jiao Hai's departing back and muttered, "I didn't expect him to be this fast." Then he closed his eyes. When Jiao Hai came out of Prison Heart's cabin, he saw Mu Yao waiting for him outside. Seeing Jiao Hai come out, Mu Yao immediately said, "Let's go, Hawkins told us to leave." Jiao Hai nodded, then he followed Mu Yao to the bow of the Hell King's ship. Then he commanded the fleet to fly towards the Fire Weaver stronghold. At this time, Jiao Hai received the turtle. At this time, a lot of people from the Divergent Realm were sitting on the large artifacts. Originally, with the large artifacts' capabilities, it wouldn't be a problem for the people from the Divergent Realm to sit on the large artifacts. However, Jiao Hai didn't do this. This was because he only had a small number of people from the Divergent Realm sit on the large artifacts. Hawkins and the others didn't know much about large artifacts, so they didn't suspect anything. The reason why Jiao Hai didn't have the people from the Divergent Realm on the large artifacts was because he didn't want them to know too much about the secrets of the large artifacts. This wouldn't be good for him. Since the Fire Weavers had already withdrawn from the 10,000 realm battlefield and the subordinate realms had also surrendered, they didn't encounter any resistance along the way. However, Jiao Hai and the others didn't move very fast. After all, Hawkins and the others still didn't know that the Fire Weavers had already escaped. After 3 days, Jiao Hai and the others arrived outside the Fire Weaver stronghold. The stronghold was still covered by a shield, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Hawkins didn't attack rashly. Instead, he had Jiao Hai stop and wait for the people from the Sword Realm. Although Hawkins was belligerent, he also understood that the 2 realms were sending troops together. If the Fire Weavers made their last stand in the stronghold, then they wouldn't wait for the Sword Realm to arrive. This would cause the Divergent Realm to suffer greater losses. If the Fire Weavers ran and the Sword Realm rushed into the stronghold, then the people from the Sword Realm might think that the Divergent Realm had obtained something good. It wouldn't be good if there was a misunderstanding between the two sides. Therefore, Hawkins stopped and didn't rush to attack. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. While monitoring the situation inside the stronghold through the space, he was also making the final arrangements. Several small large artifacts were already placed in the forest outside the stronghold. They were camouflaged so that nobody would notice them. While Zhao Hai was making these arrangements, he suddenly felt Prisonheart come out of his room. Zhao Hai stood there calmly and waited for Prisonheart to come out. Zhao Hai immediately acted as if he just saw Prisonheart as he bowed and said, "I've seen Master." Prisonheart nodded and said, "Good, you've arrived at the stronghold. Hawkins, you've made some progress. You're not in a hurry to attack." "That's good." Hawkins was embarrassed by Prisonheart's words. However, he still bowed and said, "I've made Elder worry." Prisonheart chuckled and said, "You've done well. Don't worry, just wait patiently. Once the people from the Sword Realm arrive, then we'll act together." Hawkins nodded. Then the Hell King's ship fell into silence. At this time, sword lights came from the distance. There were so many sword lights that it looked like a meteor shower. Sword lights converged as a group of people appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Seeing these people, Zhao Hai finally felt like he was in the Cultivation realm. One of these people wore a white cultivator's robe and stepped on a large sword. Their robes were whiter than snow, and their swords had a cold light to them. They were truly a model. The leader of this group was a silver-haired flower man. His hair was tied up and 3 strands of silver beard fluttered in front of his chest. He looked indescribably handsome. The old man looked at Prisonheart and smiled faintly. Then he cupped his fist and said, "I didn't expect Brother Prisonheart to personally lead the group. Jianfeng is right." When he heard the old man's name, Zhao Hai knew that it was convenient for him. Wind Sword, Sword Wind. People of the Sword Realm generally had the surname Sword as their surname. Sword Wind was also the same. His nickname was Wind Sword. From this, one could see that his swordsmanship had only one characteristic: it was fast. It was faster than the wind, making it hard for people to guard against. Prisonheart smiled faintly at Jianfeng and said, "I didn't expect Brother Jianfeng to come. Hee, you're quite fast. Brother, how about you come and sit on this ship?" Jianfeng wasn't polite. He cupped his fist and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you." After saying that, he waved his hand and the person behind him immediately retreated. Then, he landed on the ground and set up camp. Cultivators also needed to rest. Therefore, if there were a lot of people, they would set up a camp. If there were few people, they would set up a cave for temporary rest. After Jianfeng boarded the Hell King's ship, Prisonheart invited Jianfeng to the cabin. Hawkins and Muyao sat with him. Zhao Hai and the others were naturally not qualified to enter. Prisonheart, Jianfeng, Hawkins, and Muyao went to the cabin. Prisonheart invited Jianfeng to sit down. Jianfeng looked at the cloud curiously before sitting down. After everyone sat down, Jianfeng turned to Prisonheart and said, "Brother really knows how to enjoy life. This thing is really good." Prisonheart smiled and said, "Brother, you really know how to enjoy life." Prisonheart smiled faintly and said, "These things don't belong to me, they belong to the 100 Treasures realm. Brother Jianfeng, let me introduce you. This is the 100 Treasures realm's elder Mu Tianhua." Muyao didn't dare neglect Jianfeng. Jianfeng's status in the Sword Realm wasn't low. To be able to call Prisonheart a brother meant that Jianfeng was a generation higher than him. Because of this, Muyao immediately bowed and said, "Muyao has seen Senior Jianfeng." Jianfeng looked at Muyao, then he nodded and said, "All right, there's no need to be so polite. I've met your master before. Have a seat. I heard that the 100 Treasures realm has been developing well recently." Muyao smiled faintly and said, "It's all right. Compared to the Sword Realm and the Divergent Realm, we're still lacking." Jianfeng chuckled. To be honest, he appreciated Muyao. He was neither servile nor overbearing. His attitude was calm and he had the bearing of an elder. Prisonheart smiled faintly and said, "Brother Jianfeng, we're Elder Hawkins from the Divergent Realm." Hawkins also stood up and bowed to Jianfeng as he said, "Hawkins has seen Senior Jianfeng." Jianfeng smiled faintly and said, "Good, you're worthy of being an outstanding youth. The Divergent Realm is really full of talented people." Hawkins quickly replied, "I don't dare accept Senior's praise." Prisonheart smiled and said, "All right, we don't need to be polite. Let's talk about the Fire Weavers. The Fire Weavers are now at the end of their road. I suspect that the Fire Weavers have already escaped." Jianfeng's expression turned serious as he nodded and said, "Right. If I were the Fire Weavers, I would also choose to leave the 10,000 realm battlefield. With the Fire Weavers' current strength, it's impossible for them to stop our armies. However, I'm afraid that the Fire Weavers wouldn't retreat so easily. They have a vengeful nature." Prisonheart nodded and said, "Let's do it like this. Tomorrow, we'll send people to test the waters. If the Fire Weavers resist strongly, then we'll launch a large-scale attack. If they run away, then we'll have an easier time." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Jianfeng nodded and said, "Let's do it like this. The two realms will send 10,000 people. What does Brother Prisonheart think?" Prisonheart nodded and said, "All right. Mu Tianbua, the 100 Treasures realm shouldn't participate in this probing attack. We don't want to increase our losses. What do you think?" Mu Yao smiled faintly and said, "I have no objection. We'll do as Elder says." Mu Yao understood what Prisonheart meant. Saying that it was to reduce the losses of the 100 Treasures realm was just a superficial reason. The real reason was that the 100 Treasures realm didn't want the 100 Treasures realm to snatch their merits. Although the Fire Weavers have retreated, it's impossible for them to leave nothing behind in their headquarters. Naturally, the first ones to enter the headquarters would be the ones to obtain these treasures. Naturally, the Divergent Realm and the Sword Realm didn't want the 100 Treasures realm to obtain these treasures. Because of this, they used the excuse of the 100 Treasures realm not entering the headquarters. If it was before, Mu Yao might get angry. But he couldn't do anything about it. In the eyes of the Sword Realm and the Divergent Realm, the 100 Treasures realm didn't have the qualifications to compete with them. But now, Mu Yao wasn't angry at all. This was because he knew that the Fire Weavers had indeed left. However, they left behind a big gift for the Sword Realm and the Divergent Realm. Mu Yao hoped that they wouldn't be too excited when they received this gift. Prisonheart and Jianfeng discussed tomorrow's operation before Jianfeng bid farewell and left. After Jianfeng left, Prisonheart turned to Mu Yao and said, "Mu Yao, I hope you don't get angry. I have no other choice. If I force you to participate, then the Sword Realm wouldn't feel comfortable. It wouldn't be good for the 100 Treasures realm." Mu Yao nodded and said, "Mu Yao, I hope you won't be angry." Mu Yao smiled faintly and said, "Elder can rest assured, I'm really not angry." Prisonheart nodded and said, "That's good. You can go rest as well. If tomorrow's attack goes smoothly, then our plan will be a success." Mu Yao stood up and bowed to Prisonheart before he turned around and left. Upon returning to his room, Mu Yao immediately called Zhao Hai and Mu Yu over. When Zhao Hai and Mu Yu arrived at Mu Yao's room, they saw Mu Yao standing there with a smile on his face. Zhao Hai and Mu Yu couldn't help but look at Mu Yao in confusion. Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly as he said, "Zhao Hai, it seems like our plan needs to change. I'm afraid the people from the Sword Realm won't be in a hurry to leave." Actually, Zhao Hai was very clear about what happened inside the cabin. Therefore, he could roughly guess what Mu Yao meant. However, he still couldn't help but ask, "Elder, is there something wrong?" Mu Yao nodded. Mu Yao smiled faintly, then he shook his head and said, "There's nothing wrong with it. Your proposal is very good. But tomorrow, the Divergent Realm and the Sword Realm will send 20,000 people to attack the Fire Weaver stronghold. If your information is correct, then there shouldn't be a lot of people left in the stronghold. It's impossible for them to withstand the attack of 20,000 people. When the time comes, as long as the Fire Weavers withdraw, their plan will be launched. The 100 Treasures realm wouldn't even have a chance to enter the stronghold. Naturally, there wouldn't be any losses. However, the losses of the Divergent Realm and the Sword Realm wouldn't be too big. 20,000 people is nothing to these two realms." Looking at the smile on Mu Yao's face, it seemed like he was taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. However, Zhao Hai and Mu Yu didn't say anything. Naturally, Mu Yao wasn't wrong. The loss of 20,000 people wasn't a big deal for the Sword Realm and the Divergent Realm. However, the impact of this matter wouldn't be small. This was because most of the people who entered the stronghold were from the Sword Realm and the Divergent Realm. Therefore, the losses of the two realms wouldn't be small. Mu Yao also felt that he was happy too early, so he said, "You two tell the people in the Sword Realm about this. Tell them not to make any moves. Once the matter here is resolved, we'll return to the 100 Treasures realm. But I'm afraid Zhao Hai will have to wait for a while." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, Elder can rest assured. There won't be any problems here." Mu Yao nodded, then he waved his hand and had Zhao Hai and Mu Yu leave. After the two left, they immediately told the people in the Sword Realm about this matter and told them not to make any moves. The next day, the Sword Realm and the Divergent Realm organized an army of 20,000 people and went straight to the Fire Weaver stronghold. Just as Mu Yao thought, the 20,000 people that the Sword Realm and the Divergent Realm organized were mostly people from their own realms. Only a few people were from subordinate realms. On the other hand, Mu Yao and Zhao Hai calmly looked at the Fire Weaver stronghold. They really hoped that this moment would come sooner. The Fire Weavers didn't make Zhao Hai and the others wait for too long. In less than an hour, a loud noise was heard from the Fire Weaver stronghold. Then the entire stronghold erupted like a volcano. A pillar of red flame shot out from the stronghold. The defensive formation of the Fire Weaver stronghold burst like a soap bubble. The powerful shockwave sent Zhao Hai's fleet flying back for about 1 li before they stopped. Everyone stared blankly at the Fire Weaver stronghold. The place was already covered in dust, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. However, this wasn't a problem for them. Everyone used their spiritual force to investigate and knew what was going on inside. At this point, the entire Fire Weaver stronghold had disappeared. All that was left was a 100 meters deep crater. All the cultivators that entered the stronghold had disappeared. Not to mention people, even their corpses couldn't be found. Everyone stared blankly at all of this, including Zhao Hai and Mu Yao. Although they already knew about the Fire Weaver's plan, they didn't expect the explosion to be this powerful. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel fear. If they really entered the Fire Weaver stronghold and carried out their plan, then they would have suffered a lot of injuries. Even an immortal expert would be blown to pieces by such a powerful explosion. One must know that Zhao Hai's large artifact shields were completely destroyed by the explosion. Moreover, his large artifact was pushed back nearly a kilometer. This showed how powerful the explosion was. Zhao Hai's group didn't even feel the aftershock of the explosion. Prisonheart's expression was ugly as he looked ahead. He knew that the people who entered the Fire Weaver stronghold were finished. He didn't expect the Fire Weavers to be so ruthless. They even attacked them before they left. However, he was a man who had seen the wind and waves. He took a deep breath and calmed down. He turned to Hawkins, whose eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and said, "Have someone search around and see if there are any survivors." Hawkins recovered as a trace of panic appeared on his face. He immediately went to pass the order. Mu Yao didn't stay idle. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, have everyone come and help. See if there are any survivors in the vicinity. At the same time, see if there are any ambushes nearby." Zhao Hai nodded, then he took out a jade sword message and immediately sent it out. After sending the message, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a huge water ball flew out of his hand. Then the water ball exploded and turned into a drizzle. The smoke and dust of the Fire Weaver stronghold were slowly being poured down by the drizzle. Before long, the cultivators of the 100 Treasures realm also flew out and searched the surroundings. They expanded their search range, but aside from some severed limbs, they didn't find any survivors. After more than 5 hours of searching, the 3 teams returned to Zhao Hai's large artifacts. They found nothing. In fact, it wasn't just them, even Zhao Hai didn't have any harvest. The cultivators from the Divergent Realm and the Sword Realm who entered the Fire Weaver stronghold were blown to pieces. Even if Zhao Hai wanted to turn them into undead, it would be impossible. Hawkins also returned to the ship. His face was pale as he bowed to Prisonheart and said, "Elder, we didn't find any survivors." Prisonheart calmed down, he nodded and said, "All right, let everyone rest. Ask Elder Jianfeng to come over, we have something to discuss." Hawkins nodded before he turned around and left. Seeing Hawkins leave, Prison Heart turned around and returned to the cabin. As he walked, he turned to Mu Yao and said, Mu Yao, you come as well. The war is over. Mu Yao nodded, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, have everyone return to the large artifacts to rest. Go. Zhao Hai nodded before he turned around and left. Not long after Mu Yao and Prison Heart entered the cabin, Hawkins led Jian Feng over. Mu Yao quickly gave Jian Feng a salute. Jian Feng waved his hand as he looked at Prison Heart and said, I didn't expect the fire weavers to be so ruthless. Prison Heart waved his hand and said, forget it, let's not talk about this. Have a seat. No matter what, the war is over. We won. The fire weavers have left the 10,000 realm battlefield. This is something to be happy about. Jian Feng nodded as he sat down. Mu Yao and Hawkins also sat down. After the three sat down, Prison Heart turned to Jian Feng and said, Jian Feng, I'm going to bury all the dead here. We'll build a large tomb here as a memorial. What do you think? Hearing Prison Heart, Jian Feng stared for a moment. But he immediately nodded and said, I agree, that's what we should do. Prison Heart nodded and said, now that the war is over, we'll do what we discussed before. Is there any problem? Jian Feng shook his head and said, there's no problem. Prison Heart nodded, then he turned to Mu Yao and said, Mu Yao, after you return, you can send people to receive Half-Beast Island. In the future, Half-Beast Island will belong to the 100 Treasures realm. Mu Yao gave a bow to Prison Heart and said, thank you, Elder. Prison Heart waved his hand and said, there's no need to thank me. This is what you deserve. This time, the 100 Treasures realm's contribution wasn't small. If it weren't for the large artifacts, we wouldn't have been able to break through the Fireweaver's defensive line so quickly. You can go back, but Zhao Hai will have to stay here for a while. Mu Yao nodded and said, of course. As long as Zhao Hai sends us back, he can come back immediately. Elder, you can rest assured about this. Prison Heart nodded and said, all right, then it's settled. Brother Jian Feng, our two realms can send a message to the outside world to deter the evildoers. Jian Feng understood what Prison Heart meant. They didn't want to deter the evildoers. Instead, they wanted to announce to the other two realms that the Fireweaver's territory belonged to them. Naturally, Jian Feng wouldn't disagree. If he didn't do this, then the other two realms would shamelessly come over to snatch the territory. Prison Heart discussed the aftermath of the battle with the others before everyone left. When Mu Yao returned to his room, he found that the immortal experts of the 100 Treasures realm were already waiting for him. He quickly opened the door and invited everyone in. Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai and the others. After everyone entered the room, Mu Yao looked at everyone and said, the war is over. We can officially take over Half-Beast Island. Long live! Everyone cheered. Half-Beast Island was the territory that the 100 Treasures realm wanted the most. Now that they finally got it, they were naturally happy. After some time, everyone calmed down. Then Mu Yao smiled and said, once we're done here, we'll return to the realm and then send people to take over Half-Beast Island. However, everyone should be aware of the situation there. It's very difficult to completely subdue the island. Everyone needs to be mentally prepared. Zhao Hai, after you send us back, come back immediately. Prison Heart wants you to study with him. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, I'll take you back. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, Elder. I understand. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai in a different light. It must be known that Zhao Hai was now a guest elder of the Divergent Realm. This status was comparable to Mu Yao's status. How could these people not think about it? Zhao Hai didn't care, and Mu Yao didn't care as well. Mu Yao knew that Zhao Hai's apprenticeship this time would be a good thing. After explaining some things, Mu Yao had everyone leave. After everyone left Mu Yao's room, Mu Yu patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, be careful. Zhao Hai nodded and said, don't worry. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Mu Yu and said, Brother Mu, you have to work hard as well. When I return, I hope that we'll have taken back Half-Beast Island. Mu Yu smiled faintly and said, we will. You can rest assured. Then the two returned to their rooms. 2 days later, a huge grave appeared in the Fireweaver headquarters. In front of the grave was a huge stele with the words Grave of 20,000 Warriors engraved on it. The back of the stele also had the names of the warriors engraved on it. The stele was very beautiful and tall. It could be seen from afar. Zhao Hai looked at the stele and couldn't help but feel emotional. It was the Sword Realm and the Divergent Realm that invaded the Fire Weavers and drove them out of the 10,000 Realm battlefield. But now, the dead of the Fire Weavers were remembered as warriors while the Fire Weavers were forgotten. In this world, the victors had the final say. After setting up the grave and paying their respects, the people from the 100 Treasures Realm left. Zhao Hai wanted to send them back before he went to the Divergent Realm to learn from Prison Heart. The journey back was peaceful. Nobody dared to provoke them. Now that the Divergent Realm, the Sword Realm, and the 100 Treasures Realm defeated the Fire Weavers and drove them out of the 10,000 Realm battlefield, the news had spread throughout the battlefield. The 100 Treasures Realm was in the limelight. In this case, who would dare provoke them? Wouldn't that be courting death? After more than 10 days, Zhao Hai finally sent everyone back to the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters. After resting for a day, Zhao Hai took the transmission formation and went to the Divergent Realm's headquarters. Prison Heart had already returned to the Divergent Realm's headquarters. They had already discussed how to divide the Fire Weavers' territory, so there wouldn't be any problems. Whether it was the Sword Realm or the Divergent Realm, they wouldn't fight over territory at this time. Otherwise, it would only benefit the other party. This was the first time that Zhao Hai came to the Divergent Realm's headquarters. But to be honest, he wasn't unfamiliar with this place. This was because he had observed the Divergent Realm's headquarters through the connecting space. The biggest difference between the Divergent Realm's headquarters and the other realms' headquarters was that they didn't have a lot of caves. Instead, they had all kinds of houses. Unlike the other headquarters, the Divergent Realm's headquarters didn't have a lot of houses but a lot of caves. Just as Zhao Hai appeared in the Divergent Realm's transmission formation, a Severed Soul expert immediately came over. The Severed Soul expert sized up Zhao Hai and said, "Friend, where are you from? What business do you have with the Divergent Realm?" Zhao Hai looked at the person. The person's appearance was very ordinary, but his eyes were special. His eyes were red, looking very strange. Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Hello, I'm Zhao Hai. I'm here on Master's orders." As soon as the person heard Zhao Hai's name, he stared. Naturally, he also heard that Prison Heart had a new disciple named Zhao Hai from the 100 Treasures Realm. He didn't expect to see Zhao Hai here. He carefully looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but reveal a disappointed expression. This was because Zhao Hai's appearance was very ordinary. His temperament was also very ordinary. There was nothing special about him. It must be known that Prison Heart's status in the Divergent Realm was very high. For a Severed Soul expert like this person, getting a few pointers from Prison Heart was already a great honor. Being accepted as a disciple by Prison Heart was something that he didn't even dare to think about. However, Prison Heart actually accepted Zhao Hai as a disciple. This made the people of the Divergent Realm curious about Zhao Hai. At the same time, they also felt a trace of envy and jealousy. If Zhao Hai was a special person, then it would be fine. But now that Zhao Hai looked so ordinary, these people couldn't help but feel disappointed. At the same time, they felt unconvinced. So the person said, "Do you have any proof that you're Zhao Hai?" When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. From the person's eyes and expression, Zhao Hai understood what he was thinking. Zhao Hai didn't care as he took out something and handed it over to the person. The man took the thing that Zhao Hai handed over and discovered that it was a guest elder's token. He was startled and didn't dare to neglect it. He quickly handed the token to Zhao Hai and said, "Elder, please come with me." There was a reason why he was so polite. In the Divergent Realm, the status of elders was very high, especially guest elders. Although guest elders didn't have much power in the Divergent Realm, their status was very high. Moreover, Zhao Hai had a good master. Although the man saw that Zhao Hai wasn't going well, he didn't dare to say anything. This was because he knew that if he offended Zhao Hai, then the one who would suffer would be him. Just now, the man wanted Zhao Hai to verify his identity. Although he wanted to make things difficult for Zhao Hai, this was also the rule of the Divergent Realm. He could only be considered to be within the scope of the rules. Making things difficult for Zhao Hai wasn't excessive. Zhao Hai didn't care about the man's reaction. He smiled and received the token. Then he followed the man into the Divergent Realm. The Divergent Realm's stronghold was also on a mountain. However, it was on a platform at the top of the mountain. There were all kinds of strange buildings here. The Divergent Realm's transmission array was in the center of the platform. The man led Zhao Hai to the periphery of the transmission array. Then he flew up. Zhao Hai followed behind him. The two flew through various buildings. Before long, the two left the huge platform at the top of the mountain and flew outside. Before long, Zhao Hai saw a valley in the distance. This valley was very beautiful. There was even a small waterfall on top of it. The person led Zhao Hai to the outside of the valley, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Elder, Prison Heart's Supreme Elder lives in this valley. We can't go in without being summoned, so I can only send you here." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Elder, Prison Heart's Supreme Elder lives in this valley." Zhao Hai turned to the man and smiled faintly, "Thank you." Then he turned to the valley and said, "Zhao Hai greets. Master." Prison Heart's voice was heard from the valley, "Little Hai, come in." Zhao Hai nodded and then flew towards the valley. The man looked at Zhao Hai's back and sighed in disappointment. Then he turned and flew away. This was a picturesque valley. There were many flowers and plants planted in the valley. These flowers and plants were carefully taken care of. They were growing very well. Most importantly, Zhao Hai felt a trace of abnormality in the smell of these flowers and plants mixed together. The smell of flowers and plants mixed together smelled very good. Moreover, it could calm people's mind. It was very beneficial for spiritual force cultivation. A small river flowed through the valley. It looked like a jade belt, making the valley more spiritual. Next to the waterfall was a small thatched hut. The hut wasn't big, but in this environment, it gave people a sense of harmony and nature. Zhao Hai's figure moved and arrived in front of the thatched hut. The door creaked open as Prison Heart's voice was heard, "Little Hai, come in." Zhao Hai nodded and entered the thatched hut. The hut wasn't big, it was only 40 square meters in size. The hut was empty, there was nothing inside. There was only a cloud in the middle of the hut. Prison Heart was sitting there with his eyes closed. Zhao Hai took a step forward and bowed to Prison Heart, "I have seen Master." Prison Heart closed his eyes and nodded, then he said, "Sit down and cultivate. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me." Zhao Hai nodded, then he took out a translucent cloud and sat down. After Zhao Hai sat down, Prison Heart slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Zhao Hai and nodded with satisfaction. Then he closed his eyes once more. Zhao Hai was aware of Prison Heart's actions, but he didn't take it to heart. He had always been wary of Prison Heart. He believed that as long as he didn't completely lose his guard, Prison Heart wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Although Zhao Hai looked like he was cultivating, he was actually focusing his spiritual force on the space. He was looking at Muyu and the others. Muyu and the others had already gone to Half-Beast Island and took control of it. Naturally, this was only in name. After so many years, Half-Beast Island didn't submit to the Divergent Realm. The 100 Treasures Realm's contact with Half-Beast Island was only in name. And this time, in order to deal with the people on Half-Beast Island, Muyu borrowed Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship as well as a lot of sword shuttles. Naturally, Zhao Hai agreed. This way, he would be able to know what was happening on Half-Beast Island. Zhao Hai had some understanding of the situation on Half-Beast Island. The island was composed of countless beasts. These beasts were unruly and difficult to subdue. Moreover, these fellows weren't weak. Although they would sometimes fight to the death, they were very united against outsiders. Because of this, the Divergent Realm couldn't do anything to Half-Beast Island for so many years. Naturally, the reason why these beasts were able to resist the Divergent Realm for so long was because of the support of the 100 Treasures Realm. The 100 Treasures Realm wanted to clean up Half-Beast Island, but they didn't succeed. Because of this, they could only support some beasts to fight against the Divergent Realm. This way, the Divergent Realm wouldn't be able to fully control Half-Beast Island. Because of this, the 100 Treasures Realm and the great beast races of Half-Beast Island could be considered friends. However, the people from the 100 Treasures Realm knew that it was impossible for them to completely submit to the 100 Treasures Realm and Half-Beast Island. The beast race was very xenophobic. They rejected people who weren't part of their race. Even if they cooperated with the 100 Treasures Realm, they were still very wary. Now that Half-Beast Island was nominally under the 100 Treasures Realm's control, this was where the problem lay. The beasts on Half-Beast Island always believed that Half-Beast Island belonged to the beast race. Anyone who ruled Half-Beast Island was their enemy. This was the case for the Divergent Realm in the past and the 100 Treasures Realm now. Therefore, if the 100 Treasures Realm wanted to take over Half-Beast Island, they would need to spend a lot of effort. It was because of this that Muyu brought Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship and some sword shuttles. While Zhao Hai was observing Half-Beast Island, Prisonheart slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Zhao Hai before he stood up and walked outside. Laura and the others immediately told Zhao Hai that Prisonheart had gotten up. Zhao Hai also recovered his senses as he opened his eyes and walked outside. Looking outside, Prisonheart was standing in front of the thatched hut, looking at the flowers and plants in the valley. Hearing Zhao Hai come out, Prisonheart didn't turn his head as he said, "I've lived in this valley for nearly 1,000 years. This valley is like spring all year round. It's very suitable for the growth of tranquil grass and spirit-raising flowers. The smell of these two plants mixed together is very beneficial to spiritual force cultivators. Not only can it speed up spiritual force cultivation, it can also prevent cultivation deviation." Zhao Hai stood behind Prisonheart and didn't make a sound. He didn't understand why Prisonheart was telling him these things. Prisonheart turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, your spiritual force is much higher than ordinary people. You should practice here for a while. You must increase your spiritual force to the 120-sided magic cube realm as soon as possible. Do you understand?" Zhao Hai nodded and said. Zhao Hai bowed and said, "Yes, master. I'll do my best." Prisonheart nodded, then he turned his head to look at the flowers and plants in the valley. Then he said, "In the past, when I didn't reach 120 faces, I got into a fight with someone. In the end, my spiritual force was damaged and my cultivation was almost crippled. Later on, I used the tranquil grass and spirit-raising flowers to slowly recover. But after recovering, my spiritual force increased, but it also left behind some hidden injuries. This hidden injury became my biggest obstacle in my cultivation." Zhao Hai listened quietly. He didn't expect Prisonheart to be injured when he was an immortal expert. Moreover, this injury had affected him until now. Prisonheart sighed and said, "Little Hai, you're still young and very strong. As long as you work hard, you will reach the immortal stage sooner or later. Moreover, I can see that this day isn't too far away. However, you have to remember that the immortal stage isn't the peak of a cultivator. Before the immortal stage, there must be stronger cultivators. Because of my injuries, I can no longer pursue higher realms. But you can. You must reach the highest realm, but I'm afraid I won't be here by then." Prisonheart sighed and said, "Don't worry, the immortal stage isn't the peak of a cultivator." Prisonheart's tone was sad. Zhao Hai couldn't help but comfort him, "Master, as long as you rest well, there shouldn't be any problems." Prisonheart shook his head and said, "I know my identity. I only have 2 years left to live. I hope that you can reach the 120-faced Rubik's Cube in these 2 years. Then I can rest assured." Zhao Hai quickly said, "Master." Before he could say anything, Prisonheart waved his hand and said, "There's no need to say more. Although cultivators cultivate to defy the heavens and change their fate, sometimes fate is irreversible. My lifespan has come to an end, so there's no need for you to say more. Just cultivate well." Zhao Hai bowed his head and said, "Yes, master." Prisonheart waved his hand and said, "Go cultivate, there's no need to worry about your master. It doesn't matter if I cultivate or not, but you're different. You have to cultivate well. I hope that you can reach the 120-sided magic cube realm as soon as possible." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he returned to the thatched hut and sat on the transforming cloud. Then he focused his attention on the space. To be honest, when Prisonheart said those words, Zhao Hai had an impulse to tell Prisonheart that he had already reached the 120-faced Rubik's Cube. When he cultivated the magic cube, he had already reached the 360-faced Rubik's Cube. Although it didn't increase, Zhao Hai was now more proficient in using the magic cube. However, after thinking about it, Zhao Hai decided not to tell the truth. He didn't want others to know his secret. Therefore, he decided to wait for some time before telling Prisonheart that he had reached the 120-faced Rubik's Cube. In any case, there was nothing wrong with cultivating here. Aside from his body not being able to enter the space, his spiritual force could stay inside the space. It was like watching a movie, watching how Muyu and the others reclaim Half-Beast Island. Time passed by quickly. Zhao Hai had been in Prison Heart's Valley for an entire year. During this time, Zhao Hai spent most of his time cultivating in the valley. Only a small amount of time would he go out and relax. Prison Heart didn't object to Zhao Hai's approach. Instead, he was very happy about it. Prison Heart was very clear that the path of cultivation was alternating between tension and relaxation. If Zhao Hai continued to cultivate like this, then Prison Heart would be worried that Zhao Hai would suffer from qi deviation. The first time that Zhao Hai went out to relax was when he left the Divergent Realms headquarters. Actually, he used this time to enter the space to accompany Laura and the others. Although his spiritual force was inside the space, Laura and the others would still miss him if they didn't see him for a long time. During this year, Zhao Hai's spiritual cube increased from 360 to 480. For Zhao Hai, this was definitely good news. His spiritual force had become more formidable. Zhao Hai could now use the Mind Insight technique, the Infinity technique, the Bright Sword technique, and the Enlightenment technique. Because of this, Zhao Hai kept delaying. He didn't tell Prison Heart that his spiritual force had reached 480 faces. Prison Heart thought that Zhao Hai's spiritual force hadn't reached 120 faces yet. The reason for this was because Zhao Hai discovered that after his Mind Insight technique leveled up, he could feel a dangerous aura coming from Prison Heart. If Prison Heart didn't have any malice towards him, then Zhao Hai wouldn't feel this danger. But now that Zhao Hai could feel this aura, it could only mean that Prison Heart had malice towards him. It was just that he hid it very deeply. And with Prison Heart's formidable strength, Zhao Hai didn't notice it before. Because of this, Zhao Hai kept delaying. He wanted to know what Prison Heart wanted to do. Naturally, he didn't believe Prison Heart's words. After a year of observation, Zhao Hai discovered that Prison Heart seemed to be waiting for him to reach 120 faces before making a move. Moreover, he didn't make a breakthrough this year. Although Prison Heart didn't say anything, there was a trace of anxiousness in his eyes. However, he hid it very well and wasn't discovered by Zhao Hai. Besides cultivation, Zhao Hai was also paying attention to the situation in Half-Beast Island. In the past year, Zhao Hai had been staying in Half-Beast Island. Whether it was using weapons or connections, he was able to subdue a lot of beast races. However, it wouldn't be easy to take over Half-Beast Island. There were too many beast races on the island, and some of them weren't willing to give the 100 Treasures Realm face. However, Zhao Hai wasn't going to wait any longer. His spiritual cube had already stabilized at 480 faces. Moreover, he was prepared to tell Prison Heart that his spiritual force had reached 120 faces. He wanted to see what Prison Heart wanted to do. Zhao Hai didn't want to wait any longer. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but slowly open his eyes. Prison Heart was sitting opposite him with his eyes closed. But when Zhao Hai opened his eyes, Prison Heart also opened his eyes. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you've been cultivating for 7 days. You should take a rest." Zhao Hai stood up and bowed to Prison Heart as he said, "Master, disciple has reached 120 faces." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Prison Heart's eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he laughed and said, "Good, good. You're worthy of being the person that Master chose. Very good." Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhao Hai stared, then he said, Master, how are you? Are you all right?" At this time, Prison Heart slowly raised his head, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Good. Little Hai, you're good. Master can finally rest assured. I can finally see you make a breakthrough before I die. Here, this is the cultivation method after reaching 120 faces. Master thought that he wouldn't be able to give it to you personally." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good." Zhao Hai received the jade slip but didn't look at it. Instead, he looked at Prison Heart and said, "Master, didn't you say that you still have a year left? How can this be?" Prison Heart shook his head, then he sighed and said, "I'm afraid that Master has less than a month left. I didn't tell you before because I wanted to let you cultivate in peace. Sit down." Prison Heart sighed and said, "You can't escape from your sins. Last time, Master wanted to use my spiritual force to subdue you and Mu Yao and make you people of the divergent realm. However, I was injured by the backlash of your spiritual force. I could only suppress my injuries and accept you as my disciple. I hope that you can reach 120 faces within a year. Then Master can use a secret technique to transfer all of my spiritual force to you. If your spiritual force doesn't reach 120 faces, then you wouldn't be able to withstand Master's spiritual force. Master was afraid that you wouldn't be able to reach 120 faces before Master passed away. Fortunately, you did. Zhao Hai sighed and said, Master, I'm not sure if you can reach 120 faces within a year. Master was afraid that you wouldn't be able to reach 120 faces before Master passed away. Fortunately, you did. Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at Prison Heart with a puzzled expression and said, Master, why didn't you tell me before? Why did you let me rest? Prison Heart bitterly said, the most taboo in spiritual force cultivation is to be impatient. If you were to be impatient because of this matter, then you might have hidden injuries. Your life would have been ruined. Because of this, Master didn't give you any pressure. Zhao Hai looked at Prison Heart with a moved expression and said, Master, disciple didn't understand Master's painstaking efforts. I ask Master to forgive me. Prison Heart smiled bitterly and said, it's not your fault. I didn't tell you. Alright, you don't need to be sad. Master has lived for so many years. Clean up this place. Zhao Hai nodded, then he immediately took out some water and cleaned up the bloodstains on the ground. At the same time, Prison Heart took out a jade sword and entered some information before sending it out. After Zhao Hai cleaned up the place, he bowed and stood to the side. He didn't say anything and didn't ask anything. Prison Heart looked at Zhao Hai and said, I've already sent a letter to Hawkins. My lifespan is about to end. I need to tell him about this matter as well as some other matters in the realm. Now that I've explained everything to him, there's no need to worry about him in the future. This month, I'll be preparing well. Therefore, I'll transfer all of my spiritual force to you. Zhao Hai's tears couldn't stop flowing. He sadly said, Master, is there no other way? I heard that there are a lot of herbs in the 10,000 realm battlefield that can prolong one's lifespan. Disciple will certainly find them for Master. Prison Heart waved his hand and said, it's useless. Master has already eaten those elixirs, it's impossible for them to extend Master's lifespan. Being able to accept a disciple like you before my lifespan ends is already enough for Master. Zhao Hai's tears continued to flow, but he didn't say anything. He just pursed his lips. Before long, the sound of wind breaking could be heard as Hawkins came in with a large group of immortal experts from the divergent realm. When they saw Zhao Hai's sad expression, they couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions changed as they looked uneasily at Prison Heart. Prison Heart looked at Hawkins and the others, then he sighed and said, I called you here today because I have something to tell you. My lifespan is about to end. I'll leave the matters of the divergent realm to you in the future. Boom. Prison Heart's words were like a bomb that exploded in the center of everyone. Everyone was in an uproar as panic appeared on their faces. Even Hawkins was the same. He looked at Prison Heart and said, Elder, are you joking? The divergent realm can't do without you. Prison Heart stared at him and said, don't act like a girl. You're a cultivator, so you should know that a cultivator's lifespan will come to an end. Do you really think I'm immortal? Hawkins and the others didn't say anything. They just lowered their heads, not daring to look at Prison Heart. They had a sad expression on their faces. Prison Heart looked at them, then he sighed and said, I've long sensed that my life was coming to an end, so I accepted Little Hai as my disciple. I've already taught him everything I know. Little Hai is now a guest elder of our divergent realm, so I can rest assured. The divergent realm's future development will depend on you. If you have something to discuss with Little Hai, you can go ahead and have Little Hai accompany me. Once Little Hai leaves the valley, I'll return to the heavens. After I die, Little Hai will cremate my bones together with this thatched hut. If you want to pay your respects, you can do so outside the valley. When everyone heard Prison Heart's words, they couldn't help but feel sad. They all had tears in their eyes. Prison Heart looked at them and then sighed. He waved his hand and a ring flew over to Hawkins. Then he said, "This ring contains some things that I've collected over the years. I'll give them to you. It also contains my cultivation method. In the future, if anyone in the divergent realm specializes in spiritual force, you can show it to them. You can go." Hawkins received the ring with tears in his eyes. He took the lead and knelt before Prisoner. After kowtowing 3 times, he led everyone out of the thatched hut and flew out of the valley. Xianxia looked at Prisoner and didn't say anything. After Hawkins and the others left, Xianxia looked at Prisoner and said, "Master, take a good rest. If you don't give me your cultivation, will you be able to extend your lifespan? If that's the case, then disciple doesn't want your cultivation." Prisoner looked at Xianxia and sighed, "Disciple, Master understands your heart. But even if Master doesn't give you his cultivation, you still won't be able to live for a month. You don't need to think too much about it. Use this month to consolidate your cultivation. Don't waste Master's painstaking efforts." Xianxia sadly nodded. Then he sat in front of Prisoner and slowly closed his eyes. After a while, he truly entered a meditative state. Prisoner looked at Xianxia's appearance and sighed. He looked at Xianxia with a complicated expression before he slowly closed his eyes. Although Xianxia seems to be meditating, he was aware of what was happening outside. To be honest, he was just acting. He could feel that Prisoner was also acting. He just wanted to know what Prisoner wanted to do. It wasn't that Xianxia didn't believe Prisoner's words. It was just that when Prisoner first vomited blood, Xianxia felt a dangerous aura from Prisoner. Moreover, the more things Prisoner did, the stronger the aura became. By the time Prisoner finished talking to Hawkins and the others, the aura had reached its peak. Xianxia knew that this feeling of danger was enough for Prisoner to take his life. Xianxia was very clear that this feeling of danger came from the mind-seeing nature technique. As his spiritual force gets stronger and stronger, the mind-seeing nature technique also became more and more useful. It allowed Xianxia to easily sense if someone was hostile towards him, and if they were a threat to him. Xianxia could feel Prisoner's hostility towards him. Although Prisoner didn't show any hostility, Xianxia could feel that Prisoner wanted to kill him through the mind insight technique. Xianxia didn't understand what Prisoner meant, but he was certain that Prisoner wanted to kill him. However, he didn't know how to kill him. Moreover, Xianxia didn't understand. Prisoner gave him the status of a guest elder and even accepted him as a disciple. It didn't seem like Prisoner wanted to kill him. Additionally, Xianxia was from the 100 Treasures realm. Prisoner would have scruples when killing him. However, Prisoner still wanted to kill him. This made Xianxia very confused. Because he didn't understand, Xianxia wanted to know what was going on. He believed that Prisoner had a purpose, but as for what it was, it wouldn't take more than a month for him to find out. Prisoner said that he only had a month to live. This was actually a deadline. Because of this, Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. He just wanted to know how Prisoner would make his move. Xianxia sat there motionlessly for 10 days. During these 10 days, Xianxia was carefully observing Prisoner. At the same time, he was also analyzing his own situation. He wanted to know what method Prisoner would use to deal with him and how he would deal with it. However, Xianxia was disappointed. Prisoner didn't make a move during these 10 days. Just like Xianxia, Prisoner sat there motionlessly like a statue. Xianxia knew that he couldn't wait any longer. If he really waited for a month, then Prisoner would make his move. Because of this, he decided to take the initiative to tell Prisoner that he was ready. He wanted to see what Prisoner would do. Xianxia slowly opened his eyes. Sure enough, as soon as he opened his eyes, Prisoner also opened his eyes. Xianxia stood up and bowed to Prisoner. "Master, I'm ready." Prisoner looked at Xianxia and said, "Is the 120-sided cube completely stabilized?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Yes, Master. It's completely stabilized." Prisoner nodded, then he looked at Xianxia and said, "Xianxia, you need to be completely at ease with your spiritual force. Guide my spiritual force into your cube without any hesitation. Understand?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Yes, Master. I understand." Prisoner nodded, then he waved his hand and gestured for Xianxia to sit across from him. Then he muttered something before he reached out and placed his hands on his temples. Then his spiritual force slowly entered Zhao Hai's head. Zhao calmed down, then he immediately arranged the 5 elements killing formation around his magic cube. Now he could control the 5 elements killing formation inside his mind. Although the formation couldn't be released outside his body to help him fight, it was enough to protect his spiritual force. Of course, Zhao wasn't going to use the 5 elements killing formation right now. He just placed the 5 elements killing formation on the periphery of the magic cube, just in case. After this was done, Zhao Hai used his spiritual force to guide Prisonheart's spiritual force into the cube. In order to prevent Prisonheart from seeing through his disguise, his magic cube was also disguised. Now his magic cube looked like an ordinary 120 magic cube. Zhao Hai's spiritual force guided Prisonheart's spiritual force into the cube. He discovered that the spiritual force was very pure, as if it was pure spiritual energy. This made Zhao Hai puzzled. Did Prisonheart really want to pass all of his spiritual force to him? At this time, Zhao Hai noticed that Prisonheart's spiritual force had already filled the 120 faces of the cube. Prisonheart's spiritual force was present on all 120 faces of the cube. If Zhao Hai wasn't wary of Prisonheart, then he certainly wouldn't have noticed this. However, Zhao Hai didn't let go of his guard against Prisonheart, so he noticed this special situation. Just as Prisonheart's spiritual force entered Zhao Hai's cube, Zhao Hai suddenly felt a powerful spiritual force rushing into the cube. This spiritual force wasn't ordinary, it had its own consciousness. In other words, this spiritual force was being controlled by Prisonheart. Zhao Hai was startled, but he didn't move. He wanted to see what Prisonheart wanted to do. The powerful spiritual force quickly entered Zhao Hai's cube. Then Zhao Hai discovered that the spiritual force was erasing Zhao Hai's spiritual imprint from the cube. If it was someone else, then it would be impossible for them to pay attention to these things like Zhao Hai. For example, Prisonheart's spiritual force was inside the cube. In other words, if his cube was broken, then he would lose his consciousness and become a dead person or an idiot. In other words, he would lose his soul. But Zhao Hai was different. Zhao Hai's cube was just a tool. Zhao Hai's soul wasn't inside the cube. His soul was inside the little person. It could be stored inside the Tao Lotus, or it could enter the space. In any case, he didn't need to stay inside the cube. At this time, Zhao Hai understood what Prisonheart wanted to do. If Zhao Hai used a phrase from the cultivation world to describe Prisonheart's goal, then it would be possession. Yes, Prisonheart wanted to possess Zhao Hai's body. Now Zhao Hai fully understood why Prisonheart accepted him as a disciple. Why he was given the position of guest elder in the divergent realm. Why he had to reach the 120-faced cube. Everything was clear now. Zhao Hai took a deep breath and felt the 120-faced cube in his mind. There was already a spiritual consciousness inside. This spiritual consciousness belonged to Prisonheart. Prisonheart didn't know much about Zhao Hai. He thought that Zhao Hai was just an ordinary and talented cultivator. He didn't expect that Zhao Hai's situation was completely different from what he imagined. Prisonheart used his spiritual force to attack Zhao Hai in order to control Zhao Hai and make him work for the divergent realm. However, he discovered that there was a formation in Zhao Hai's mind that blocked his spiritual force and caused a backlash. This caused his short lifespan to decrease once again. He didn't lie to Zhao Hai, he only had 2 years of lifespan left. It was precisely because of this that he took the risk of using the possession ability. Prisonheart was very clear that if he wanted to forcefully possess Zhao Hai, then his spiritual force would be blocked by Zhao Hai's 5 virtues killing formation. Therefore, he accepted Zhao Hai as his disciple and taught him cultivation in order to make Zhao Hai let his guard down. Everything he did before was to play the emotional card. He wanted to make Zhao Hai completely lose his guard against him. This way, Zhao Hai would use his spiritual force to guide his spiritual force into his cube. The spiritual force that was guided into Zhao Hai's cube would become a channel. He can use these channels to directly transmit his consciousness into Zhao Hai's cube. Then he would completely erase Zhao Hai's consciousness and leave his consciousness in the cube. This was equivalent to him occupying Zhao Hai's body while Zhao Hai completely disappeared. Because Zhao Hai was the one who guided his spiritual force, the 5 virtues killing formation in Zhao Hai's consciousness wouldn't stop him, so he was safe. It can be said that this plan was perfect. However, Prisonheart didn't know that Zhao Hai had the mind insight technique. He also didn't know that Zhao Hai's cube was used to control spiritual force. He also didn't know that Zhao Hai had the space. Moreover, Zhao Hai was always on guard against him, he didn't take him lightly. Because of this, when Prison Heart thought that the time was right, his spiritual force rushed into Zhao Hai's cube. He thought that once he eliminated Zhao Hai's consciousness, Zhao Hai's body would be his. However, he didn't expect that Zhao Hai was just watching from the sidelines. The cube was nothing more than a bait. When Zhao Hai felt Prison Heart's consciousness enter his cube, Zhao Hai's mind moved as the 360 magic beasts appeared. Then the 5 elements killing formation swept through the cube like an antivirus. Before Prison Heart could understand what was going on, his consciousness was already destroyed by the 5 elements killing formation. Then Zhao Hai's spiritual force imprint was once again imprinted on the cube. Then Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes and looked at Prison Heart. Prison Heart was already dead, he didn't have any aura left. His body was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Moreover, his spiritual force completely occupied Zhao Hai's cube. He thought that he could control Zhao Hai's spirit, but he didn't expect that he was completely wrong. In the end, he even lost his life. Zhao Hai sighed, then he waved his hand as a black gas floated towards Prison Heart. He wanted to see if he could turn Prison Heart into an undead. Zhao Hai didn't expect too much because he knew that to turn a person into an undead, the corpse would still need some spiritual force. Prison Heart's consciousness, which was his spiritual force, had entered Zhao Hai's cube. Zhao Hai was afraid that he wouldn't be able to turn Prison Heart into an undead. However, Zhao Hai still gave it a try. Prison Heart was too strong, Zhao Hai wasn't willing to waste it. When the black gas disappeared, Zhao Hai discovered that Prison Heart was already standing there. Prison Heart bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "I have seen the young master." Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at Prison Heart in confusion and said, "Didn't I destroy your consciousness? How can you still have consciousness?" Prison Heart replied, replying to the young master, "My consciousness has indeed been destroyed by the young master. However, every immortal expert has to go through the severed soul stage. Severed soul experts have 2 souls, one is the primary soul and the other is the secondary soul. Once you enter the immortal stage, you have to use your secondary soul to sense the world's will. As long as you can sense the existence of this consciousness, you can enter the immortal stage. This consciousness will fuse with your secondary soul and become the main means of attack for an immortal expert. After an immortal expert's primary soul disappears, their secondary soul can still exist for some time. But since the secondary soul has already fused with the world's will, it can no longer control the primary soul. Without the support of the primary soul, the secondary soul will slowly disappear." Prison Heart replied, "That's right, the secondary soul is the primary soul and the secondary soul. After the primary soul disappears, the secondary soul can still exist for some time." Zhao Hai nodded, he understood what was going on. When an immortal expert reaches the immortal stage, the way he uses his soul was different compared to when he was at the severed soul stage. When an immortal expert attacks, their first attack would be imbued with their consciousness. For example, the mountain consciousness and the sea consciousness. Although it was called consciousness, it was actually a domain. When attacking, the attack would be like a mountain or a sea, giving people a sense of oppression. Moreover, it would also increase the strength of the attack. Zhao Hai looked at Prison Heart and said, "Can you still use your spiritual force?" Prison Heart nodded and said, "I can." When the primary soul entered the young master's body, it didn't take much spiritual force with it. Therefore, I can still use my spiritual force and continue to cultivate. Zhao Hai nodded. After thinking for a moment, he waved his hand and took out a black magic robe. This black magic robe was the most ancient magic robe. It had a hood that covered the entire head. Zhao Hai gave the magic robe to Prison Heart and said, "You can wear this in the future. If there's anything, I'll call you." Prison Heart nodded and put on the magic robe. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and sent Prison Heart to the space. When he knew that Prison Heart wanted to possess him, Zhao Hai had already figured out the whole thing. Prison Heart gave him a lot of status and identity, he was already prepared to possess him. Zhao Hai had to admit that Prison Heart was very loyal to the Divergent Realm. Although he wanted to possess Zhao Hai to live longer, he was actually more concerned about the Divergent Realm. It was precisely because he wanted to help the divergent realm that he wanted to live longer. At the same time, he gave Zhao Hai the identity of his disciple and a guest elder. This way, Zhao Hai would have some say in the divergent realm. Most importantly, once he succeeds, he would be able to use this identity to help the divergent realm. As for why Prison Heart waited until Zhao Hai reached the 120-sided magic cube before carrying out the possession, Zhao Hai thought that it was because the possession wasn't easy. The possessed person must have a certain degree of spiritual force. Otherwise, it would be impossible to withstand the erasure of one's consciousness. One must know that spiritual force was very fragile. If something went wrong, it would leave a hidden injury. If the possessed person died, then it would be over. Zhao Hai didn't know what to say about Prison Heart's approach. For him, Prison Heart was very ruthless. But for any other cultivator, if they had the same strength as Prison Heart, then they would do the same thing as Prison Heart. Zhao Hai didn't know what to say about Prison Heart's approach. For him, Prison Heart was very ruthless. But for other cultivators, if they had the same strength as Prison Heart, then they would also do the same. Since Zhao Hai had a spiritual force expert like Prison Heart, then he should be able to immediately learn how to seize someone's body. If it was someone else, then they would have done it immediately. But Zhao Hai didn't do it, he was confident in himself. Zhao Hai didn't want to do it. Zhao Hai looked at the empty thatched hut and then at the canyon outside. He sighed and returned to the space. At this time, Laura and the others were sitting inside the space and looking at the monitor. The monitor was still showing Muyu's situation on Half-Beast Island. At this time, the beast races on Half-Beast Island were still paying lip service to the 100 Treasures realm. To be honest, this was a headache for any race. If the 100 Treasures realm wanted to subdue Half-Beast Island, who knows how long it would take. Don't think that the 100 Treasures realm didn't want to use force. The beast races on Half-Beast Island were very united against outsiders. If the 100 Treasures realm wanted to use force against them, then the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't be able to afford it. Not only the 100 Treasures realm, even a great realm like the Divergent realm wouldn't be able to afford it. Although the beast races were unruly, they were still very strong. If the 100 Treasures realm were to use force, then it wouldn't be good for the 100 Treasures realm. At this time, the 100 Treasures realm was also having a headache over this matter. Zhao Hai didn't have any good ideas. He couldn't go to the 100 Treasures realm right now. He couldn't let news of Prison Heart's death leak out. Zhao Hai wasn't worried that people from the Divergent realm would come to Prison Heart's place in the remaining 20 days. This place was a restricted area of the Divergent realm. Without Prison Heart's permission, nobody was allowed to enter. The reason why the people from the Divergent realm took Prison Heart's order seriously wasn't because they respected him. Instead, it was because Prison Heart killed a lot of people from the Divergent realm to establish his prestige. This made Zhao Hai understand that in the Cultivation realm, people from the same realm needed to establish their prestige. Otherwise, no one would be afraid of him. Besides looking at the situation on Half-Beast Island, Zhao Hai also paid attention to the Divergent realm. The atmosphere in the Divergent realm was somewhat depressing. Although everyone knew that Prison Heart wasn't young, he had lived for a long time. People were already used to his existence, they thought that he would never die. But when the news of his death spread, the entire Divergent realm was shaken. Fortunately, Prison Heart's prestige was still there, so people didn't enter the valley. Naturally, the busiest people were Hawkins and the others. Hawkins and the others were the rulers of the Divergent realm. Although Hawkins wasn't a fully qualified ruler, he wasn't too bad either. He knew that the Divergent realm couldn't have any trouble at this time. Prison Heart was like a nuclear weapon. Not only did he have high prestige in the Divergent realm, he was also a deterrent to other realms. But now that he suddenly died, it was hard to guarantee that the other realms wouldn't have any ideas. Therefore, what the Divergent realm needed to do at this time was to stabilize their territory. They couldn't give the other realms any chances. Because of this, the Divergent realm's army was mobilized very frequently. They also guarded their territory even more tightly. It was impossible to say that the other realms didn't have any ideas about the Divergent realm's territory. The other realms also wanted to see how the Divergent realm would react. If the Divergent realm's reaction was slow, then they wouldn't mind cutting a piece of meat from the Divergent realm. But when they saw the Divergent realm's reaction, the other realms didn't dare to make a move. The other realms were very clear that the Divergent Realm didn't come this far because of Prison Heart. Although Prison Heart was dead, the Divergent Realm's overall strength was still there. If they provoked the Divergent Realm at this time, then it would certainly arouse the anger of the entire Divergent Realm. When the time comes, the Divergent Realm might end up in an undead state. This wasn't something they wanted to see. If Prison Heart was still alive, then the people from the other realms might cause trouble. After all, Prison Heart would put the overall situation first and wouldn't do anything to them. But now, the person in charge of the Divergent Realm was Hawkins. The other realms knew what kind of person Hawkins was. He wasn't someone to be trifled with. If you really provoked him, then he wouldn't rest until you were dead. In the eyes of the other realms, Hawkins was a warmongering madman. Hawkins might not be a qualified leader, but he was definitely a warmongering madman. He wouldn't let anyone who offended him go. It was precisely because of this that the other realms were afraid of him. There was no normal person who wasn't afraid of a madman. 20 days passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, Xianxia discovered that there were more people outside the valley. Xianxia knew that it was time for him to go out. If he didn't set the thatched hut on fire, then this matter wouldn't end. After coming out of the space, Xianxia looked at the thatched hut. To be honest, he liked it very much. After all, he had lived here for more than a year. Moreover, the environment was very good. Xianxia looked at the thatched hut for a while before he sighed. Then he waved his hand and set the entire hut on fire. Because the roof of the thatched hut was wet, a lot of black smoke came out. But since Xianxia cast a fire element spell, it didn't take long before the entire thatched hut was turned into a pile of ash. But this wasn't the end of it. Zhao knew that if he was going to put on a show, he would have to do the whole thing. He took some large stones from the side of the valley and built a grave. He also made a tombstone and placed some offerings on top of it. After everything was done, Zhao went out of the valley. Outside the valley, Xianxia saw Hawkins and the other higher-ups of the Divergent Realm. When they saw Xianxia come out, Hawkins immediately greeted him. He looked at Xianxia and said, "Did the elder leave?" Xianxia nodded with a sad expression. Then he said, "I have followed teacher's wishes and cremated him. Teacher said that we don't need to pay our respects anymore. If we want to pay our respects, then we can do it outside the valley." Hawkins patted Xianxia's shoulder and said, "Xianxia, although you are the elder's disciple, you don't understand the elder's position in the Divergent Realm. Since the elder ordered it, then we can pay our respects here." After he said that, Hawkins led everyone to pay their respects to Prison Heart. Then he led Xianxia back. However, Xianxia knew that it was time for him to leave. With a flash of white light, Xianxia appeared in a transmission formation. He looked around and didn't see any changes. There were still cultivators going in and out of the transmission formation. Everyone had a look of expectation on their faces. Xianxia smiled faintly as he walked out. At this time, a voice was heard, "Big Brother Hai is back. Big Brother Hai is back." Xianxia looked and saw that it was a severed soul expert. When he saw Xianxia in the past, although he would greet him, he would always call him Little Hai. But now, he was calling him Big Brother Hai. This made Xianxia not know whether to laugh or cry. Xianxia didn't know that his current status in the 100 Treasures realm was very high. Although he didn't have a high status in the 100 Treasures realm, he was still a guest elder of the Divergent Realm. The Divergent Realm was a much more powerful existence compared to the 100 Treasures realm. Because of this, Xianxia's status naturally became different. Although Xianxia was still a member of the 100 Treasures realm, the ordinary cultivators of the 100 Treasures realm unconsciously raised Xianxia's status. And with Xianxia's strength, Xianxia's popularity in the 100 Treasures realm was very high. The Cultivation realm was a place where strength was respected. If you were strong, then not to mention Big Brother, you could even be called Uncle. The person's shout also attracted the attention of the others. Xianxia looked at these people and smiled bitterly. He didn't know what to say. Xianxia hasn't returned to the 100 Treasures realm for more than a year. The people of the 100 Treasures realm were worried that Xianxia would join the Divergent realm. After all, the Divergent realm was bigger than the 100 Treasures realm. Xianxia was also a guest elder of the Divergent realm. If he joined the Divergent realm, he would have a much better life than the 100 Treasures realm. Some time ago, when they heard that Prison Heart had passed away, these people were very excited. They thought that Xiao Hai would be back soon. They didn't think that after waiting for a few days, Xiao Hai would be back. This was why these people were so excited when they saw Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai looked at them and then greeted them with a smile. One of them immediately turned to Xiao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, why did you come back so late? I heard that Elder Prison Heart passed away a few days ago?" This question was very sudden and inappropriate. However, Xiao Hai smiled and said, "Yes, Master passed away a few days ago. But there were some sacrificial ceremonies in the Divergent Realm that I had to participate in. Therefore, I came back after the ceremony was over." Everyone nodded. Then one of them loudly said, "All right, everyone, don't crowd around here." The elder said that if Big Brother Hai comes back, Big Brother Hai should immediately go see him. "Everyone, don't crowd around Big Brother Hai." Hearing this, everyone stepped aside. Xiao Hai smiled and greeted everyone before heading towards the 100 Treasures Realms conference hall. Looking at Xiao Hai's back, everyone couldn't help but smile. They were afraid that Xiao Hai would join the Divergent Realm and not return to the 100 Treasures Realm. These ordinary cultivators sometimes believed in luck. Ever since Xiao Hai joined the 100 Treasures Realm, the 100 Treasures Realm had already passed through several crises. Moreover, the realm was growing stronger step by step. And with Xiao Hai's strength, he was able to win every battle. Because of this, these ordinary cultivators had a trace of obsession with Xiao Hai. They always believed that Xiao Hai was their lucky star. If they followed Xiao Hai, they would definitely win. At this time, the 100 Treasures Realm's attack on Half-Beast Island wasn't going very smoothly. Although Muyu was personally leading the army, cultivators who went to Half-Beast Island were still attacked by the beast race. Because of this, these ordinary cultivators hoped that Xiao Hai could go to Half-Beast Island and use his luck to conquer the island as soon as possible. If Xiao Hai knew that this was the reason why he was so popular, who knows what he would think. Xiao Hai slowly flew towards the conference hall and then said, Hai requests an audience." Zhongzai's voice came from the hall, "Little Hai, you're back. Come in." Xiao Hai walked towards the conference hall. At this time only Zhongzai and the others were present in the conference hall. Mu Yao was no longer here. Mu Yao didn't return to the Divergent Realm for a long time before he went into seclusion. Moreover, the 10 elders of the 100 Treasures Realm have been disbanded. Naturally, Mu Yao handed over his authority and no longer blocked Zhongzai's path. He didn't want others to think that he was competing with Zhongzai. In this regard, Mu Yao made the same choice as Xiao Hai. Everything was for the sake of the unity of the 100 Treasures Realm. They didn't want any cracks to appear in the 100 Treasures Realm because of their own selfish motives. At this time, there were only 5 elders in the conference hall. This made the conference hall feel empty. When Xiao Hai came in, he immediately gave a salute to the elders. Zhongzai waved his hand and said, "It's good that you're back. Have a seat, I have something to tell you." Xiao Hai nodded, then he sat on a translucent cloud. Zhongzai looked at Xiao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you've been in the Divergent Realm for more than a year. How much do you know about the realm?" Xiao Hai thought for a moment and said, "I know a bit. Half-Beast Island is nominally ours, but the situation isn't very good. Besides this, I'm afraid the only thing that matters is the establishment of the exchange system in the headquarters." Zhongzai chuckled and said, "You're right. Besides the exchange system, the only thing that matters is Half-Beast Island. The situation in Half-Beast Island is special. I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to subdue it. Although Little Yu is there, the situation isn't very good. There are still a lot of beasts who refuse to submit to us. Little Hai, what do you think we should do?" Xiao Hai stared, he didn't expect Zhongzai to ask him this question. He looked at Zhongzai with a puzzled expression. Zhongzai nodded, signaling him to speak boldly. Xiao Hai thought for a moment and then said, "I don't know much about Half-Beast Island. I only know that the ones in charge are the Great Beast clans. These Great Beast clans don't want to be ruled by other races. Because of this, they have been opposing us. Am I right?" Xiao Hai nodded. Zhongzai nodded and said, "You're right. That's the general situation. The beast races don't want other races to rule them." Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "If that's the case, then it's much better. Elder, I think we've made a mistake. We want to take back Half-Beast Island, but we also want to take the beast race into the 100 Treasures realm. Therefore, we sent people to rule them. This is where the contradiction lies. I think we should change our thinking and treat the beast race like a small realm. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that's good. Hearing Zhao Hai, Zhongzhe couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. He couldn't help but pat his head. Then he turned to the other elders and laughed, it seems like we've been thinking too much. Ha ha ha. Zhao Hai knew that it wasn't that the elders didn't think of this. It was just that they subconsciously looked down on the beast races. Because of this, they didn't care about the beast races at all. They just wanted to send people to rule them. If the 100 Treasures realm treated the beast race as an ordinary subordinate realm, then they wouldn't send people to govern the beast race. As long as they make the beast race submit to them and hand over some things every year, they would also send troops to support the 100 Treasures realm. This was enough. There was no need to set up a governing body over the beast race. This would only cause the beast race to be disgusted. To put it simply, the 100 Treasures realm can let the beast races manage Half-Beast Island. They can also let the beast races practice autonomy. However, the beast races must support the 100 Treasures realm in all matters. When the 100 Treasures realm fights against their enemies, they would be unified under the 100 Treasures realm's leadership. The 100 Treasures realm wouldn't interfere with Half-Beast Island. An elder hesitated for a moment before saying, what if the beast races still don't agree? Some of the beast races want Half-Beast Island to break away from the 100 Treasures realm's rule and become a beast race realm on equal footing with the 100 Treasures realm. Zhao Hai sneered and said, there's only one way to deal with such people, and that's to kill them. After all, the 100 Treasures realm is stronger than Half-Beast Island. Giving them autonomy is already a concession. If they still want to be on equal footing with the 100 Treasures realm, then we can only kill them. But before we do that, we need to make an announcement that it's impossible for them to be on equal footing with the 100 Treasures realm. Their only option is to submit to the 100 Treasures realm. Once we make our move, the other beast races would think twice. After all, they only need to hand over some things every year. They don't need to listen to the 100 Treasures realm for everything. I think they would make a choice. Zhongzhe nodded, then he said, most of the requests of the beast race are because they don't want the humans to rule over them. We can agree to this. But if they want to be on equal footing with the 100 Treasures realm, then they can't blame us. The group nodded. Then Zhongzhe looked at Zhao Hai and chuckled, you've really woken us up. We still don't understand why the beasts would resist so fiercely. Now it seems like this method is feasible. I'll immediately inform Muyu and have him do it. Zhao Hai nodded, then Zhongzhe chuckled. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, actually, elders, we can slowly control the half-beasts. I heard that Half-Beast Island isn't very rich in resources. The 100 Treasures realm wants the island because of its location, not because of its resources. Therefore, we can increase our trade with the half-beasts. We can use the resources that they need to exchange for resources. This way, we can slowly control the flow of resources. If the half-beasts are disloyal, then we can control their resources and make them feel uncomfortable. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, actually, we can slowly control the half-beasts. What Zhao Hai said was actually a type of economic invasion. However, cultivators didn't have the concept of economic invasion. Because of this, nobody used this method to deal with others. Naturally, Zhongzhe and the others didn't understand it. Now that they heard what Zhao Hai said, they couldn't help but feel a sense of novelty. Muyu looked at the jade sword message in his hand. This jade sword message was sent from the 100 Treasures realm. It told him how to deal with Half-Beast Island. Upon seeing the contents of the jade sword message, Muyu knew that this was Zhao Hai's idea. Besides him, there was no one else who could come up with such an idea. Moreover, the jade sword message also said that because Zhao Hai had just returned, he wanted to go back and take a look. Then he would come and help Muyu. This confirmed Muyu's thoughts. Muyu really admired Zhao Hai. At the same time, he was also disheartened. He was a genius of the 100 Treasures realm, but he was still inferior to Zhao Hai in all aspects. This made him feel disheartened. However, he wasn't jealous of Zhao Hai. This was because he knew that Zhao Hai was doing this for the good of the Hundred Treasures realm. Mu Yu's achievements today were all because of the Hundred Treasures realm. The Hundred Treasures realm was strong and gave him the environment to cultivate. If he didn't do something for the Hundred Treasures realm, then he would be letting down the Hundred Treasures realm. If the skin doesn't exist, where can the hair attach? This was Mu Yu's true thought. For him, the Hundred Treasures realm was his foundation. Therefore, although Zhao Hai was better than him in every aspect and was very popular in the realm, Mu Yu wasn't angry at Zhao Hai. On the contrary, he wanted to fully support Zhao Hai. Only in this way could the Hundred Treasures realm become better. Recently, some people from the Mu faction told Mu Yu to be careful of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai approached him in order to quickly climb up the ranks. If this continues, then Zhao Hai would affect his position in the Hundred Treasures realm. However, Mu Yu didn't take these words seriously. Mu Yu had been with Zhao Hai for a long time, so he understood Zhao Hai very well. He believed that Zhao Hai wouldn't deal with him for power. In the past, Zhao Hai gave him credit many times and then retreated behind the scenes. At that time, Mu Yu didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. But now, he understood that Zhao Hai didn't want any conflicts between them. Mu Yu was moved by this. To be honest, Mu Yu was very tired after being on Half-Beast Island for a long time. Everything on Half-Beast Island gave him a headache. In order to deal with these matters, he didn't cultivate for a long time. He was already half-step into the immortal stage. If he could cultivate in peace, then he would have already entered the immortal stage. To be honest, Mu Yu's passion for cultivation was far greater than his passion for power. He now hoped that Zhao Hai would come to Half-Beast Island as soon as possible and deal with everything here. Then Mu Yu would be completely liberated. But since Zhao Hai hasn't come yet, Mu Yu couldn't just sit there and do nothing. After receiving the Jade Sword, Mu Yu immediately sent people to invite the patriarchs of the beast races. He wanted to have a good talk with them. Half-Beast Island wasn't big, but it was occupied by 9 beast races. The strength of each beast race was quite good, equivalent to a high-grade realm. Naturally, the Hundred Treasures realm didn't care about such strength. However, the combined strength of the 9 beast races wasn't small. Even the Hundred Treasures realm wouldn't dare act rashly. Additionally, the prestige of the 9 great beast races on Half-Beast Island was very high. As long as the 9 great beast races made a call, the smaller races would immediately follow them. This gave the Hundred Treasures realm a headache. Naturally, the 9 great beast races weren't very united. There were also conflicts between them. For example, the tiger race and the lion race weren't easy to deal with. The wolf race were also very arrogant. The snake race was the least liked. The bear race and the hawk race also had some conflicts. The fox race was very smart and didn't want to offend anyone. Originally, Mu Yu thought that he could take advantage of the conflicts between the beast races. However, he didn't expect the beast races to be very wary of outsiders. It was impossible for him to take advantage of these conflicts. Now that the Hundred Treasures realm gave him this method, Mu Yu relaxed. As long as he has a good talk with the beast races, he would know what they were thinking. Then he would find a way to deal with them. This time, Mu Yu brought 10,000 cultivators with him. Although they didn't suffer any losses, some of them were injured and couldn't be found. Additionally, the 9 major beast clans were disobeying their orders. Because of this, the people from the Hundred Treasures realm weren't having a good time in Half-Beast Island. Mu Yu didn't have the people from the Hundred Treasures realm pass on his orders. He just took out a jade slip and sent a letter to the 9 great beast races. At this time, Mu Yu and the others were living on Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship. This time, it was thanks to Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship that they were able to survive. Otherwise, more people would have been injured and the beast races would have become even more rampant. The Hell King's ship was a great deterrent. And with the Hell King's ship's strength, even if the beast races wanted to deal with Mu Yu, they would need to consider their own strength. Moreover, the beast races weren't fools. They attacked the Hundred Treasures realm in order to show their strength. They knew Mu Yu's status in the Hundred Treasures realm. If they really hurt Mu Yu or caused the Hundred Treasures realm to suffer heavy losses, then the Hundred Treasures realm might be angered and send troops. When the time comes, the 9 great beast races wouldn't be able to stop them. However, the 9 major beast clans didn't think too highly of Mu Yu. After being on Half-Beast Island for more than a year, they didn't make any big moves. Moreover, they were very polite. This made the beasts even more arrogant. Because of this, the 9 major beast clans didn't send anyone to the Hell King's ship even after Muyu sent the Jade Sword message. Muyu wasn't anxious. He knew that the 9 great beast races were preparing to show their strength. In fact, Muyu was happy that the 9 great beast races did this. This was because he knew that Zhao Hai would arrive soon. It would be best if Zhao Hai arrived before the 9 great beast races arrived. When the time comes, Zhao Hai would be able to deal with the beast races. 9 days after Muyu sent the Jade Sword message, the 9 great beast races arrived at the Hell King's ship. The first race brought 5,000 people while the 9 great beast races brought 40,000 people. They surrounded the Hell King's ship, making it clear that they wanted to make things difficult for Muyu. Although Muyu's temperament was good, his expression was still ugly. He didn't go out to greet the 9 major beast races. Instead, he had the people from the 100 Treasures realm invite the 9 beast patriarchs to the Hell King's ship's hold. Each of the 9 beast patriarchs had 2 people behind them. After the 9 great beast race patriarchs entered the cabin, they gave Muyu a casual salute before sitting down on their cloud. They weren't polite at all. Although Muyu looked down on their conduct, he didn't say anything. After the 9 great beast race patriarchs sat down, Muyu opened his mouth and said, "This time, I invited the 9 great beast race patriarchs to discuss the autonomy of the 9 great beast races." What do the 9 great beast race patriarchs have in mind? A patriarch with a thin figure and a smile on his face looked at Muyu and said, "I wonder what kind of autonomy Mr. Muyu has in mind." Muyu looked at this person and saw that it was the Fox race's patriarch, Hu Quan. Muyu smiled and said, "Patriarch Hu Quan, our realm's opinion is that Half-Beast Island will be managed by the 9 major beast clans. However, the 9 major beast clans must submit to the 100 Treasures realm and pay tribute every year. If the 100 Treasures realm has a conflict with other realms, the 9 major beast clans will be required to send troops. In other words, everything will be handled the same way as the subordinate realms." What do the patriarchs think about this? Hearing Muyu's words, the members of the 9 major beast clans were stunned. Then, they looked at each other and saw a trace of excitement in each other's eyes. The 9 great beast races knew that with their strength, it was impossible for them to be on equal footing with the 100 Treasures realm. If they could be like the subordinate realms and have autonomy, it would already be very good. In fact, this was what they wanted all along. It's just that they didn't say it out loud. However, some of the 9 great beast races didn't think this way. A burly man with a big beard coldly snorted and said, "Why should we submit to the 100 Treasures realm? Do you have the strength to do so?" Muyu's expression changed. The expressions of the other patriarchs changed as well. They can show Muyu their strength and make him suffer a bit. However, they can't say that about the 100 Treasures realm. If this were to spread, how would the 100 Treasures realm rule their subordinate realms in the future? Wouldn't this force the 100 Treasures realm to fight to the death with them? Without waiting for Muyu to speak, a faint voice was heard, "Since this is what you think, then there's no need to say anything. Please return. We'll pay you a visit in 2 days." As he said this, a figure walked in from outside. This person looked very ordinary. He had an unchanging smile on his face. Naturally, he was the one who spoke. When Muyu saw this person, he laughed and said, "Little Hai, you're here? Ha ha ha, I haven't seen you in a year. I've missed you." Zhao Hai also stepped forward and gave Muyu a hug. Then he smiled and said, "Brother Yu, it seems like you haven't had a good time in the past year." Then he looked at the 9 great beast races. The burly man with a big beard looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Who are you? Can you report your identity?" Zhao Hai looked at the man, then he smiled faintly and said, "Zhao Hai, it's not surprising that Mr. hasn't heard of me. Mr. should be from the lion race, right? Since Mr. thinks that the 100 Treasures realm isn't worthy of your submission, then please return. In a few days, we'll pay a visit to the lion race. Since you were invited by Brother Yu, I won't force you to stay. If you want to talk, then you can stay. If you want to leave, then leave." After he said that, Zhao Hai looked at the other people in the cabin. Although he had a smile on his face, his eyes were as sharp as a knife. Nobody dared to look straight at him. The Fox Patriarch immediately stood up and said, "It's a misunderstanding, Mr. Zhao Hai misunderstood. Mister's name is like thunder, we admire Mister very much. Mister, please sit down, Boss Siley, I definitely didn't mean that." Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "You should know that this is the biggest concession that the 100 Treasures realm can make." What's wrong? Do you really think that the beast races can defeat the 100 Treasures realm? The 100 Treasures realm has already shown our utmost sincerity. I think everyone should show their sincerity as well. We don't want to see war, and I believe that you don't want to see it either. I also want to advise everyone not to treat the 100 Treasures realm's tolerance as weakness. Zhao Hai nodded. Just as Zhao Hai's voice fell, a cold snort was heard. "Don't talk about the 100 Treasures realm as if it's some great place. I don't put the 100 Treasures realm in my eyes. Didn't you want to visit us? We'll be waiting for you." Zhao Hai turned his head and saw the lion race patriarch. The smile on his face didn't change as he looked at Ba Silei. Then he looked at the other patriarchs and said, "Can Patriarch Ba represent you? If you have the same intentions as Patriarch Ba, then I won't keep you here. Please return." Looking at Zhao Hai's expression, Hu Quan knew that he was serious. If Zhao Hai was angry or yelling, then Hu Quan wouldn't be afraid. However, he could clearly feel the killing intent hidden behind Zhao Hai's smile. Hu Quan quickly turned his head to Ba Silei and said, "Old Ba, don't talk too much. Isn't autonomy what the beast race wants? The 100 Treasures realm has already agreed. What are you dissatisfied with?" Ba Silei stared at Hu Quan and then shouted, "Scram! Hu Quan, who do you think you are to talk to this father like that? My lion race is the ruler of Half-Beast Island. The 100 Treasures realm wants us to surrender? Dream on." Zhao Hai looked at Ba Silei, then he turned his head to look at Hu Quan's ugly expression. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He wasn't worried anymore. The lion race's words clearly showed that they didn't put the other beast races in their eyes. It would be strange if the other beast races helped him. Half-Beast Island was a good place for the beast race. However, the 9 major beast races have always been on equal footing. Moreover, the 100 Treasures realm's condition was for the 9 major beast races to jointly manage the island. Now that Ba Silei said that he wanted to be the ruler of Half-Beast Island, it was clear that he wanted the other 8 major beast races to submit to him. This was equivalent to pushing himself against the other beast races. Interesting. Zhao Hai didn't expect such a person to become the patriarch of the lion race. Hu Quan's expression was ugly. No matter what, he was still one of the patriarchs of the 9 major beast races. Being scolded by Ba Silei in front of so many people made him lose face. However, he didn't want Zhao Hai to see him as a joke. Therefore, he didn't retort and just sat there with an ugly expression. Zhao Hai turned his head to the other patriarchs. The expressions of the other patriarchs weren't very good. Zhao Hai said, "Since Patriarch Ba says so, then I'll have to ask you to return. I'll pay a visit another day. Patriarchs, if you have the same thoughts as Patriarch Ba, then you can leave. If you agree with the 100 Treasures realm's proposal, then we can have a good talk." The other patriarchs didn't move. Seeing that the other patriarchs didn't move, Ba Silei's heart couldn't help but tremble. It was because he found a backer that he dared to openly challenge Zhao Hai. Originally, he thought that the other patriarchs would help him. But now, it seems like there was a gap between him and the other patriarchs. Seeing this, Ba Silei couldn't help but feel regret. It was because of a slip of the tongue that he said that he wanted to be the ruler of Half-Beast Island. As soon as he said it, he regretted it. Now that he saw the other patriarch's expressions, he couldn't help but feel bad. Just as Ba Silei was about to remedy the situation, Zhao Hai said, "Patriarch Ba, did I tell you to leave? What's wrong? You don't want to leave?" Hearing Zhao Hai, Ba Silei's expression turned ugly. He coldly snorted as he stood up and walked out. Zhao Hai looked at Ba Silei's back, then he looked at the other patriarchs and said, "Everyone, when the Divergent Realm ruled over you, the 100 Treasures realm helped you a lot. Now that Half-Beast Island has returned to the hands of the 100 Treasures realm, countless lives were exchanged for it. Originally, we didn't want to make concessions, but after thinking about your relationship with the 100 Treasures realm, we decided to allow Half-Beast Island to be autonomous. Let me tell you, this is the bottom line of the 100 Treasures realm. From now on, you will be the same as the other subordinate realms of the 100 Treasures realm. It's impossible for you to be the ruler of Half-Beast Island like what Patriarch Ba just said. Even if the 100 Treasures realm loses a lot, we will still pacify Half-Beast Island. Therefore, I ask you to think about our proposal. After he said that, Zhao Hai closed his eyes and didn't speak anymore. Muyu and Zhao Hai have been working together for a long time, so he naturally understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai's appearance was very strong, he wanted to play the role of the bad guy. But now, he needed to play the role of the good guy. So he immediately said, Patriarchs, the realm is very sincere this time. In the future, the 100 Treasures realm won't interfere with the affairs of Half-Beast Island. When have you ever seen the 100 Treasures realm forcibly meddle in the affairs of subordinate realms? Right? Moreover, after you become a subordinate realm of the 100 Treasures realm, you can trade with the 100 Treasures realm. You can even go to the 100 Treasures realm's territories for training. This is a good thing for everyone. Is there anything you don't agree to? The patriarchs looked at each other and saw a trace of excitement in each other's eyes. To be honest, these patriarchs knew that their strength couldn't be compared to the 100 Treasures realm. Now that the 100 Treasures realm was willing to make such a concession, they were very happy. If they made any more demands, then it would be too much. They weren't as ambitious as the lion race. They knew that it was impossible to become the ruler of Half-Beast Island. Because of this, they agreed with the 100 Treasures realm's idea of self-governance. However, they still wanted to see the 100 Treasures realm's attitude towards the lion race. It would be a lie to say that they didn't have any ambitions. They also didn't want to hand over their annual income to the 100 Treasures realm. The battle with the lion race became a touchstone for them. The patriarchs wanted to see how the 100 Treasures realm would deal with the lion race. If the 100 Treasures realm handles it well, then they would naturally become subordinates of the 100 Treasures realm. If they don't, then they wouldn't mind becoming independent. Looking at the patriarch's expressions, Hu Quan understood what they were thinking. Therefore, he opened his mouth and said, Mr. Muyu, Mr. Zhao Hai, we agree to the 100 Treasures realm's proposal in principle. However, this is a big matter. We need to return to our clans and discuss it with the elders. I wonder if the two of you agree. Muyu turned his head to look at Zhao Hai. Seeing that Zhao Hai didn't have any intention to speak, he nodded and said, all right, this isn't a trivial matter. Then I won't keep the patriarchs here. However, I hope to hear good news from you as soon as possible. As soon as Hu Quan and the others heard Muyu, they immediately stood up and gave a salute to Muyu and Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai opened his eyes and followed Muyu to send the patriarchs out of the Hell King's ship. After sending off the patriarchs, Muyu and Zhao Hai returned to the cabin. Muyu looked at Zhao Hai and frowned as he said, Zhao Hai, what do you think they're doing? They agree in principle, but they still need to discuss it. Isn't this just pushing the issue? What do they want to do? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, they want to see our attitude. The lion beast men are making a lot of trouble. Moreover, they even shouted that they want to be the kings of Half-Beast Island. If we don't make a strong counterattack, then their principal agreement would immediately change. Therefore, how we deal with the lion beast men is the key. They want to see the situation before making their next move. Muyu knit his brows and said, these guys are very cunning. Zhao Hai, what do you think we should do next? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, don't worry. For the lion race to be so arrogant, they must have something to rely on. We'll give them some time to prepare. Then we'll catch them all in one fell swoop. Muyu knit his brows and said, I'm afraid that would be difficult. Although Half-Beast Island is controlled by the 9 major beast races, they actually came from the same realm. But in order to enter the 10,000 realm battlefield, they were divided into 9 clans. Because of this, even if we drive the lion race out of the 10,000 realm battlefield, they would still be able to come back. Unlike the other realms, they wouldn't be able to come back for a long time after being driven out of the 10,000 realm battlefield. Zhao Hai's eyes shone as he said, that's even better. We'll use the lion race to establish our might. Not only do we have to deal with the lion race in the 10,000 realm battlefield, we also have to chase them to their realms and uproot them. Otherwise, nobody would be afraid of us. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Muyu couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "Can we do that? If we chase them to their realms, that would be their territory." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, we'll prepare some time. Then we'll give them a thunderous blow." Muyu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Do you really want to destroy the lion race? The lion race's population is quite large." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Muyu suddenly remembered the undead in Zhao Hai's hands. He didn't say anything. These undead in Zhao Hai's hands were obtained by him. Muyu knew that there were more than 100,000 of them. From this point, one could see how heavy Zhao Hai's killing intent was. Muyu smiled bitterly and said, "I really feel pity for the demon race. I was very polite to them back then, but they didn't pay attention to me at all. In the end, a killing star like you came. But now, I hope that they won't regret it." Muyu smiled bitterly and said, "Haha." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's nothing we can do about it. Brother you're going to be the leader of the 100 Treasures realm in the future. It's not good to be too murderous. Therefore, I can only do this." Muyu smiled and didn't speak. However, he always felt that Zhao Hai was more suitable than him to be in charge of the 100 Treasures realm. He just didn't say it out loud. Muyu didn't want to talk too much about this matter. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "I hope this matter will be resolved soon. I'm about to enter the immortal stage, but because of this matter, I can't. It's really hateful." Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "Soon. Once this matter is resolved, you can enter the immortal stage with peace of mind. When the time comes, the 100 Treasures realm will have another immortal stage elder. When I see you, I'll have to give you a salute and call you Elder Mu." Muyu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Scram. You don't salute me when you see me?" Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. 10 days passed, but Zhao Hai and the others didn't make a move. Aside from the lion race, the other 8 beast races also didn't come looking for Zhao Hai and the others. In these 10 days, the lion race's activities were very frequent. They were constantly contacting the other 8 realms. The other 8 realms were also tempted by this and made some small moves. All of this was seen by Zhao Hai, but he didn't make a move. He just wanted to see what these people would do. Most importantly, he wanted to know why the lion beast men would fight against the treasure vault. Zhao Hai didn't move. 10 days of surveillance allowed Zhao Hai to discover something. Human cultivators were in contact with the lion race. Moreover, they were supporting the lion race in their fight against the 100 Treasures realm. After Zhao Hai used his silver needle to track the cultivator, he discovered that the cultivator was someone sent by the realms adjacent to the 100 Treasures realm. This discovery surprised Zhao Hai. The 100 Treasures realm was currently allied with these realms. He didn't expect them to turn around and deal with the 100 Treasures realm. Sure enough, there were no true allies in the Cultivation realm. At this point, Zhao Hai already knew what the lion beast men were relying on. Naturally, he wouldn't be polite to the Sher clan. Moreover, 10 days had already passed. The demon beasts have already shown themselves, it's time for them to wake up. What surprised Zhao Hai was that the relationship between the fox race and the lion race was very stiff. Zhao Hai even knew that boss Silei said that as long as he becomes the king of Half-Beast Island, he would drive the fox race out of the island. Zhao Hai and Muyu were sitting in the cabin. Zhao Hai told Muyu about the information he collected. After listening, Muyu turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Are you going to make a move now?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Since those clowns have jumped onto the stage, then naturally we have to make a move. Hee, I really want to see what kind of expression those fellows would have if they knew that we destroyed the lion race." Muyu coldly snorted and said, "Those heartless bastards, sooner or later, we will exterminate them." Just as he was talking, a jade sword message flew in and arrived in front of Muyu. Muyu received the jade sword message and scanned it with his spiritual force. He couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Interesting. Ha ha ha. Come, Zhao Hai, take a look." Then he handed the jade sword message over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai took the jade sword message and scanned it with his spiritual force. He discovered that it was a jade sword message, and the person who sent it was actually Hu Quan. Zhao Hai handed the jade sword message over to Muyu, then he smiled faintly and said, "It seems like Hu Quan can't sit still. He's in a bad situation with Boss Silei, so he turned to us. But this is also good. We can raise the status of the fox race and let the G2A beast race know that it's better to follow the 100 Treasures realm. Muyu nodded, then he said, you've already told your plan to the realm. Elder Zhongzhe agreed to it. But in the end, it was decided by a meeting of the 10 elders. Master also participated. Right, Master also wanted me to pass on a message to you. He said that you haven't been quiet since you came back. You've been killing people and your killing intent is too heavy. He wants you to restrain yourself. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's too late for me to restrain myself. As a great realm, the person who controls it needs to be respected. Therefore, he needs to be fair and not have too much killing intent. Otherwise, people would tremble in fear and wouldn't dare get close to him. However, this person must have a blade in his hand, a blade that is extremely fast and stained with blood. Only then would he be able to intimidate the enemy. You are the person in charge, and I'm the blade. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, you're right. Muyu sighed, then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, Little Hai, I know what you're thinking. But remember, Big Brother isn't that kind of person. As long as it's for the sake of the 100 Treasures realm, I'm willing to do anything. Besides, we're brothers. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Brother you, I know what kind of person you are. But the 100 Treasures realm isn't yours, nor is it mine. There are a lot of things involved. If you really push me in, then the 100 Treasures realm would fall into chaos. Not to mention anything else, the people of the Mu faction wouldn't accept me. This is because in their eyes, I'm an outsider while you're the true successor of the Mu faction. This has been imprinted on you ever since you became Elder Mu's disciple. You can't change it even if you want to. Muyu sighed. He knew that Zhao Hai was telling the truth. Recently, more and more people from the Mu faction came looking for him. He also noticed this situation. Although he wanted to change it, he knew that he couldn't. Although he was the successor of the Mu faction, he didn't have the final say in the Mu faction. He still needed to consider all aspects. Zhao Hai looked at Muyu and smiled faintly as he said, Brother you, don't think too much about it. When will the immortal experts of the Lion Clan arrive? This time, we'll be moving in 2 directions. First, we'll send some immortal experts to infiltrate the lion race's base. Then we'll move from their base to Half-Beast Island and uproot the lion race. Even if we can't kill the lion race, we still need to kill their experts. The rest of the lion race can be handed over to the fox race. We'll make the fox race the most loyal dogs of the 100 Treasures realm. Muyu chuckled and said, Don't worry, the realm is already prepared. We can send immortal experts at any time. A total of 1,000 people. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, There's no need to be nervous. Although the lion race has a lot of immortal experts, they only number in the hundreds. It's easy to kill them all. Inform the realm to come, we're moving. Muyu nodded, then he took out a jade sword message and sent a message to the 100 Treasures realm. Before long, the Hell King's ship's transmission formation flashed as the immortal experts arrived. After these people arrived, Zhao Hai immediately led them to another transmission formation. He looked at the immortal experts and said, Elders, the place you're going to is outside the 10,000 realm battlefield, the territory of the lion race. There are less than 100 immortal experts there right now, but you need to send 500 people. It's not that the lion race is strong, but I'm afraid that the other races would send experts to help the lion race. Therefore, you need to send as many people as you can. Moreover, you need to take control of the transmission formations as soon as possible so that you can return. Destroy the other transmission formations as soon as possible so that the other races won't be able to help the lion race. Once you get there, I ask you to be merciful. Whether it's adults or children, whether they have the ability to resist or not, all of them must die. I will also send some undead. If you can't do it, then I'll have the undead do it. In short, kill them all. When the immortal experts heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They didn't expect Zhao Hai's killing intent to be this heavy. He actually wanted to kill everyone. Zhao Hai's killing intent was very heavy. However, the immortal experts still nodded. This time, they were ordered to listen to Zhao Hai's arrangements. And since they knew Zhao Hai's identity, they didn't have any complaints. Before long, 500 people were selected. The immortal experts were also selected. Zhao Hai turned his head to the other immortal experts and said, "Once the elders make their move, we'll make our move as well. Everyone, take the transmission formation to the lion race's headquarters. No matter which camp you see, don't hold back. Don't leave a single one alive." The lion race has 400 immortal experts on Half-Beast Island. 300 of them are from the lion race while the other 100 are human experts. You don't need to care about their identities, just kill them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry about them." The immortal experts nodded. Zhao Hai turned his head to Muyu and said, "Besides the immortal experts, the lion race also has 40,000 troops on Half-Beast Island. Leave them to me. In short, we must exterminate the lion race." Muyu nodded and said, "All right, you can rest assured. There are also 10,000 cultivators on the ship. They are all elites of the 100 Treasures realm. They have been suppressing their anger for a long time. Let them go all out." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, everyone will head to the Hell King's ship. I'll head there after that. Just like before, we'll head to the lion race's headquarters and occupy their transmission formation. Then we'll destroy it." Muyu nodded and said, "All right, leave it to me." After everything was arranged, Zhao Hai pointed at the two large transmission formations and said, "Let's begin." The immortal experts weren't in a hurry. After reaching the immortal stage, they were able to see through a lot of things. But as soon as Zhao Hai gave the order, they didn't delay and immediately stepped on the transmission formations. White light flashed as the two transmission formations activated. Groups of people disappeared from the transmission formations. Before long, the ordinary cultivators on the Hell King's ship also entered the transmission formation and headed towards the lion race's headquarters. Muyu went first, followed by Zhao Hai. The cultivators didn't make a sound, but their faces were filled with killing intent. These cultivators had been with Muyu for half of their time on Half-Beast Island. In the end, if they didn't go out with 100 people, they would be in danger. This kind of suffocating feeling was something that they had never experienced before. Now that they finally had a chance to take revenge, they were naturally anxious. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was standing next to the transmission formation with his eyes closed. Actually, he was paying attention to the situation in the lion race's headquarters. The operation in the lion race's headquarters went very smoothly. After all, there were 500 immortal experts there. First, they occupied the transmission formation. Then, they started a massacre. The immortal experts in the lion race's headquarters resisted. But because there were too few of them, their resistance was useless. They were already surrounded by the 100 Treasures Realm's immortal experts. At this time, Zhao Hai began to send undead to the lion race's headquarters. These undead were strong. Moreover, Zhao Hai gave them guns. Most importantly, Prisonheart was among the undead. Although Prisonheart had turned into an undead, his strength was still there. This time, Zhao Hai didn't want him to kill a lot of people. Instead, he wanted Prisonheart to guard the place. If something were to happen, then it would be much easier to deal with the situation with an expert like Prisonheart. These days, Boss Silei was both nervous and excited. He was nervous because he was afraid that the 100 Treasures realm would go all out to attack him. If that happens, then he wouldn't be able to beat the 100 Treasures realm. At the same time, he was excited because if he succeeds, then he would become the king of Half-Beast Island. When the human cultivators found him, Boss Silei was very happy. He trusted them because of their status. These human cultivators were representatives of the high-grade realms around the 100 Treasures realm. The reason why they wanted Boss Silei to go against the 100 Treasures realm was to cause chaos in Half-Beast Island. They wanted the 100 Treasures realm to have no time to deal with the 100 Treasures realm. At this point, the cultivators around the 100 Treasures realm could see that the 100 Treasures realm was getting stronger and stronger. If they don't find a way to deal with the 100 Treasures realm, then once the 100 Treasures realm's strength reaches a certain level, the 100 Treasures realm would definitely deal with them. It was because of this sense of crisis that these cultivators wholeheartedly wanted to deal with the 100 Treasures realm. Boss Silei was also very ambitious. Because of this, the two sides reached an agreement. The The high-grade realms would support the lion race while Boss Silei would go against the 100 Treasures realm. This plan was implemented not long after the 100 Treasures realm took over Half-Beast Island. Because of this, Muyu and the others found it difficult to do anything on Half-Beast Island. The first to deal with the 100 Treasures realm was the lion race. The lion race's prestige on Half-Beast Island was very high. Additionally, the other high-grade realms hated being ruled by other realms. Because of this, the high-grade realms were convinced by the lion race and agreed to deal with the 100 Treasures realm together. Naturally, the lion race didn't tell the other high-grade realms that they wanted independence. They just said that they wanted the 100 Treasures realm to implement autonomy on Half-Beast Island. This was what the other high-grade realms wanted, so they agreed. The beast races didn't have the support of high-grade realms, so they didn't have the ambition of the lion race. They didn't want to be on equal footing with the 100 Treasures realm. Boss Silei saw this point clearly, so he proposed autonomy for Half-Beast Island instead of independence. It wasn't that the high-grade realms didn't think about supporting the beast races at the same time and having them cause trouble for the 100 Treasures realm. Before the high-grade realms contacted the lion race, they already sent people to investigate the beast races. Among the beast races, the lion race was the strongest. Naturally, they were also the most ambitious. The other beast races didn't have such ambitions. If they rashly contacted the other beast races and told them to become independent, then the other beast races might inform the 100 Treasures realm about this. If that happens, their plan would be ruined. Because of this concern, the high-grade realms only contacted the lion race. They didn't support the lion race in becoming the king of Half-Beast Island. This was why Boss Silei readily agreed. The temptation of being the king of Half-Beast Island was too great for Boss Silei. He already wanted the beast races to become independent and not be controlled by the human race. Now that he had the support of the other high-grade realms, he was naturally happy. Originally, he thought that the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't allow the beast races to be autonomous. He didn't expect the 100 Treasures realm to agree because of Zhao Hai's proposal. Boss Silei knew that once the 100 Treasures realm did this, the other beast races would certainly agree. His dream of being the king of Half-Beast Island would be shattered. It was precisely because of this idea that Boss Silei was so impolite when he went to see Muyu. He even quarreled with Hu Quan in the cabin and blurted out his ambition. In fact, at that time, Boss Silei was already in a mess. But this gave Zhao Hai an opportunity to see his true face. Zhao Hai didn't expect that Boss Silei would be able to see his true face. After returning to the headquarters, Boss Silei knew that this matter wouldn't end well. Therefore, he immediately sent a letter to the high-grade realms supporting him. At the same time, he transferred the experts of the lion race to the 10,000 realm battlefield in preparation for the war against the 100 Treasures realm. While making these preparations, he also sent people to persuade the other major demon clans to join in the great cause of demon clan independence. However, it was clear that the other beast races weren't interested in Boss Silei's proposal to be the king of Half-Beast Island. Therefore, they only perfunctorily accepted the proposal. At the same time, the other beast races were also observing the 100 Treasures realm. If the 100 Treasures realm's attack on the lion race doesn't go well, then they wouldn't mind declaring independence. The one who reacted the most intensely was Hu Quan. Hu Quan was humiliated by Boss Silei in front of so many people, so he couldn't just let it go. Therefore, he directly drove away the messenger sent by Boss Silei. It was precisely because of this matter that Boss Silei said that if he became the king of Half-Beast Island, he would destroy the fox race. Hu Quan didn't care about this matter. Who knows how these words reached Hu Quan's ears? Because of this, Hu Quan told Muyu. Hu Quan's purpose in doing this was to force the 100 Treasures realm to send troops. He didn't expect the 100 Treasures realm to eliminate the lion race. He just wanted the 100 Treasures realm to teach the lion race a lesson and weaken their strength. This way, the lion race wouldn't be able to deal with the fox race. What Boss Silei didn't expect was that the high-grade realms that supported him were now very afraid of the 100 Treasures realm. Not only did they send him a lot of supplies, they also sent more than 100 immortal experts to guard him. In addition to the immortal experts, there was also an army of 20,000 cultivators. Otherwise, Boss Silei's strength wouldn't have reached this level. It was for this reason that Zhao Hai specifically told the immortal experts to not be polite and just kill them. With this strength in his hands, Boss Xiliai was confident that he could challenge the 100 Treasures realm. And with the 100 Treasures realm not making any moves in the past 10 days, Boss Xiliai became complacent. In his opinion, the 100 Treasures realm was afraid of him and didn't dare to provoke him. Naturally, Boss Xiliai felt complacent. At the same time, it gave birth to a heroic spirit that could sweep across the world. At this time, Boss Xiliai was thinking about how to deal with the fox race. In his opinion, dealing with the fox race wouldn't only allow the other high-grade beast races to see his strength, it would also be a demonstration to the 100 Treasures realm. While Boss Xiliai was thinking about this, the sound of fighting was suddenly heard outside. Boss Xiliai stared, then he angrily shouted, "Who dares to cause trouble in my lion race's territory?" Boss Xiliai always wanted to be an emperor. In his opinion, an emperor doesn't need to use his spiritual force to investigate. Doing so would be beneath his status. Therefore, whenever he needed to do something, he would just order his subordinates to do it. Just as he shouted, a lion race person ran in from the outside. He knelt in front of Boss Xiliai and said, "Patriarch, it's bad. The 100 Treasures realm is attacking." Hearing the lion race person, Boss Xiliai couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "How did they get in? Quickly, have people guard the defensive formation." He thought that the 100 Treasures realm was attacking the lion race's defensive formation. As soon as the lion race person heard Boss Xiliai, he scowled and said, "Patriarch, the 100 Treasures realm entered through the transmission formation. The first ones to enter were their immortal experts. As soon as they entered, they occupied the transmission formation. Now, there's a steady stream of immortal experts coming in through the transmission formation." Boss Xiliai's expression changed as he said, "Then what are we waiting for? Gather all the immortal experts. We must take back the transmission formation." After he said that, his figure moved and flew away. He no longer looked as calm as before. When Boss Xiliai came out of his cave residence, he discovered that the immortal experts of the lion race were already heading towards the transmission formation. From time to time, sounds of fighting could be heard from the transmission formation. The sounds were very loud. Moreover, spiritual chi was overflowing. It can be seen that both sides were experts. Boss Xiliai didn't think too much as he flew towards the transmission formation. After arriving, he discovered that the transmission formation was already occupied by the immortal experts of the 100 Treasures realm. Aside from the transmission formation that sent the people of the 100 Treasures realm to the headquarters, the other transmission formations have been destroyed. Seeing this, Boss Xiliai felt like his head was about to explode. He knew what this meant. Without these transmission formations, it would be impossible for him to get reinforcements. Moreover, even if he wanted to run, he wouldn't be able to leave the 10,000 realm battlefield and return to the 10,000 demon realms base. If he flew, then the 100 Treasures realm would catch up to him sooner or later and kill him. Boss Xiliai's eyes turned red as he roared towards the sky. Then, his body swayed and turned into a huge golden lion. This lion was extremely huge, with bulging muscles and thick hair. It was awe-inspiring without being angry. This lion was Boss Xiliai's true body. Beasts were at their strongest in their true form. This time, Boss Xiliai was really angry. He immediately used his true body. The other immortal experts of the lion race did the same. The pressure on the people of the 100 Treasures realm increased greatly. However, after 500 immortal experts arrived at the transmission formation, the situation slowly stabilized. Then Muyu and the other ordinary cultivators arrived in batches. Because the immortal experts of the lion race were already entangled with each other, they didn't have time to deal with the ordinary cultivators of the 100 Treasures realm. This allowed Muyu and the others to enter the headquarters and fight against the lion race. However, because Muyu and the others didn't have enough people, they could only defend the transmission formation. And with the help of several immortal experts, they didn't suffer too many casualties. It was impossible for more than 10,000 people to arrive at the lion race's headquarters in a short period of time. Fortunately, the 100 Treasures realm had more immortal experts than the lion race. They were also able to spare some immortal experts to take care of Muyu and the others. Otherwise, Muyu and the others would be in more danger. After more than an hour, more than 10,000 people from the Hundred Treasures realm arrived at the lion race's headquarters. At this time, the entire lion race headquarters was in chaos. Muyu followed Zhao Hai's instructions and destroyed the transmission formation. He wasn't worried that Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to come over. After all, Zhao Hai was a spatial divergent ability user. He had plenty of ways to come over. Sure enough, just as Muyu destroyed the transmission formation, Zhao Hai appeared in the lion race's headquarters. As soon as he appeared, he immediately released his large artifacts, sword shuttles, and a large number of undead. At the same time, he also released the old turtle to attack the lion race. The lion beastmen were stunned by Zhao Hai's attack. They had never seen such a fierce attack before, so they couldn't react for a while. Additionally, Zhao Hai's large artifacts were very powerful. The undead were armed with rifles, the sword shuttles, and the turtle were also present. The lion beastmen couldn't block Zhao Hai's attack. They were sent into a state of chaos. There was no way for them to escape. Some of the lion beastmen and cultivators from other realms also wanted to run. In their opinion, the lion race's stronghold was very big. It was impossible for Zhao Hai to surround the entire stronghold. It was still possible for them to escape from other places. Cultivators cherished their lives very much. When they discovered that they couldn't do anything, they would naturally prioritize their lives. However, they soon discovered that they were wrong. When these people rushed out of the lion race's headquarters, they discovered that the lion race's headquarters was filled with undead armed with rifles. As soon as they came out, they were shot to death. Not a single one of them managed to escape. The people inside the headquarters didn't know about this. Zhao Hai didn't want them to know. Those who were shot to death had already been turned into undead by Zhao Hai. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was standing on the back of the old turtle as he rampaged through the lion race's headquarters. Even if he encountered an immortal expert, he wouldn't be polite. The old turtle was already stronger than immortal experts. Now that it was fully armored, it wasn't afraid at all. None of the immortal experts could last more than 10 moves against it. Along with Zhao Hai were the large artifacts. There were also a lot of undead standing on top of the large artifacts. The guns of these undead weren't to be trifled with. With the addition of the large artifacts, cannons and sword shuttles, the entire Lion clan's headquarters was in a mess. Before Zhao Hai appeared, Mu Yao and the others were having a hard time resisting. But after Zhao Hai appeared, the lion race became chaotic. The pressure on Muyu and the others lessened. When they saw Zhao Hai slaughtering the lion race's army, they couldn't help but shout in excitement. They brandished their artifacts and charged forward. In the past, whether it was the lion race or the other high-grade realms, they knew that Zhao Hai's large artifacts were powerful. But because they hadn't fought with Zhao Hai, they couldn't imagine how powerful Zhao Hai's large artifacts were. Now that they knew, they would rather never know. The hellish scene made it so that even if they turned into ghosts, they would still be killed. Naturally, in the end, they would turn into ghosts and become undead in Zhao Hai's hands. Although the immortal experts of the Hundred Treasures realm had fought alongside Zhao Hai before, this was the first time that Zhao Hai felt Zhao Hai's strength from such a close distance. The large artifacts and sword shuttles that were as flexible as fish were too shocking. Many immortal experts looked at Zhao Hai with complicated expressions. These people were all experts of the Hundred Treasures realm. As immortal experts, their perception and vision weren't something that severed soul experts could compare to. Although Zhao Hai seems to be at the severed soul stage, these immortal experts were certain that his true strength had reached the immortal stage. If Zhao Hai's large artifacts were included, then these immortal experts were certain that they would be the ones to be slaughtered by Zhao Hai. What surprised them the most was Zhao Hai's turtle. These people were all elders of the Hundred Treasures realm, so they knew about Zhao Hai. They knew that the turtle was captured by Zhao Hai in the Sea of Clouds. Later on, Zhao Hai gave the turtle an armor. To be honest, they didn't believe that the turtle was strong at first. But now, they were convinced. Just now, they saw the turtle attack. An immortal expert from the lion race couldn't even last 10 rounds against the turtle before he was slapped to death. This kind of fighting strength was terrifying. The battle continued, but everyone knew that the lion race was finished. Even if the remaining 4 great realms joined forces, they wouldn't be able to save the lion race. Although the lion race were still resisting, it was only because they wanted to live longer. They wanted to find a way to escape. This was because the lion race discovered that the 100 Treasures realm didn't accept captives and didn't accept anyone who surrendered. Therefore, the lion race who surrendered were killed. This was also the reason why the lion race were still resisting. If they didn't resist, they would only die faster. The immortal experts couldn't help but be shaken by Zhao Hai's actions. This time, the lion race might not be able to survive in the future. Zhao Hai's actions caused the immortal experts to be shaken once again. Ruthless, this was the impression that the immortal experts had of Zhao Hai. In their minds, Zhao Hai was a gentle person who always had a smile on his face. Although he could be described as ruthless, in the eyes of the immortal experts, this was normal. If he wasn't ruthless to his enemies, who would he be ruthless to? But this time, they saw another side of Zhao Hai. Ruthless wasn't enough to describe Zhao Hai. A ruthless person wasn't necessarily a cold-blooded person. This was because even if you were ruthless, you wouldn't do anything to those who didn't resist. However, Zhao Hai was different. This time, in order to establish his prestige, in order to make the demon race submit, he didn't even leave a single one of them alive. Naturally, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that he sent people to the lion race's lair. He wanted to cut off the roots of the lion race. This was something that the lion race couldn't do. Moreover, Zhao Hai had already made it clear to the immortal experts who were attacking the lion race's nest. Regardless of whether the lion race had the ability to resist, they shouldn't let them go. This was Zhao Hai's most cold-blooded action. It was impossible for any race to not have children. Children were also the most vulnerable period. Even if one was a supreme expert, they would still be an ordinary child when they were still children. Any random cultivator would be able to take their life. Zhao Hai's order was clearly aimed at the children who didn't have the strength to resist. He wanted the immortal experts to understand that they shouldn't be polite to the children. To be honest, when the immortal experts heard this, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their backs. How many years has it been in the 10,000 realm battlefield? Even when two races fought, the enmity between them would be resolved in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Driving the other side out of the battlefield was considered a victory. Naturally, the beast race on Half-Beast Island was somewhat strange. They were a group of races that came from the 10,000 beast realm to the 10,000 realm battlefield. If Zhao Hai didn't act ruthlessly, then the lion race would rise from the ashes. At that time, the situation would become more troublesome. But Zhao Hai's cold-blooded approach made the immortal experts apprehensive. No matter what the immortal experts thought, the battle in the lion race's headquarters was nearing its end. Everyone from the 100 Treasures realm participated in the encirclement of the lion race and the other high-grade realms. Originally, some of the immortal experts were afraid that the lion race would run away. But when they flew to the lion race's headquarters, they discovered that the headquarters had been completely surrounded. Not to mention a person, even a mosquito wouldn't be able to escape. Seeing this, the immortal experts couldn't help but sigh. They sighed at Zhao Hai's meticulousness. At the same time, they also sighed at Zhao Hai's ruthlessness. The battle lasted for about 6 hours. In the lion race's headquarters, there were no cultivators who weren't from the 100 Treasures realm. All of them were killed and turned into undead. Zhao Hai waved his hand as all the undead were taken back. At this time, the Hell King's ship flashed with white light as the cultivators who went to the lion race's headquarters returned one by one. The expressions of these cultivators weren't very good. However, they didn't suffer any losses. After all, they were immortal experts. Moreover, the lion race's headquarters was still empty. There was no one who could hurt them. The reason why these people's expressions weren't good was because of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai sent a large number of undead to the lion race's headquarters to clean it up. That's right, clean up. The immortal experts thought that the word clean up was more appropriate. This was because the undead didn't care about the elderly, children, and the like. As long as the lion race's headquarters were alive, they would be slaughtered. Seeing the undead killing the lion race's children one by one, the immortal experts couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spine. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so ruthless. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about the lion race's headquarters. He didn't take them to the space. There was no need to do so. the lion race weren't strong, so it was useless to take them to the space. At the very least, they could be used as a deterrent to the enemy. After everyone arrived at the lion race's headquarters, Zhao Hai looked at the immortal experts and didn't say anything. He just smiled faintly and said, "I thank the elders. Elders, please take a rest inside the Hell King's ship." Zhao Hai looked at the immortal experts and smiled. Looking at Zhao Hai's gentle smile, the immortal experts couldn't help but feel their hearts turn cold. They had seen a lot of people kill people. But this was the first time they saw someone like Zhao Hai who didn't care about the destruction of an entire race. The immortal experts didn't want to stay with Zhao Hai any longer. They directly returned to the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters through the Hell King's ship's transmission formation. In any case, they had already finished their business in the 100 Treasures Realm. After sending off the elders, Zhao Hai and Mu Xian took the other cultivators and left the lion race's headquarters on the Hell King's ship. They believed that what happened in the lion race's headquarters would be known by the other beast races. When the time comes, they would take the initiative to come. If they don't, then Zhao Hai would send a message. He didn't believe that they wouldn't come. It must be said that the 100 Treasures Realm had a base on Half-Beast Island. This base was left behind by the Divergent Realm. However, it could only be regarded as a base, not a camp. At the very least, a camp would have some defensive formations. Aside from a few dilapidated cave residences, there was nothing else. The Divergent Realm hadn't sent people to the base for a long time. It was for this reason that Muyu and the others stayed on the Hell King's ship after arriving at Half-Beast Island. But because they stayed on the Hell King's ship, the beast races didn't cause too much damage to them. At this time, Zhao Hai and Muyu were standing on the deck of the Hell King's ship. The ship was flying at a leisurely pace. It didn't look like it just went through a battle. Muyu suddenly turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, when do you think the other beast races will come looking for us?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I think it'll be soon. Moreover, the first to find us will be the fox race. The fox race is truly worthy of being called the fox race. They're as smart as a fox. When they sent the letter last time, besides reminding us, they were also dissatisfied with the lion race. They didn't want the lion race to deal with them. They bet that we would win in the end. I have to congratulate them, they made the right bet. But in the future, they will become the most loyal dog of the 100 Treasures Realm. They will bite people. It's impossible for them to be as smooth as they are now." Muyu smiled faintly and said, "Half-Beast Island will belong to the 100 Treasures Realm. In the future. After this incident, I believe that no beast race would dare to resist us." Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "When it's time to hate, it's time to hate. If we kill them now, it'll save us a lot of trouble. Moreover, it's better for those guys to die than for the people of the 100 Treasures Realm to die." Muyu patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "But from now on, I'm afraid that your reputation as a cold-blooded killer will spread. Can't you see it? Those immortal experts are looking at you strangely. I can see a trace of fear in their eyes." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Isn't that good? How awe-inspiring. People will be afraid of you no matter where you go." Muyu sighed. He felt sorry for Zhao Hai. The reason why Zhao Hai rushed to give the order was to carry the reputation of being a cold-blooded killer. This way, Muyu's reputation would be preserved. This was equivalent to Zhao Hai taking all the blame and leaving all the benefits to Muyu. How could Muyu not sigh? Although it was said that others were afraid of you and looked very awe-inspiring, at the same time, others were also afraid of you and avoided you. In the end, you might not even have a friend. This was the reason why many cultivators didn't want to bear the reputation of being cold-blooded and murderous. Even some devil cultivators didn't want such a reputation. Zhao Hai carried this reputation for Muyu and the 100 Treasures Realm. This made Muyu feel sorry for Zhao Hai. However, he didn't know how to compensate Zhao Hai. The 100 Treasures Realm was no longer under his control. Even if he wanted to compensate Zhao Hai, he wasn't qualified to do so. Now, Muyu only hoped that he could become an immortal expert as soon as possible and gain more power. When the time comes, he would be able to compensate Zhao Hai. Hu Quan sat in his own cave. He held 2 jade sword messages in his hands, but his expression was blurred with a trace of fear. Soon after, the fear became more and more apparent. In the end, he was sweating profusely. The 2 jade sword messages in Hu Quan's hand were sent to him by his people. One came from the Lion Race's headquarters in the 10,000 Realm battlefield, while the other came from the Lion Race's headquarters in the 10,000 realm. Although there were 2 letters, the contents of the letters were the same. There was only one content: the Lion Race had been destroyed. This wasn't an empty statement, the Lion Race was truly destroyed. The Lion Race's headquarters in the 10,000 Realm battlefield was destroyed and all the lions were missing. In the 10,000 realm, the Lion Race's headquarters was destroyed and everyone was killed. Whether it was adults or children, no one was left alive. Even the beasts raised by the Lion Race were killed. Seeing this report, Hu Quan couldn't believe it at first. He asked again and finally got a positive answer. But it was precisely because of this answer that he was afraid. He now remembered Zhao Hai's face, the face that always had a gentle smile on it. Zhao Hai's words weren't heavy, he only said that he would personally visit the Lion Race when the time comes. In his mind, it was only to teach the Lion Race a lesson. However, he didn't expect that the Lion Race would be exterminated in the end. Zhao Hai didn't think that the Lion Race would be exterminated. This was the extermination of an entire race. There were almost no survivors of the Lion Race. Even if there were a few survivors, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Moreover, it would be best for these people to find a place to hide. Otherwise, the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't let them go. Ferocious, too ferocious. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, no one had ever heard of a race being exterminated like this. However, Hu Quan was certain that he was the first one to receive this news. This was because he and the Lion Race were at odds recently. Boss Xiliai even said that he would deal with the Fox Race. Hu Quan was afraid that Boss Xiliai would plot against him, so he paid a lot of attention to the Lion Race. In the Jade Sword message, the Fox Race person mentioned how Zhao Hai destroyed the Lion Race in the 10,000 realm battlefield. They actually rushed into the Lion Race's camp and surrounded it with countless undead. As for what happened inside, the Fox Race person didn't know. However, when the undead disappeared, the entire Lion Race camp was destroyed. Not a single lion was left, not even a corpse was left. Hu Quan knew why there weren't any corpses, it was because of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was a dark mage, he can turn people into undead, this was something that everyone knew. Now that the Lion clan members were killed, they were turned into undead. Thinking of this, Hu Quan couldn't help but sweat. After some time, he jumped up and loudly said, "Get ready, I'm going to see Mr. Muyu immediately." Zhao Hai and Muyu leisurely moved forward. The two were sitting on the deck of the Hell King's ship, drinking tea and chatting. Zhao Hai knew that there were people watching them, but he didn't care. He had already seen Hu Quan's reaction. Now that Hu Quan was rushing towards them, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. Muyu took a sip of the tea, then he sighed and said, "Bu Hai, your tea is really good. It's even better than the cloudfruit wine. The cloudfruit wine is good for cultivation, but your tea is good for spiritual force. It's a good thing." Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "I've been studying under teacher for a long time. I've been relying on this tea. It's good now, I've finally reached the small success stage." Muyu nodded and said, "No wonder I feel that you're getting better and better at using large artifacts. So it's because of this. Good. But Zhao Hai, you should also focus on your cultivation and enter the immortal stage as soon as possible. That's the most important thing." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'm still early. You need to hurry up. You're just one step away from the immortal stage. The earlier you enter the immortal stage, the better it will be for the 100 Treasures realm." Muyu chuckled and said, "I've been busy with Half-Beast Island recently. Once I'm done, I'll immediately go into seclusion. I believe that I'll be able to enter the immortal stage at that time." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Did the battle help you enter the immortal stage? If it does, then that's good. Otherwise, you don't need to rush into seclusion. It's best if you go out and train." Muyu thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "Now that you mention it, I've gained a lot of benefits from this battle. I also discovered that if I just cultivate now, I won't be able to help much. It's time for me to go out and train." Muyu nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Let's go out and relax." "All right, they're coming." After he said that, Zhao Hai turned his head and looked into the distance. A group of people could be seen flying towards them. Muyu turned his head and saw that it was Hu Quan and the others. Before long, Hu Quan arrived outside the Hell King's ship. The ship also stopped. This time, Hu Quan didn't bring too many people, only about 100. He stopped outside the ship and then flew towards Zhao Hai and Muyu as he bowed and said, Hu Quan has seen Mr. Muyu and Mr. Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Patriarch Hu, you're here. Please come and have a seat. Between Zhao Hai and Muyu, there was a small table with a tea set on it. Zhao Hai and Muyu were sitting on a cloud at both ends of the table, leisurely drinking tea. When Hu Quan saw Zhao Hai's smile, he didn't know why but he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He quickly nodded and then carefully stepped onto the Hell King's ship. After arriving at the small table, Zhao Hai took out a transforming cloud and invited Hu Quan to sit down. Hu Quan panicked as he thanked Zhao Hai. Then he carefully sat on the transforming cloud. Zhao Hai picked up the teapot on the small table and poured a cup of tea for Hu Quan. This scared Hu Quan. He quickly stood up and said, I wouldn't dare trouble Mr. I'll do it myself. Seeing an immortal expert acting like this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but chuckle as he said, Patriarch Hu, there's no need to be nervous. Sit down. Just because you delivered the letter, the 100 Treasures realm won't treat you unfairly. Hu Quan thanked Zhao Hai and then sat down. Then he said, Mr. is overpraising me. This is what I should do. Although this lowly one wants Half-Beast Island to be autonomous, I have no intention of breaking away from the 100 Treasures realm. I ask the two misters to understand. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, we believe in this. The lion race originally didn't have any ambitions, but someone provoked them. Those people don't want the 100 Treasures realm to develop. They wanted the lion race to cause trouble for the 100 Treasures realm. Unfortunately, they chose the wrong person. The lion race isn't qualified to cause trouble for the 100 Treasures realm. It would be better if they chose the 5 great realms. Unfortunately, the 5 great realms aren't people that they can move. Muyu chuckled and said, they can move the 5 great realms? Dream on. Even if they can move the 5 great realms, they wouldn't be able to cause us much trouble. Those people are looking down on the 100 Treasures realm. Zhao Hai smiled and said, they suffered heavy losses in the Cloud Sea territory. On the other hand, we didn't suffer any losses. Naturally, we're stronger than before. Now that they're using this method to deal with us, it seems like if we have the time, we should go and deal with them. What do you think, brother Yu? Muyu smiled faintly and said, let's wait for an opportunity. As long as the opportunity comes, it wouldn't be too late to deal with them. Those fellows must have felt that something was wrong. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let the lion race drag us down. Although the two seemed to be chatting casually, they were actually knocking on Hu Quan's head. Naturally, Hu Quan couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. He now understood why Boss Xilei was so bold. Hu Quan knew that Boss Xilei was in contact with other cultivators, but he didn't think about it. He didn't expect Boss Xilei to be this bold. Now it seems like Boss Xilei's courage wasn't small. No wonder the 100 Treasures realm was so ruthless towards the lion race. Zhao Hai looked at Hu Quan and said, Patriarch Hu, Half-Beast Island can be autonomous. However, we need you to establish an alliance leader. In the future, we will directly instruct this alliance leader. This alliance leader will then instruct the other beasts. The elders of the realm have decided that you, Patriarch Hu, should be the most suitable alliance leader. Hearing Zhao Hai, Hu Quan's expression couldn't help but change. However, it wasn't because he was happy, but rather because he had a dignified expression. Others might think that this was an opportunity, but Hu Quan didn't think so. If he really became the alliance leader, and this position was given to him by the 100 Treasures realm, then it would mean that he would be completely loyal to the 100 Treasures realm. When the time comes, all the beast races on Half-Beast Island would look down on him. However, this also meant that the 100 Treasures realm would become the fox race's backer. This was very good for the fox race. Moreover, if Hu Quan didn't agree, then he might offend the 100 Treasures realm or Zhao Hai. The consequences of that weren't something he could bear. In just a blink of an eye, Hu Quan figured out what was going on. He stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai and Muyu as he said, I thank the two misters for your consideration. If the two misters are interested, then Hu Quan is willing to become the alliance leader and serve the 100 Treasures realm. When Zhao Hai heard Hu Quan, he couldn't help but chuckle and said, Patriarch who is really a smart person. You can rest assured that we will make you the Patriarch. However, your authority as the Patriarch isn't very big, but it isn't small either. If someone challenges your authority, you need to suppress them. If you can't, then there's still us. As long as you're loyal to the 100 Treasures realm, you won't be short on benefits. The Fox clan will certainly become the strongest clan on Half-Beast Island. But if you dare to go against us or deceive us, then don't blame us for being impolite. Zhao Hai nodded and said, You're right. Hu Quan quickly replied, I wouldn't dare. Misters can rest assured, Hu Quan will definitely be loyal to the 100 Treasures realm. I won't let anything happen to Half-Beast Island. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned his head to the distance and saw several black dots quickly approaching. He chuckled, then he turned to Mu Yu and said, Brother Yu, it seems like those fellows couldn't sit still. But they seem to be a bit late. Mu Yu nodded, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Brother Yu, it seems like those fellows couldn't sit still. But they seem to be late. Mu Yu smiled faintly and said, Forget it, it's not worth wasting time on them. Let them go. Zhao Hai nodded and nodded. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the sea of clouds in front of him. He was now in the hidden cloud village. The scenery in the village was getting better and better. At this point, half of the people living in the village were from the 100 Treasures realm. Moreover, they were very used to living here. Besides their appearance, they were basically Cloudsea realm cultivators. The other half were Cloudsea realm cultivators. These Cloudsea realm cultivators were now very strong. Their cloud beasts had been upgraded several times, making them very strong. Naturally, the Cloudsea realm cultivators were also very strong. Most of these Cloudsea realm cultivators were now transcending tribulation experts. They were still doing missions every day. Some missions were for the Cloudsea territory while some were for the 10,000 realm battlefield. At this point, the Cloudsea realm cultivators were very familiar with the 10,000 realm battlefield. Zhao Hai came to the Cloudsea territory this time to take a look. A lot of places in the Cloudsea territory have been recorded in the Spaces map. However, Zhao Hai still wanted to take a look. Mu Yu had already gone out to train. Although he was in the 10,000 realm battlefield, Zhao Hai didn't know where Mu Yu went. This trial was very important for Mu Yu. Whether he could reach the immortal stage depended on this trial. Tang Jia stood beside Zhao Hai. Although he was still in charge of the hidden cloud village, he didn't stay here most of the time. Therefore, he didn't know as much as Zhao Hai about the village. Because Mu Yu was busy reaching the immortal stage in the past 2 years while Zhao Hai was studying in the divergent realm, Tang Jia was in charge of everything in the 100 Treasures realm. Tang Jia's progress was very obvious. Besides his cultivation, he also improved in handling people. Tang Jia was no longer as arrogant as he used to be. Tang Jia turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, you're now famous. All the high-grade realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield have given you a nickname, the Hell King. Ha ha ha. I heard that this nickname came from the world of cultivation. Now, Tang Jia also started to call Zhao Hai Brother Hai. But he wasn't used to it. To be honest, he admired Zhao Hai very much. Zhao Hai reached where he was today step by step under his watch. Moreover, he didn't use any tricks, he relied on his own strength. How could he not admire him? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly as he nodded and said, Right. I originally had such a nickname in the world of cultivation. I didn't expect them to use it here. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and nodded. Tang Jia laughed and said, Who told Brother Hai to be so ruthless? You exterminated the lion race. Such a thing has never happened in the 10,000 realm battlefield. But you did it. I admire you. Zhao Hai gave him a bad look and said, If I don't exterminate them, they'll just be a scourge. Half-Beast Island is very good right now. The fox race is in charge of the beast races. Moreover, I've already ordered the fox race to hunt down the remaining lions. I also ordered the other beast races to give them a death sentence for harboring lions. I want to exterminate the lion race and teach those who dare to oppose the 100 Treasures realm a lesson. Tang Jia nodded and said, I choose Brother Hai's method. Those fellows need to be taught a lesson. It's not only Half-Beast Island that has become obedient, even the subordinate realms have become obedient. Brother Hai, you don't know, but there are a lot of people who idolize you right now. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, what's so good about me? Now that Brother Yu is back, I'm afraid he'll become an immortal expert. He's the idol of the 100 Treasures realm. Tang Jia shook his head and said, that's not the same. Brother Yu has been the focus of cultivation ever since he was young. Everyone admires him because of his strength. However, everyone thinks that it's because of his good environment. You, on the other hand, are different. You ascended from the lower realms. Step by step, you made it to where you are now. This is why everyone admires you the most. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, it doesn't matter if they admire me or not. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, the people from the other realms might say something about me. In any case, I don't care. They can say whatever they want, I don't care. Tang Jia chuckled as he looked at Zhao Hai with admiration. Then he said, I heard the elders say that they want to teach the other high-grade realms a lesson because of the lion race. Brother Hai, what do you think? Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, it's good to teach them a lesson. Otherwise, they won't be obedient. The strength of the 100 Treasures realm isn't something that those guys can compare to. If we don't show them our fangs, they would never know what's going on. Tang Jia nodded, then with an indignant expression he said, those guys don't know what's good for them. If we don't provoke them, they should be thanking the heavens. Now that they're provoking us, we should teach them a lesson. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, forget it, you don't need to worry about this matter. Let the higher-ups decide. As for the Cloud Sea territory, I think we'll have to take our time. As he said that, a jade sword message suddenly flew over and stopped in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stared, then he took the jade sword message and scanned it with his spiritual force. Then his expression changed as he said, the realm wants me to return immediately. They said that there's an emergency. I'll go back and take a look. Tang Jia nodded. Alright, I'll stay here for a few more days. To be honest, I really miss this place. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then turned around and left. Tang Jia smiled faintly, then turned around and left. When Zhao Hai returned to the headquarters and arrived at the conference hall, he heard Zhongzai's voice, Little Hai, come in. Zhao Hai nodded and then went inside. After entering the conference hall, Zhao Hai found that in addition to Zhongzai and the other 4 elders, there were also 2 monks sitting in the hall. The 2 monks were wearing gray robes and had a medium build. They looked ordinary, but their faces had a thick layer of gold. They stood there with their eyes closed, as if they were asleep. Zhao Hai looked at the 2 monks, then he turned to Zhongzai and the other elders and gave a salute. Zhongzai's expression wasn't good, he waved his hand and then said to Zhao Hai, Little Hai, these 2 grandmasters are eminent monks from the Buddhist realm. They came here specifically to see you. Zhao Hai stared, then he turned his head to the 2 monks and cupped his fist as he said, Zhao Hai has seen the 2 grandmasters. May I know why the 2 grandmasters came to see me? The older of the 2 monks finally opened his eyes. His gaze was like cold lightning as he looked at Zhao Hai. Although it wasn't an attack, his gaze was very bad. Although Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of him, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't know how he offended the Buddhist realm. It must be known that the Buddhist realm was one of the 5 great realms. They were very powerful. In the past, Zhao Hai couldn't afford to offend them. Moreover, he didn't have any interactions with the Buddhist realm. All the Buddhist cultivators he met were from the world of cultivation. The Buddhist cultivators from the world of cultivation didn't seem to have any relationship with the Buddhist cultivators from the Buddhist realm. Why was this monk looking at him like this? When the monk saw that Zhao Hai wasn't moved by his gaze, his eyes couldn't help but flash. Then he said, Benefactor Zhao Hai, we came to see you today to ask for 2 things. Zhao Hai stared, then he asked, May I know what the Grandmaster wants? The monk replied, I want Zhao Hai's Buddhist cultivation method as well as your artifact. As soon as the monk's words came out, Zhongzai and the others' expressions changed. They stared at the 2 monks with ill intentions. They didn't know what Zhao Hai's cultivation method was, but they knew that Zhao Hai's artifact was a powerful artifact. These 2 monks actually dared to open their mouths and ask for it. Based on what? Zhao Hai's face showed a smile as he looked at the two monks and said, these two things seem to be my secrets. I don't know why the Grandmaster wants them. Humph. The other young monk coldly snorted and opened his eyes. What was strange was that his eyes were red. Moreover, they were filled with a murderous aura. This kind of gaze would only appear in the eyes of devil cultivators. How could it appear in the eyes of a monk? Based on the fact that you're cultivating a cultivation method of our Buddhist realm and the magic tool you're using is also a lost treasure of our Buddhist realm, is that enough? The young monk spoke. His voice was sonorous and powerful, like the ringing of a bronze bell. Zhao Hai looked at the young monk and smiled. Grandmaster, why do you say that my cultivation method must be a Buddhist cultivation method? Why do you say that my artifact is a lost artifact of the Buddhist realm? Do the two Grandmasters have any evidence? My words are the evidence. Zhao Hai, do you dare say that your cultivation method isn't a Buddhist cultivation method? The young monk said overbearingly. Zhao Hai was too lazy to look at him as he said, the two Grandmasters have misunderstood. In fact, the Buddhist realm is a branch of the world of cultivation under the 100 Treasures realm. Your Buddhist realm should have submitted to the 100 Treasures realm. The expressions of the two monks changed. The young monk coldly snorted and said, nonsense. Zhao Hai's expression changed as he coldly said, the two of you may say that I'm talking nonsense, but my words are the evidence. Do you dare say that your cultivation method isn't a Buddhist cultivation method? When Zhao Hai said this, the two monks didn't say anything for a long time. Zhao Hai was clearly using their spear to attack their shield. They couldn't retaliate even if they wanted to. The young monk's expression changed as he angrily shouted, what a sharp-tongued thief. Prepare to die. Then he sent a punch towards Zhao Hai. The older monk stared, then he quickly shouted, Junior brother, don't. But it was already too late for him to stop. The young monk's fist was already about to hit Zhao Hai's body. At this moment, Zhao Hai also sent his fist forward. Fist against fist, his fist collided with the monk's fist. A cracking sound was heard as the monk's fist was deformed. Even his wrist was broken. The young monk's face was as red as blood. However, he was firm and didn't make a sound. He just retreated and ate a pill. The older monk looked at the young monk's hand and his expression changed. He knew how strong his junior brother was. Although his senior brother was impulsive, he was still very strong. This was especially true for his fist. Even an immortal expert wouldn't be able to break his fist. However, the older monk's face immediately flashed with anger. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, isn't the Shur clan going too far? Why did you injure my junior brother? Zhao Hai looked at the older monk and suddenly laughed as he said, what an unreasonable monk. Is the Buddhist realm the master of the 10,000 realm battlefield? You can only hit others, but others can't fight back. Moreover, you guys are after my cultivation method and want to steal my magic tool. This is an irreconcilable enmity. Not to mention that I broke his hand, even if I killed him, it would be his own fault. The elder monk's complexion turned pale, he looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted, the cultivation method you used is our Buddhist realm's cultivation method. Your artifacts are also our Buddhist realm's artifacts. We have proof. When Zhao Hai heard this, his expression changed as he said, evidence? What evidence? The older monk coldly snorted. Then he took out a jade slip and handed it to Zhao Hai, take a look and you'll know. Zhao Hai received the jade slip and scanned it with his spiritual force. Then a strange expression appeared on his face as he said, this is the evidence you're talking about? The older monk nodded and said, right, this is the evidence. It's recorded in the historical records of the Buddhist realm. It says that you used the Buddhist realm's supreme cultivation method, the Vajrabodhi divine art. As for your artifact, it's the 10,000 transformations Vajra bowl. Zhao Hai burst into laughter, then he looked at the monk and said, you don't even know the name of my cultivation method, yet you dare say that it belongs to the Buddhist realm. You're shameless. Also, my artifact is a supreme artifact refined by a peerless genius from the world of cultivation. You actually made up something like the 10,000 transformations Vajra bowl. Ha ha ha, shameless, too shameless. I've seen shameless people before, but this is the first time I've seen someone as shameless as you. At this time, Xianxia, who had been silent all this time, said, "Two friends from the Buddhist realm, the 100 Treasures realm respects the Buddhist realm as one of the 5 great realms. We don't want to be your enemy. However, you're trying to blackmail us. What do you want? Do you think that the 100 Treasures realm doesn't dare to fight the Buddhist realm?" As he finished speaking, Xianxia stood up. His expression was stern. Naturally, this cultured and refined elder was truly angry this time. When the older monk heard Xianxia, he didn't show any fear. On the contrary, he sneered and said, "The 100 Treasures realm is nothing. Let me tell you, Zhao Hai's cultivation method is our Buddhist realm's cultivation method. His artifact is our Buddhist realm's artifact. Others might think that the 100 Treasures realm is important, but we Buddhists aren't. I forgot to tell you, on the way here, we saw someone from the 100 Treasures realm who didn't give us a salute. So we killed him. If you don't know what's good for you, then you'll have the same fate as him." Then he flipped his hand as a head appeared on his palm. When Zhao Hai and the others saw the head that the old monk took out, their faces changed wildly. Mu Yu, that head turned out to be Mu Yu's. Zhao Hai could feel that the head wasn't fake. It was a real head, the real head of Mu Yu. Zhao Hai felt his head explode as he lost the ability to think. Mu Yu was the first person he had a good relationship with who was killed. Mu Yu and Zhao Hai were good friends. To be honest, Zhao Hai gave people the impression that he was very gentle, but there was also pride in his bones. He didn't bow down to anyone. In other words, he was the kind of person who was soft on the outside but hard on the inside. On the other hand, Mu Yu was the opposite. He might appear strong in the beginning, but deep down, he wasn't someone who was easy to kill. He generally wouldn't make enemies unless the person was an enemy of the 100 Treasures realm. In his mind, the 100 Treasures realm was always more important than him. It was precisely because of Mu Yu's personality that he was able to get along well with Zhao Hai. Moreover, they became good friends. Although Zhao Hai wanted to control the 100 Treasures realm, he also understood that Mu Yu would become the ruler of the 100 Treasures realm in the future. However, he didn't want to deal with Mu Yu because of this. He believed in Mu Yu. He believed that Mu Yu wouldn't abandon him after gaining power. When the time comes, the 100 Treasures realm would still be under his control. It can be said that Mu Yu was a very tolerant person. He was able to tolerate Zhao Hai's actions. He was also able to ignore Zhao Hai's actions. It can be said that he was Zhao Hai's best partner. Zhao Hai understood that when two capable men worked together, there were times when they couldn't succeed. This was because capable men liked to compete, and competition was the easiest way to ruin things. Mu Yu was able to tolerate Zhao Hai by not competing. Because of this, Zhao Hai admired Mu Yu. He planned to have a deep relationship with Mu Yu. Maybe one day, he would even let Mu Yu know about the secret of the space. But now, there was nothing left. Mu Yu actually killed him, cut off his head, and showed it to him as a demonstration. Zhao Hai felt that he had lost his ability to think. In his eyes, the only thing that remained was Mu Yu's head. The head didn't have any expression of pain. On the contrary, the head looked very ferocious, as if its heart was filled with endless unwillingness. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly heard a voice, Big Brother Hai, wake up. You have to avenge Big Brother Mu Yu." Zhao Hai recovered, he closed his eyes for a moment before opening them again. His face was now calm as he looked at Mu Yu's head in the monk's hand. Then he slowly raised his head and looked at the monk as he said, "Did you know? Your Buddhist realm has made a mistake, a very big mistake. This mistake will cause your Buddhist realm to lose its orthodoxy." The old monk looked at Zhao Hai's calm expression. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Moreover, this chill spread from his heart to his whole body. He felt like an ordinary person who fell into an ice cave during the winter. Killing intent, the monk was certain that it was killing intent. He wasn't a vegetarian monk who didn't pay attention to the outside world. There were a lot of people like him, so he was very clear about what killing intent was. However, the monk was certain that among all the people he knew, even if they added up their killing intent, they wouldn't be able to match Zhao Hai's. Zhao Hai stared at the two monks as he coldly said, "You came at the right time. The two of you will become the first and second victims of the Buddhist realm's destruction. I will turn you into undead. I will turn everyone in the Buddhist realm into undead. I promise. After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. The two monks wanted to leave, but they suddenly discovered that their hearts were spurting blood. They had lost the ability to resist. Zhao Hai turned the two into undead. Then he looked at the two and said, "Where's Brother Yu's body?" The two undead monks gave him a location. Then Zhao Hai's figure disappeared. As soon as Zhao Hai disappeared, Zhongzhe and the others reacted. It was mainly because Mu Yu's death was too sudden. Who was Mu Yu? He was someone that the 100 Treasures realm nurtured with all their strength. Although Mu Yu wasn't the only one in the 100 Treasures realm, Mu Yu was the most outstanding one among them. He was already designated as one of the most powerful elders of the 100 Treasures realm in the future. With such an identity, anyone who wants to make a move on him would have to think twice. Even the 5 great realms wouldn't dare make a move on someone with such an identity. However, the Buddhist realm dared. Not only did they make a move, they even killed Mu Yu and took his head to the 100 Treasures realm as a show of force. What did they want to do? Did they think that the 100 Treasures realm was a soft persimmon that everyone could pinch? Zhongzhe looked at the empty hall and let out a long breath. Then he said, "Tell Tian Bo and the rest of the 100 Treasures realm. From today onwards, the 100 Treasures realm and the Buddhist realm are at war. Unless one side dies, this war will never end." Zhongzhe nodded and said, "Tell Tian Bo and the rest of the 100 Treasures realm." His voice was as cold as ice. This was even more resolute than his angry roar. The 100 Treasures realm and the Buddhist realm were now in a situation where they couldn't kill each other. The Buddhist realm didn't expect this. They had been in the 5 great realms for too long. Moreover, compared to the other realms, the Buddhist realm was very closed off. They lived their own lives behind closed doors. On the other hand, the other realms would inform them in advance. For example, when the Divergent realm and the Sword realm decided to attack the Fire Weavers, they were notified in advance and even gave them a lot of benefits. This made the Buddhist realm think that they were the boss of the 10,000 realm battlefield. They didn't need to go out and they would know what others were doing. Moreover, they would send benefits to them first. While they were fighting for their lives, the Buddhist realm could just sit at home and collect benefits. If this wasn't the boss, then what was? It was precisely because of this idea that when they heard that Zhao Hai used a very strange Buddhist technique and had an artifact that could absorb other artifacts to strengthen itself, they naturally wanted to snatch it. At the same time, they also wanted to take care of their own face. Therefore, they made up a historical record and wanted to kill someone with status in the 100 Treasures realm to scare them. In their opinion, since they were the boss, the 100 Treasures realm should obediently give them what they wanted. However, they were wrong. They didn't know how big of a hornet's nest they had poked. This huge hornet's nest would turn the Buddhist realm into ashes. When Zhongzhe told Mu Yao that Mu Yu was killed by the Buddhist realm, Mu Yao and the other elders immediately came out of seclusion. At the same time, they issued an order to declare war on the Buddhist realm. This caused the entire 100 Treasures realm to go crazy. It must be said that the 100 Treasures realm has been very impressive in recent years. From the beginning, they suppressed the Giant Spirit realm. Later on, they defeated the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit realm. Then they destroyed the Ghost Spirit realm, gained a lot in the Cloud Sea territory, recovered Half Beast Island, and eliminated the Fire Weavers. All of this made the people of the 100 Treasures realm feel a sense of pride. You see, your realms lost every time you went to the Cloud Sea territory. On the other hand, the 100 Treasures realm's territory was constantly expanding. We even gained a lot in the Cloud Sea territory. Naturally, the 100 Treasures realm was stronger than the 100 Treasures realm. Because of this, the people of the 100 Treasures realm held their heads high no matter where they went. This was because they were happy and proud of their realm. And these things formed an invisible cohesive force that caused everyone to gather around the 100 Treasures realm. Just as the 100 Treasures realm was feeling proud, the Buddhist realm suddenly jumped out and slapped the 100 Treasures realm's face. They actually asked Zhao Hai for a cultivation method and artifacts. They even killed someone to scare the 100 Treasures realm. Did they think that the 100 Treasures realm would be scared? If you want to kill someone, then kill them. But you chose Mu Yu, who had a good reputation in the 100 Treasures realm. Mu Yu was the future leader of the 100 Treasures realm. This wasn't as simple as slapping the 100 Treasures realm's face. This was simply taking a dump on the 100 Treasures Realm's head. How could the 100 Treasures Realm hide? The entire 100 Treasures Realm began to burn. Even subordinate realms began to ask for war. Seeing the 100 Treasures Realm's situation, all the realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield were silent. They were just watching a joke. Secondly, they didn't dare to jump out. They knew that the 100 Treasures Realm had gone crazy. If they jumped out, they would certainly be killed by the 100 Treasures Realm. Nobody dared to take this risk. At this time, the Buddhist realm also received the news. At first, they were stunned. They didn't expect that as the leader, they would ask for something from their subordinate. But the subordinate actually dared to not give it to them. Moreover, the subordinate dared to kill their people and even declared war on them. Upon hearing this, the people from the Buddhist realm were stunned at first. Then they became angry. They declared war on the 100 Treasures Realm and sent their army to attack the 100 Treasures Realm. But before they could send their army, the 100 Treasures Realm's army had already set out. This time, the 100 Treasures Realm was going all out against the Buddhist realm. They took out all the good things they had. They didn't even leave behind a lot of people to guard their headquarters. They gathered all the forces they could and formed an army of 500,000. The number of immortal experts exceeded 50,000. Naturally, everyone in the 10,000 realm battlefield knew about this. All the high-grade realms were silent. They could see that the 100 Treasures Realm was going all out this time. They didn't even care about their homeland. Everyone knew that the 100 Treasures Realm had gone crazy. They didn't even care about their homeland. Everyone could see that the 100 Treasures Realm had gone crazy. What made the high-grade realms feel strange was that the protagonist of this matter, Zhao Hai, didn't appear in the past few days. He didn't even move with the 100 Treasures Realm. Nobody knew where he went. Other realms didn't know, but the 100 Treasures Realm knew that after Zhao Hai found Muyu's corpse, he sent it to the 100 Treasures Realm for burial. At the same time, he guarded Muyu's coffin. He planned to guard Muyu's coffin for 7 days. After that, he would attack the Buddhist realm. The 100 Treasures Realm only took 5 days to declare war on the Buddhist realm. In other words, when the 100 Treasures Realm dispatched their troops, Zhao Hai was still guarding Muyu's coffin. Naturally, nobody saw him. Zhao Hai sat quietly in front of Muyu's grave. He had changed his clothes into a white robe. Laura and the others were standing beside Zhao Hai. Muyu's grave was placed on the planet that Mu Yao was originally assigned to. Zhao Hai made it look imposing, but it wasn't ostentatious. Zhao Hai looked at Muyu's grave and said, "It's been 7 days. Brother Yu, it's time for me to go. Rest assured, I'll bury the entire Buddhist realm with you." Then he took out 3 long incense sticks and inserted them into the censer. Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, everything is ready. 100 large artifacts, 1,000 sword ships, 500 million undead, 1 billion bugs, 1 billion space beasts, as well as all the immortal experts that aren't in the immortal stage. We're just waiting for the operation." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "I've always been low-key. This is because I don't know who's behind the Sky Tower and the 10,000 realm battlefield. These are all potential threats. If our performance is too eye-catching, then these people would certainly deal with us. Therefore, I kept a low profile and only revealed a little bit of my strength. However, I didn't expect that because of my low-key behavior, some people would treat me as a soft persimmon and even implicate Brother Mu. This is my fault. Starting today, I won't be low-key anymore. Those who dare go against me will be killed." "Kair, what's the situation in the Buddhist realm?" Kair said in a deep voice, "Everything is ready. All the subordinate domains of the Buddhist world, including the headquarters of the Buddhist world, and all the places where the Buddhist world is located, have already been equipped with silver needles. We can teleport people there in the shortest possible time." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right. Remember, don't destroy the transmission formations between the headquarters and the Buddhist realm. I want those people to know that if they provoke me, they won't be safe even if they leave the 10,000 realm battlefield." Kair nodded, then she looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai turned his head to Muyu's grave and said, "Let's go." Along with Zhao Hai's command, the group disappeared. In the next moment, they appeared in the Buddhist realm's headquarters. Zhao Hai nodded. Along with Zhao Hai were 100 giant spirit treasure ships, 1,000 sword shuttles, and 500 million undead. What did 500 million mean? Although the 100 Treasures realm was one of the more powerful realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield, they only sent 500,000 troops this time. Compared to 500 million, the difference was too big. Let's put it this way, even if 500 million people didn't cultivate stood still and let an immortal expert kill them, they would still die of exhaustion if they didn't take a break. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's 500 million undead had guns in their hands. Zhao Hai only had one purpose in doing this. He wanted to establish his might in front of the entire 10,000 realm battlefield. He wanted everyone in the 10,000 realm battlefield to know that Zhao Hai couldn't be provoked. Naturally, the Buddhist realm wasn't prepared for Zhao Hai's sudden appearance. They transferred a large number of people from their own realms to deal with the 100 Treasures realm. This was because the 500,000 troops of the 100 Treasures realm weren't that easy to deal with. Although the Buddhist realm closed their doors and acknowledged the 100 Treasures realm as their leader, they weren't idiots. Because of this, they transferred a large number of people from their own realms to their headquarters in order to deal with the 100 Treasures realm. Because the distance between the 100 Treasures realm and the Buddhist realm was very far, nobody dared to help the 100 Treasures realm. Naturally, nobody would drag the 100 Treasures realm down. The other high-grade realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield couldn't wait to see the two realms fight to the death. Because of this, the other high-grade realms gave way to the 100 Treasures realm. However, they didn't allow the 100 Treasures realm to use their transmission formations to increase their speed. Because of this, the 100 Treasures realm could only fly towards the Buddhist realm. Naturally, the other high-grade realms didn't dare to not give way to the 100 Treasures realm. The 100 Treasures realm was currently going all out against the Buddhist realm. If they don't give way to the Buddhist realm, then the 100 Treasures realm would definitely deal with them. These high-grade realms didn't want to block the Buddhist realm's disaster. The 500,000 people of the 100 Treasures realm couldn't be fast even if they wanted to. Because of this, the Buddhist realm was aware of the 100 Treasures realm's movements. Because of this, the Buddhist realm didn't have time to prepare before Zhao Hai killed his way in. Zhao Hai attacked the Buddhist realm's headquarters with his main force. As for the smaller camps under the Buddhist realm, Zhao Hai used the spatial beasts to attack them. He didn't take his anger out on these subordinate realms. He just had the spatial beasts occupy their transmission formations so that they wouldn't be able to rescue the Buddhist realm. This was enough. As for the Buddhist realm's headquarters, Zhao Hai sent out 1 billion Zerg. The Zerg were definitely the #1 fighting race in history. Although they were restricted to the space, this didn't mean that they had no fighting strength. On the contrary, the Zerg would also fight amongst themselves. Only Julie could make the Zerg hear about this. Zhao Hai also turned a blind eye to the Zerg's internal strife. This was because this was how the Zerg maintained their fighting strength. With these people attacking together, the Buddhist realm would certainly be unable to stop them. Not to mention other places, even the headquarters of the Buddhist realm couldn't stop them. 100 giant spirit treasure ships and 1,000 sword shuttles, what kind of concept was this? In other words, one could see people with large artifacts covering the sky. Moreover, the impact was incomparably strong. In order to deal with the Buddhist realm, Zhao Hai poured faith power into all the large artifacts, making them even more powerful. In just a short period of time, the Buddhist realm's headquarters was filled with all kinds of large artifacts. These large artifacts were like fish swimming around the Buddhist realm's headquarters. None of them were able to withstand a single blow. When the people of the Buddhist realm saw the large artifacts flying in the sky, they were dumbfounded. It wasn't that they didn't send immortal experts to block them, but it was useless. Even the smaller sword shuttles required 10 immortal experts to block. Needless to say, even 100 immortal experts wouldn't be able to block them. This didn't mean that the giant spirit treasure ship had the strength of 100 immortal experts. It was just a matter of size. Immortal experts were very strong, but their artifacts weren't that big. And with the large artifacts charging forward, the inertia of the large artifacts would be a headache to deal with. Moreover, the immortal experts of the Buddhist realm simply didn't have any experience in dealing with large artifacts. Even if 100 immortal experts went to block Zhao Hai's large artifacts, they wouldn't be able to do so. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai's large artifact was so strong. If it was someone else's large artifact, then it would be impossible for it to be this strong. Zhao Hai's large artifact had the yin-yang lightning pool inside it. And with the addition of faith power, it was able to succeed in every endeavor. If it was an ordinary giant spirit treasure ship, then it would be impossible for it to be as invincible as Zhao Hai's large artifacts. Just a few dozen immortal experts would be enough to tear the giant spirit treasure ship apart. However, the Buddhist realm was also a veteran realm. Their resistance in the stronghold was very fierce. However, it was useless. Zhao Hai had already released the turtle as well as prison heart. Nobody in the Buddhist realm was a match for the turtle and prison heart. Ba. Just as the Buddha world was about to collapse, a Buddhist chant suddenly rang out. This Buddhist chant was very long. When people heard it, it was like the sound of a trumpet, calming their minds. Young benefactor, who are you? Why did you come to my Buddhist sex land of tranquility and violate the heavenly precepts? After this voice was heard, an old monk came out of a cave. When Zhao Hai saw this old monk, his expression couldn't help but change. This was because he could clearly feel that this old monk was giving him a very dangerous feeling. Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing all the large artifacts and undead to stop. However, the undead still surrounded the Buddhist realm's headquarters. Looking at the overwhelming number of undead, the people of the Buddhist realm couldn't help but feel startled. Zhao Hai's attack on the Buddhist realm hadn't been long. From the time he appeared until now, it had only been 2 hours. However, several tens of thousands of people from the Buddhist realm had already died. And what scared them the most was that those who died turned over and stood up, and then attacked them. Moreover, each and every one of them was very powerful, no different from when they were alive. This was the most frightening thing for the people of the Buddha world. Zhao Hai looked at the old monk and coldly said, "You're from the Buddhist realm?" The old monk chanted Buddha's name and said, Ba. This old monk is the Buddhist realm's supreme elder, Ba Buddha. May I know which realm young benefactor is from? What enmity do you have with my Buddhist realm? Zhao Hai looked at the old monk, then he laughed and said, "Old monk, you people from the Buddhist realm took a fancy to my large artifacts and my cultivation method. You sent people to rob me and even killed my friends to scare me? Old monk, in the 10,000 realm battlefield, strength is everything. Everyone, even the people of the first realm, has to be responsible for their actions. Since your Buddhist realm has done such a thing, then don't blame me for retaliating. If I didn't have the strength, then I wouldn't have anything to say if my artifacts and cultivation methods were stolen. But since I have the strength, then don't blame me for destroying your Buddhist realm's orthodoxy. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, strength is everything." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing the undead and large artifacts to move once again. When the old monk saw that Zhao Hai wouldn't stop, he didn't waste any more time. His figure moved and jumped up. While he was in the air, his hands formed several seals. Then a giant Buddha appeared outside his body. The Buddha was sitting cross-legged with its eyes closed. One of its palms was placed vertically in front of its chest. Then it fiercely pushed forward. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Instead, he jumped up. While he was in the air, his hands formed several seals. The momentum of this palm was very strong. Seeing this, Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but change. This was because he could clearly feel that the old monk's attack contained faith power. Zhao Hai was currently standing on the turtle's back. He knew that the turtle wouldn't be able to block this attack. Zhao Hai's figure moved as he flew up and stood in the air before he sent out a fierce punch. The old monk's palm directly hit Zhao Hai's palm. With a bang, Zhao Hai's figure was sent flying. When the people from the Buddhist realm saw that Zhao Hai was sent flying, they couldn't help but cheer. But before long, they were no longer happy. This was because they discovered that the large artifacts were still attacking. The undead didn't stop either. At this point, even if the Buddhist realm was an idiot, they knew that the large artifacts and the undead were controlled by Zhao Hai. As long as they killed Zhao Hai, then the large artifacts and the undead would disappear. However, the problem was that they didn't have the ability to kill Zhao Hai. But now, Zhao Hai was actually sent flying by the Buddha's slap. Naturally, the people from the Buddhist realm were very happy. Although many of them didn't know who this Buddha was, they didn't know who he was. Just when they thought that the storm was over, they discovered that it wasn't. The large artifacts were still attacking, and the undead didn't stop. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was sent flying before he stopped in midair. The Buddha who was standing in the middle of the Buddha stared. He didn't think that his attack wouldn't be able to do anything to Zhao Hai. This was beyond his expectations. Zhao Hai stood in the air and looked at the large Buddha inside the Buddha's body. The Buddha was sitting there with his eyes closed. One of his hands was making the fearless seal while the other was holding a lotus. On top of the lotus, there was a Buddha's crown. The entire Buddha was also sitting on a red lotus. Zhao Hai knew that this was Bodhisattva Na Kongjian. Perhaps this was how Bodhisattva Na Kongjian got his name. But how did he do this? Why did the Bodhisattva's Dharma idol appear outside his body? Zhao Hai was certain that Kongjian Buddha wasn't using a faith power cultivation method. However, Kongjian Buddha's faith power cultivation method seemed to be more advanced. When the Buddha saw that his first move wasn't able to deal with Zhao Hai, he immediately made another hand seal. The Buddha's Dharma idol also moved. The Buddha's crown on the lotus suddenly flew up before the lotus flew towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai quickly threw a punch, but the flying lotus was very tough. Zhao Hai's punch couldn't do anything to it. He was covered by the lotus, and then the Buddha's head pressed down on the lotus. Zhao Hai's whole body was sealed inside the lotus. Zhao Hai felt that he was in a strange place. Buddhist mantras flashed all around him. At the same time, sounds of chanting could be heard, constantly attacking him. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he smiled. He knew that he was sealed. However, he wasn't worried. This kind of spiritual attack was useless against him. It might have been useful in the past, but ever since he learned Prisonheart's spiritual cultivation method, this kind of attack became useless. However, Zhao Hai was still worried. He didn't know what was going on outside. He immediately contacted Kai and the others to see if he could get in touch with them. There was no problem, he immediately contacted Kai. Zhao Hai's heart relaxed. Then he sneered as his figure flashed and entered the space. His body flashed as he appeared in the Buddhist realm's headquarters. After sealing Zhao Hai, Buddha Na Kongjian let out a sigh of relief. But then he suddenly discovered that Zhao Hai had appeared again. His eyes couldn't help but shrink as he formed a hand seal. Then the Buddha's crown flew up as he said, "Empty, not empty, 5 senses empty." Along with his voice, Zhao Hai felt a strange energy covering his body. Then he felt as if he was surrounded by energy. His eyes couldn't see anything, his ears couldn't hear anything, his nose couldn't smell anything, and his tongue couldn't feel anything. Most importantly, he couldn't even feel anything. Zhao Hai knew that his senses had been sealed. The 5 senses of the Buddhists were the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and body. And now, he had lost all of them. Zhao Hai didn't expect this Buddha Na Kongjian to be so strong. He had so many means to seal his 5 senses. However, Zhao Hai didn't panic. He immediately mobilized the faith power in his body and rushed towards the energy that surrounded him. The faith power rushed out of his body. When it came into contact with the energy, it was like ice being melted by fire. The energy began to melt little by little. At the same time, Zhao Hai's 5 senses also began to slowly recover. At this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly felt himself flying. But this way, the energy that surrounded him was completely dispersed by the faith power. Zhao Hai understood that the Buddha Na Kongjian had attacked him when he lost his senses. Fortunately, his body was different. The Buddha Na Kongjian's attack had no effect on him. Zhao Hai's figure shook before he stopped. Zhao Hai looked at the Buddha Na Kongjian and said, "Good. You're really strong. But it ends here." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. 10,000 flying swords flew out and surrounded the Buddha Na Kongjian. The stellar transformation sword formation was set up. At the same time, the flying swords were infused with faith power. Then Zhao Hai's figure moved as he rushed towards the Buddha Na Kongjian. This time, it wasn't an ordinary exchange. Zhao Hai used all of his strength. He also used his Buddhist techniques. He wanted to see if his Buddhist techniques were more powerful than the Buddha Na Kongjian's faith power cultivation method. Actually, he also used Buddhist techniques. However, he didn't use them together. At the same time, he didn't use the stellar transformation sword formation. When Zhao Hai's figure moved forward, a row of people who looked exactly like him suddenly appeared behind him. These people used their own techniques to attack Bukongjian Buddha. Doppelganger technique. This was the doppelganger technique. It allowed one to create thousands of clones to attack the enemy. What Zhao Hai was using right now was the doppelganger technique. With the addition of other techniques and Buddhist techniques, the effect was naturally extraordinary. When the Buddha Na Kongjian saw Zhao Hai's attack, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. He quickly formed a seal with his hands. Then the Buddha Na Kongjian's Dharma image appeared. The mudra of fearlessness moved as a layer of golden light covered the Dharma image. However, as soon as the golden light appeared, a lot of it was consumed by the stellar transformation sword formation. Then Zhao Hai's attack arrived. This time, he used almost all of his Buddhist techniques to attack. In an instant, the sounds of attacks echoed. The expressions of the Buddhist realm's people changed once again. Many of them didn't know the origin of the Buddha Na Kongjian, but some immortal experts did. The Buddha Na Kongjian was an expert of the Buddhist realm 2 generations ago. Moreover, he inadvertently obtained something that could extract faith power. This allowed his cultivation to progress very quickly, allowing him to smoothly enter the immortal stage. Then he went into seclusion for several hundred years and didn't appear again. His peers and juniors had already passed away. Only he was still alive. The Buddhist realm knew that he was still alive because every 100 years, he would open his cave and preach the Tao to the immortal experts of the Buddhist realm. Naturally, very few people in the Buddhist realm knew about this. However, the higher-ups of the Buddhist realm knew that a powerful Supreme Elder was still alive. This was the Buddhist realm's biggest trump card. Because of this, the immortal experts of the Buddhist realm began to panic when they saw Zhao Hai coming out unscathed from the Buddha Na Kongjian's attacks. Zhao Hai didn't stop attacking. Although the Buddha Na Kongjian wanted to resist, Zhao Hai was using the cloning technique. As Zhao Hai's attacks became fiercer and fiercer, the Buddha Na Kongjian's golden shield became weaker and weaker. Finally, it broke. Zhao Hai's attacks landed on the Buddha Na Kongjian's Dharma idol. The Buddha Na Kongjian's expression finally changed. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this strong. Even if he wanted to resist, it was too late. Using the Buddha Na Kongjian's Dharma idol would consume a lot of faith power. He wasn't like Zhao Hai who had a lot of faith power. The Buddha Na Kongjian's Dharma idol had very little faith power. After attacking several times, the Buddha Na Kongjian's Dharma idol had almost exhausted all of his faith power. Even if he wanted to attack now, he wouldn't have the chance. Zhao Hai attacked several hundred times in a row. Finally, the Buddha Na Kongjian's Dharma idol began to shake. Before long, the Buddha Na Kongjian's Dharma idol also began to disappear. When the Buddha Na Kongjian's Dharma idol disappeared, the Buddha Na Kongjian spurted out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Zhao Hai's attacks arrived. The Buddha Na Kongjian didn't have anything to resist Zhao Hai. The attacks of Zhao Hai and his clones landed on the Buddha Na Kongjian's body, killing him on the spot. After killing the Buddha Na Kongjian, Zhao Hai immediately received him into the space and turned him into an undead. However, Zhao Hai didn't immediately release him to attack the Buddhist realm. Instead, he had the Buddha Na Kongjian record everything he knew inside the space. At the same time, the attack from the Buddhist realm didn't stop. Instead, it intensified. Although the Buddhist realm was still resisting, they were already on the verge of collapsing. Zhongzhe and Mu Yao were standing on the bow of the giant spirit treasure ship. This giant spirit treasure ship was refined by the 100 Treasures realm, not Zhao Hai's. Behind them were dozens of giant spirit treasure ships. This time, the 100 Treasures realm took out all of their resources. 500,000 troops boarded the giant spirit treasure ships as they headed towards the Buddhist realm. Although they were very far away from the Buddhist realm, the giant spirit treasure ship speed was already at its fastest. Moreover, they were constantly changing people to supply the ship with energy. Because of this, the giant spirit treasure ship was able to maintain its speed. Zhongzhe and Mu Yao's faces were gloomy. This time, the Buddhist realm's matter had angered the two. Mu Yao was even more furious. His proudest disciple was killed. How could he not be angry? At this time, Tang Jia, who was behind the two, suddenly said, "Martial uncle, it's already the 7th day. I'm afraid Brother Hai will make a move." Do you think you'll go to the Buddhist realm alone to avenge senior brother? Hearing Tang Jia, Mu Yao couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, it's very possible. I'm afraid Little Hai is the angriest this time. Little Yu was implicated by him. His relationship with Little Yu is very good. How could he not be angry? Zhongzhe sighed and said, who would have thought that something like this would happen? Mu Yao, do you think there's someone behind this? They just don't like the 100 Treasures realm, so they deliberately sent the Buddhist realm to deal with us. Otherwise, why would the Buddhist realm suddenly make a move? Little Hai has been showing his strength for a long time. If they wanted to make a move, they would have done it a long time ago. Mu Yao nodded and said, this matter is indeed strange. But I think it won't take long for us to find out. The 100 Treasures realm went all out to attack the Buddhist realm this time. There's almost no one guarding the headquarters. If someone really wants to deal with us, then I'm afraid they would take this opportunity to make a move. Zhongzhe's expression changed as he said, then isn't the headquarters in danger? Will someone really make a move? Mu Yao looked up at the sky and sighed, alright, we'll see if there's really someone behind this. If there's someone behind this, then they would definitely make a move. This is the biggest crisis the 100 Treasures realm has ever faced. If the Buddhist realm is really behind this, then they would definitely come and destroy our home. Mu Yao nodded and said, alright, let's see if there's really someone behind this. Zhongzhe turned to Mu Yao and said, Mu Yao, you're not a reckless person. Why did you agree to mobilize the entire 100 Treasures realm this time? Mu Yao replied, because I have confidence in the 100 Treasures realm. I believe that even if we fight with the Buddhist realm and take our revenge, we would still have a way to take back our headquarters. At the same time, we need to make the hidden enemy reveal themselves. If they continue to hide, then it would be more dangerous for us. Zhongzhe sighed. Although he agreed with Mu Yao, he still thought that Mu Yao's approach was too risky. He didn't think that the 100 Treasures realm could really defeat the Buddhist realm. However, Zhongzhe understood Mu Yao. Anyone would go crazy if their favorite disciple was killed. Mu Yao was still fine. Mu Yao also knew what Zhongzhe was thinking. The reason why he agreed to send his entire clan to deal with the Buddhist realm was partly because he wanted to see if there was someone behind this matter. The other reason was to take revenge for Mu Yu's death. Mu Yao also knew what Zhongzhe was thinking. The reason why he agreed to send his entire clan to deal with the Buddhist realm was partly because he wanted to see if there was anyone behind this matter. At this time, a jade sword message appeared in front of Mu Yao. Mu Yao approached the jade sword message and scanned it with his spiritual force. Then his expression changed as he coldly snorted. His expression turned ferocious. Mu Yao has always given people the impression of a cultured and refined person. This was the first time he showed such a ferocious expression. Zhongzhe and the others stared. Zhongzhe took the jade sword message from Mu Yao and scanned it with his spiritual force. His expression also changed. Then his face turned pale. He didn't look any better than Mu Yao. Tang Jia looked at the two and couldn't help but feel afraid. However, he still mustered his courage and asked, Martial Uncle, what's wrong? Mu Yao coldly snorted and said, the high-grade realms around us sent troops to occupy the headquarters of the 100 Treasures realm when we came out. The subordinate realms have already surrendered. But their surrender was arranged by me in advance. I told them that if the 100 Treasures realm is attacked, then they can surrender. But they have to send a message to us. Mu Yao nodded and said, you're right. When Tang Jia heard Mu Yao, his expression changed. Then he couldn't help but curse, bastards. Those bastards. They want to take advantage of the situation. I'll definitely destroy them. Mu Yao coldly snorted and said, just wait. They won't be able to jump around for long. When we return, we'll make them pay. As he said that, another jade sword message stopped in front of him. Mu Yao received it and scanned it with his spiritual force. Mu Yao's expression was very interesting. The contents of the jade sword message were really hard to believe. This was because the jade sword message was sent by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai told him that he didn't need to worry about the Buddhist realm anymore. He was about to get his revenge. Mu Yao didn't expect Zhao Hai to send him such a jade sword message. He even told him that he had already gotten his revenge for the Buddhist realm, if he didn't know Zhao Hai's character, then Mu Yao would have thought that Zhao Hai was fooling him. But this was impossible. When Zhongzhe saw Mu Yao standing there with the jade sword in his hand, he thought that Mu Yao had received some bad news. He couldn't help but ask, "Mu Yao, what's wrong?" Then he took the jade sword from Mu Yao's hand and sent his spiritual force inside. After seeing the contents of the jade sword message, Zhongzhe couldn't help but stare. Then he turned his head to Mu Yao and said, "Is this true? How did that kid do it?" Mu Yao smiled bitterly and said, "Who can see how that kid does things? It seems like he hasn't shown his true strength before." This time, the Buddhist realm really pissed him off. "But speaking of which, that kid is really strong. I want to know how he did it." Mu Yao smiled bitterly and said, "That's right." Zhongzhe smiled bitterly, then he turned his head and said, "All right, let's not talk about this. Let's think about the future. What do we do now?" Mu Yao sneered and said, "What else can we do? We'll kill our way back. Since they dared to snatch the 100 Treasures Realm's territory, I think they're tired of living. If Zhao Hai really dealt with the Buddhist realm, then we'll kill our way back. When the time comes, those fellows would be crying." Zhongzhe's eyes shone as he said, "This is an opportunity. Even if we can't directly deal with the 5 great realms, we can still flatten the other subordinate realms. When the time comes, the 10,000 realm battlefield would have 5 great realms. What do you think?" Actually, Mu Yao didn't feel very good. After all, his favorite disciple was killed. This was the same as killing his son. But in the end, he was a person who had gone through great storms. Moreover, he had the same personality as Mu Yu. He always prioritized the 100 Treasures realm. It can be said that Mu Yu's personality was completely influenced by Mu Yao. Because of Mu Yao's personality, he made the right decision at this time. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, he nodded and said, "All right, I think this is a good opportunity. Zhao Hai isn't a person who talks nonsense. If he says that the Buddhist realm isn't a problem, then there shouldn't be any problems. All right, let's divide 100,000 people into 1,000 immortal experts to support Zhao Hai. The rest will immediately return to the headquarters." Zhongzhe nodded and said, "All right, let's do that." After he said that, he turned his head and gave an order. The fleet immediately set out. Large groups turned back while small groups headed towards the Buddhist realm. The matter in the Buddhist realm has been dealt with. With Mang Jian's death, there was nothing left in the Buddhist realm that could block Zhao Hai's attacks. The situation in the Buddhist realm was even worse. Facing the ferocious Zerg, they didn't even have a chance to resist. However, Zhao Hai didn't make the bug race eat the people from the Buddhist realm. Although he wanted to do so, in the end, he didn't. This didn't mean that he couldn't bear it. In fact, Zhao Hai didn't want the bug race to eat the people from the Buddhist realm. The reason why he didn't make the bug race eat the people from the Buddhist realm was because he wanted to intimidate others. When people see corpses all over the place, they would certainly be shocked. It was a lot more shocking than being eaten by the bug race. The bug race had strong teeth. If they were to eat the corpses, not even the bones would be left. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. All the people in the Buddhist realm who had some strength were killed by him. Moreover, the Buddhist realm would slowly become a part of the 100 Treasures realm. He can let people go there to take a look, but it would be taken back in the future. Standing in the Buddhist realm's headquarters, Zhao Hai let out a long breath as he looked at the people in the 10,000 realm battlefield who were still struggling. He knew that after this operation, nobody in the 10,000 realm battlefield would dare to be disrespectful to him. The same goes for the 100 Treasures realm. Zhao Hai didn't know what the people watching the 10,000 realm battlefield would think after seeing his performance. However, one thing was certain. If there were people watching the 10,000 realm battlefield, then they wouldn't be able to sit still after seeing his strength. Zhao Hai was aware of what happened in the 100 Treasures realm's headquarters, but he wasn't worried. In his opinion, these high-grade realms were nothing more than clowns. They weren't worth his attention at all. Once he deals with the Buddhist realm, he could just go back and swallow them up. Zhao Hai didn't think much of it. Zhao Hai also knew what Mu Yao and Zhongzhe said. Mu Yao and Zhongzhe only wanted the 100 Treasures realm to become one of the 5 great realms of the 10,000 realm battlefield. They didn't say that they wanted to unify the 10,000 realm battlefield. Zhao Hai could understand this point. In fact, Zhao Hai no longer had any interest in the battle in the 10,000 realm battlefield. The level of the 10,000 realm battlefield was like this. Fighting here wouldn't be of any help to him. He just wanted to know what kind of world was outside the 10,000 realm battlefield. As for the group of people from the 100 Treasures realm who were rushing towards the Buddhist realm, Zhao Hai didn't have to worry about them. At this time, besides the headquarters, the Buddhist realm was already under the control of magic beasts. After attacking several times, the subordinate realms discovered that they couldn't do anything to the magic beasts. In the end, they gave up. They understood that these magic beasts were under someone's control and not wild magic beasts. In other words, someone was dealing with the Buddhist realm. These people didn't need to think with their toes to know who was dealing with the Buddhist realm. Because of this, their thoughts of resistance slowly faded. For these subordinate realms, there was no such thing as loyalty or disloyalty. Making their realm survive was their top priority. It took Zhao Hai 2 days to deal with everything in the Buddhist realm. And by dealing with it, he destroyed the entire Buddhist realm, leaving nothing behind. Regarding this matter, Zhao Hai didn't have any psychological burden. This wasn't the first time he did something like this, so there was nothing to be worried about. 2 days later, the group from the 100 Treasures realm also entered the Buddhist realm's headquarters. But at this time, the Buddhist realm's headquarters was completely empty. This time, the leader of the group was an immortal expert. Zhao Hai had seen this person before. This person's nickname was the Soul Morning Nail. His artifact was a flying nail. This flying nail was highly toxic. Even severed soul experts wouldn't be able to use their spiritual chi for a short period of time. Their body would also go numb, making it difficult for them to move. Now that he was an immortal expert, it was natural for him to be even stronger. The Soul Morning Nail's name was very famous in the 10,000 realm battlefield. In the past, this immortal expert was arrogant. But this time, he was very polite when he saw Zhao Hai. This was because when they entered the Buddhist realm's headquarters, only Zhao Hai was present. The entire Buddhist realm's headquarters was as silent as a ghost town. Such silence would make anyone's hair stand on end. Fortunately, there were a lot of people from the 100 Treasures realm this time. Although they felt the silence in their hearts, they were more excited than anything else. The Buddhist realm was one of the 5 great realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield. For many years, small realms like the 100 Treasures realm would bow their heads in front of the 5 great realms. People from the 5 great realms would treat them with arrogance, as if they were inferior people. This mentality didn't only exist in the hearts of the people from the 5 great realms, it also existed in the hearts of the people from the land of chaos. Cultivators from the land of chaos would always feel inferior when they meet people from the 5 great realms. This was also the reason why the Buddhist realm dared to attack Muyu. People were already used to this. In the eyes of the Buddhist realm, the 100 Treasures realm was a lower realm. If a higher realm wanted something from a lower realm, the lower realm wouldn't dare to refuse. Killing people was just to scare the 100 Treasures realm. They didn't think that the 100 Treasures realm was any different from before. The 100 Treasures realm's recent development was very good. The mentality of the cultivators of the 100 Treasures realm had also changed. However, the 5 great realms had always been in a high position. Because of this, the cultivators of the 100 Treasures realm were still afraid of the people from the 5 great realms. But now? They used to be inferior people, but now they were standing in the headquarters of a higher realm. And this headquarters was completely destroyed. There wasn't even a single person left. This change gave the cultivators of the 100 Treasures realm some confidence. Although the cultivators of the 100 Treasures realm knew that their headquarters had been occupied, this wasn't a problem for them. Zhao Hai could destroy the Buddhist realm by himself, so why would he care about the other realms? Even the people from the subordinate realms didn't have any intention of leaving. On the contrary, they were even more confident in the 100 Treasures realm. The Soul Morning Nail went to see Zhao Hai alone. When he flew to the octagonal fort, he saw Zhao Hai standing there. In front of him were 2 jugs of wine. Zhao Hai was holding a wine cup and was currently pouring wine on the ground. The Soul Morning Nail couldn't help but sigh. Everyone in the 100 Treasures realm knew that Zhao Hai and Muyu were good friends. But this time, because of Zhao Hai, Muyu was harmed. Zhao Hai must be feeling bad. The Soul Morning Nail couldn't help but whisper to Xiao Hai, don't worry about it. There are still a lot of things waiting for you to do. Xiao Hai turned his head to the Soul Morning Nail and said, Elderly, you don't need to worry. I'll be fine. Did the elder have any orders? The Soul Morning Nail said in a deep voice, the main camp has been occupied. Elder Mu and Elder Zong rushed back after receiving your letter. They asked us to come and help you. But now it seems that there's nothing to do here. I'm going to leave some people to guard this place, and the rest will go back to the main camp. Xiao Hai thought for a moment and then said, Elder, to be honest, it doesn't matter if we stay here or not. Just leave the matter of returning to the headquarters to me. I think you should stay here for some time, but not in the headquarters. Instead, you should go and take over the subordinate realms of the Buddhist realm. Don't leave anyone in the headquarters. It would be better if the other realms came here to take a look. The Soul Morning Nail understood what Xiao Hai meant. He turned his head to the Buddhist realm's well-preserved transmission formation. Then he looked at Xiao Hai and said, Xiao Hai, are you saying that the Buddhist realm has a transmission formation as well? Xiao Hai sneered and said, my friends aren't that easy to kill. I said that I'll break their orthodoxy. If I don't let those fellows see it, they'll never know what it means to be ruthless. Although Xiao Hai's words were calm, the Soul Morning Nail couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Xiao Hai looked at the Soul Morning Nail and didn't say anything else. Instead, he said, going to the subordinate realms should be very smooth. They're already under my control. They won't attack you, but if those people don't surrender, you don't have to be polite. Although the Soul Morning Nail didn't know what was going on, he still nodded. He turned to Xiao Hai and said, don't worry, leave this matter to me. You should return to the headquarters. Just thinking about those fellows following us makes me want to kill them. Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, don't worry, none of them will be able to escape. Then he waved his hand and received the turtle. Then his figure flickered as he disappeared. Looking at the place where Xiao Hai disappeared, the Soul Morning Nail couldn't help but sigh. Then he whispered, let Xiao Hai teach those idiots a lesson. Then he turned around and returned to the giant spirit treasure ship. Then he flew out of the Buddhist realm's headquarters. Xiao Hai's figure appeared in the 100 Treasures realm's headquarters in the next moment. At this time, Mu Yao and the others were also slowly returning. They only flew out for 2 days before they received Xiao Hai's letter. Then they turned around and flew back. This time, they were even more anxious than when they left. Because of this, they were much faster than Xiao Hai. They actually arrived at the 100 Treasures realm's headquarters ahead of Xiao Hai. At this time, they were already fighting with the other high-grade realms. At this time, Xiao Hai appeared. As soon as he appeared, he immediately released the giant spirit treasure ship, the sword shuttle, the turtle, and the undead. He didn't release Zerg this time because it wasn't necessary. These things were more than enough to deal with the people from the high-grade realms. When the people from the high-grade realms saw that Xiao Hai's forces were more ferocious than the 100 Treasures realm, they couldn't help but be frightened. Some of these people had fought against Xiao Hai before. Because of this, they were very clear about the strength of Xiao Hai's large artifacts. Naturally, they were scared before the battle began. And with the desperate attacks of the people from the 100 Treasures realm, the people from the high-grade realms weren't able to hold on. The people from the high-grade realms couldn't understand why the 100 Treasures realm returned so quickly. Did they really give up on their revenge? Then there was the appearance of Xiao Hai and the undead that blotted out the sky. All of this gave the people from the high-grade realms a headache. Although the high-grade realms had formed an alliance, this alliance was very fragile. They didn't want to lose too much. Therefore, when Xiao Hai appeared, they quickly scattered. The 100 Treasures realm easily took back their headquarters. Then they sent out their army. The people from the high-grade realms that were guarding the 100 Treasures realm's camps also ran away. In the blink of an eye, the 100 Treasures realm had regained their territory. All of this might seem like a farce, but it wasn't. It can be said that the high-grade realm's plan was very good. It's just that they didn't choose the right time. Moreover, they didn't expect a freak like Xiao Hai to appear. They shouldn't have provoked the 100 Treasures realm while Xiao Hai was angry. Therefore, they were doomed to fail. After the 100 Treasures realm stabilized, Mu Yao and the others went to the conference hall. Xiao Hai also followed them inside. After sitting down, Muyao looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, what's the situation with the Buddhist realm? Zhao Hai replied, they've been destroyed, including the headquarters and the headquarters. As long as they were discovered, no one was left alive. I didn't destroy the transmission formations there. If people from the other realms want to see the situation, they will be able to see it. They can even go to the Buddhist realm's headquarters to take a look. Muyao and Zhongzhe were both experienced people. Naturally, they understood what Zhao Hai meant. Their expressions changed. They didn't expect Zhao Hai's revenge to be like this. Muyao turned to Zhao Hai and said, what do you plan to do next? Zhao Hai replied, I'll destroy the high-grade realms that dared to invade the 100 Treasures realm. I'll swallow the entire land of chaos. In the future, the 10,000 realm battlefield will only have one high-grade realm. If possible, I'll swallow the other high-grade realms and unify the 10,000 realm battlefield. Then I'll use the 10,000 realm battlefield as a base to attack the Cloud Sea territory. Muyao and Zhongzhe stared at Zhao Hai as if they were looking at a madman. To be honest, they were frightened by Zhao Hai's crazy plan. However, they had to recognize that Zhao Hai's plan might succeed. This was because these words weren't spoken by other people, but by Zhao Hai. With Zhao Hai's strength, he was qualified to say such words. The two looked at each other, they didn't know what to do. After a moment of silence, Muyao said, Little Hai, I know that Little Yu's matter was a big blow to you. However, you need to think carefully about this matter. If you don't deal with this matter properly, then it will bring you a lot of trouble. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Elder doesn't need to worry. I just hope that this matter will develop in this direction. I won't mess around. Muyao nodded, then he said, then when do you plan to deal with the other high-grade realms? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, let's wait for a few days. We'll wait for news from the Buddhist realm. Then we'll deal with the other high-grade realms. At that time, there might be unexpected results. Seeing that Zhao Hai was still rational, Muyao felt relieved. He nodded and said, all right, you should rest for the next few days. We won't let go of those high-grade realms. After we deal with them, we will also take the Buddhist realm's territory. I believe that the Divergent realm and the others wouldn't dare to take the Buddhist realm at this time. Muyao nodded and said, all right, you should rest for a few days. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I believe that they wouldn't dare. Jin Nu was a cultivator from the Divergent realm. His divergent techniques were very special and very useful. They were stealth and penetration. He can pass through a wall that was nearly 10 meters thick. While passing through the wall, he can move his body no more than 10 meters inside the wall. Moreover, the wall wouldn't have any reaction. Even if you use your spiritual force to investigate, you wouldn't be able to find a person inside the wall. Because of these two divergent techniques, Jin Nu became one of the best scouts in the Divergent realm. His stealth technique can avoid almost all detection. It was very magical. Jin Nu was very satisfied with his current status. Although he was only a severed soul expert and a scout, no one in the Divergent realm dared to underestimate him. This was because he was the one who obtained a lot of information about the Divergent realm. At this time, Jin Nu wasn't far from the Buddhist realm's stronghold. He was in a state of stealth. He found it strange that there was no movement in the Buddhist realm's stronghold. The barrier was still there and he couldn't see what was going on inside the stronghold. However, he has been standing here for more than 2 hours. He didn't see anyone coming out of the stronghold. This was strange. Jin Nu was very confident in his invisibility technique. Because of this, he didn't look for a place to hide like the other scouts. Instead, he stood under a tree and observed the Buddhist realm's headquarters. This was because he knew that if the Buddhist realm were to discover his invisibility technique, then it would be useless even if he were to find a place to hide. But now, Jin Nu couldn't stand still. It has been more than 2 hours, yet no one came out of the Buddhist realm's stronghold. This was definitely abnormal. However, if he rushed into the Buddhist realm's stronghold, then he would be discovered. He can pass through walls, but he can't pass through energy shields. Although he can pass through energy shields while in stealth, it would cause the shields to fluctuate. The reason why he stood here was to wait for people from the Buddhist realm to enter and exit the stronghold. Although this would cause the shields to fluctuate, it wouldn't attract anyone's attention. Jin Nu was the first. scout to arrive at the Buddhist realm's stronghold. When the 100 Treasures realm retreated to their stronghold, he set off from the Divergent realm. The reason why he set off so late was because he didn't dare to set off too early. If the 100 Treasures realm and the Buddhist realm really fought, then he might be dragged down if he showed up too early. The Divergent realm didn't want him to come too early. After all, the Divergent realm and the 100 Treasures realm were allies. If the 100 Treasures realm sent troops to deal with the Buddhist realm, then the Divergent realm wouldn't be able to explain themselves. If Jin Nu's identity was discovered by the 100 Treasures realm, then it would be even more embarrassing. Moreover, the Divergent realm didn't want to know about the battle between the 100 Treasures realm and the Divergent realm. They only wanted to know the result. Because of this, Jin Nu missed the most important part of the battle. Naturally, this also saved his life. If he came too early and was discovered by Zhao Hai, then Jin Nu would have killed him. After waiting for another 2 hours, Jin Nu couldn't wait any longer. He felt that something must have happened in the Buddhist realm's headquarters. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this quiet. Jin Nu slowly flew towards the Buddhist realm's headquarters. He flew very slowly and didn't make any sound. When he finally arrived in front of the Buddhist realm's headquarters, Jin Nu took out a stone from his space and threw it towards the barrier. This was just an ordinary stone that could be seen everywhere on the ground. Cultivators simply wouldn't give it a second glance. This was also Jin Nu's habit. He would always have such a stone in his space equipment. Whenever he wanted to scout a place and didn't know if there was any danger ahead, he would throw the stone out. When the stone fell on the barrier, it quickly disappeared. Jin Nu couldn't help but stare. This was because the defensive formation of the Buddhist realm was divided into several types. The strongest type was the one used to defend the headquarters. It can block the impact of the giant spirit treasure ship. The weakest type was only used to prevent outsiders from seeing the situation inside the headquarters. In fact, it didn't have any defensive ability. But now, the defensive formation of the Buddhist realm's headquarters was in its weakest state, allowing anyone to enter. End of chapter 1641. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.